Those who have participated in the strange ghost story instance know that when encountering the S-Class Blood Butcher evil spirit, they directly call for Dad. When encountering the SS-Class Red-Clothed Fierce Ghost, they directly call for Mom. When encountering the SSS-Class Strange Instance's final boss, they directly go up and hug her. Then worryingly say, "Wife, you've become so thin. You've suffered so much. Just because I am a severe paranoid schizophrenic patient, but I long to have parents as loving as you all." But the nurses at the hospital all say that your family is in the strange instance. So when the strange instance descended, I rushed in without hesitation, kneeling in front of the blood butcher couple who were being dismembered. "Mom, Dad, I finally found you." Hearing the shout, the butcher who was cooking approached me with a meat saw in hand. "What are you calling us?" Feeling the blood coming towards me, I stared seriously into the butcher's eyes. "They all say my family is in the instance. You must be my dad." Seeing this scene, the audience in the live stream room was dumbfounded. Some viewers had even switched to the survivor's live stream, unable to bear the next bloody scene. But the butcher was amused by this sudden question. The big mouth on his mask twisted into a smile. "Of course, I am your dad. Come in and eat, son." At the moment when the other party admitted it, a sense of bitterness and helplessness surged in my heart. After so many years, I finally found my family. "Look at you. Your clothes are all torn. Mom will mend them for you later." At this moment, while sewing up the flesh and blood, the nurse also spoke to me. She held the surgical knife and needle in her hand and waved them in the air. I looked down at the patient gown I had been wearing for years. No one had ever cared about how I dressed well or not. The patient gown was already dirty and torn after so many years. My eyes suddenly moistened heavily and nodded. At this moment, the butcher smiled and placed a strange meat paste on the table, then turned to me waving his meat saw. "Son, come and eat." I looked moved at the two of them, ignoring the mess and blood stains in the room. Came to the table, put down my suitcase. "Mom, Dad, I brought you a gift this time. I don't know if you will like it." Saying that, I opened the suitcase. At once the two evil spirits became alert, staring straight at the box in my hand. Their bodies also began to guard against me, ready to kill me at any moment. But the next moment, I handed a bottle of good wine to the butcher, along with a cigarette. Looking at me expectantly, a hint of confusion flashed in the butcher's eyes. Is this kid pretending or really not afraid? From the moment I entered, they couldn't sense any fear in me. Now they were staring at me expectantly, as if wanting to receive my praise. He remained silent for a while, finally took the bottle of hidden wine from my hand. "Mom, you also have a gift." Then I took out a dazzling blue sapphire necklace and ran behind the nurse evil spirit to put the necklace around her neck. "Mom, don't move. Let me put it on for you." I earnestly bent down to fasten the clasp. The two evil spirits stopped their movements, looking at each other somewhat puzzled. They could feel that neither the wine nor the necklace were special items that would harm evil spirits. "It's really beautiful," I sincerely praised, paying no attention to the increasingly strange eyes of the two evil spirits. "All right, let's eat." The nurse evil spirit twisted her body to the dining table, found a seat and sat down. At this moment, the butcher opened the wine in his hand. A strong aroma of sauce instantly wafted through the entire house. But the next moment he poured it into the disgusting and strange meat paste on the table. The originally thick meat paste was diluted into an even more disgusting soup. But watching the butcher's actions, my eyes turned red and I was deeply moved. Dad actually poured wine into the dish to remove the fishy smell for me. He must be afraid that I couldn't accept it. Seeing me sniffing and tears almost flowing. At this point, the audience in the live stream room all sighed, thinking that this mental patient was not afraid. Now even tears were about to be scared out. There it is, arrived. The evil spirit would rather die early than be played with as a toy. Under the gaze of the crowd, I obediently sat in my seat, thanking Dad. I politely picked up the bowl in front of me, not minding the strange shape of the chopsticks. Upon hearing this address, the butcher suddenly paused. "If you like it, that's good." The butcher's reaction made the audience in the live broadcast room feel like they were mistaken. They didn't sense any hostility in that statement. A warm feeling flashed through my heart. How could I not like the food my family made? Locked up in a mental hospital for 10 years. Never treated as a normal person. I had tried everything. As I started eating from the bowl, the audience in the live broadcast room and the two evil spirits all focused their attention on me. By now, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had soared to tens of millions. Everyone gave my live broadcast room a nickname, eagerly waiting for the scene of me vomiting. However, after finishing the bowl, I raised the empty bowl in my hand and said, "Dad, another bowl." The butcher watching me eat was also dumbfounded. Initially, he did think it was a game. He thought it was another human trick or a new way of survival. However, he didn't find a trace of fear in the child's eyes, not even when the child was served food. The child's eyes were so teary that he was on the verge of crying. He was truly moved. After understanding this emotion, even the butcher was taken aback. Evil spirits like them grew by absorbing human fear. Within a certain range, they could sense even a hint of fear, but at this moment, all they could feel was moved and happy. As an evil spirit, he had never experienced the taste of these two emotions. Although it didn't help his growth, it brought an unprecedented fragrance. The butcher refilled a bowl of soup and asked me how I had been these years. I drank the soup from the bowl, looking indifferent, and said, "I've been doing well these years." However, the butcher and the bloodied nurse felt a lot of discomfort, pain, and sadness at that moment. The butcher fell silent. The bitterness of those emotions was what they usually liked and enjoyed the most, but now they just felt extremely irritated. "Your mother will go upstairs to tidy up a room for you later. You should rest first." Upon hearing this, the nurse nodded, turned around, and went upstairs. She could sense my emotional changes just now. In fact, when she put the necklace on me, she only saw sincerity in the child's eyes. The meals made by the blood butcher were always very unappetizing, yet the child ate everything cleanly. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that she must remind the blood butcher to prepare a proper dinner later. She knew that every time a new round of the instance started, humans would survive here for 3 days. However, this child clearly didn't bring any dry rations. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle. She didn't expect that she and the blood butcher would have a human son. Looking at the empty room, she jumped out of the window directly. Although this child didn't mind our things, at this time, the audience in the live broadcast room had already exploded, and everyone saw Jiang Che happily eating 2 bowls of rice before happily chatting and talking with Blood 2, who sat quietly on the sofa, quietly listening to Jiang Che's story of these years. Ouch! Not a brother. I told you these evil spirits eat this. If I could survive, I'd be willing to eat anything, not to mention the meat paste. Someone is cheating on food again, but if that's the trick to surviving, give me 10 pounds. I have to say that this psychosis shares a way to get along with evil spirits, and as long as you can fake it perfectly and not show your face in front of them, your life is not in danger. Could it be some kind of teasing? Let's play with it for a few days before finally killing it. It doesn't matter even if it's a tease. At least the first 2 days you'll be alive and well enough to find the exit. It's better than being sent to your death as soon as you go in, isn't it? Do you have any information about this man? What kind of mental illness does he have? Without his information, the area of the mental hospital is now inaccessible, and all of the people in the hospital are now in the copy. But this kid is also really good at bragging. Said he spent endless money before? A lot of girls chasing him. Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital. Other people do not know. I know. That is actually to raise human organs. Otherwise where is this kindness to raise a group of brain dead? Blood 2 naturally know that Jiang Che is telling lies. Jiang Che said he was living a very happy life. Said he ate well every day. Had a very happy life. Many girls chasing themselves. It's just that I'm always thinking about home and mom and dad. His emotions radiated bitterness as he said this, and only in the latter sentence did he carry a clean scent. Jiang Che secretly slandered. Many girls chased after him, and he didn't tell lies. Sometimes he didn't want to go for body checkups, and those female caregivers did chase him all over the hospital. Blood Slaughter didn't move and glanced at the second floor. He could feel the blood-clad nurse going out. He just didn't know what she was going to do. It's fine. It's back now. Blood Slaughter patted him on the head, looked at the blood stains on his hand sticking to Jiang Che's hair, and quickly withdrew his hand again. Seems like you, yourself, should really wash your hands. Dad knows that you had a bad time in the past, but in the future, with Dad here, no one will bully you. Blood 2 looked into his eyes and said seriously. They had become evil spirits for an unknown amount of time, and their memories of their lives had pretty much worn off. Did you have a son before? He couldn't remember much of what he'd been born with, but even if he hadn't it wouldn't have mattered. It was nice to have a son now. Jiang Che's eyes reddened and he skimmed his face to hide his tears. Blood Slaughter felt the blissful aura. This emotion couldn't make them stronger, but so many humans could be killed. There was no need to kill Jiang Che. Most of all, the kid wasn't the least bit scared. Why kill him when there's no fear? Beneath the mask, he couldn't help but grin, his head and shoulders twitching with excitement. Seeing him twitching like a maniac, the live feed couldn't help themselves and, this psychopath is so psychologically strong that this evil spirit is on the verge of breaking out, and he still doesn't move a muscle. Who's to say this isn't a tease from an evil spirit? In case he escapes and reveals himself directly. The information on this family of evil spirits came out. Everyone quickly opened their cell phone browsers and searched for Fierce Ghosts Playing House. And this term had already been put on Jiang Che's live broadcast. It was only a matter of moments before everyone saw the appropriate message. Mr. and Mrs. Blood Slaughter, Evil Spirit Rank, A. In the past days of the opening of Copy 9, Blood Butcher and the nurse would always go out hunting, most like not to be too fast and slow to follow the prey. slowly chasing after them, enjoying the desperation and pain of the prey, and would slowly decompose the prey's flesh in the process of chasing after them, with Blood Butcher being responsible for decomposing the kills, and the nurse being responsible for sewing the messy limbs and garbage on the prey to put them away. Rating: enjoy the kill. Extremely dangerous. Seeing the comments below, everyone couldn't help but shiver. There are grades for the danger level of the evil spirits in the replica, but it's not extreme danger that people are afraid of. It's enjoy the killing. The enjoyment of killing represents endless pain and suffering, especially decomposing it before setting it free and sewing the prey into strange shapes. During the opening process before copy 9, the blood slaughter couple also went to participate in the hunt. After all, the fear of humans was one of the elements that made them stronger. So now the information gets pulled up quickly. I can just imagine how miserable this psycho is going to be afterward. Before I was wondering if it was just a game, but now after seeing the description ratings, I can be 100% sure, and the kid is absolutely miserable. I told you that this door should never be opened. All the other doors in this copy were opened by the seeker's painstaking efforts to obtain the key before they mistakenly broke into the evil spirit's house. And only this one. Just put the key on the door. It's clearly a setup. Hey, I'd better go and see the others. He's a dead end here. Looking on will only show how badly he's going to die. Jiang Che looked toward Bloodslaughter. Dad, can I go outside for a stroll later? I haven't looked around my home since I came back. Hearing his words, Bloodslaughter naturally nodded. He also found it strange that when he heard that Jiang Che wanted to go out for a stroll, his first reaction wasn't that he was going to run away, but that he really wanted to stroll around and familiarize himself with his surroundings. I'll give you something to wear later, Bloodslaughter said as he got up and took out a bracelet made of finger bones from a drawer. As soon as he threw it to Jiang Che, it had his scent on it. Your mom should be out getting something for you, so take this out and remember to come home for dinner tonight. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Che escaping, but rather he was afraid that some other evil spirits would hurt Jiang Che if they weren't careful. The corners of Bloodslaughter's mouth unconsciously grinned again as he watched Jiang Che curiously play with the bracelet in his hand. It seems like a pretty good feeling to have a human son. Please collect. Please recommend tickets. Please catch up on your reading. Your support is very important to newcomers. Kneel down and thank you. Jiang Che put the bracelet on his hand, and then he walked out of the small, solitary building under the watchful eye of Bloodslaughter, until he walked a distance away. The audience watching the live stream didn't see Bloodslaughter chasing him out. No, just like that? Really? Bloodslaughter is not chasing? It must be hidden in the shadows, right? Bloodslaughter loves this kind of hunt and kill activity. What does he mean by giving that bracelet? It's a special item for the copy. We couldn't get a functional prop with all the methods we used, and he gave it to him just by playing house with Bloodslaughter? What do you know? The reason why Blood Butcher gave the props is very simple. The intention is to tell the other evil spirits that this is my prey. Don't hit my prey's idea. And that bracelet surely has Blood Butcher's scent on it. No matter where he goes, Blood Butcher will be able to locate him quickly. Thinking about this, when the crowd looked at the bracelet on Jiang Che's wrist, the envy in their eyes had disappeared, and all they had was sympathy. There are many items with special functions and duplicates, which are also known as duplicate props. However, not all items in the copy have special abilities. Some of these items are their own cohesion of copy energy to produce special features, while others are homemade items made by evil spirits, or props that are often used. Not all of these things will be hosting the breath of an evil spirit, as items that seem very rare to humans are not worth mentioning to evil spirits. The only weapons the evil spirits may care about are the ones they carry with them, such as the Blood Butcher's meat cleaver, and the scalpels and suture needles in the nurse's hands. For the other stuff, lose it. Humans acquire, for the most part, the same things. Sneak away special items from the house when the evil spirits are not home. These items have not been deliberately hosted with a scent, only a small remnant, and generally whenever they are lost, the evil spirit cannot find out where the item has gone. But Jiang Che, this is different. Finger bone bracelet through a light pink color? The overall look oily and smooth. At a glance, it was clear that this finger bone bracelet was loved by its owner, and was often placed in his hands to play with the blood to make it such a beautiful color. No one will believe it when they say that there is no scent left behind by the blood slaughter on this. Jiang Che walked towards the outside of the small building. There was no concept of a neighborhood here. Looking from afar, he was able to see all kinds of strange styles in the distance, and these styles represented the various regions, sort of the evil spirit's own domain, with its own style. Some of the areas were laid out similarly to Blood Slaughter's side. With the exception of one main building, there were more scattered unoccupied and abandoned houses, as well as endless scorched earth and ruins. Some of them are just like the neighborhoods, one building after another, and it looks like you're entering some kind of city, if you ignore the silence and eeriness that the road reveals every now and then. This looked more like a small city. And while it wasn't as obvious a target for evil spirits to be located in as the blood slaughter area was, and there were plenty of rooms capable of being used for human habitation and rest, it was a much more ghostly existence than the blood slaughter kind. As long as they weren't out of their minds, they wouldn't voluntarily enter that main building of blood slaughter. But in a building with rooms that all look exactly the same at a glance, no one knows if the direction they are traveling to is the evil spirit room. As Jiang Che walked away, the ground was no longer scorched, and the surrounding greenery no longer looked like it did after the fire. Tender green and newborn, but the grass blades have beads of blood hanging down, watering the dry, blackened ground. This side is full of blood and red, and it looks like it's another realm of evil spirits. Jiang Che lifted his feet. From the moment he stepped into this side of the area, he felt sticky on the soles of his feet. The bloodstains all over the floor had been in a sort of semi-dried state. Sticky and disgusting. He took a few steps, leaving a trail of footprints behind him instantly. But soon the sticky, blood-stained footprints slowly blended back in with the bloodstains around them, making it impossible to see the signs of a human walking by. Smack, smack. Every time Jiang Che took a step, no matter how gently he moved, he would still make a distracting noise from stepping on the ground. Jiang Che frowned. It was better to have his own home. He wasn't planning on going back right away though. Having come out to hang out, he was planning on familiarizing himself with his surroundings a bit more. Moving on, this side becomes intricate. Surprisingly, this side is surrounded by stores, with window cabinets displaying merchandise. Standing in front of a cabinet, Jiang Che got a good look at what was inside. It was a human dry corpse that was now made into a model and displayed inside the counter in a strange pose. Jiang Che looked at it, and that model's dry eyes also looked at Jiang Che. Surprisingly, it's still alive. The viewers watching the live broadcast through the perspective of Jiang Che were also startled, and everyone only felt a layer of goosebumps protruding from the surface of their skin. While watching the live broadcast, they saw the showroom all the way around and assumed it was fake. A dried-up corpse of someone who had died in the past that had been made into a corpse. Save me. The model opened his mouth, unable to move his limbs at all except for his eyes and mouth. Jiang Che stared at the dry corpse in front of him and only felt that it looked a bit familiar. He pressed his chin and pondered for a moment before recognizing this dry corpse. This is the doctor in the hospital who specializes in checking them up. Jiang Che looked at his wrist. Jiang Che remembered that he had a wristwatch on his hand. A patient had been beaten up by him before when he accidentally touched his wristwatch during a medical checkup. There was a small door next to the window counter that seemed to be a passageway to the window, and after Jiang Che made sure he couldn't move, he opened the door directly. The window space is a little cramped, but the basic action is unaffected. Jiang Che reached out and touched the wrist that held him immobilized. Seeing this, the audience froze and I was dumbfounded when this dry body just turned its eyes and spoke. I didn't think it was even alive. I know. It's their batch of doctors who entered the weird copy. Once they went in, they were captured and made into dry corpses to be used as models to display in the cupboards. They can't even die if they want to. This psycho is a good guy despite his brain problem. This dryad has a couple of other accomplices that are just staring at it from a distance. Companions? Where is it? The audience was able to roll over the perspectives of the various survivors, and many of them were aware of what was happening over here. And unlike lone wolves like Jiang Che, there were also survivors who would several appear in the same location when descending into their copies. Just as soon as they arrived at the copy, they hadn't run far before the evil spirits caught up with them. Adhering to the principle of whoever runs slow resists damage, this doctor was also caught and made into a dry body and locked up, and a couple of his companions hadn't gone far. Observing the scene from a distant building, it was safe to say that they didn't dare to appear on the streets at all. The muddy, sticky bloodstains all over the ground were like cobweb radar, and as soon as anyone walked on them, they would be spotted by the evil spirits. Jiang Che stretched out his hand, and just when everyone thought he was going to save the dry body from the immobilizer, he straightforwardly removed the watch on his wrist. He put the watch on his own wrist and looked it up and down into the light. The light reflected by the watch's mirror is so translucent that the characters inside the face are crystal clear. Jiang Che looked at it from all angles, before seeing this medical examiner so valuable, being touched by a patient to beat the person up. He thought it was such a bullish treasure. Now wearing it on his wrist, he only felt it was nothing more than that. This operation of his made the eyes of the dryad stare blankly, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were all silent. I'm really convinced. I was just praising him saying that he's kind despite his brain problems. Now I take back what I just said. Is he really out of his mind and does money work here? So is mental illness then. Even if we don't save him, let's ask him for relevant information while he's still alive, right? What can you do if people don't say? If it was me who was set to die up there, I would definitely want someone to die with me. I'll let you down if you tell me. Do you say yes or no? But what does a psychopath know about that? The audience was very confused about Jiang Che's behavior, and the accomplices within the replica who were watching the scene from a small building in the distance were also very puzzled. Who is this man? A man in casual clothes spoke up, and even though he was wearing casual clothes, he could tell from his neatly oiled hair that this man was usually a social elite in a suit. From our hospital. A mental illness. One of the nurses sighed. Seeing Jiang Che's bold movements, he couldn't help but envy him. This evil spirit hadn't even come out to catch him yet. This psycho had walked this far down the street in a big way without incident, and even had the audacity to open the evil spirit's cupboard. They hadn't been on the ground long before the evil spirits caught them, and now they were even more afraid to go outside and step on the ground. If you want to change locations, you'll also have to find a way to move through the building, as the only place where there's no blood is on the floor of the building. Could it be that the evil spirit didn't catch us at all because we stepped on the ground? Another man in sportswear opened his mouth in doubt. Unlike the elite man, his skin color was a healthy wheat color, and his muscles looked more robust and solid. One could tell that he had been working out for a long time in order to stay alive in the copy. Could it just be that we were unlucky and just happened to run into an evil spirit coming out? He frowned, feeling that it wasn't out of the question. They landed a total of 4, which could be considered a cool game, which would certainly have a much higher chance of survival than a lone wolf. After all, if you run faster than the others, then the one at the end of the run is the meat shield of the team. Impossible. The elite man shook his head, but then he frowned. It's not impossible. During the time of speaking, he did not move to measure the sportsman. Their line of 4 people. The medical examiner has been arrested. The remaining 3 of them, he is considered to be in medium physical ability. If they really encountered danger, he will certainly not be able to run away from this sportsman. It wasn't that he didn't work out. He had worked out hard, but it just seemed like he was going to be much less fit than this guy. Why don't we go out and try? The elite male tentatively posed the question. He was going to get this sports guy before he died himself. He could accept dying in his copy. He just couldn't accept being a mat for someone else. Now let's hurry to follow his footsteps and join him. This psychosis seems to be weak and abnormal. If it is in danger. The elite man did not say more, but both of them could understand what he meant. I think it works. The nurse raised her hand. No one in the hospital has even told this group of psychopaths about the replica category. And this group of psychopaths probably doesn't even know where they are. Maybe we can even trick him into opening the door for us or scouting the way or something. The more the nurse thought about it, the more excited she became, and she realized it was a brilliant idea. All 3 of them had their own agenda, but if there was someone outside of the camp, surely the stranger would be prioritized for sacrifice. As soon as they said that there was a path to explore and a danger to go scouting for, the 2 men's eyes lit up. Then, hurry, leave now. Just because he didn't have an accident means we won't have an accident if we go out now. The elite man walked at the front without saying a word. Now he still knew where Jiang Che was. If he was a bit late, he might not be able to find him. He walked out of the building without the slightest hesitation, not even looking back at the 2 men, and just started running. The nurse stepped out of the room and saw the bloodstains all over the floor, first hesitating for a moment, then running after it. The athletic man just stared for a moment, then quickly followed. He really was the best physically, and it only took a few moments for the nurse to fall behind him. Looking at the 2 running ahead of her, the nurse became even more determined to find Jiang Che. If they couldn't find Jiang Che, then the next time they encountered danger, the mat would be themselves. Jiang Che didn't walk fast. The 3 of them were already not far from the neighborhood, and they caught up with Jiang Che in a few minutes. Friend, wait a minute. The man in the suit quickly called out to Jiang Che. You can't just waltz around here like this. It's dangerous. With that, he pulled Jiang Che without a second thought and ducked into a nearby abandoned room. Entering it, he was relieved to leave the feeling of sticky feet all over the floor. Although he saw Jiang Che walking outside and he guessed that there was no danger now, he felt very uneasy as long as he walked outside. The other 2 followed close behind, and once inside the room, everyone was breathing heavily to soothe their restless hearts. My friend, my name is Zhao Qi. This is Nurse Xiaoya, and this is Brother Wang Bing. He pulled the 2 beside him and began to introduce them. Hello, my name is Jiang Che. Jiang Che saw the 2 and answered politely. This nurse he only thought he'd seen before. Not impressed. Should rarely come over to the ward to see a few things from afar. Most of the time she was in the stabilized area. Jiang Che? Nurse Xiaoya looked at Jiang Che and immediately knew who he was. There were just 100 or so patients in the hospital, mostly a supply of organs before the shenanigans set in. Nurses and doctors in hospitals have the daily job of counting the number of people, preventing patients from escaping, and knowing the condition of the patients, so as to avoid patients with mental illnesses that affect their health, such as self-mutilation or harming others by eating indiscriminately. Jiang Che, she knows, the better donor in the hospital. Other than looking for family members all day long, He doesn't engage in behaviors that hurt other patients or self-harm. Jiang Che? Nurse Xiaoya was overjoyed. She naturally knew Jiang Che as a patient. As long as you said something related to his family, he was very obedient. For a moment, Nurse Xiaoya immediately knew how to control Jiang Che. I know where your family is, so I'll take you there later, okay? Please collect and recommend. Newcomers' new book chase reading is very important. You can also vote to support if you like. Oh, family? Jiang Che turned his face to look at her and smiled politely. No, thank you, I've already found my parents. He kind of regretted that he hadn't interacted with this nurse earlier while he was out there, so she knew her family was in the copy too. Ha! Nurse Xiaoya was stunned. She had planned to use this to control Jiang Che and make him follow her several people, and now he actually said that he had found his family? No! Where is he going to find his family? Zhao Qi fiercely glared towards Xiaoya. Just now he was still happy that Xiaoya was worthy of being a nurse in a mental hospital, knowing how to better control these patients with brain problems, knowing how to quickly calm them down. Who knew this was going to be a problem right away? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Xiaoya was also anxious, but now was not the time to think about this matter, and she was not sure what family member Jiang Che, a psychopath, had found. After all, the mind of a psychopath was completely unfathomable. Seeing Jiang Che about to leave, Xiaoya hurriedly spoke. You found your parents, so did you find your wife and child? Jiang Che's forward steps froze as he looked back at Nurse Xiaoya, who only had a very vague notion of family. Wife, children? Yeah, where is my wife and child? Jiang Che's eyes became more and more hollow, and his expression became more and more strange, until he found his parents. There had been 2 false shadows in his head that enveloped his brain, which corresponded to the location of his parents at home. After the 2 blood slaughterers admitted that they were his parents, the formless parental silhouette in his brain became the appearance of blood slaughterer as well as the blood-clothed nurse. Now hearing her mention her wife and child, Jiang Che held his head and squatted on the ground. The intense pain made him unable to stop wailing. He just felt like his brain was splitting, as if even his scalp was being torn apart. His fingers kept scratching his scalp as if he was thinking and remembering something. After the shadow of the blood butcher 2 people, 2 black shadows quickly generated. But more time, suddenly generated another 2 shadows. A big one and a small one. The big one is tall and manly, holding a child in his hand. What's wrong with him? Zhao Qi frowned as he looked at Jiang Che crouching on the ground holding his head in pain. Somewhat annoyed at himself for wanting a psychopath to follow him inside the group. Can you find a way to make him close his mouth? He's howling so much. What if he attracts evil spirits? Zhao Qi was a little impatient. If it wasn't for the fear that the taste of blood would attract evil spirits, and also the feeling that this mental illness was still useful, he really wanted to slash down and make him close his mouth permanently. Yeah, it feels like shutting him up, or else we really need to get out of here. Find a way to go hide in another building first, and we'll come back when he stops howling. Wang Bing also looked out a few times with concern. For some reason, his heart had been very uneasy since just now, but it's also true that there was no sign of any evil spirits. I'll think of a way. 3 minutes. 3 minutes if he can't shut up. We'll go and hide next to the side. We'll come back when he stops howling. Xiaoya anxiously squatted beside Jiang Che, patting his back to help him relax his spirit. The other 2 looked anxiously at their wristwatches, which were already doing a 3-minute countdown. Yeah, take it easy. We'll take you to your wife and kids, okay? It's dangerous here right now. Be obedient. Your wife is in another place. Let's take you there, okay? Xiaoya's voice was very soft, squatting at Jiang Che's ear in a soft soothing voice. Where is my wife? Jiang Che slowly raised his head as he endured the pain in his head. His forehead was covered in sweat and his eyes had turned crimson. It's at. Ya hesitated, but quickly thought of something. There's a normal area in the copy that looks exactly like the outside, and that's where your wife is. Just do as we say and we'll take you over to her. Ya felt witty for her words. She realized she was just too smart for her own good. Zhao Qi and Wang Bing looked at each other. Copy 9 was very famous because it was famous for not being able to find an escape exit at all. But that's why everyone is so familiar with this side of the area, because the people outside were analyzing, at every moment, where the exit of copy 9 was hidden. Inside copy 9, there are a total of 95 areas where the evil spirits each release their own domains, and these domains range from large to small, and the evil spirits generally work on their own without interfering with each other. Each of the 95 areas has its own unique horror elements, but here is one that really is exactly like Ya's introduction. That place looked as normal as the outside world. No haunted house or blood all over the place. Strange cobwebs and tentacles were all absent. It was as normal as a paradise. One suspects that the exit is there, because it's really so special. Some people sneak into it, but as soon as they do, they inexplicably die, and the live feed cuts right off due to the death of the survivor. Now Ye is actually letting this psycho get there to find his wife. And the psycho isn't even manipulated by them until they arrive at their destination. As for the wife, the two of them skimmed their heads and secretly snickered. This was a spooky replica of a place filled with evil spirits that took people's lives. How could there be a wife for him? The audience couldn't help but sigh at the sight. This creepy copy is just like the Shura. No one can be trusted here. Fellow travelers can't be trusted either. And those who travel in company only want each other to shield them from harm. Where it's all about mutual calculation. A total of more than 300 people came in. And this is just less than half a day's work. And already half of them are dead. And a large portion of the remaining ones have already begun to be hunted down and tortured. These three must not know it yet, right? This psychosis is also a time bomb. They want this psychosis to scout the way. But they don't realize that having this psychosis around is like having two more evil spirits to hunt them down. The Tennessee Hoop opener was played hard by the trio as a sky crash. When you see a person traveling solo, a fool knows that there is definitely something wrong with that person. Expecting the three of them to see the bloodsuckers. And finally the bloodsuckers catching up. Ha, how did my prey change from 1 to 4? It's going to be mitotic. Right you. The three naturally knew not to mess with anyone who dared to strut solo in the copy. But this time the situation was really special. This man is a mental hospital patient. Out of his mind. It's all coming to you. Unfavorably utilized for nothing. At this moment, the four people had their own thoughts in their hearts. But they didn't realize that in a place not far away, an evil spirit was staring at their location with a deadly stare. As soon as he started, he sensed an additional prey in his area. One that carried the mark of the blood slaughter. It was just a prey. And he didn't care at first. Let's. But it did not occur to me that this prey had come together with his own. Calculating that they wouldn't be able to walk out of his area in a short time. He planned to go find blood slaughter to make a point. Ask him what the hell he means. Letting his prey run around is fine. Now he wants to hog his prey? Jiang Che went crazy for a short period of time. The three of them were scared for a few minutes. And only after seeing Jiang Che calm down and the danger didn't come, did they let out a sigh of relief? As long as it doesn't make too much noise. In everyone's mind it equates to reduced danger. Come on. Let's take you to your wife. Zhao Qi couldn't help but want to laugh. It was the first time he had ever coached a mental illness in such a serious manner. With that he looked at Sayaka beside him. It wasn't easy for you guys before. You had to take care of these people a lot. Xiaoya closed her mouth. Just now she suddenly realized that she had already told these two people the method to control Jiang Che. If they were in danger, I'm afraid that they would be the first to be given up, and Jiang Che might outlive them. Having an object around that can be controlled and ready to be sacrificed naturally eliminates the poorly controlled person first out of the game when it comes to danger. There are a lot of people like Jiang Che. Maybe on the way we can meet quite a few more. When the time comes we can pull them all into our team. As long as we keep them under control properly, they'll be very useful pawns. Xiaoya seemed to have thought of something and clapped her hands excitedly, but didn't dare to clap out. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, as could be seen from Jiang Che. In this bizarre copy, stupid people have stupid blessings. The more brain dead they are, the more they can't help but live a little longer than normal people. They should meet more psychopaths along the way after that. She had the weaknesses of each psychopath in her head, their obsessions, and she knew what to do to better appease the psychopath's heart. It also means they'll have a steady stream of pawns. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Qi and Wang Bing immediately looked at each other. The two didn't speak. They just walked out of the abandoned house where they were at the moment, one after the other. Stepping outside, the feeling of sticky feet came back from the soles, revolting the heart with every step you took on them. Is that place far away? Jiang Che looked at the direction the few people were traveling in. He remembered that he wasn't going to this location when he came. Yeah, it'll only take 3 days. Zhao Qi swept over Jiang Che's shoulders, not mentioning in the slightest about the fact that the copy would end in 3 days, and that if he couldn't find the exit, he would be obliterated. What's more, many of them wouldn't survive 3 days, and basically by the end of the second day, they would be hunted cleanly by the evil spirits. That won't work. Jiang Che shook his head. He could go out of town, but he thought that he must explain to his family before going out of town, lest he make them worry. Why not? Don't you want to go find your wife? Zhao Qi glanced at Xiaoya, as if complaining that this control reason of his wasn't 100% working. It's too far. I'm going to tell mom and dad before I leave. Jiang Che shook his head. Why don't you guys come with me and say hello and we'll leave? He was sure mom and dad would understand him going for a wife. After all, it was their daughter-in-law. Zhao Qi frowned as he let go of Jiang Che's shoulder and pulled Xiaoya aside. The mom and dad he's talking about can't be other survivalists, right? Xiaoya's face was equally ugly. She had also discovered this problem. Besides their group, there was another group of people controlling Jiang Che with this reason. It should be that there are other seekers who claim that his parents are controlling him, but now that he's going to look for his wife, he'll definitely have a new obsession. So let's just go with him to meet him, and then won't it be Jiang Che's choice whether he goes with them or with us? Xiaoya pondered for a moment. It's good to meet them, or to see who some of the other people who survived are. Maybe we can go together. Wang Bing didn't care about more people in the group. He was confident in his physical fitness, and in the event of danger, it was certainly not he who would be left at the end of the line. 10 more like that wouldn't be able to outrun him, and no matter how many people were on the team, it would be in his favor. Okay, if that's okay, then a few of us will go together. Zhao Qi gritted his teeth and said, of the few people in their team now, Wang Bing he wouldn't necessarily be able to get through, and Xiaoya had a use for her now. The three of them discussed it before looking at Jiang Che beside them. Let's go back and get your parents together. When the time comes, the few of us will go together to help you find a wife. Jiang Che was delighted. This was truly a happy occasion for all. He hit the ground running and walked quickly to the front. He couldn't wait to show his family the new friends he had made. I don't know if it's just him, but it feels like everyone he meets is a lot friendlier to him after having his parents. People used to be impatient with him all the time, and now these people can still hook up and interact with him. Jiang Che took the three of them in a different direction. He always remembered the path he had taken. It's actually not impossible to follow him. I actually didn't even finish memorizing the map of copy 9. I just know the general situation. Zhao Qi whispered to the people around him. Me too. I wouldn't have thought I'd be in copy 9. There are too many copies. I didn't even memorize the map. I read all about the ways to find the exit, and how to better survive in the hands of the evil spirits, and how to get some special items before leaving. Wang Bing couldn't help but snort when he heard them talking about maps. He firmly believed in exits and whatnot. The only way to find them was to live. As long as you're alive, you're bound to get export-related intel. Jiang Che couldn't understand what they were saying a bit, and the three of them were also avoiding him a bit deliberately when they spoke. Just as a few people were chatting away, a thick and sticky footstep came from behind them. The hairs on the backs of the three men stood straight up the moment they heard that voice. Eyes engaged in a momentary meeting, and without even saying a word, the three of them took to their feet and began to run. What with letting whoever sent to their death first and letting Jiang Che, the obedient one, live, all the previous calculations disappeared at this moment, and one idea filled the entire brain. Escape! Run ahead of everyone! Jiang Che looked at the several people suspiciously. Why did they suddenly run away? What about Jiang Che? Xiaoya did her best to follow the two. What do I care if he lives or dies? Damn luck is really back. I should have known to ask him where the other group was. Now the only way to escape first is to run in this direction. The three quickly fled for their lives, not daring to look behind them at all. The evil spirit arrived at Jiang Che's side in just a few breaths, and he glanced at him fatally with a sideways glance before brushing past him. He had already asked Blood Butcher, and Blood Butcher said that as long as he didn't move the one with the bracelet, the rest of them didn't matter. Jiang Che tilted his head and was very puzzled. Why did this group of people suddenly run away in a swarm? It was only a matter of moments before there was only a layer of footprints on the bloodstains on the ground. The man whose lower body was just like a spider then walked up to him and sniffed suspiciously towards where he was. Jiang Che also looked at him suspiciously, focusing a few more glances towards his lower body, where 8 spread spider legs took up most of the block. And the reason he walks over with wet footsteps is because each of those 8 legs is wearing 8 different shoes. The evil spirit looked at Jiang Che suspiciously. At first he was just curious about what Blood Slaughter's prey looked like, but only after the other 3 prey had run away did he suddenly realize that this prey of Blood Slaughter's hadn't even had a hint of fear when he saw it. A few people had been together before, and with all the flavors of fear mixed together, he couldn't tell who was who. No wonder Blood Slaughter wanted to mark this person for release. The grade of this prey was too high. Once such a person develops fear, it can be a real tonic. Now it seems that it can only be a cheap Blood Butcher. It wasn't that he had principles, but he knew that he was no match for the Blood Slaughter family. Just seeing him chase towards the trio after glancing at Jiang Che, this scene made the people watching the live broadcast envious. Don't catch it. It's too good to be true. So there are advantages and disadvantages to being marked. The advantage is that it is safe to go wherever you go. The disadvantage is that there is no solution to this situation. Being tracked and localized. Other people are careful and cautious and can still live. He just died a little slower. It's really hard to tell if it's good or bad. What if it runs away before the evil spirits find it? Those 3 people were dumbfounded. Right? They wanted to leave the mental illness behind to guard the rear. Who knew that the evil spirits wouldn't kill the man at all? I'm going to see all 3 of them and really laugh my ass off. At this time, Jiang Che also trotted up. This group of people still had to take him to find his wife. He couldn't lose them. The picture in the copy was very weird at this time. The 3 humans ran ahead, and the evil spirits followed behind the 3 of them unhurriedly, unleashing spiders from time to time, watching them struggle after struggling. It's not too fast or too slow, and it keeps up with the people in front of it as they fight their way forward. It's enjoying the thrill of the chase. And Jiang Che trotted after him. No! Did that Jiang Che die so quickly? It couldn't even stall the evil spirit for a second. Zhao Qi was a bit annoyed as he could feel countless spider silks jetting in from behind, trying to grab them. But every time those spiders were just short of the mark, and fortunately for them, they were so fast that every time the spiders fired over they landed behind them. Every now and then you can feel your heels sticking to the spider's silk, but you can quickly break free. They didn't dare to look back. They didn't even dare to skim the rest of their eyes toward their backs. If they glanced behind them, they would be able to realize that Jiang Che, the one who hadn't resisted the evil spirit for even a second in their mouths, was firmly following the evil spirit. When another spider silk stood on Zhao Qi's heels, he couldn't hold back at all. He looked at Wang Bing who was running at the front and pulled out his pistol from his pocket. His target was not Xiaoyao behind him, but Wang Bing who was running at the front. Xiaoyao naturally saw Zhao Qi's movements, but she kept her mouth tightly shut and didn't say anything. A Jiang Che obviously couldn't satisfy the appetite of the evil spirits behind him, and if Wang Bing didn't die, then the only one who would die would be himself. The moment he pulled out his pistol, the live viewers couldn't help but sigh. So in fact, many people bring weapons into their copies to deal with not evil spirits at all, but companions. The copies have been open for so long that the number of kills between humans and evil spirits is completely 50-50. Is it useful to run at the front? Wasn't it taught a long time ago? Don't expose your back to the enemy. So Jiang Che's kind is instead the safest. Although they will all die, people won't live in fear for these 3 days. As they spoke, everyone was also very envious of Jiang Che, thinking that it was quite good for him to be like this, to be happy before he died, just like the 3-day trip to the replica. In the next second, only 2 gunshots were heard. As the banging, Wang Bing's 2 calf stomach then appeared 2 bleeding holes. Inside the melting blood flow, Wang Bing a loss of strength, the whole person directly planted on the ground. Seeing him fall to the ground, Zhao Qi quickly retrieved his own gun and ran frantically past him. Nurse Xiaoya only looked down to see those eyes full of loathing and hatred as she passed by Wang Bing. Zhao Qi, you bitch! You shall not die! Wang Bing roared hysterically. His face flushed red. His voice had emotions that he couldn't vent out. The evil spirit walked over to Wang Bing and laughed softly before bending down and picking it up and grasping it in his hand. It didn't pursue any further. Those emotions had just been enough. Resentment, anger, revenge. Outsiders only know that they evil spirits like to hunt people, but they don't know that it's not human flesh and blood that they want. What they want is simply those negative emotions of humans, which are fundamental to their growth. He stared at the prey he had just caught in his hand, the man overflowing with sadness and despair, and more still resentment, without bothering to look at Jiang Che behind it. It took Wang Bing and left straight away, its 8 legs climbing rocks and walking on walls like spiders, disappearing between the buildings in just a few breaths. But he took in his hands the king's soldiers who had already despaired, but at this moment he saw Jiang Che who was running behind them with a humming and puffing. He wondered why Jiang Che didn't die. The heavy and disorganized footsteps behind them suddenly disappeared, and only then did Zhao Qi and the 2 of them dare to glance towards the back. After realizing that the spider evil spirit had disappeared into thin air, he let out a sudden sigh of relief and ducked into the house next to him in a flash. Zhao Qi and Nurse Xiaoya hid together, the abandoned room filled with the sound of their heavy breathing. Nurse Sayaka gave him a scornful look, but didn't mention that he had just shot him. The evil spirit has captured 2 people, so it looks like it won't appear anytime soon. Zhao Qi patted his chest for a long time before his breathing became calmer. It's just a shame. Sayaka sighed. What's the pity? There are so many mental illnesses. Just find another one to send to death and die. Zhao Qi gave her a cold look. You have to know that the reason why you are alive, knowing how to control those psychopaths, knowing their weaknesses, is your value. Naturally, he wouldn't say it was because Xiaoya herself was weaker than himself, and it wasn't like this kind of little nurse was able to buy a hot weapon to have on her side like their kind of landed gentry, and other than knives and forks, they couldn't find any special weapons that weren't a bit of a threat at all. In danger, he was strong and sturdy, and Xiaoya herself was a ready sacrifice. You guys, what are you doing running so fast? I almost couldn't catch up. Jiang Che followed the footprints into the room, and he leaned against the door armrest breathing heavily. The group ran like hell and almost followed them off themselves. He was running slowly and his vision was blocked by the evil spirit's body. He only heard two loud noises, and then he saw two holes appear in one of the men's legs and stomach. There was blood pouring out, and the man who had been following them took the man away, supposedly to be taken away for treatment. From the moment he entered the replica he knew that many of the people here looked a little different from the outside world, and his mom and dad looked a little different from the outside world. But can you really define someone by their looks? Didn't see the guy with the spider legs take the guy with the spider legs to get treatment after he was just injured. You can see that most of the people here are good-hearted. Hearing Jiang Che's voice, the two men jerked their heads back to look at the doorway, and when they saw Jiang Che, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. You're still alive. Zhao Qi couldn't help but take 2 steps back as he looked Jiang Che up and down, expecting him to have gone through a lot of effort to escape from the evil spirit. He saw that there wasn't even a speck of dust on his entire body, not even a tear in the clothes. How is this possible? Zhao Qi had one hand reaching to his back waist, where his weapon was pinned. Nurse Sayaka did stabilize her mind and swallowed. Just now, that spider evil spirit, how did you escape from under him? Spider? Upon hearing this word, Jiang Che immediately knew who they were talking about. Why are you guys running away? Running so fast I can't even catch up. Zhao Qi pressed down on his temples. What this psycho was saying was becoming more and more incomprehensible to him. What can't catch up? You're chasing us? Yeah. You guys ran too fast. We chased after them for a long time. We just saw a person getting hurt, then that uncle took that person away. Jiang Che sighed. If they didn't run too fast, how could they get injured? The uncle must have wanted them to stop running so they wouldn't fall. Still, the warning was not enough. Someone was still injured, and the uncle took someone to be treated. Wait a minute. He didn't arrest you? Zhao Qi felt like his 3 views had been shocked. I've been following him to chase you guys. It was too fast. Jiang Che said helplessly. I almost lost him, and you guys promised to take me to my wife. I see. Zhao Qi slapped at his thigh. I know how to survive in the weird copy. Zhao Qi hugged Nurse Xiaoya. I've finally figured it out. Ha 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 ha. His words were agitated, almost frantic. You can't run. You can't run. If you run, you will die. It turns out that evil spirits only catch those who run. He looked at Jiang Che and felt like he understood something. Nurse Xiaoya seemed to have reacted as well, and she looked at Jiang Che, feeling that this was the answer. No wonder the psycho was coming and going here and there in the copy, but it turned out that this fool had crookedly touched the rules of copy 9. Yes, 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 no running. She looked at Zhao Qi excitedly, tears welling up around her eyes. Zhao Qi took a deep breath, then confidently looked at Nurse Xiaoya. After that, let's go together. Now that I've found the copy rules, I'll definitely bring you all to live. He couldn't help but smile. Once he became the first person to breach copy 9, then he would become a hero and would be rewarded with the first pass of the copy. And this group of people he saved would become his squad. After all, there were too many rules in the copy, and the chances of following a smart person and surviving afterward were high because that person was able to break the rules. Yeah, you know, I had no choice but to shoot just now. He turned his head to look at Sayaka, excusing his earlier behavior. But now that you know the rules, you can rest assured that I will definitely take you all out of here. And when the reality of the bizarre hunting grounds descends, we will still need to work together. Zhao Qi continued. Xiaoya had also thought that he had ulterior motives, but when she heard him say that he needed to seek cooperation when the hunting ground descended, Xiaoya immediately realized that her death would not be beneficial to him. Every person who survived the replica would have their physique enhanced, and then there were the replica props, which were too slow for a person to collect, and there were numerous side effects to using replica props, which would be difficult for a person's body to withstand. He needs a partner. Brother Zhao, I definitely trust you. Xiaoya immediately changed her face. After we go back alive this time, we'll be partners who can deliver our lives. So why did you guys run? Jiang Che looked at the two. It caused me to almost not be able to catch up. No running, not even after that. Zhao Qi patted Jiang Che's shoulder. Although this kid had brain problems, he was definitely his lucky star. Found out too many rules for myself after having him around. Let's go find your parents first. Zhao Qi took Jiang Che by the shoulders. He was in a good mood now and put the matter of Jiang Che having brain problems behind him. And the people watching the live stream were outright dumbfounded this time. Ugh no, wait for me to slow down. These, he thought were this one, another he thought was this one, and then actually this one. How did it get so cloudy? Now this Zhao Qi thinks Jiang Che's mom and dad are humans, and also the group of doctors and nurses at the hospital are bluffing him into obeying them, right? Seems to be the case. He's now going to follow to meet Jiang Che's parents? Blood slaughter? You wanted to see me? Blood slaughter. I knew putting out this kid would definitely come back. I didn't expect to give me extra food. Damn, I'm really going to die laughing. It turns out that you really can't go with a psychopath on the next copy because you have no idea what he's thinking. Jiang Che, Mom and Dad. I brought a friend back. Mr. and Mrs. Bloodslaughter, you're such a good boy. You still know how to give Mom and Dad extra meals. The spider evil spirit sensed that the trio was beginning to advance on the bloody ground again in the distance, and he glanced in the direction of none other than the Blood Slaughter family. It was only a glance, and he withdrew his gaze, because he and Blood Slaughter had agreed not to interfere with each other, even if the prey ran into each other's territory. The Wang Bing under his feet was gradually turning into a dry corpse under the wrapping of his spider silk. Wang Bing's eyes were also filled with despair, not realizing that he had worked so hard on his body and ended up dying at the hands of his own people. Do you want revenge? In the dying moments of his life, he heard a hoarse, shrill voice coming from above his head. He looked upwards. The spider evil spirit was looking at him playfully. I'll let you go back. You go and bring them to me and you'll die together. How about that? He didn't say he wouldn't kill, but he could promise to let them die together. Wang Bing's eyes fiercely became vicious. He was no longer seeking to live. He just wanted Zhao Qi to be buried with him. Yes. Request for recommendations. Request for collection. Request for reading. I hope you will support this new book. Jiang Che led the two of them towards the way they had come, seeing the sticky bloody ground under their feet getting shallower and shallower, and the scenery in front of them gradually starting to change. After the ground turned into scorched earth, Zhao Qi and the others let out a small sigh of relief. It was only after the sticky texture on the soles of their feet disappeared that they felt like they were once again on solid ground. I didn't expect him to actually recognize the way, Zhao Qi muttered in a small voice as he looked around the surroundings, a glance filled with dilapidation. This side should be safe. This kid doesn't look scared at all. Nurse Xiaoya followed behind Jiang Che, surveying the surroundings with the same steps. Where are your parents? Zhao Qi touched his hidden pistol. Now that he was going to meet up with the other team, he felt like he should be able to get the upper hand. Because the ones who can use their parentage to control Jiang Che should be the hospital doctors or another medical staff. Only these people are right to know the weaknesses of these mental illnesses and can control Jiang Che with their identity of being his parents. Zhao Qi didn't care about Jiang Che right now. What he cared about was being able to dominate when he rendezvoused and allied with more people. It should be at home. Jiang Che walked towards the building in the very center. The further he traveled in the direction of his home, the happier he was that he could tell his mom and dad later that he was going to find a wife. Mom and dad should be happy too. Zhao Qi and the two of them followed behind Jiang Che, constantly surveying the surroundings. The two of them were unfamiliar with this area, but they could also tell that they had been walking in a straight line since they entered this area. They hadn't dared to walk in a straight line like this before in the spider evil spirit's territory. They had all only dared to circle around the periphery a little bit, but that's it. That spider evil spirit still found them. It's hard to. Zhao Qi and Xiaoya looked at each other. It's true that no one of the previous survivors has ever figured out the rules of Copy 9. Now it seems that those rules of sneaking and hiding not to be discovered by the evil spirits of the other copies are not suitable to be used here at all. The more Zhao Qi thought about it, the more he felt that what he had said was very accurate. And he felt that he had realized a lot of things in just less than half a day of following Jiang Che. This is the place for the straight and narrow. For example, you can't run when you encounter evil spirits. You can't circle around when you enter each area. Straight and narrow. That's the copy rule. And all of these rules were broken by this kid Jiang Che by mistake. Zhao Qi looked at the figure walking ahead and couldn't help but laugh to himself. He didn't realize that they, the survivalists, were not as good as this psychotic mindless trespassing when they were carefully hiding here. That's why we haven't seen any evil spirits appear even though we've traveled this far. Zhao Qi followed behind Jiang Che. That means this kid's luck is really good. When we meet the others later, regardless of whether we form an alliance or not, this Jiang Che person we must stay. He had always disbelieved in any claims of Qi, but now he felt that Jiang Che had a bit of metaphysics on him. I also think we should keep him. We'll use the wife argument to get him to come with us later. Zhao Qi whispered and instructed Xiaoya. Well, I know. When the time comes, I'll lie that he has a wife and a daughter, and trick him into joining us. Xiaoya also kind of felt the importance of Jiang Che. This kid was a bit of shit luck on his side. We're almost there. My house is right there. Jiang Che pointed to a small building in the distance, like a ruin after a fire, like a lord's ancient castle in this wasteland. It was different from the area where the spider evil spirit was located, before. There were countless small building blocks in addition to the blood and water all over the ground, but everywhere you look in this area, except for a few abandoned houses, there are signs of a fierce fire. Zhao Qi looked to the building in front of him. He didn't realize where it was until he walked outside of it. He stopped his small steps, his voice low. I know of this place. It used to be where some survivors landed after entering the duplicate. And there was a key at the same time they landed. But none of them ever opened that door. Will it be dangerous? Nurse Xiaoya couldn't help but pull on Zhao Qi's clothes. And Zhao Qi had the rare honor of not slapping her hand away. I don't think so. This kid is a bit of shit luck on him. Everyone dares not open that door. But this kid dares to open it. This confirms the rule I figured out earlier. That this copy is for the straight and narrow. Everyone thinks that this place is dangerous. The truth is, it's just safe in here. The more Zhao Qi spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Seeing Zhao Qi's serious step-by-step analysis, the pop-up screen had gone silent. I'm really impressed with this big smart. If it was a normal person in front of you, these speculations of yours about the rules of copy 9 would be completely valid. This is a copy. The guy in front is mentally ill. Josie, I'm so fucking smart. This broadcast could all be used as fodder to educate on the importance of determining whether or not a person is mentally ill before speculating on their behavior. I didn't realize that with the small ninth copy, the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix are all together. Jiang Che led the two of them to the front of the small, solitary building and reached out to knock on the door. Mom and Dad, I'm back. There was a hidden excitement in his eyes, and he was thrilled at the thought of going to his wife after a quick hello. A dull knock thudded on the door, and no one answered, but there was the sound of shuffling feet. Zhao Qi had already placed his hand behind his back to pick up his pistol, and he stood behind Jiang Che and raised it to the position of the room's door. Whoever it was that opened the door, he was going to give the other side a little forceful deterrent first. The only way to control the situation is with a show of force. The door to the room in front slowly opened, and a figure slowly appeared behind the doorway. There was still blood and grime on the dirty killing clothes, and the stitched mask of the white skull was reflected in the eyes, with holes in the eyes where blood-colored eyes could be seen. At that instant, Zhao Qi only felt his entire body sweating, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet and went straight to the top of his head. His hand was shaking uncontrollably as he squeezed the pistol. The audience watching the livestream also jolted a bit and choked on the. Even if you already know the outcome, you still feel suffocated when you see this image. If I were Zhao Qi, I'd have my soul fly away. Josie, is this the mom and dad you were talking about? Blood slaughter, you who? Sure enough, you went out and brought back prey. I finally know why blood slaughter didn't kill this psycho. It's clearly bait. Before anyone could discuss a result, a gunshot was heard on the air. Bang! The force of the bullet shot directly into Bloodslaughter's head, and he threw his head back, black smoke rising from his brow. Zhao Qi clenched his teeth. The hand that was squeezing the pistol was trembling. He didn't know how he should describe his mental activities at the moment he just opened the door. All he knew was that if the evil spirit didn't die, it would be himself who would die. This stupid psycho. Zhao Qi's hands were trembling, but Jiang Che in front of him had gone crazy as he heard a gunshot coming from behind him. And then he saw a black hole appear on Bloodslaughter's brow. Regret, chagrin, anger. In an instant many emotions appeared in his head. He turned around and choked Zhao Qi, his eyes rounded and his veins bulging. I'll fucking kill you. Jiang Che tightened his grip on Zhao Qi's neck. Xiaoya took 2 steps back. The scene in front of her had broken her. She looked at Jiang Che who was choking Zhao Qi, and simply couldn't understand why this psychotic would be angry when he shot at the evil spirit. She kept backing away. Now she just wanted to take advantage of this dogfight. Before he left, he saw Zhao Qi rising with a pig liver-colored face, slowly raising his pistol and aiming it at Jiang Che's temple. The audience watching the livestream was silent for a moment. Who says mental illness is stupid? I don't think mental illness is stupid at all. And he knows his umbrella is gone. Dog eat dog. And the winner in the end is actually that little nurse. No, brothers, you seem to be forgetting one thing. Pistols, these hot weapons, do no harm at all to evil spirits. A sentence that brought the crowd straight back to reality. Yeah, hot weapons have no effect on evil spirits at all. Sure enough, just as the gun was about to be aimed at Jiang Che's temple, a hand cupped Zhao Qi's muzzle. Only 2 fingers slowly closed, and the round-barreled muzzle was pinched and flattened in a flash. Bloodslaughter had slowly raised his head back, a charred hole in the brow of his mask, but it was visible that he hadn't suffered any damage to his main body other than the mask. Alright, I'm fine. Bloodslaughter patted Jiang Che's head. He could feel Jiang Che's emotions. That moment of anger and also regret wasn't fake. It was worthy of his own son. He reached out and cupped Zhao Qi's head, and glanced at Xiaoya, who was trying to escape. The moment the icy eyes passed over, just one glance stopped her in her tracks. Take your friends inside for dinner. This bad guy dad will take care of it. He looked at Xiaoya and also Jiang Che, signaling them to go into the house. Is it really okay? Jiang Che wiped the corners of his moist eyes. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought home everyone. I brought them back because they said they knew where my wife was. It's fine. You're a good boy. It's all because they're bad. Bloodslaughter pushed Jiang Che and pushed him into the house. You go in too. He glanced at Sayaka, who had fallen to the ground. Xiaoya backed away in terror, trying to escape even more, when a blood-clad nurse appeared behind her and grabbed her by the back of her shirt. Come on, get inside. Everyone's waiting. The door to the room was closed, and Blood Slaughter grabbed Zhao Qi's head with one hand and dragged him towards the location of the garden. 5 fingers were tightly embedded in Zhao Qi's skull as he hissed in agony. His eyes glazed over. It wasn't until after he had walked out for some distance that he slightly exerted his fingers, and plasma instantly shot out in all directions. A headless body fell to the ground in a disoriented heap, blood seeping quickly into the dirt and mixing with the black scorched earth. After doing this, he didn't go home right away and disappeared in a few flashes. All that was left behind was a headless body thrown in the bushes. At this time inside the small, solitary building, Nurse Sayaka, who hadn't dared to move a muscle since she'd been grabbed into this place and pressed into a chair, looked at the scene before her, her eyes full of horror, because he saw Jiang Che sitting on the sofa with a guilty face at that moment, chagrined and with his head lowered. Daddy's not back yet? Every now and then he looked to where the door was. He'll be back soon. He went to return an item to a friend. The blood-clothed nurse poured Jiang Che a cup of water and handed it to him. These 2 prey belonged to the spider next door, and Blood Slaughter had just killed one without holding back, so naturally he needed to go find another prey to return to the others. Sayaka sat motionless in her chair, her fingers feeling the rough texture of the table and chair as the blood dried, creeping her out. But that wasn't what horrified her the most. If there was something weirder than Jiang Che calling creepy mom and dad, it would be this blood-clothed nurse handing over a clean cup to Jiang Che to pour a cup of clean water. The pure, clear water is out of place with everything else here. Is this your friend? The blood-clad nurse glanced in Sayaka's direction, the scent of this human's panic having filled the room. She's not my friend, but she knows where my wife is and says she'll take me to her. You have a wife? The blood-clad nurse froze as well, then frowned. Then you need to hurry up and go find her. It's not safe here. She felt like she was purely in love with the house, and even though she hadn't met the girl yet, she didn't want her to die out there like that. You know where it is? She looked quizzically at Nurse Sayaka. Yes, we agreed before where we would meet. Xiaoya couldn't think too hard at this point, and didn't even dare to say that that wife was something she made up. For a moment she had a plan. If she led Jiang Che to the other creepy, said that this one was his wife, and then asked that creepy to kill Jiang Che, the blood slaughter over here knew the news and then went over to kill that evil spirit. And as they dog eat dog, would he be able to take advantage of the opportunity to survive? The blood-clad nurse frowned. She could only feel Aya's emotions, not read her heart, only feeling various joyful celebration-type thoughts flashing by in that instant. She wondered if it was just her own fault. Her thoughts were absurd at this point. She actually felt that this blood-slaughter family really treated Jiang Che as a son. But how is this possible? Jiang Che is human. Alright, then you can eat before you go, and bring a little more food on the way. The blood-clad nurse also knew that time was of the essence, and in this hellhole, who knew if her wife would die the next second? There's no need to wait for him to come back on your dad's end. It'll take time for him to go find something to return to his friend. By the way, I made you a dress. Put it on. With it she pulled out a doctor's tunic that was stained with a few drops of blood. The tears on it had been sewn up. Eat before you go looking for humans. With that, she brought out a bowl of boiled instant noodles and placed it in front of Jiang Che. This was the human food she had obtained from a few prey items after going out to look for them. As for Xiaoya, she pressed on. It didn't matter if the man ate or not. Seeing the food in front of Jiang Che, Xiaoya was instantly dumbfounded. This is instant noodles? The food prepared by the evil spirits is instant noodles? Why did she understand this world less and less? Do evil spirits like instant noodles? The viewers watching the live stream didn't care about that. They didn't think that this was the evil spirit being nice to Jiang Che. After all, evil spirits were all hypocrites. This must be an attempt to make Jiang Che continue to be the bait to trick this psycho into bringing people back. What everyone was jealous of was the doctor's outer robe that Jiang Che was wearing. This is another special copy item. Why can't I get one even if I put my life on the line? But this psycho can get two. I'm begging for favorites, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Jiang Che ate his meal quickly. He was in a hurry to go out. The atmosphere in the room was eerie. Jiang Che buried his head in dry food, while the blood-clothed nurse sat across from Jiang Che, obviously wearing a muddy and dirty nurse's uniform. Her face was also wrapped in bandages, and even under the bandages you could vaguely see countless centipede-like scars. The words blood and horror were no longer enough to interpret her. She didn't say anything, but Xiaoya always felt that this evil spirit exuded compassion and a motherly glow. Xiaoya didn't dare to make any unauthorized movements, and when she saw that the evil spirit didn't hurt her, her brain raced at a faster pace in fear. Chill out. She began to secretly adjust her breathing as her raging heart began to calm down a little. Calmness is a must for all before entering a copy. It's just that when it comes to danger, not everyone can stay calm and not everyone is mentally fit. Mother's love? She had just felt that the evil spirit in front of her was very wrong, and now when she thought about it, she felt even more crazy. Right. One of them went around looking for his parents all day long, and the other one really thought of him as a son? She pondered whether she should also follow Jiang Che and call the evil spirit a mom for a bold gamble, and immediately thought that she would immediately follow Jiang Che and leave to find his wife. At least the other party wouldn't make a move on herself until she found his wife. By now the live stream audience had exploded, as the live feed was unaffected by the illusions of. Normally, when you watch a live stream, you often see the survivalist in an illusionary trap from a spectator's point of view. Ordinary survivalists have no means at all of breaking illusions. There are those who follow evil spirits as accomplices, and those who use inexplicable things as food. The authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear. Every time the live broadcast saw the survivalist encounter the illusion, the crowd beat their chests and heads, feeling sad for the survivalist who was hit by the illusion, and also feeling sad that they could not decipher when they encountered this kind of thing. So now everyone could clearly see that the one Jiang Che had eaten was a real serving of instant noodles. It's not some unknown flesh and blood phantasmagoria or some nasty maggot. No. Didn't you eat all that disgusting food at the last meal, and this one is normal? Which step exactly am I not following? I'm a bit confused. It feels like this blood-clothed nurse really raised Jiang Che as her son? It's not raising a son, is it? It feels more like raising a pet. Do you guys think this is a way of circling around with the evil spirits and getting props and being safe for a short time? As long as I can escape in the end, I'll accept if I'm being a pet and a slave in the meantime. The audience began to calculate the likelihood of success for this kind of houseplaying. There had never been an example of houseplaying with an evil spirit before, and this was the first case ever. At the same time, the heat in Jiang Che's live broadcast room grew violently. The fact that a psychosis like his could survive until now and had gotten 2 special props already spoke volumes. Mighty ghosts over the house. Feasible. Everyone in the live broadcast was now staring at Jiang Che with a death glare, wanting to learn how he maneuvered around the evil spirits. Looking at the pop-ups, seriously analyzing Jiang Che's every move. Some people laughed to themselves and said, laughing to death, mental illness is really fucking born over the family saint body. It didn't occur to you that I'd need to play house with a psychopath? Is it possible that it's just a coincidence that this trick wouldn't work at all with other evil spirits? And it's just this bloody nurse's own fetish? The crowd was silent and could only study carefully. One more trick to learn is one more trick that might come in handy when you're desperate. It only took a few minutes to eat a single serving of instant noodles, and Jiang Che just took 2 big bites, and the noodles in the bowl were almost at the bottom. That's when he saw Aya, who was sitting in her seat, staring at him dead in the face. Xiaoya didn't understand why Jiang Che could eat so well. Why was he able to eat what the evil spirit gave him without a care in the world? The food in Jiang Che's bowl appeared to be instant noodles, but having seen so many copy tutorials, hell if this wasn't some sort of illusion, maybe under the evil spirit's illusion. The bowl was filled with countless wriggling maggots. The blood-clothed nurse looked at Xiaoya. Her eyes were filled with contempt, because she could feel Xiaoya's crazy changing emotions. Xiaoya, except for the first time when she saw the bubbly noodles with some surprise. Every time she looked at the food in Jiang Che's bowl afterward, her heart was filled with horror. Ha! Humans! She snorted disdainfully. If the woman hadn't known where her daughter-in-law was, she was afraid she would have taken care of her long ago. Are you hungry? Jiang Che glanced at Xiaoya and then to the food in the bowl. Mom had only prepared a bowl of noodles. He couldn't afford to give it to anyone else. Before Sayaka could even open her mouth to speak, she felt the temperature in the room drop quite a bit, the threat of death looming in a flash. Not hungry. Not hungry. You eat, you eat. Xiaoya could not cry. She herself did not want to eat. This evil spirit was even afraid that she would steal Jiang Che's food. She was a little confused as to why the evil spirits would show killing intent towards themselves because of Jiang Che's words. It's like nursing a child. Protecting the calf? The thought crossed her mind instantly, and she was immediately startled by it, feeling vaguely that the motherly love she felt was not an illusion. But, how is this possible? She looked enviously at the doctor's robe Jiang Che was wearing. She recognized it as a copy of a special item, and unlike those who watched the live stream, she felt it more directly. The audience watching the live stream only thought that it was a special item, but she could clearly feel that the moment Jiang Che put it on, his aura and this copy became one. I can't tell you how it feels. She was in this room yet she could clearly feel that after Jiang Che put on his clothes, he made people feel that he was already a family with the blood-clothed nurse in terms of his breath even though his appearance was still human. Jiang Che gave her a feeling like an evil spirit as well. That doctor's robe completely covered Jiang Che's human aura. Upon noticing this, Ye's heart stopped a beat. She felt as if she knew what the function of this dress on Jiang Che was. Masking the breath. As long as you wear this tunic, You will be considered one of a kind by the evil spirits. No matter what the purpose of this blood-clothed nurse giving Jiang Che this dress was, as long as she didn't follow him when he went out later, he was going to try to trick this dress into his hands. She might not be able to fool a normal person, but she thought she could fool a psychopath. I'm done eating. Jiang Che put down his chopsticks in contentment. Go on, hurry up and get the people. Bloodclothes got up and collected the bowls and chopsticks in front of Jiang Che. She looked outside to see that it was getting darker. Night was about to fall, and she knew full well that it was at night that the hunt would truly begin. Putting that doctor's outer robe on Jiang Che, she was relieved to let Jiang Che leave. With the bracelet and also the clothes, Jiang Che wouldn't be in danger in the copy. She wouldn't follow Jiang Che because as long as she followed, then humans would hide when they saw far away. She's going to do something else now. The replica closes in 3 days, and any humans still remaining in the replica will be instantly obliterated. She couldn't let Jiang Che die in the copy. It wasn't until she was escorted out of the room by the blood-clad nurse that she began to breathe boldly. The unique bird stench of scorched earth continued to sweep through her nostrils, but Xiaoya felt as if she were smelling an immortal breath. Which direction are we going now? He looked at Xiaoya in confusion. Jiang Che didn't need to be afraid of worrying his family if he didn't return home now that he had already greeted them. This way the blood slaughter area was still quite empty, and she had just asked Jiang Che to take her upstairs to take a look at the distribution of the area where it was located. The blood-clad nurse didn't stop it either. If you didn't do this, she felt suspicious instead. Copy 9 is not too big, not too small. Humans may have an agreed-upon rendezvous point, but to rendezvous they also have to know where they are first. Xiaoya was purely broken. She didn't even think about rendezvousing with the others. The Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital did have small groups before entering the duplicate. Those small groups did have agreements and cooperation, but those small groups didn't include small nurses like her. The people who could form a team were all tycoons who had acquired some special props capable of dealing with evil spirits. Even if people like them went to meet up with someone, they would be used as cannon fodder to die. She just wanted to find a dangerous place and let Jiang Che go to his death after tricking him out of his clothes. Then she took Jiang Che's doctor's outer robe and hid to find a way to escape the copy. This way, Sayaka headed in the other direction. As luck would have it, she had just been on the top floor and caught a glimpse of several ancient castles outside the realm of evil spirits. When she saw this ancient castle, Xiaoya simply couldn't stop her heart from beating wildly. Humans don't know much about Copy 9, but they do know a lot. Like that old castle, the only place in Copy 9 that most closely resembles the environment of a human living area. Everyone suspects that the exit is there, but anyone who travels to that area somehow dies. Xiaoya was thrilled. She hadn't expected this place to be so close to the ancient castle. Jiang Che excitedly followed her, and every now and then he even straightened his clothes. He tried his best to think of what his wife looked like, but he couldn't remember at all. All the information was vague. It was like the parents before them, just dark shadows hovering in the mind. No looks. Jiang Che also brought his own suitcase with him before he left, which also contained the gifts he had prepared earlier. Xiaoya had been watching from the side when Jiang Che was organizing the box, and had thought that there was some kind of treasure inside, and couldn't help but show contempt in her eyes after seeing what was inside. The suitcase looks like a high-end item, and these dolls and jewelry inside look expensive. It's obvious that Jiang Che went to the rich neighborhood and stole it to bring it in. She surveyed the robe Jiang Che was wearing and the bracelet she wore on her wrist. It was a real waste for these two items to fall on Jiang Che. It would be nice to get it yourself. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She was lucky that she was with Zhao Qi and Wang Bing when she entered the copy. Entering a copy with a companion by her side was a fortunate and unfortunate thing. Fortunate in that it increased the chances of survival a bit. Unfortunate in that she belonged to the kind of cannon fodder that was sacrificed to increase the survival rate of the rest of the people. But now, the corners of Ya's mouth quirked up. Wang Bing is dead, and so is Zhao Qi. The only person left by his side was Jiang Che. A fool, with two extreme props. They say that the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back. She thought she was the cicada, but she didn't think that she would end up being that yellow bird. Along the way, Xiaoya could still see human corpses falling by the side of the road from time to time, and she raised her eyes to look full of sympathy. Dismembered limbs and broken arms were everywhere. She glanced at Jiang Che. The sky had already darkened. The silver full moon overhead set off Jiang Che's white doctor's robe even more brightly. She had already begun to envision her reward for taking the first pass of the copy through Jiang Che's two props. Jiang Che, I'm a bit cold. Xiaoya clutched her arms tightly and sneezed as she rubbed her nose. The bracelet could be figured out slowly. She had to get the dress now. Along the way she walked behind Jiang Che in fear of encountering other evil spirits. Night was a good time to hunt, and you didn't think they were lucky. It could only be because of that doctor's robe Jiang Che was wearing, hiding his aura of being human and disguising him as an evil spirit. As for himself, he was treated as Jiang Che's prey. I'm just in time. Jiang Che was in a happy mood. His tone couldn't help but rise. He'd felt the temperature drop since the sky began to darken, and the cold wind on his face stung his skin. So it was a good thing he was wearing a doctor's gown. The warmth of a cold day with extra clothing was something he hadn't known until now. When I used to be in a mental hospital, I had to hide in my room when it was cold and I didn't dare to go out. The hospital gave them winter clothing, but it wasn't all that warm. When the cold wind was blocked by his clothes, Jiang Che realized what a saying he had heard before meant. The thread in the hands of a loving mother, the clothes on the body of a wandering son. He quickened his pace. He couldn't leave his home, and he didn't want to leave, either. But the wife hasn't come back yet. Wanting a family reunion. He had to get his wife back for a family reunion. Something he had to do as the man of the house. I'm a little cold. Sayaka stomped her foot in anger. Did this psycho not understand her words? Doesn't he know to take his clothes off and put them on her? What can I do then? It's not like you can't leave. Jiang Che frowned. It wasn't like he hadn't been chilled by the temperature was just a little lower, and other than some shivering, it didn't affect movement at all. Grass. Xiaoya couldn't help the expletives bubbling up in her mind. She kind of realized that this psycho couldn't understand her hints at all. Can you give me your jacket for a while? I'll return the clothes to you when it's not cold anymore. Xiaoya hugged her arms and looked at Jiang Che as she opened her mouth pitifully. The viewers in the live broadcast room were staring at Xiaoya's clothes as she tricked Jiang Che. No, they didn't think of a line of 3 people. The 2 strongest men are dead. And in the end let this little nurse pick up the slack. You see how they have traveled so far at night without encountering danger. The clothes obviously serve a purpose. And this little nurse is a smart one. Grab it. Shouldn't be able to grab it. It will also cause Jiang Che to be alerted to the fact that psychopaths have a lot of strength. A rash head and a lot of strength. I agree with the use of deception. There's no need for force. This little nurse who has a bit of luck on her side has survived until now. And if she is allowed to get this dress, she might really be able to walk out of the copy alive. No one felt that Xiaoya was doing something wrong. And everyone was even discussing what they could do to do the best job in order to trick the clothes out of Jiang Che's hands. Jiang Che frowned when he heard her words. He reached out and touched the buttons of his tunic. Just when everyone thought he was going to undo it and take it off to Xiaoya, he quickly buttoned up the rest. I'm cold too. As she watched him move, Aya's hold on her arm became stiff. For a while she was really a bit confused as to whether there was something really wrong with this psychotic brain or a fake one. I'm really too cold. Girls really can't suffer from the cold. I've already started to have a stomach ache. Xiaoya covered her stomach and squatted on the ground with a pained look on her face. You don't want to be unable to find a wife either, do you? Xiaoya squatted on the ground, burying her face in her knees and said leisurely. Seeing his move, the audience called it a masterpiece. From the information that Xiaoya had said earlier, she was able to learn what kind of mental illness Jiang Che was suffering from. Hypochondria. This is caused by different etiological factors, such as biological, psychological and socio-environmental factors, acting on the brain and disrupting the relatively stable functional state of the brain within a certain range, resulting in abnormal mental activities such as cognition, emotion and volitional behavior. The severity and duration of the abnormality were beyond the range of normal fluctuations in mental activity. Although he didn't know the reason for Jiang Che's onset, he only needed to know what caused him to have an onset. In other words, while Jiang Che, a person who normally had no problems and was able to communicate normally, could be controlled by taking hold of his spiritual obsession. It's the same tactic used by medical staff in hospitals to keep mentally ill people in line, cajoling, and then suppressing by force if that's not possible. Psychotic brains are all a bit paranoid. This kid is like a treasure trove in human form. And this one is completely planted in the hands of this little nurse. It feels like that nurse evil spirit has also done tricks on the clothes, and it might be a hot potato to cheat away and wear them now. Worrying about this and that, if I don't wear it now, I might just die later, and wearing it will at least keep me alive for a while longer. Just where does she go, this kid, for a wife? Looking at this kid's state of mind, he might just point to a random evil spirit and say it's his wife, and he'll rush up on his ass. That's what the audience thought. That's what Xiaoya thought too. Although she was also afraid that the clothes had a locator on them, she was more afraid that she would just die now without the clothes to hide her breath. The night is the easiest time to die, and she knows that this kid still has the bracelet. She heard the blood-clothed nurse mention it during the meal before, so that Jiang Che is not allowed to take it off. With this kind of calculation, in case of danger, Jiang Che would definitely not die right away with the bracelet protecting his body, and she wasn't going to let Jiang Che go to his death just yet. She's all alone. She's not sure she'll survive at all. She was just a small nurse. No matter who she met, she was no match. And right now, the only one she could utilize was Jiang Che. Jiang Che couldn't help but frown when he saw her squatting motionless on the ground. He did hear about girls being afraid of the cold type of news before. Your wife is a girl too. Surely you don't want her to know that you disregarded the man who helped you find your wife? Sayaka continued to threaten with his mooted wife. Besides, you have a daughter. And you wouldn't want anyone else to be as cold-blooded as you if your daughter needed help out there. Would you? Xiaoya began to sustain her output and started to morally kidnap. Previously, she only used the wife information to control Jiang Che, and only said that she had a child, but did not tell Jiang Che that it was a daughter. But now, she realized that saying it was her daughter would be more likely to get Jiang Che to listen. If she didn't have to get the doctor's robe on Jiang Che's body, she would have been prepared to put her daughter, a weapon of mass destruction, in a place where she had to send Jiang Che to his death so that she could live. Jiang Che's brain was like a heavy blow, and he had an image of his entire family in the depths of his brain. Before that, there were only the dark shadows of the parents. Since his parents' dark shadows had turned into the blood slaughter couple, images of his wife and children had been born in his head, only blurred. But now, the image of the youngest son is in this moment, when his hair begins to grow longer and his clothes evolve into a skirt. The slender arm holding the woman looked soft and girlishly sweet-smelling. He crouched down to cover his head. The shadow had turned into a girl and appeared next to his wife, who stood in the mist, holding her hand. His brain was tearing apart, and the fuzzy imaginary shadows in his head began to gradually solidify. Xiaoya squatted on the ground, slightly raising her face to look at Jiang Che with the rest of her eyes. She was a nurse in a psychiatric hospital, not as specialized as a doctor, but she knew some specialized knowledge. As she watched Jiang Che cover his head and wail in pain, she immediately knew that the words she had just said had had a huge impact on him. She was also beginning to determine that the point of information, the wife and child, could indeed pinpoint Jiang Che. Going out, everyone needs help at times. You also don't want your daughter to be in trouble with no one to make a helping hand, right? She increased her stimulation. She knew exactly how to control Jiang Che's spirit. Sure enough, Jiang Che stood up numbly as he began to unbutton his doctor's outer robe. Xiaoya had a joy in her eyes that she couldn't hide. This outer robe could help humans hide their scent and make the evil spirits think they were their kind. Aside from needing to guard against the blood slaughter couple finally locating and tracking her up, she was already fearless of any evil spirits. She could even venture out to find the exit of Copy 9 without having to be as careful as the previous survivors. This time, she might actually survive. First pass. First person to pass Copy 9. She trembled with excitement at the thought. Jiang Che unbuttoned all the buttons of the doctor's outer robe and took it off. Seeing him undress, the audience couldn't help but cast envious glances towards Nurse Xiaoya. This Ya is really a winner in life. If she does survive, who will dare to treat her as a mediocre little nurse in the future? Who says luck isn't part of strength? Once Xiaoya could survive this copy, then in addition to obtaining 2 powerful copy props, the most important thing was the reward for passing the level for the first time and being the first to escape from Copy 9. Every 10 days in real life, a hunting ground will descend, and evil spirits from the replicas will come to the real world, circle the area, and start killing. Humans are not completely sitting ducks. Bizarre copies. Is the way for humans to become stronger? Every escape from a copy, their own physical quality will be greatly improved. The increase in physical fitness of the first person to pass was 100 times the value of an unusual pass. Once you escape, even the family chickens and dogs can follow you to heaven. A manifest destiny circle like the Red Pearl Asylum is the choice of the rich, not the strong. Stronger people will actively seek out areas where there is a possibility of entering a replica and enter them on their own accord, seeking a challenge. After taking off his outer robe, Jiang Che then felt a hint of cold wind, but his movements didn't stop as he took off the doctor's outer robe before starting to take off the blue and white striped patient's clothes he wore inside. This is warmer. This is thicker. With that, he handed over the blue and white stripes he'd just taken off and put the doctor's outer robe back on. Although the outer robe was fitted, it was breathable on all sides, and through the large V neckline of the doctor's robe, Jiang Che could be seen naked inside. This must be warm for you to wear over it. This one outside. It's drafty and not warm. Looking at the clothes handed to her, and Jiang Che's clear and sincere gaze, Xiaoya completely broke down, crying and not wanting to make her goal too obvious. She only spoke in a whisper. Won't you get cold that way? She realized that she couldn't really measure a psychopath with a normal person's mind. Normal people give clothes to others. They give jackets. This mental illness gives clothes to people, but they actually take off their underwear and hand out their jackets. The person's attitude is sincere, and you can't find a single fault. No way. Jiang Che spoke earnestly. I'm in good health. I can handle it. And you've just taught me that when you're out and about, when you encounter others in trouble, you should help when you can. Otherwise my wife and kids would look down on me if they knew. You're in need of this garment right now. Plus, I'm used to freezing. If I didn't think it was undignified to strip naked, and we're alone, and I'm afraid that my wife will misunderstand, I'd even give you my jacket together. Jiang Che continued to speak, saying that he also passed the clothes in his hand forward, signaling Xiaoya to put them on quickly. Xiaoya smiled very stiffly and took the clothes handed by Jiang Che. This blue and white striped hospital gown was indeed a bit thick, as Jiang Che said, because the hospital, in order to save money, did not prepare too thin clothes for these patients, so that in the summer they were too hot to get sick, and in the winter they were not too cold to freeze. In terms of style, for fear of buttons and whatnot being removed by the onset of them, the clothes are also a collection of pullover sweatshirts. There was still the residual heat of Jiang Che's body heat on the clothes, and as soon as Xiaoya turned her head, she could see Jiang Che's sincere gaze. She forced the corners of her mouth to pull back a smile, and then put the clothes over her head and put them on. Jiang Che's clothes were large, and they were still loose on her, and the length of the clothes was just enough to cover her thighs. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. He felt more and more that he did the right thing by taking off his inside clothes. If he gave her the jacket, it would be big and cumbersome, and not warm enough. If it's still cold, then we'll just have to make a trip home first. And luckily we haven't been gone long enough to get home quickly. You can go back and find out if there's any thick clothes in the house that will fit you. Xiaoya had wanted to say something, but once she heard Jiang Che's words, she immediately shut her mouth. If she went back, the bloody nurse would have to tear her alive. It's not cold anymore. It's not cold anymore. Let's go. I'll take you to my wife and daughter. Xiaoya's smile was hard to see. The audience who were watching the live broadcast saw this scene and everyone was dumbfounded. Crap, is this psycho really stupid or not? I'm learning micro-expressions. That look in Jiang Che's eyes is obviously sincere. He really feels that the outer robe is not as warm as the inner one. I'm really impressed with this psycho's brain circuits. Who takes off their underwear? It's just like when I told you I was cold and just wanted a jacket, and you took your warm clothes off. That little nurse is afraid her mind is broken. Think of a way to mess with Jiang Che, while not yet met with the other people of the copy. Jiang Che to death, and then he thinks pickpocket. 2 copies of props. One of them can also hide the breath of humans. With these 2 things still cannot live from the copy is trash. Dead, forget it. Whoever enters the copy is not like a human savant. If we don't do it now, in case we meet other people in the middle of the process, soon everyone will be able to analyze that Jiang Che's clothes are not ordinary. Xiaoya didn't trick the jacket and didn't dare to guarantee a one-strike victory in terms of force. She was indeed now calculating how to get Jiang Che killed first, just like the audience, while not having the same God's perspective as the audience. But in a sense, everyone has the same purpose: survive, by any means necessary. The 2 had been traveling for more than 2 hours in the darkness, and through the morose moonlight, Xiaoya could see that the ground they were traveling on was covered in fresh, hot blood, and bleeding severed limbs. The nightly hunt never stops and the 2 are safe and sound. The miserable screams of the humans in the distance mixed with the creaking cries of the crows overhead, and for a moment it was impossible to tell what exactly was whose voice. Xiaoya and Jiang Che were running parallel to each other. She didn't choose to go one after the other. In a dangerous place like this, a front and a back is one of the most deadly ways to go, because one never knows when the person behind them is going to disappear, and one never knows if one will look at the back of the person before them and be dragged silently into the night. Unlike Jiang Che, Xiaoya simply couldn't control her face as she looked around. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that there was a shadow not far away that had been following the 2 of them, haunting them like a stern ghost. But when she fixed her eyes on it, there was nothing there again. You knew that they were afraid that they had encountered evil spirits again. Did you see anyone over there? Xiaoya leaned a few steps towards Jiang Che's position. She didn't dare to get too far away from Jiang Che. Where? Jiang Che suspiciously looked towards the location she was pointing at. Looking around, he realized that the 2 of them had unknowingly walked to a special cemetery, where the houses were more like single-family homes, and in the front yard there were clusters of tombstones like planted plants. Gray mists haunted the tombstones, and rustling noises continued to resonate through the mists. And the location that Xiaoya pointed to, a figure could be vaguely seen hiding in the mist, seeing them casting their gaze, and then quickly hiding their figure. See, isn't there a person there? Xiaoya came close to Jiang Che and spoke excitedly, but didn't dare to speak too loudly. Seems like there is. Jiang Che just took a glance and retracted his gaze. He had business to do right now and had no intention of going to make friends. But people go their way, we go ours. It's not like I built this road. Xiaoya was a bit speechless. She really wanted to crack open Jiang Che's brain to see what was inside. She had thought the 2 were fairly safe, but now it seemed that was not the case. There were already evil spirits that had targeted the 2 of them, but they were just jealous and hadn't made a move yet. She wanted to stay alive and didn't know what to do. Let Jiang Che go and strangle that evil spirit? But what if he's gone and he's in danger? It's not like I can trick the clothes. Xiaoya was so anxious that she was about to cry out. She was very upset. Why could a psychopath like Jiang Che act recklessly in the copy? but they had to be careful for fear of losing their lives. The fact that the heaven sent Jiang Che to her meant that Jiang Che was her chance. What's on Jiang Che's body? It should just be his own. Just get Jiang Che dead. As long as he died, all his props would be his own. Her brain spun fast. That's not a good person. Before I only told you about your wife, not your daughter. Xiaoya sighed heavily. It's because your daughter was kidnapped by that person in the mist just now that I haven't mentioned it for fear of you being sad. I'm begging for favorites and recommendations. Kneel down and thank you, bosses. Kidnapping. These two words were like a heavy hammer that directly hit Jiang Che in the chest. He got up violently and looked toward the surrounding area. The black shadow in the cemetery mist had long since disappeared without a trace. Jiang Che was anxious in his heart and couldn't help but run a few steps in that direction, but was pulled down by Xiaoya. Wouldn't you be spooking the snakes by rushing over there in such a high profile now? How else can you save people? Causing the other party to be wary. They might even tear the ticket. The silhouettes could no longer be seen in the surroundings, and Xiaoya would never let Jiang Che chase them out. What she had planned was for Jiang Che to fight those evil spirits. Whatever the evil spirits in the shadows were, they weren't something that a human who was new to the replica could deal with. She knew that the evil spirit in the shadows was supposed to be coming for her. After all, Jiang Che's breath was covered, and after Jiang Che put on this doctor's outer robe, her heartbeat would unconsciously speed up when she was around Jiang Che. He hid the aura that belonged to a human, disguised as an evil spirit, and as long as he didn't actively mess with it, the evil spirit wouldn't bother him. The evil spirits in the dark were afraid that they were treating themselves as prey and wanted to snatch them from Jiang Che's hands. Ye was well aware of her niche, the prey. That's why she just had to get Jiang Che's doctor's robe. Jiang Che, the idiot, would be fooled by her trick to invoke the evil spirits, but she herself wouldn't. She wanted that evil spirit in the dark to think that Jiang Che was fighting it because he was protecting his food, because he was guarding his prey. Evil spirits wouldn't be interested in Jiang Che's piece of clothing. After all, evil spirits didn't have a human's aura to disguise, nor did they have an evil spirit's aura to camouflage. As soon as Jiang Che died, she would be the first to go and strip off Jiang Che's clothes to hide. Jiang Che paused in his footsteps. Every word of Xiaoya spoke to the most worrying part of his heart. Yes, he can't be impulsive. Once impulsive, the consequences are endless. Then what do you think I should do? After so many things, Jiang Che already trusted Xiaoya very much, because there were many things he didn't know that Xiaoya had told him. Xiaoya pulled Jiang Che to hide in the corner, and only after making sure that no one was around did she press her voice to speak. I have a plan. Jiang Che squatted beside her and looked at her seriously, not wanting to let go of every word she said. You and I will walk a little bit apart later. I'll walk in the front. Xiaoya still decided to be ruthless with herself, shedding the child and not the wolf. When the time comes, you'll be right behind me, not too far away and not too close. The man in the shadows will surely not be able to resist making a move on me. And when that happens, you'll just charge right up and get him. Xiaoya decided to risk her own life. The only thing she knew for sure was that evil spirits enjoyed the thrill of chasing and hunting, and it was rare to catch their prey and execute them outright. She wanted to stir up strife between Jiang Che and also the evil spirits. Use your body as bait. Will this be dangerous for you? Jiang Che hesitated for a moment. Letting someone else be used as bait to help him save his daughter was a bit too much on his conscience. What could be more important than children? We're adults. We'll get hurt at most. As long as you protect me with all your strength and dedication, then I have no regrets. Xiaoya looked at the huge clear full moon above her head, her mouth bitter. Zhao Qi is dead, and so is Wang Bing. She felt lucky to have gotten this far. It's impossible to do anything in this dangerous copy without taking a little risk. Minimizing risk within reason is what she needs to do. If Sayaka touched the roughly textured hospital gown she was wearing, the blue and white stripes had faded in the wash and the fibers of the garment had hardened a bit. If I give you a bait to seduce the enemy in the dark, will you sneak away in fear? Xiaoya had already made enough preparations and was still worried in her heart. No way. Jiang Che was decisive. The other party was doing his job for him, and he would never just abandon them. Okay, I'll go first later, so you just be careful and hide behind. Xiaoya secretly clenched her fists to give herself steady determination. There were a lot of people in the live broadcast room with Jiang Che as the main viewpoint, and everyone could now see Xiaoya secretly puffing herself up and acting awkwardly. After this incident today, I'm certain that I really need to practice my acting skills in the future. This Xiaoya's acting is so clumsy that it's the only thing this mental illness can't see. His brain should be completely drilled into the bullseye. I kind of know. As soon as Xiaoya talks about his family, his brain is as welded as if he's been welded to this thing. Why else would he be sent to a mental illness? An ordinary person, you tell him he's an orphan. He can accept the fact after a hard time. Only a mental illness. You tell him you're an orphan. He's just very insistent that he doesn't believe it. This Jiang Che is Xiaoya's luck. This kind of thing can't even be envied. Ye's plan is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and it really is one of the best solutions right now. Currently, the only way to take away Jiang Che's things was to let him go to his death. After a brief discussion between the two, Sayaka got up and walked at the front. She made Jiang Che follow where she could vaguely see her figure. Walking alone by herself, she got the impression that this cemetery was extensive. The ground was full of small tombstones, with no names engraved on them, just like giganticized tokens, one after the other, everywhere. A small bulge just behind each headstone, which Ye avoided with every step she took. The wind from the graveyard had been whistling in her ears, and every now and then she turned her head sideways and shallowly saw Jiang Che following behind her. Sayaka kept her fists clenched, keeping an eye out for any appearance of dark shadows. She and Jiang Che had agreed that the moment they encountered danger, Jiang Che would rush up and die. No! Save her! Jiang Che took a deep breath. Following Xiaoya along the way, he didn't even dare to blink. Fear of missing the enemy. Xiaoya's footsteps walked slowly, because her goal was not to escape from this area, but to seduce out the evil spirit in the dark. She didn't care what the evil spirit in the dark was. As long as she could get Jiang Che killed, it would be fine. It wasn't a long walk before Ye felt her back start to chill. That feeling of being watched rose up from the heart again, and it was still not one pair of eyes in her senses, but countless pairs, dense and pervasive. It's like, Xiaoya's feet lurched and she snapped her eyes to those tombstones on the ground. It's like all the things buried under these tombstones crawled out. The moonlight overhead spilled down in a straight line, and in the replica, there weren't even pale clouds, nor was there the kind of gradual brightening and darkening that occurs when the moon passes over the clouds. The night here was translucent through and through, and everything was sprinkled with a silvery white glow. Because of this, all the scenery in the copy was clearly visible under that silvery moonlight. When in danger, humans can't find a dark corner to hide themselves. It's a hunt that mankind can't avoid. The wind blew, weaving through a headstone with a horrible whistling and a low moan, and Xiaoya felt like she heard a lot of people crying, wailing cries drilling right into her brain. She thoroughly regretted it. She should never have gotten that idea. She realized with a jolt that this was a graveyard, and there could be more than one evil spirit here. Perhaps these evil spirits were weaker than other evil spirits in single combat, but they couldn't resist the large number of evil spirits here. She stopped and looked behind her. She regretted the plan. She's going back to Jiang Che now. The cries in her ears grew louder and louder, burrowing straight into her brain, stimulating the nerves of her meninges. The pain spreading out from her brain was suffocating, making her heart beat faster and suffocating, as if her soul was being extracted. Jiang Che, Xiaoya turned back, but her vision had already begun to become blurry as the countless tombstones turned into heavy shadows, and she saw a modest silhouette walking towards her step by step. Screaming was the code word she and Jiang Che had set. Once she screamed, Jiang Che had to strike immediately. The two also thought about making the code word a little more subtle, but in the end, Ye insisted and just screamed. She had watched many copy videos and copy tutorials, and knew that screaming was the most normal thing to do in a copy, and the more she screamed, the more excited the evil spirits would get. If they sneak around, they might even make the evil spirits more wary. Feeling the danger approaching around her, the more Xiaoya wanted to obtain Jiang Che's piece of clothing. After walking so many miles in the dark and staying safe and sound, one could be sure of the value of Jiang Che's piece of clothing. Jiang Che, as if she was afraid that Jiang Che couldn't hear her, she called his name again at the top of her voice shrilly. She felt the wind around her had grown louder, and the evil spirits seemed unable to resist, wanting to drag her into the darkness and gnaw her to death. Suddenly, Xiaoya saw a shadow in a white lab coat break through the mist and come barreling towards her. Being able to see the bloody chest inside the white coat, a heart snapped out of Ye and she wiped her somewhat moist eyes. Seeing Jiang Che defiantly rushing towards her, she had never felt such a sense of security. Jiang Che immediately rushed towards the direction where she was when he heard Xiaoya screaming. Just now he had felt the mist thickening around him, and if it wasn't for Xiaoya's two screams, he really wouldn't have been able to find where Xiaoya was. The moment he saw Xiaoya, Jiang Che also saw that dark shadow behind Xiaoya. The closer they got, the clearer the shadows became. Remembering Xiaoya's words in his heart, he rushed towards the black shadow without any hesitation. Xiaoya looked at Jiang Che rushing towards her with the suitcase in his hand. Xiaoya didn't dare to move. She could feel that there was an evil spirit approaching behind her, and Jiang Che, who was rushing towards her head-on, was aiming at the things behind her. It seemed like keeping Jiang Che alive was also a good choice, and Xiaoya mentally sighed. Pity. Xiaoya sighed. It was a pity that Jiang Che was going to die soon. The audience stared at Jiang Che's righteous movements and shook their heads as well. This kid was cheated too hard by Xiaoya. Mental illness. In this kind of place would not have been able to live. Xiaoya does not lie to him, there will be other people to lie to him. This Xiaoya is really good. if she goes out for a copy, I still want to find her to form a team. No matter if the hunting ground descends or enters a new copy afterward. Teaming up together will increase the survival rate. You're not afraid to team up with her and she'll cheat you too? In the copies everyone goes their own way. Where's the real trust? I've survived 2 copies. It's better to be able to team up with someone who's a little bit more powerful than with a piggyback teammate. It's a skill to be able to fool people. If I'm really tricked into it, in a place like the creepy copy where I still trust people and do my best for others, this life as a price isn't a loss. The crowd sneered and laughed, and all of them had mixed feelings about the word deceit. Some people think it's bad form to cheat in a replica, but others think it's all in their favor to cheat here. The majority of the people are in agreement with Ya's deceitful behavior. In a place like this, being a Madonna is only harmful to your own life in the end. The live broadcast images of the two were different. The image on Xiaoya's side was Jiang Che rushing towards her without any hesitation, and the image on Jiang Che's side was him rushing straight towards that thing behind Xiaoya. The two figures intersected at the same time until Jiang Che brushed past Xiaoya, and the audience clearly heard Xiaoya let out a sigh of relief. Although she couldn't bear to let go of someone as sincere as Jiang Che going to deal with the evil spirits behind her would mean success for herself. Don't worry, I'll escape the copy with the white coat. Ya lowered her head, not daring to turn around. She now had to find a hidden corner to hide in, wait for Jiang Che to die, and be the first to pick off what he had on him. Jiang Che rushed towards his target, and the closer he got, the clearer the silhouette in front of him became. He saw a little girl standing in front of him with a long section of intestine in her hand, dragging it along. The moment the little girl saw him, she grinned and started laughing wildly, with sticky blood on her teeth. Jiang Che violently rushed over and held her in his arms. He couldn't stop the tears that were about to fall. So it turned out that Xiaoya's claim that people in the dark had kidnapped his daughter was true. Now that his daughter had managed to escape with great difficulty, she even took the initiative to come over to him. How is it? Are there any injuries? Have you suffered recently? Jiang Che reached out and wiped the bloodstains on her face, wiping them away bit by bit with his white coat. He painfully surveyed the child in his arms for any injuries. His behavior caused the evil spirit child to snap out of it, his hands squeezing his intestines at a loss for words. This development. It seems to be a little different from what I thought. She just had her eye on a prey and followed it for quite some time. It hadn't occurred to her that there were other hunters who had followed her into her domain, and had kept this prey under guard, and she had been keeping a dark eye on it, just to seize the opportunity to strike. But now, she looked at Jiang Che, who was hugging her, in confusion. What's going on here? This evil spirit, why is he hugging himself and calling himself baby? And he had a strange aura about him, leaning in close, kind of human and kind of evil. The little girl allowed Jiang Che to wipe the dirt as well as the blood from her face, and then hugged herself tightly in her arms. She couldn't even react before Jiang Che had already hugged her and cried a lot. It's Dad who didn't protect you well. In the future, Dad won't put you in danger again. Jiang Che hugged the girl, arranging her dress for her and earnestly assuring her. Look, Dad even brought you a gift. See if you like it. Jiang Che said and opened the suitcase beside him. The little girl stood puzzled and, no, what the hell is happening now? The cool moonlight sprinkled on the two of them, and Jiang Che quickly opened the box in his hand, which also contained a few cute plush toys. He kept the suitcase in his hand the whole time he was gone. The girl stood quietly beside him. The ruthlessness in her eyes had disappeared, and she looked at Jiang Che squatting there. The suitcases are not big and neither are the things they hold inside. Once opened, a slightly squashed teddy bear was seen slowly retracting back to its original shape in the air. Soon the brownish currant teddy bear was full and cute again. He took one of the teddy bears out and placed it in the girl's arms. If you don't like this one, I'll bring you another one next time. Jiang Che didn't dare to look directly into the girl's eyes when he said this. He still felt a little guilty in his heart because the teddy bears weren't even new, and he hadn't brought her any other nice-looking clothes. The girl lowered her head and looked at the doll that Jiang Che had shoved into her hand. Her fingers loosened and the intestines in her hand fell to the ground with a snap, furry with a fine grainy texture that she had never felt before. The line of the bear's mouth rises upwards and two black gems are set at the eyes. Pinched bear's face, the rounded cheeks sinking in and swelling up again quickly, the smile still upturned on his lips. She reached up and stroked the teddy bear's head again, the touch coming from her palm making her want to do it. Like it? Jiang Che asked carefully. Love it. The girl's voice was a little excited. I got you a present too, Daddy. Seemingly thinking of something, she picked up the soft, sticky, blood and dirt-stained intestines from the ground and put them around Jiang Che's neck. She always used to chase those seekers with this gut before. Survivors couldn't help but let loose a scream at the sight of the intestines swirling round in her hand. Ah! A scream cut through the air, and the girl looked coldly in the direction of the scream. The moment she saw Xiaoya, her eyes immediately became excited. Just now Jiang Che interrupted for a moment, making her forget what she was going to do. Seeing Xiaoya, she grinned and started to carom again. Xiaoya was watching Jiang Che rush over. She immediately fled in the other direction. She hid herself as fast as she could, in a place where she couldn't see Jiang Che and Jiang Che couldn't see her. The fog in the cemetery was heavy, and she had no idea what was happening at Jiang Che's place. I only felt that the sound of the lingering wind in my ears became shallower, and the evil spirits crying hidden in the wind as well as the ghastly wind became weaker. Nonetheless, she didn't dare to come forward right away, only dared to hide. She could only expect the evil spirit to be satisfied after killing Jiang Che. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she finally couldn't help but go up to look for Jiang Che's body. Jiang Che could die, but what Jiang Che had on him could not be lost. Only when she opened the fog, what she saw in her eyes was the little girl holding the intestines in her hands, strangling them towards Jiang Che's neck. She screamed because Jiang Che was crouching on the ground, as if he was possessed, with a smile on his face, allowing the little girl to strangle herself to death. The feeling was too weird, not the same as killing and gore. Killing and gore she'd seen too much of, watching live streams or video replays of other survivors escaping in their duplicates when they were out in the world. Blood and killing she had gotten used to long ago. This kind of ghostly obsession with letting evil spirits strangle themselves she had never seen before. Hearing her scream, the little girl's evil spirit jerked towards her. Without saying a word, she ran towards her back. One could only hope to catch her strangling Jiang Che and run as far away as possible. Come back at dawn if you survive. As Xiaoya ran back, she had already bitten the bullet. If she could survive tonight, then she would come back to the cemetery at dawn and take Jiang Che's things. The little girl was excited when she heard Ya scream. Yes, that's the way it has to be. That's the kind of scream. The scent of fear filled the air quickly. Humans were such cowards. Humans were natural vessels of fear. The sustenance for them, the evil spirits, to grow. Jiang Che looked behind him in confusion, turning back to see nothing, except for the mist that haunted the tombstone. Everywhere was bleak, but that voice just now, it seems like Sayaka. As soon as he thought of Xiaoya, Jiang Che immediately snapped back to his senses as he looked at his daughter beside him, wearing only a thin skirt. He snapped to attention and quickly took off the white coat he was wearing to wrap it up. Ya has been screaming about being cold, so my daughter should be cold right now. Next time you come out don't wear so little. It's cold at night. Jiang Che wrapped her up. White coats worn by adults wrapped around a 7 or 8-year-old girl just mopping the floor. The girl's hand didn't even manage to reach completely out of her sleeve. It wasn't until he took off that white coat that the human scent was violently released. Seeing his movements, the people watching the livestream were completely dumbfounded. It's really a self-inflicted death. It's clear that they've been taken as kindred spirits by the evil spirits, and now they're exposing their identities on their own. If that Xiaoya sees this, I'm afraid she'll be so angry that she'll vomit blood and die here on the spot. Stupid. So Xiaoya counts what he does. Don't even bother with him. The stupid bastard will die on his own. I'm having a brain hemorrhage from watching this. Don't Jiang Che die. This dress is casually thrown in the corner. If Xiaoya doesn't bring it back, it will be thrown inside copy 9 forever. I knew that the stuff inside copy 9 wasn't so good to bring out. People were frantically cursing Jiang Che, cursing him for wasting his life, cursing him for having brain problems, cursing him for not knowing how to cherish. The moment Jiang Che took off his clothes, the little girl was indeed dumbfounded. She thought that the mixed human and evil spirit aura she felt was an illusion, and it wasn't until Jiang Che took off his clothes that she realized that Jiang Che was a human. His evil spirit aura was brought to him entirely by this white coat. This one turned out to be human. Her hands were still maintaining the movement of putting the scarf on Jiang Che. The hand that was squeezing the intestines was contracting rapidly, and the intestines were getting tighter and tighter around Jiang Che's neck. Dad, the gift I brought you, do you still like it? She smiled sarcastically and tightened her hands, seeing Jiang Che's neck being tightened. Love it. Jiang Che only felt that breathing became a little difficult, but this was the first time his daughter had ever put a scarf on herself, and his men didn't know how light it was, so a little bit of tightness was a little bit of tightness, and it didn't matter. He leaned down and held his daughter in his arms. Love it. Jiang Che held her close. The evil spirit felt Jiang Che's embrace and his fingers began to exert themselves. She thought the human was going to try and strangle her like that as well, only to find that the intensity just gently swept her up, and there was no resistance from the other as she pushed harder. I'm sorry then, for only finding you now. Jiang Che felt the strength between his neck. He immediately realized that his daughter was angry. Xiaoya said she was kidnapped, and now her daughter must have had a hard time trying to escape on her own, right? But that's it. She still brought herself a gift. Her daughter must love her very much. The audience was on the verge of laughing in anger when they saw Jiang Che. It was the first time they had seen someone willingly strangled by an evil spirit. The girl's hand movements jerked when she heard Jiang Che's chagrined and regretful emotions. The evil spirits were very sensitive to emotions, and as all this guilt wrapped itself around her, she then realized that there wasn't even a hint of fear in Jiang Che. Whether it was the moment he took out his intestines or the moment Jiang Che was strangled by himself. She also realized with a jolt that although the clothes were able to cover Jiang Che's flesh and blood aura as a human, there was no way to cover his emotions. It was because he had no fear in the first place, so he himself was fooled by the dress. The reason why he felt that there was a mix of human and evil spirits in him was also because he had the joy of being human that felt strange to him. Isn't he afraid? The girl slightly loosened her own hand. The intestines were not forcefully bound, suddenly loosened a little. Jiang Che's reddened face also slightly relieved. Feeling the strength on his neck tighten up, Jiang Che couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt tears coming to his eyes, and only by taking deep breaths could he suppress them. Sure enough, his daughter loved him even though she resented him. Daddy won't leave you in the future. Jiang Che hugged her to him, and his afterglow saw that she was still squeezing that teddy bear in her hand. Perhaps the air was filled with emotions she had never felt before, and the girl was a little lost in thought. It must be loaded. It must be loaded. She skimmed her head and mentally grunted. Good. And the group won't leave Daddy afterward. As soon as this human dared to reveal any hint of fear, she would kill him and abuse him properly. She was not to leave this man. This was the prey she had her eye on. Just as she was thinking of these things, there was another cry of alarm in the distance. A scream coming from a long way off. It's the same woman who was just there. She instantly chilled her face, not blaming the woman for screaming, but this range was all part of her area. So the prey here, as long as it didn't run out, was hers. Now someone dared to enter her area to plot against her prey. It's your Aunt Xiaoya's voice. Jiang Che froze. Why was Xiaoya screaming so miserably? Auntie Xiaoya. Tuan froze slightly as she looked at Jiang Che in confusion. Jiang Che hurriedly waved his hand. No, Auntie Xiaoya is the nurse who treated Dad before, and she's the one who brought me to you this time as well. Jiang Che hurriedly explained. He also did not know why he thought his daughter's eyes would be flustered. That look at him sweating. Nowadays the little children. Really precocious. She doesn't think this is the mom she found for her, does she? I won't fall in love with anyone else besides your mom. Jiang Che quickly waved his hand. Tuan froze instantly, squeezing the teddy bear's fingers a little harder, and could feel the soft rebound again. The emotion was like the touch of a teddy bear in her hand, a feeling she had never experienced before. She thought at once of the screaming in the distance, fearing that some other evil spirit was coming. She hurriedly took off the jacket she was wearing and returned it to Jiang Che. I'm not cold. You'd better put your clothes on. I'm not going to wear a white coat. I'm only going to wear a little dress. She tossed her head arrogantly, clutching the teddy bear in her hand. Jiang Che looked at his suitcase with some guilt. This time it was so rushed that I didn't even prepare a little dress. Hurry up and put it on. Tuan listened to the screams in her ears grow more and more mournful as she forcefully forced Jiang Che to get dressed. Evil spirits were also divided into strengths and weaknesses, and before meeting that evil spirit, she couldn't be sure if she had the ability to protect Jiang Che. Weak human. I'm not trying to protect him. I was fighting for my prey. She mentally kept convincing herself, making sure Jiang Che was dressed before taking his hand and leading him towards the screaming location. The fog in this area was all released by her, and she was able to parade through it easily enough to make it undetectable. The people watching the live broadcast are now dumbfounded. Obviously last second they were shouting and fighting. Now how come they are getting along with each other? No, guys, am I missing something? Do all evil spirits eat this nowadays? Next time I'll also grab the evil spirits and call out mom and dad. And grab the little evil spirits and call out my daughter. I didn't miss a step. Which step did I miss? It feels like when I was in math class, where I listened to every step and read every step. But the next minute, the teacher wrote out the answer. If Jiang Che survives, let him start a class. I'm willing to learn. What's the use of your willingness to learn? Can you understand the brain circuits of the mentally ill? So nearly strangled to death without resisting. You can survive? The audience spoke in 7 different ways, and they really didn't understand how Jiang Che was able to keep surviving at the hands of the evil spirits. The live feed couldn't feel the same human emotional aura as the evil spirits, and naturally, people wouldn't know that Jiang Che didn't have the slightest bit of fear even though he was being strangled and gasping for air in this situation. The only thing on his mind was endless guilt, and love for his daughter. Tuan pulled Jiang Che and stopped halfway there. She didn't want to go over there. She wasn't sure she could deal with the evil spirit, even though they hadn't met yet. It didn't matter if it was herself, but now that Jiang Che was by her side, she couldn't let Jiang Che wade into danger in the past. Why don't we not go over there? Tuan pulled Jiang Che. Let's go directly to find mom. It was dangerous here, and she had a feeling her mom was a human too. If it was a bit later, It might have been hunted away as prey just like this human called Xiaoya like. Jiang Che wasn't afraid of himself, so the wife he spoke of, his own mother, shouldn't be afraid of him either. For some reason, she suddenly kind of longed for a family like that. Life in the cemetery was so lonely. Buried underground were young children like her. She didn't know what she was before she became an evil spirit, but she stayed here after she became an evil spirit, spending her days in the cemetery in the company of these children. Parents was not a word she had ever heard or ever thought of. It was the first time the idea of leaving this graveyard had occurred to her. We got lost. Jiang Che spoke in embarrassment. He had been searching for his family for a long time, and this was the first time he had heard news of them. Your aunt said she knew where you were. That's why I've been following her. Okay. Tuan nodded firmly. She was going to have to show her fangs if she had to save that woman. This is the area where she lives. Other evil spirits dared to rob her land of its prey. The fog around Tuan was getting thicker and thicker, and her hands were surrounded by pale white blades of fog. I'm not trying to find my mom or help Jiang Che. I'm just fighting to guard the prey in my territory. Torture everyone. Tuan pulled Jiang Che back into the mist, and the thin gray mist made the two of them transparent. Ye's screams grew more and more harrowing, with a lifeless accent. Feeling the fear that filled the air, Tuan was a bit puzzled and pulled Jiang Che's hand tighter and tighter, because she could feel it. The smell of fear was getting stronger and stronger, and it hadn't dissipated any after all this time. Doesn't that evil spirit suck fear? Tuan frowned and, getting close to Sayaka wouldn't have taken much time for her. But now, she was deliberately distancing the fog to slow down the time it took them to get over there and better analyze what was going on over there. Evil spirits all feed on fear, and flesh and blood will make them grow, but not nearly as much as fear. Most evil spirits enjoy chasing their prey while feeding on fear, like appetizer after appetizer, and then finally enjoying a feast of blood and flesh as dessert, and also being able to dissipate that fear without wasting it. Of course, there are evil spirits that don't inhale, and these are quite cruel evil spirits, tortured to the end, enjoying a debaucherous meal. This was a place that belonged to the massive fog, where it was hard for other evil spirits to detect her presence when she didn't want to be seen. Jiang Che followed her, his gaze able to travel through this mist, visualizing a farther distance than before. He vaguely saw that Xiaoya was now with Wang Bing. Wang Bing? Jiang Che looked at him with some surprise. Before Wang Bing was injured and taken away by a cosplaying Spider-Man. Now that he's back, it seems that the injury has healed. It just looked as if he had lost a lot of weight and his whole body had become dry and flat for some reason. During the short time he spent with Xiaoya, Jiang Che had encountered many strange-looking evil spirits in the copy, including a few areas he had traveled through with Xiaoya, where he had caught glimpses of strange silhouettes. All those figures with strange appearances peeked at them from a distance before leaving again. He didn't care about any of this, and hadn't said anything to Sayaka about it, because the way everyone looked, it probably looked strange to people like Sayaka. If we told Xiaoya, she and the others would definitely arrest everyone and force them to take medicine or tie them up. When he used to be in the mental hospital, he used to hear the patients around him say that they were mushrooms. They were the sun. They were tigers. Those in the hospital would tie them up when they got impatient and starve them for a few meals. Jiang Che was able to speak normally most of the time, except for his obsession with his family, and just because he hadn't been treated like this didn't mean he thought the doctors were right to do so. Those people at the hospital referred to them uniformly as mental illness. Jiang Che didn't think people were sick. It must be that people didn't understand them, just like he used to, and thought he had a family, but everyone told him they didn't. Now isn't it a proven fact that he has a family? Now, in this copy, he really saw a lot of strange people, and he hadn't told you about it because he was afraid that everyone would get hurt again, just like in the hospital. Those people in the hospital, if they see them looking strange, will surely try to capture them and torture them with a method called treatment. That's also our friend, called Wang Bing. He was with us all the way before, and went to heal from his injuries later. Jiang Che introduced to the Tuan beside him. Tuan looked at Wang Bing and also Xiaoya, and when he got closer, Tuan realized why this evil spirit didn't suck the fear that filled the air. Because this person in front of him is a human. The two quickly approached. Xiaoya hid in the corner and did not move. She felt a very thin layer of spider silk attached to her body. She was now like prey that had fallen on a spider web. No matter how much she struggled, she was unable to escape from the spider web. As for Wang Bing across from her, this originally plump person had become dry and flat. His dry and thin body was like a piece of air-dried bacon, and the slight rise and fall of his chest could still tell that he was still alive now. He had white spider silk that hung from his body, wrapping most of his body. If the previous Wang Bing's eyes were full of confidence and contempt, now there was only ruthlessness in his eyes. Wang Bing used to think that he was the one who could survive to the end. Even if he couldn't escape from the copy, he could still survive to the end. At least he wouldn't die in front of the team's two losers. He could not have imagined a second before Zhao Qi pulled the trigger that he would die not at the hands of an evil spirit, but in a human's backstab. Where's Josie? Straight from Xiaoya's perspective, she started to run for her life after her screams. She found a farther corner to hide in, probably because of the screams she just made. It also allowed Wang Bing to find her. After Wang Bing approached her silently, he pulled the spider silk from his wrist and immobilized Xiaoya. Looking at the spider silk drawn out at his wrist, Wang Bing was a little heartbroken. He was already weak, and using the ability itself once was painful. This was the ability that the Spider-Man had given him to go and find prey for himself. Drawing silk, the ability to draw out flesh and blood and turn it into a spider's silk. Fixing one's target. Xiaoya's live broadcast room had gone crazy. Everyone thought Wang Bing was dead. The moment he was betrayed by Zhao Qi's shot, he was doomed to not live long. Whether it was Xiaoya or the viewers of the live broadcast, the first thing they did was to cast their eyes on Wang Bing's legs, before Zhao Qi had given 2 shots, hitting him squarely on his back knee, piercing through his balling ear cover. It was reasonable to say that Wang Bing would never be able to stand up again. Countless spider silks were now wrapped around the joints of his legs, forcing the broken key to wrap around and secure it. Can't believe it. Can you? I'm still standing? Where's Zhao Qi? Since Wang Bing was released by Spider-Man, in addition to the skill of drawing silk, he also gained another passive ability. He was able to vaguely smell some human odors, and could hunt for the scent to find his target. He twitched his nose thoughtfully, the unpleasant smell of the air burrowing into his nostrils. Still didn't smell anything about Zhao Qi. He didn't think Zhao Qi was dead. A ruthless man like Zhao Qi wouldn't die as long as Xiaoya was still alive. These kind of people never go soft when they sell people out. Crap. This Wang Bing didn't die. What's that spider silk he pulled out of his wrist? Isn't he human? Was there anyone in Wang Bing's live room before? Did anyone say how exactly he survived and how he got the ability? No, this kind of person is generally dying. Everyone will directly exit the live room of his perspective to see other people's copy of the experience of such a valuable time. Who go to see the last clips of other people die? The first thing this man did when he got the ability was to seek revenge on Zhao Qi, who unfortunately died. Zhao Qi died in the blood slaughter that I really did not expect. At that time the shooting was indeed a physiological reaction. He did the right thing. Just a pity. The audience was very curious and wondered how Wang Bing got the drawing silk ability. The audience had seen with their own eyes that he drew the spider silk from between his own wrists and immobilized Xiaoya. That spider silk is so strong that once it sticks it can't move and can only be manipulated. No one would care about what it would cost Wang Bing to draw out those spiders. What everyone was curious about was just that this person had gained such an ability. It has been verified before that killing an evil spirit will give the spirit a certain skill. In an accident, a man accidentally kills an evil spirit and gains its powers. That man has become a giant on the side by now. Now that everyone was looking at Wang Bing, could it be that it was the last moment of his life that gave the evil spirits a counterattack? Killed it and gained its powers? It's not out of the question. Zhao Qi is dead. Zhao Qi is dead, Xiaoya hurriedly replied. She was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Why did he just not believe himself when he said Zhao Qi was dead? Most of all, Xiaoya could clearly feel that her life force seemed to be being drained away by the spider silk. After just a few minutes of being confined, she felt like she was losing her strength as well as her sanity, and her brain was already suffocating a little. Really? It wasn't long after just us escaping that Zhao Qi was straight up killed by that psycho's mom and dad. Xiaoya was a bit tearful. She could see the suspicious look in Wang Bing's eyes, and to be honest, if she hadn't seen that scene with her own eyes, how could she not have imagined that a ruthless person like Zhao Qi would die in such a dramatic manner? She didn't even know how to go about explaining it. Explaining that the psycho's mom and dad were actually evil spirits too. Using the psycho like bait to keep bringing humans home? Everything I said is true. I can take you to Zhao Qi's corpse, Xiaoya hurriedly explained. And now that you've gotten the evil spirit's ability, I definitely wouldn't dare to lie to you. I also know that Jiang Che has a bracelet on his body, which is why that Spider-Man didn't attack him before. Xiaoya sold Jiang Che without any hesitation. Wang Bing originally didn't believe Xiaoya, but when he heard that last sentence, he then remembered that at that time, that evil spirit had indeed crossed over Jiang Che and ran to catch him. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten shot, and Zhao Qi wouldn't have shot him for trying to pull him down by being chased. There was a more important reason. He did now gain the ability. He had wondered if he could escape with this ability, but the evil spirit was certain he couldn't. As soon as the spider's prey gets on the spider's silk, then no matter where he is, the spider can feel his every move through the silk. He had also given up on the idea of escaping, but now that he heard Xiaoya talk about the bracelet, he was violently excited. What bracelet? He remembered that after he fell to the ground and was grabbed by Spider-Man, Jiang Che ran slowly from behind to brush up against him. He had previously wondered why Spider-Man didn't hit Zhang Che, but now he finally had an answer in his heart. If he was able to get this bracelet, would he really be able to escape with the skill? He didn't care about the argument that every use of the spider silk would consume flesh and blood. As long as he could escape, he would definitely eat and drink a lot of tonic. As long as the tonic was more than what he used, then it would be fine. It's the bracelet that an evil spirit gave to Zhang Che. I don't know exactly what it's for, but it does manage to avoid the evil spirit's attacks. Xiaoya hurriedly explained. So you believe me now? Zhao Qi really died. It was because of Zhang Che's bracelet so he died. At this point, Xiaoya could only tell him roughly in layman's terms. All this talk about parents being evil spirits sounds outrageous and is very hard to explain. The process of interpretation varies a bit, but the good news is that the result is the same. Wang Bing believed it. Xiaoya didn't tell him about the piece of clothing on Zhang Che. The clothes looked like ordinary doctors' white coats. If Xiaoya hadn't personally seen the evil spirit giving it to Zhang Che and saw Zhang Che hiding his breath after putting on those clothes, she would never have thought that the clothes had such an efficacy. The bracelet on her hand was just so special. Pale red knuckles, each section coiled and shiny. This thing is so special at first glance that it can't be hidden. Wang Bing gave her a serious look, then faintly asked, "Where is Zhang Che?" He looked around and didn't see Zhang Che's shadow. "I wanted his bracelet, so I set him up to get in trouble with an evil spirit." He spoke in a small voice. When these words came out, Wang Bing instantly smiled frankly. In just a moment, he understood why Sayaka was hiding here alone. And he also very much believed Xiaoya's claim that she had designed and framed Zhang Che to death in order to get his bracelet. This man is really capable of such things. By the way, brother, can you tell me how you killed the evil spirit? After seeing that she was temporarily safe, Xiaoya twisted her body and threw a wink in Wang Bing's direction. A human's dying rebound? She simply didn't believe it was that powerful. She didn't care that what she was doing was being broadcast live on the entire internet. She felt it was more important to get that ability than to go live. No. Wang Bing teasingly looked at her, watching her mayfly chrysalis twice, realizing that she couldn't move and winking towards herself again. I didn't kill it. So how did you get the ability? Ye was a little lost in thought. This was also the biggest question in her mind. Wang Bing was that badly injured at that time. He didn't have the ability to kill an evil spirit at all. Now, in addition to being a bit dry and thin, he has gained the ability to survive. That's the best way to end it. There is no need to kill the evil spirit at all. Wang Bing looked at her with a smirk. I also just learned that as long as the evil spirit is willing, it can bestow its abilities on you. Why would he be willing? Xiaoya couldn't care less if this question asked would anger Wang Bing. She just wanted an answer. At this time, the number of people online in the live room she was in had reached an unprecedented peak. From now on, as long as Xiaoya can survive, then no matter what she does in the copy, I think she's right. She sold her flesh? That's right too. Who says selling to win isn't winning? I'd be willing to call her mom if she could just ask how to get the skills and how to make the evil spirits willing. The audience had gotten antsy, and at this point everyone just hated the fact that the pop-ups couldn't reach the ears of the copy seekers. It's simple. I promised to help him hunt and help him capture humans back, and he granted me the ability. Wang Bing knew that the people outside must be watching this scene as well. Mockery crossed his eyes, and while looking at Xiaoya, it was as if he saw thousands of people. It was still uncertain whether he would survive this time, so he could only say that Zhang Che's bracelet was a hope for him. If he couldn't get the bracelet, he wouldn't be able to escape the spider evil spirits, and sooner or later he would die if he got the ability. There was only one thing he could do now, and that was to tell these people that evil spirits could grant human skills. Let these people go forward and die. How could an evil spirit voluntarily give a human abilities? Using his brain, he knew he would have paid for it with his life. Bunch of idiots. Although he was cursing these people in his heart for being stupid, Wang Bing truly believed in Xiaoya's words. Zhang Che must have something on his body given by the evil spirit that was able to avoid some of the evil spirit's attacks. Otherwise it wouldn't explain why that spider villain wouldn't even grab him if he brushed past. The evil spirit took the initiative to give Zhang Che something, and he was able to figure out the evil spirit's intentions almost instantly. Like himself, Zhang Che was just a tool to help the evil spirits find humans. Humans, compared to evil spirits, would be easier to find lurking. Humans are also more likely to gain the trust of humans. Once many evil spirits are close, even if they cannot be seen, within a certain range, people who are a little bit more emotionally sensitive can feel themselves becoming more distraught, and also become more annoyed, but many people don't notice it, and only think it's the oppression given by the copy itself. The blood slaughter evil spirit that Xiaoya had spoken of must have seen that Zhang Che's dull and stupid state was easy to gain the trust of humans, and that was why he had given him an item to defend himself, avoiding him from being mistakenly injured by other evil spirits. Bing, can you untie me first? In just a few moments of work, Xiaoya's life force had already drained quite a bit. Her delicate skin was loosening up with the naked eye, and the texture on the surface of her skin was becoming rough and dull. Bing, can you take me to that spider evil spirit? I can also search for humans for him and help him find prey. In front of the live broadcast, Xiaoya didn't hide her intentions. What's shameful? What's a bad name? As long as you can live and get stronger. None of this is anything. Those people in the replica, even if they didn't betray themselves, were going to die sooner or later. You're fighting alone by yourself. You must really want a companion too, right? Xiaoya said. Regardless, everyone says that the strong always walk alone and only the weak walk in groups. I don't agree with this statement at all. I think the strong need accomplices more. Seeing that she was moved, Wang Bing couldn't help but sneer. Aren't you afraid that I didn't tell you about the dangers here? Xiaoya felt that the spider web binding on her body was disappearing little by little, and she knew that Wang Bing had retrieved the spider web on her. At first glance, both you and Jiang Che are being utilized by evil spirits, but you're a bit more cost-effective than him here. Xiaoya took stock of the situation left and right. It was the same seducing prey. Jiang Che's side was all about the props given, while over there, it was about the abilities given directly. Neither side is sure to survive to the end, so naturally you have to pick the one that will help you the most. Sayaka shook her head inside helplessly. Is it possible to be immortal without powers? Xiaoya's words directly spoke the minds of everyone watching the live broadcast. Wang Bing's appearance at this moment was very different from before, looking like a dried corpse that had been sucked of all its flesh and blood. Just a quick glance shows that his present-day appearance is very much in keeping with the spider's predatory nature. I don't know what price Wang Bing paid, but all of this, it's not a problem. Being able to survive. Life is more important than anything else. I can take you to Jiang Che. Xiaoya still decided to throw Jiang Che to block the knife for herself, and Xiaoya could see that Wang Bing was very attracted to that bracelet of Jiang Che's. Moreover, this Jiang Che person can still be utilized. Just now when I tricked him into sending him to his death, he didn't hesitate at all. Xiaoya somewhat proudly stated that she had tamed Jiang Che very well. I believe you on this point. Wang Bing sneered, his eyes filled with contempt for Xiaoya. You people can't deal with normal people, but mental illness is a good hand. When Jiang Che saw Xiaoya, she had already been freed from her spider web restraints by Wang Bing, but the donut he was holding by the hand had a dark face. Jiang Che was a human and was too far away to hear what she and Wang Bing were talking about, but she was an evil spirit, and this fog was all within her domain, and she was able to clearly hear the voices in the gray fog. The words of the two wanting to try and scheme against Jiang Che were clearly heard by her. Daddy, are they really your friends? Tuan Tuan looked at Jiang Che innocently, his two big eyes fluttering. Yeah, Auntie Xiaoya will even take us to your mom. Jiang Che patted her head. Jiang Che felt a little guilty. It was his incapability that caused there to be no way to have a family reunion now. Xiaoya held Jiang Che's hand and looked coldly at the two in the distance through the fog. At this time, Jiang Che still didn't know that the two people over there were teaming up to count on him. These two, the group sneered. How dare these two count her chosen prey? The troop also felt that Jiang Che's air was filled with guilt and regret when he talked about his wife, and his mind was filled with doubt when he was asked where he was going. Daddy, I'll follow you every inch of the way. Tuan grinned. She wasn't going to give those two a chance as long as she was around. As soon as we find Mom, it's time for those two to die. Jiang Che led her forward, and when he saw Xiaoya and Wang Bing, he greeted her warmly. Thank you Xiaoya, thanks to you, I finally found my daughter. Jiang Che and Tuan Tuan appeared very suddenly. Tuan Tuan brought Jiang Che with him to manifest directly out of the mist, and the two of them appeared directly behind them without any sound of their footsteps. The sudden sound behind them made the two men instantly creeped out. A kind of cool air rising from the soles of their feet straight to the bottom of their hearts. Wang Bing even felt his scalp numb, to know that he had arranged the spider's silk in the surrounding area, although it was not as good as that spider evil spirit, which arranged the spider silk all over the place, but it was also able to alert the surrounding area. It wasn't until he was grabbed by the spider evil spirit that he realized what the sticky blood on the ground before was. A countless number of blood-colored spider silks paving the ground. It's too thick, too sticky, and builds up into a sludge. As long as they walk on that land, there'll be popping points for spider evil every now and then. He followed suit in the area where he was moving, but he hadn't expected that Jiang Che would still approach him in such a motionless manner. Even on Jiang Che's body, he detected a trace of the flavor belonging to evil spirits. It's the kind of oppression and fear of humans that evil spirits carry with them. Moreover, the current Jiang Che didn't have a human smell on him. Jiang Che, Wang Bing took a violent step back. The smell of Jiang Che's body startled him and made him feel like he was back in the scene when he faced the spider evil spirit again. It's cold and scary. The reason why he couldn't feel the flavor belonging to humans on Jiang Che's body should be the credit of that bracelet of Jiang Che's. He skimmed over to Jiang Che's right wrist, and there was a string of 10 or so small finger bones connected to a bracelet. The pretty pink color indicates that these finger bones have been moisturized by countless amounts of blood. He greedily looked at the bracelet on Jiang Che's wrist. If he got it himself, there was a real possibility that he could escape the control of the spider evil spirit, escape from the copy, and get free. He looked around, and Xiaoya was the only one here, and for a moment, he was so evil that he wanted to make a move on Jiang Che right there. As for Xiaoya's previous comment about cooperation, he didn't put it in his mind at all. He didn't even bother to look at the child at Jiang Che's hand. It's just that Jiang Che's appearance is very strange, holding the little girl dressed in rags by her hand, not to mention wearing a white coat full of bloodstains, and carrying a string of disgusting intestines around his neck, with yellow fat floating particles hanging on it, but Jiang Che doesn't have the slightest intention of taking it off. If he hadn't been 100% sure that he was human, he would have been shocked by his appearance by now. He just took a glance and retracted his gaze. He was going to dispose of Jiang Che on the spot and then drive away with the bracelet. As for Ya, solving her is just a casual thing. Xiaoya was right. Wang Bing himself disagreed with the idea of a strong man walking alone. He believed that a strong man should join hands with a strong man, but it wasn't her that one was going to join forces with. Dad, is this your friend? Tuan Tuan could feel the murderous aura on Wang Bing's body, and she coldly watched as he took a step forward to stand in front of Jiang Che. She had to find a place where Jiang Che couldn't see him and dispose of him. She couldn't let her dad think she was a bad boy. Nope, can't let your prey think you're a brutal killer. As soon as Jiang Che showed fear, she killed him, yet she didn't want fear to rise because of someone else, only for him to fear himself. Wang Bing frowned as he looked at the girl in front of him, 7 or 8 years old, just up to the waist of an adult. She was wearing a small white dress with some bloodstains, a brown teddy bear in her hands, her short shoulder-length hair was down, and her small face had not a scratch on it other than the bloodstains. Ever since Tuan Tuan had followed Jiang Che, he had been taking advantage of Jiang Che's inattention to change his appearance little by little. The first thing that became was the big, gaping mouth that could swallow a man's head with a single opening, and the corners of the mouth that came up to the base of the ears when he smiled. Now she looked like a little human girl. In general. Right, Tuan Tuan, let me introduce you. This is Auntie Xiaoya and this is Uncle Wang Bing. Both of you, this is my daughter, Tuan Tuan. Jiang Che took Tuan Tuan's shoulders and gathered her to his side. Ya froze, assuring her that she had completely made it up when she said she had a daughter. She just fictionalized an enemy who kidnapped Jiang Che's daughter and wanted Jiang Che to go and clash with that evil spirit for a bit then die ignorantly. Now the enemy doesn't see a hair. And an extra little girl who says she's his daughter? No. Ya felt a slight pain in her head. Jiang Che is also only 20 years old. This little girl looks to be 7 or 8 years old. How to count cannot be his daughter. As Ya thought about it, she realized with a jolt that something was wrong. Because the location of this copy is at the Red Hill Mental Hospital, which today has no small children of that age. Rich or sick, there are no children of that age here. So how did this kid show up? The child looked normal. Normal in appearance, and looked generally the same as an ordinary human child. But Xiaoya always felt that there was something wrong with this little girl. She couldn't make sure that the only people who entered the copy this time were the people from the Red Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. Because of the properties of the Red Mountain Psychiatric Hospital's Heavenly Fate Circle, there were also many people who had built temporary housing in the surrounding area. That is, a house circled by a few pieces of iron plates, like a large container, a makeshift shelter filled like a big bunkhouse. So she couldn't be sure if the little girl was someone from outside the Red Mountain Mental Hospital. Little friend, come close your eyes, Uncle will give you a gift. Wang Bing grinned a sardonic smile. He didn't care if Jiang Che was her father or not. He had already begun to fantasize about the little girl opening her eyes and seeing Jiang Che fall into a pool of blood. Wang Bing's killing intent was on display, and Xiaoya was stunned. She had no skills as a person, and had learned to read people extremely well. She immediately sensed something wrong with Wang Bing's smirk. At this moment, she took a step backward, wanting to seize the time to escape while Wang Bing wasn't paying attention. It would be fine to strip the clothes after Jiang Che died. As for the skills, since she already knew the method, she would just find a chance to fool the evil spirits afterward. But it didn't occur to her that just as she took a step backward, her feet were glued to the ground and she couldn't lift them up again. Looking down, the fine spider silk was arranged on the ground shimmering with transparent light. Did I let you go? Wang Bing slightly skimmed his head and blankly glanced at Xiaoya. Tuan also saw the spiders on the ground and she grinned. Uncle, it's rude behavior to just set up your stuff here. Wang Bing was a bit puzzled when he heard her words. Uncle, you and Auntie Xiaoya took Tuan Tuan and Daddy to find Mommy. Tuan Tuan is very happy, she said and stretched out her hands towards Wang Bing. Uncle, can you hug Tuan Tuan? Jiang Che was very relieved. It was so nice to see that his own daughter was still naive and unaffected and without a psychological shadow after escaping from the bad guys. Otherwise he would have blamed himself for his ineptitude. Good. Then let's start with you. Wang Bing sneered. This is what this little girl sent herself first. And I don't know if killing his daughter in front of the mental illness will make this kid become even more crazy. What it was like to be even more unhinged with mental illness. He licked his lips. He had never seen it before. At this time, the crowd watching the live broadcast had already sensed Wang Bing's mind. And that killing intent was too obvious. It's only Jiang Che who didn't feel it. Is this Wang Bing stupid? How can there be such a simple and cute little girl in the copy? It's obviously abnormal. Do you remember the 3 elements of a copy? Don't trust cute little girls. Don't trust beautiful, pretty women. And don't trust poor old men. I was thinking before that this Wang Bing survived from the copy to recognize a righteous father to hold a thigh. Obviously got the ability and it's kind of a Tianhu opening. But it ended up playing like this. Wang Bing picked up Tuan Tuan from the ground. His current strength was much greater than before. This kind of little girl, he could totally break her neck and get her dead with one hand. But soon he sensed something was wrong. The little girl's hand around his neck was so hard he could even hear his spine clicking. He squeezed hard at Tuan's arm, trying to twist her arm off and grab it, only to find that this little girl's arm was as solid as a rock. Tuan hugged him and whispered in his ear, looks like you're really a bad person, uncle." Unfortunately, Tuan was a good boy in front of Daddy. When Daddy's not around, the troop will come back to deal with you. Oh, be good. The little girl in front of her was obviously sweet and cute looking, blinking her round eyes, her black pupils taking up almost her entire eye socket, dark and deep. Before Wang Bing looked at it and thought, this little girl is quite cute. If he was outside, he didn't mind stopping to boast about it. Now in the copy, he would see death. He didn't know if it was because he had gotten the spider evil spirit skill, or maybe he had been betrayed by Zhao Qi once. He felt himself becoming colder and more ruthless. Faced with such a cute little girl, the first reaction of his heart was actually to crush her to death. But now, his neck was very stiff from the little girl's arms around him. His body's flesh and blood had already dried out and flattened, and when he reached out, he could feel the bones, and with every breath he could see the surface of the skin at his neck floating up and down from the air entering his windpipe. Now Tuan Tuan strangled him with one hand. His hands were soft and couldn't be seen to exert any force, but he strangled Wang Bing's neck to death. The undulating windpipe was also stuck, but Wang Bing's face was already dark, and it was not at all obvious that his face was flushed due to asphyxiation. Wang Bing stared at the girl hugging him dead in the face, and Tuan Tuan's soft whispers could only be heard by himself. How those dark, deep eyes looked weird at the moment. The group took a deep breath as she breathed in the scent of fear in the air and sighed a little regretfully. Wang Bing was also afraid now, but the threshold of this fear was no longer high. After the spider evil won, it would take something much more terrifying to instill a stronger fear in him. Xiaoya stared at Wang Bing. She was a bit confused as to why Wang Bing could be so calm while holding Tuan Tuan. Could it be that Wang Bing still had a touch of humanity left in his heart? She didn't say much, but if she had, she would never have been softened by the fact that the troop in front of her was a girl. Wang Bing only felt that his chest was getting stuffy. His heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by a hand, and all the blood inside his heart was being drained out one after another. Just at the moment when Wang Bing was about to suffocate and pass out, Tuan Tuan loosened her stranglehold on him. She let go of Wang Bing and returned to Jiang Che's side to hold Jiang Che's hand. Wang Bing breathed heavily as he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The troop in front of him reached out and grabbed his hand out of thin air, and he immediately felt his heart tighten again. Wang Bing's body stumbled forward violently and almost fell to the ground. "Are you alright?" Jiang Che hurriedly tried to go forward to help him with one hand. Wang Bing quickly waved his hand and violently stepped back. The sky was bright with a full moon. There was no wind and no clouds. The silvery white moonlight fell on a few people. He looked at Jiang Che who was standing not far in front of him and Tuan Tuan. A few minutes ago, he also thought that Jiang Che, who was covered in a blood-stained white coat, looked very wretched. The striped patient uniform inside was already gone, being worn by Xiaoya, and there were no clothes on the inside. Clothed and looking for a white coat to drape over his body, he felt that Jiang Che, like this, was in more of a sorry state than any of his own injured people, because they at least wouldn't be like Jiang Che, who couldn't even keep his own clothes from being gripped. But now, for some reason, he stared at Jiang Che, who was holding that mysterious little girl, shirtless and wearing a white lab coat. "I'm fine. I can see that uncle should have a heart attack. I see that other people have a heart attack are so pumped." Tuan Tuan's small hand pinched in the void, and Wang Bing pressed it to his heart as soon as he could. He tried to reach for the bloody skin of his chest to ease the pain, but when he reached for it, he only pressed the surface of a thin, dry, wrinkled layer of skin. and between his fingers was the touch of bones rubbing together. Wang Bing tried to escape, but when he took a step back, the girl squeezed hard. In just a few moments of work, his dry, black and thin face had turned pale. He saw it. This little girl is an evil spirit. She was intimately attached to Jiang Che's side at this moment, like a real father and daughter. He was just a bit puzzled as to why this evil spirit would be by Jiang Che's side and call him dad. Are evil spirits into role-playing now? Tuan, have you ever thought about getting a new dad? Wang Bing's eyes dripped as he crouched down and waved at Tuan. Although he didn't know what technique Jiang Che had used to trick this evil spirit, if he could trick it, he could also trick it himself. When these words came out, Jiang Che's face instantly turned cold. He had a hard time finding his own daughter. What's the point of changing dads? He is also his love rival and he likes his wife too? At the moment Wang Bing spoke, Tuan looked fiercely at Jiang Che. In that instant, she felt Jiang Che's anger rising from the bottom of her heart. Seeing Jiang Che get angry and pissed off over himself, the corner of her complacent mouth rose slightly, holding her hand tighter. Wang Bing, I think it's better for us to walk separately afterward. Jiang Che held over Tuan. Just now he was thinking of asking Nurse Shaya to go and check if there was any problem with his heart for him, but now it seems that he was being overly concerned. Jiang Che was angry that he felt like he was being sincere with everyone else, but everyone was always mean to him. Xiao Ya, at this point, even if she was even more stupid, she knew that the little girl at Jiang Che's hand was not simple. Evil spirits? She couldn't help but tremble at the bottom of her heart, and just for a moment, she felt a gaze fall on her. The little girl smiled at her, and seeing that smile sent chills down his back, Xiaoya just felt like she couldn't stay or leave. She tried to avoid the evil spirits by all means, but she saw several of them around Jiang Che. She couldn't imagine at all why she just asked Jiang Che to deal with the evil spirits, and Jiang Che backhandedly led back a little girl who obediently followed him and called him daddy. In the past, those seekers, from the time they entered the copy to the time they died, would only see two at most, or they would simply die without even seeing the face of the evil spirit. Being by Jiang Che's side, although he was always bumping into ghosts, there was an advantage. That is, just bumping into ghosts and not dying. After hearing Wang Bing's words, the audience watching the live broadcast immediately felt that this move was feasible. Since the evil spirit wants to play house, who is not playing with it? There's a downside to playing house with evil spirits, and that's that sooner or later you're going to die. But there are benefits, namely delayed death plus close bodyguards. Seeing Jiang Che get angry, the pop-ups were also happy. Who is this psycho saying he's stupid? Does he also know that this is the safest way? To be honest, this time Jiang Che really opened the door to new ideas for me. Playing house with evil spirits is also a way to stay alive in a copy. It may seem like a pet for the evil spirit, but we can also lend a hand. And it's not clear who's using who. This round of Copy 9 really unearthed so many new things. And it's the first time I've known that gaining skills can still depend on evil spirit bestowal. While everyone was in the middle of a heated discussion, a tender girl's voice came lazily. Yeah, it's better for you to walk separately from us. Tuan pulled Jiang Che's sleeve and spoke with a smile. Tuan's words made Xiaoya as well as Wang Bing's heart stir. That innocent smile at this moment looked just like a little devil, ready to devour people at any time. Combined with what Tuan had just said, as soon as Wang Bing left, that was when he lost his life. She wanted to strike where Jiang Che couldn't see her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else. I just saw that Tuan was too cute and wanted to recognize her as my goddaughter. Wang Bing hurriedly explained. He didn't explain because he saw Jiang Che's cold face, but he explained because he saw Tuan's imp-like smile. Jiang Che is nothing in his eyes. It was never Jiang Che that he cared about, and while he appeared to be telling Jiang Che that Tuan was cute, he was actually saying this to Tuan. Every now and then he peeked twice towards Tuan, wanting to see how the evil spirit reacted to hearing the compliment. Humph, my daughter, naturally cute. Jiang Che's heart was happy when he heard someone praising Tuan, and the anger that rose from Wang Bing's previous offense was also eliminated. Turns out it's just because Tuan is cute. Yeah, Tuan is really cute. The first time I saw her, I wanted to recognize her as my goddaughter too. Xiaoya hurriedly chimed in from the side. Tuan was holding Jiang Che's hand. Her expression was bland and she was not angry or happy when she looked at Wang Bing and also Xiaoya. The evil spirits were able to sense all the changes in emotions. She could feel it. When Wang Bing said he was cute, his heart was full of fear. His eyes didn't even leave his hand, afraid that he would pinch another hand towards his heart. The flavor of that fear had all diffused and covered Wang Bing, and the delicious cover of fear could not be covered. That's it, and you call yourself cute? But hearing Jiang Che responding to someone else's compliments about himself was different. The group could feel the full sincerity. As for Ya, this woman had been harboring evil intentions. If she didn't still have to rely on her to find her mother, Based on what they had just said about counting Jiang Che alone, she would have gotten them killed long ago. Yeah, then we'll go together. We'll go to mommy together. Apprehension surfaced for the first time in Xiaoya's heart when she spoke of her mom. She was afraid that the mother that Jiang Che spoke of would not be able to accept her after knowing that she was an evil spirit, and there was no way that she could go and call someone who was facing the fear that would be in her heart at all times her mother. But she liked Jiang Che and was willing to love the house, and the mom and dad that Jiang Che spoke of. His own grandparents? He wouldn't scare them like this, would he? She'll try to be a good girl. Hearing Tuan's good-natured nod of agreement, Xiaoya and also Wang Bing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The viewers watching the live stream were also shocked that it turns out this trick really works. The evil spirit really likes to play house. Brothers, I seem to know how to survive in a copy. I have no skills as a person. Caring for the elderly and caring for children is a good hand. I don't dare to think how many evil spirits I can lure to be my fighters with this eloquence. Brothers, this event is a big step forward for humanity. You guys think that if playing house with the evil spirit can trick the evil spirit into giving you powers, then humanity will turn the tables on them. I'm already looking forward to my next trip to the replica. I'm going to practice. The audience shouted loudly that they were going to practice on the replica. And those humans who were hiding and didn't want to enter the replica couldn't hold back their excitement at that moment. The act of cheating, as opposed to living meticulously, is just too easy. At that moment, another group of people were watching the live stream and having a video conference. Gentlemen, what do you think about this matter of today's copy 9? A woman in a long red dress painted her nails, her long dark hair dragging to the ground, playing house with evil spirits. Is that really feasible at all? Unlike the average person sees this message and thinks to themselves that they're going to give it a try. But they were different. These people they were video conferencing with had escaped from many copies, and some of them had even decimated evil spirits to gain their skills. All the values of their bodies are not comparable to those of ordinary people. I don't think so. It's a tease. A man snorted. Evil spirits and humans simply could not coexist, and those who believed in this over-the-top play were pure fools. Ordinary people who want to go and get killed can do so. It's the evil spirit joke nature of giving him the skill. Who knows if the skill has no hand in it? Maybe it's just a localization device. Even if he escapes from the copy, he won't be able to escape just the same when the reality hunting ground descends. In the video conference, several people kept sneering. Killing is only justice. Only the abilities gained by killing evil spirits with one's own hands can be permanently one's own. And only then is there no intrigue in it. They don't agree with the playbook, but they don't warn the average person about the possible intrigue here either. Because whether ordinary people get stronger or weaker has no effect on themselves. As for the idiots who believe in this approach method to get killed, times are so dangerous these days that when one is not intelligent enough, it is best to die. People outside are still cheering, some wanting to try it, others weighing the pros and cons. Wang Bing and Xiaoya, on the other hand, followed the two Jiang Che with small steps, not daring to speak. Do you know where my mom is? Tuan looked at Ye, trying to make that self look as harmless as possible. Xiaoya nodded in horror. She dared to say she didn't know when it came down to it. A viciousness flashed under her eyes. At this time she could only carry out her original plan. Find another evil spirit. Let Jiang Che go to his death. It's best to let this girl evil spirit go to her death together. She might even be able to fish in troubled waters to survive. She took a deep breath, harboring another wild thought in the back of her mind. That is, when these evil spirits are killed with only one breath left, she goes for a sneak attack and delivers the final blow. Then gains one of the evil spirit's skills. The light in her eyes grew colder and colder as the troupe felt the change in Xiaoya's mood. She didn't have a way to read thoughts directly, but she did know that Ye's emotional changes at the moment were complex, with questions, uncertainty and conviction and a hint of ruthlessness in there too. She couldn't help but pull Jiang Che's hand tighter. This was why she hated humans. Humans are too complex. But the good thing is, your own dad isn't like that. Toward the outside of the fog, the full moon overhead was already setting. It was just that they hadn't slept for a night, plus the fact that a few of them were highly strung mentally again, and there wasn't a hint of drowsiness. From time to time, Ye climbed up to a high point to get a better look at the direction. Relying on the presence of the donut at her side, the group looked in the direction she was talking about. The distribution inside the copy was too familiar to her. The direction that Xiaoya was leading them in was the direction where the exit was located, also, the direction the man was in. Tuan frowned but didn't say anything more. Jiang Che was a human and couldn't possibly stay in the copy for long. She liked Jiang Che, so she wouldn't let him die in the copy. When the time was up, she would definitely find a way to send Jiang Che out. So Sayaka led them towards that direction. And she understood. After all humans wanted to escape. Mom should be heading in that direction as well. But this time, the group was wrong. This is copy 9. And the humans don't know where the exit is located. The only reason why Sayaka had led them in that direction was solely because she felt that place was the most dangerous and deadly. The moon overhead was setting a little. The red sun on the other side was slowly rising. And the orange-red light in the sky was dispersing the darkness a little. The countless survivors hiding in corners and lingering on looked at the rising sun. There were 2 more days and nights like this. In 2 days, if you can't find the exit, then your life will be left here forever. The moment the copy closes, the live stream is paused. No one knows what happens after the copy closes, but no one has ever seen anyone live after the copy closes until the next time this copy opens. Daytime is not the slightest bit safer than nighttime. On the contrary, according to the rules summarized by countless people, the evil spirits that come out during the day are much more powerful. And it was only at night that some of the weaker evil spirits came out to pick up the prey that the stronger ones hadn't hunted during the day. Those evil spirits at night use more brutal means in order to make themselves stronger and to absorb more fear. And those powerful evil spirits in the daytime, with just some simple means, can give birth to an unprecedented fear in human beings. After all, in human society, daytime is when humans feel most secure. And for humans, light seems to dispel all darkness and take away all evil. The daytime chill is most ominous. And the night brings its own panic even when it's safe. The dark night of the replica was dispersed quickly, and a golden sunlight poured down on the floor. Feeling the warmth sprinkled on the surface of her body, Xiaoya couldn't help but open her hands. The morning light was faintly bright, but she looked like a mess. I never thought I could stay so refreshed after a day and a night without sleep. She was even more surprised that she was able to survive a day and a night in copy 9 unharmed. What's no sleep? What's a little sleepy? Never heard of anyone sleeping in a copy. And almost every second of a survivalist's life is spent on how to crack the copy and how to find the exit. As for those who entered the copy with camping gear and the like, they followed a set of guidelines that said, better rested for better survival. Many of the rich people they had entered the replica this time had brought similar equipment with them. To this, Xiaoya's comment is that she can't even save her life and still be poor and preachy. It's only 3 days. Why sleep long before you die? You must sleep long after you die. She had long ago returned the incongruous patient uniform she was wearing to Jiang Che. And all the way last night, she had felt that the evil spirit girl called Tuan Tuan had been staring at her outfit. It wasn't until she returned the patient gown to Jiang Che that the girl withdrew her own gaze. I don't know if it was her illusion, but after she returned the clothes to Jiang Che, she could still feel the mockery in that girl's eyes if anything. Wang Bing followed them. The sun was warm, but he was uncomfortable, probably because the flesh and blood were too withered. When the sunlight poured over his body, he always felt pain in his body, like his body was being corroded by the sunlight. He wanted to find a shady place to hide, but following the group, he didn't dare to take the liberty of suggesting that he should leave. What he was most worried about was that as long as he dared to leave, Tuan Tuan would directly solve himself where Jiang Che couldn't see him. Wang Bing realized that he wasn't as valuable as Xiaoya in the team, and Xiaoya was still able to use his wife's information to trick Jiang Che and save his life. As for last night, after they said that Tuan Tuan was cute and wanted to recognize her as their goddaughter, Jiang Che's reply was that it depended on whether or not Tuan Tuan herself was willing. He wouldn't be forced to do it for his daughter. The two of them could only look towards the evil spirit in embarrassment, but their gaze was just cast over, and what they got in return was the girl's disdain and sneer. Daddy hug. Tuan Tuan doesn't want to recognize anyone else. Tuan Tuan only wants daddy and mommy. The innocent Tuan Tuan pitifully stretched out his arms, asking Jiang Che to pick him up. Seeing her in that state, Jiang Che's heart ached. Even before hugging, she gave Xiaoya and also Wang Bing a warning glance, scaring both of them so much that they didn't dare to open their mouths and say similar words again. Wang Bing walked behind a few people. The burning pain in his body made him anxious. Only just moving to leave, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him closely. He raised his head, and saw Tuan Tuan, who was being held inside Jiang Che's arm in front of him. And at this moment, she was lying backwards on Jiang Che's shoulder, staring at him dead in the face. This night, Jiang Che didn't even put Tuan Tuan down. This night he had been rambling about guilt and self-reproach, and Wang Bing was very speechless as he watched. In Jiang Che's words, the child is so light, and she must have suffered not being there for her herself, holding it like it weighs nothing. It's all because of his incompetence as a father. Walking is too tiring. He might as well keep holding it. It's not heavy anyway. After listening to his ramblings all night, Wang Bing really wanted to laugh. There was no weight at all. This was an evil spirit. What weight could it have? He felt that Jiang Che's words were just a play on words, and on the contrary, that evil spirit was still eating him up. Wang Bing also tried to want to say something similar to see if he could attract that evil spirit's attention, but before he could finish opening his mouth, cold eyes would stare at him, causing him to keep his mouth shut. Dad, Uncle seems to have something to do. He doesn't want to go all the way with us. Tuan Tuan hugged Jiang Che's neck and didn't look at Wang Bing behind him anymore. Why don't we and Auntie Xiaoya go look for mommy by ourselves afterward? Let uncle have something to do and let him get busy on his own. Jiang Che turned back obediently, and sure enough, he saw Wang Bing's difficult look, and he opened his mouth a little embarrassed. Alright, you definitely have your own things to get busy with when it's dawn. I'm sorry for making you follow us all the way. Jiang Che then remembered that the other party had been following them all night. It's mainly because my daughter is afraid of the dark and it's not safe at night. Thank you for following us. Earlier, Xiaoya said that Tuan Tuan had been kidnapped, and he later found Tuan Tuan. But not that murderer. It must have been because Xiaoya had told Wang Bing that he had followed them all the way and protected them for the night. Aside from the fact that this kid had been hitting on his own daughter all along, trying to get her to recognize his godfather, Jiang Che still had a good feeling about him. But well, Jiang Che could also understand. Who wouldn't love such a cute kid? But this is his good boy. As Tuan Tuan felt Jiang Che's sincere thanks to Wang Bing, she couldn't help but hug Jiang Che's neck and place her face on his shoulder. What these two men had said in the gray mist, she decided to never let her dad know. Dad treats everyone with sincerity. It's the humans who are bad. Hearing his words, Wang Bing's face became odd. His daughter is afraid of the dark, dangerous at night? Doesn't Jiang Che's conscience hurt when he says such things? The most dangerous thing he had seen this night was the baby girl in Jiang Che's arms. Anything to keep the evil spirits happy. He pondered that if his mouth had been as sweet as Jiang Che's when he was in the hands of the spider evil spirit, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. If I leave, you must hold your daughter well and not let her wander off again. Although Tuan had given him threatening words, he was still ready to run. He stared at Tuan Tuan. As long as Jiang Che held it well and didn't let it run around, he might actually be able to run away himself. Wang Bing tentative 2 steps back. He did not go to ask that Xiaoya how to do. We are all ping-pong, cannot give up their lives for Xiaoya. Wang Bing also had to go back to make the spider evil spirit happy, and he could now boldly say that. The sweet talking trick, I really learned it. Don't worry, I definitely won't let my daughter leave my side this time. Jiang Che spoke seriously. He had already tasted the pain of not having a loved one, and would certainly not allow himself to go back to before. That's good, I believe in you too. Wang Bing turned around and left after he finished speaking. He didn't even wait for Jiang Che to reply. Xiaoya watched Wang Bing run away without the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. She had already figured out that she was currently following Jiang Che, and that she was the safest on her own. Breaking away, she was no different than the corpses that were everywhere in this copy. Even, as long as she followed Jiang Che, she would be able to properly learn how Jiang Che got along with evil spirits, whether it was by tricking or coaxing them, which was a rare experience. Going out and watching a live stream and replay is not as real as being close by and feeling it for yourself. Also, one shouldn't die anytime soon, because Jiang Che hadn't found a wife yet. As long as he never found a wife, then he himself would always have the value of living. Jiang Che, blood. Xiaoya closed her mouth in the middle of her words. She wanted to say blood butchery, but then immediately thought that saying this word to Jiang Che might make him unhappy. Your parents' side, did you talk to them about leaving so far away? She was curious to know what Jiang Che thought about that side when he left so far away, and whether or not that side had secretly followed in private. They said for me to rest assured to look for it, saying that they would come to me tomorrow regardless of whether they found it or not tomorrow. A trace of warmth rose in Jiang Che's heart, although he had just returned home and left home again. This time leaving home made him feel unprecedented warmth. It turns out that having someone waiting for you to come home and having someone leave a light on for you is such a great feeling. Hearing his words, Sayaka's relieved heart hung again, but with a sigh of relief, because by that reckoning, they're all still safe today. She knew that tomorrow would be the day Jiang Che died, and what the blood slaughter couple said about coming for Jiang Che was to take his life. The game of cat's paw and rat, the game of playing house, was coming to an end on the last day. Daddy, I'm a little sleepy, I want to take a nap. Jiang Che hugged Tuan Tuan and heard her whispering in his ear. Sayaka heard this as well, but she didn't think that Tuan was really going to sleep. According to human research on replicas, on evil spirits, it has been proven that evil spirits do not have a certain routine, and there is nothing to say that an evil spirit that hunts at night cannot go out during the day. They don't seem to need to rest at all. It's just possible that a certain evil spirit loves the midday sun, or a certain evil spirit loves the dusk of the setting sun, and some other, weaker evil spirit, only retreats when they appear. At this point the group says it wants to sleep, not sure what it wants to do yet. Then rest quickly. I'll keep holding you. Jiang Che patted her back. Tuan Tuan's little head just slumped towards Jiang Che's shoulder, and both eyes closed over. Tuan Tuan's hands were draped over Jiang Che's shoulders, and while her hands looked soft and weak, one of them had a death grip on the teddy bear Jiang Che had given her, with no heaving breaths and no rolling eye changes on the eyelids. It looked less like a child and more like a corpse. Xiaoya secretly skimmed her face to look at her, confirming that this time she finally wasn't the same as before. Those dark eyes staring at her dead in the face the moment she made a small move. She couldn't hide from Tuan's eyes if she even had any change of thought. It's like this evil spirit has the power to read minds. Jiang Che, that thing, around your neck. Xiaoya paused. The thing Jiang Che wore around his neck was already covered with dust and tiny debris, because of too much time outside. Some of them are air-dried and shriveled to see what they originally looked like. Although there was a moon last night, the moonlight was clear and sprinkled on people with a silvery white glow, and under the cold gray light, one could only see roughly what was going on, and could not scrutinize what the items looked like. She had only seen something extra on Jiang Che's neck, and it was only now that it was dawned that she recognized the thing on Jiang Che's neck. It was actually a long piece of intestine. Earlier, when Tuan was still there, she was too embarrassed to speak up, but now asking the question was also a test to see if the little girl was truly asleep. This is a gift from Tuan. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth unconsciously hooked up. Yeah. She then said how the sudden extra thing on Jiang Che's neck came about. Didn't you feel anything wrong with the feel of your hand when the evil spirit gave you something? Bracelets and clothes on just that finger bone bracelet. Not some understanding of the human body structure of the people. Broken cannot recognize that is a human pinky bone strung together. The clothes thing is also good. They look like normal human clothes, but it wouldn't make sense that you wouldn't recognize the intestines. Would it? They felt distinctly off to the touch. Wet and oily, and even more disgusting to the touch. Xiaoya opened her mouth, still not daring to say anything more. She was still afraid that the evil spirit was pretending to be asleep. Along the way she kept looking in the direction, knowing in her heart that they were not far from their destination. Taking advantage of the group's lack of response, she turned a corner and continued on her way. Jiang Che didn't know the way, so she was prepared to take a detour to delay going to her destination. All the way there she wondered how she would survive. Not a clue in her head. A little more time and she should have figured it out. Wang Bing was running wildly all the way since he left Jiang Che on the other side. It was only when he arrived inside an abandoned and broken down building that he hid. Spider silk was arranged around the area before he collapsed to the ground and exhaled loudly. He now had two choices. One was to go back to his flowery tongue and trick the spider evil spirits. The other choice was to trick the other evil spirits. He couldn't get the other evil spirits, and he couldn't get the spider evil spirits. He was a little bit stuffed up, obviously having a set of solutions in his mind, but he still didn't dare to take that step. Uncle, what are you thinking about? Wang Bing closed his eyes and thought about the problem. He didn't worry about safety. The surroundings were guarded by him with spider silk. As long as someone approached, he could get up immediately. That's why he wanted to leave this skill behind, wanting to escape from Copy 9 alive. As long as he got out, he could snowball on that skill and get stronger and stronger. As long as you don't die, you have output. But the sudden voice above his head directly scared him, a voice he was all too familiar with. All this night he had been tormented by the sound of this imp. Why is this imp here? In the next second, Wang Bing felt that his heart was tightly grasped by a hand that was contracting. What's on your mind, uncle? Thinking about what to do about my dad. He looked toward the sound, and Tuan was floating not far in front of him, with the shadows of countless young children popping up around her to accompany her. He had no way to move, and looked down only to realize that countless childlike shadows clung to himself like bones to a bone. In the shadows of the abandoned house, Wang Bing felt his whole body was falling. His body was heavy and he couldn't move. He looked down at the greenish-black shadows that clambered over his entire body. None of the children could see their faces, and all they could feel was the countless hands all clambering over them, dragging and pulling. And the imp called Tuan was floating not far ahead of him, looking at himself with a smirk. In Wang Bing's live broadcast screen, countless viewers had a heart directly seized up. Isn't this what it told Wang Bing to go? Now it's catching up. Do you believe in the words of evil spirits? Jiang Che is still holding it in his hand. I really don't know what he's holding. Thinking of what to do with your dad. How can you lie to yourself when you can just lie to us? I didn't realize that evil spirits would also find an excuse for their killings. This girl evil spirit is really like a demon. All the way I watched her look here and there, and Wang Bing and Xiaoya stared at them dead in the face whenever they made a move. It's possible that this little evil spirit is too weak, right? It's so hard to catch prey. Surely we can't let all these prey run away. You guys say she dares to kill Jiang Che. After all, Jiang Che is blood slaughter's prey. The audience didn't bother to speculate on the troops line because it was a set of moves that were basically faultless. Pretend to let go and come back over to hunt. Isn't this a routine operation for evil spirits? What everyone wanted to know more was whether or not Tuan would get Jiang Che killed, and whether or not he would fight with blood slaughter and other evil spirits for messing with Jiang Che. You can't kill me. I'm a slave of the spider evil spirit. You can't kill me. Wang Bing felt his stiff limbs spinning in the grip of those countless child shadows, like a crocodile hunting for food. Clenching tightly, the limbs began to rotate in different directions. Just halfway through the turn, he began to wail in agony. Underneath the dark brown eyes, there was fear and pain. Slave? Tuan Tuan approached his position and looked condescendingly at the collapsed Wang Bing. In this world, the most worthless thing is a slave, or a slave that has been drained of its value. Human flesh and blood are the least valuable, far less valuable than the emotions provide to evil spirits. Wang Bing was like this, completely drained of fear when he was first arrested, and when he released Wang Bing, no matter what bad things Wang Bing did with the spider silk, a part of his fear would be transferred to the evil spirits. There will be drifting and overflowing fear midway through, but this loss of fear is acceptable. It could be said that Wang Bing came out to do bad things, including giving skills, without much loss to spider evil spirit. But the spider evil spirit also knew that giving human skills like this was fine for occasional fun, but if you played it too much, you would always play it off. Releasing Wang Bing again was purely out of predator bad taste. It was also played this way because he knew that no human would escape from this copy. Even if he didn't kill, no human would run out. Tuan is right. Humans are the least valuable here. Only those that have not been hunted will still have some of the evil spirits care about the fear of whether or not other evil spirits have harvested their prey. But this kind of put out will hardly care so much. They say you have to fight a dog to beat it, but if you really beat it to death, you won't start a war because of the dog. Tuan Tuan looked at Wang Bing, who was trapped on the ground hissing in pain, and was surprised that the human's ability to resist pressure was too strong. Adaptation to evil spirits. 2. Except for the first time, which can be very scary. The mindset is gradually adjusted later on. Just like the current Wang Bing, the emotion was more of hate. Fear was also there, but far less than hate. Wang Bing wailed, and in the next second, he saw that one of his arms was directly wrenched off by that greenish-black shade of a toddler. Several young shadows of children ran around excitedly holding up his broken, dry-as-dust arm, showing off the results of being the first to rip it off. Tuan looked at the broken arm. No blood was flowing from the broken section and no white bones could be seen. There were only countless bug eggs that filled his flesh and blood. The group laughed. Sure enough, no evil spirit would do something stupid that didn't leave something behind. Wang Bing's limbs were being pulled off one by one, and he also saw the densely packed insect eggs underneath the flesh. And at that moment he was already in despair. He released himself and lay down on the ground, letting the evil spirits tear at his body. Previously, he had thought of bringing Jiang Che's bracelet to hide from the spider evil spirit looking to end his life, but now it seemed that his idea was superfluous. He could still feel his limbs aching violently. The cutting, tearing pain was going on, but his limbs had long since lost the flesh and blood that belonged to him, and even the inside of his chest and abdomen, which had just been torn open, had been filled with insect eggs. Wang Bing instantly understood what kind of symptom he was having. Phantom limb pain. Phantom limb pain in previously post-amputation patients subjectively feel that the limb that has been removed is still present and is accompanied by pain of varying degrees in nature. He sneered twice. He had been calling Jiang Che a psychopath. But now, how could a psychopath not be himself? Watching his torn limbs, the audience watching the live stream exploded. Everyone had thought that he could rely on his hard-earned skills to battle this evil spirit called Tuan Tuan. Not to say the fight was back and forth, but at least it wasn't like now, where there was no resistance at all. What's the difference between him, like this, and an ordinary person? Luckily he died early, or else he really gave me misleading numbness. He is like this has not killed him, also cannot live long. This time, this evil spirit called Tuan Tuan has really done a great job. Mama, it's good that Wang Bing is dead, otherwise I really don't know that he has lost all this body. I was planning to go in and coax the evil spirits to give me abilities just like Jiang Che, but I didn't expect Wang Bing's body to be like this. Laughs to death. I told you that evil spirits are not so kind. It's good to die. Watching Wang Bing's breath gradually weaken, the divine splendor in his pupils disappeared a little bit. After the eggs appeared in the air, they started to break out of their shells little by little, turning over to nibble on Wang Bing's flesh and blood, like a small sesame seed, covering Wang Bing's entire body. As soon as the breath breaks, the broadcast is paused. The live broadcast screen belonging to Wang Bing ended completely. At the end of his life, he opened his mouth and countless tiny spiders crawled out of it, not even leaving a single poignant, desperate last word. At this time, Wang Bing did not know that his death did not attract anyone's sympathy, nor did anyone feel pity. After seeing the changes in his body after his death, all felt that he had died as he should have died. His survival and death validated two things for the crowd. Evil spirits can bestow skills on humans. Second, evil spirits do not plainly bestow skills on humans for no reason. The troop figure disappeared into the distance, and the audience redirected the screen back to Jiang Che's live broadcast. At this moment, Jiang Che didn't know where to find a broken parasol and hit it on top of his head to cover the blazing sun. The early morning light was intense, blazing the earth from the time the sun came out. Xiaoya continuously wiped the sweat from the corners of her forehead, and Jiang Che's face also had fine beads of sweat. She couldn't understand why the replica nights were so overcast and cold, why the sun was so hot just after it came out, and the early mornings, which were supposed to be the coolest of all, felt hot and scorching at this time. Xiaoya wiped her sweat again. The temperature changed so much, and those copy guides didn't say so inside. She stole a glance at Tuan Tuan in Jiang Che's arms. When Tuan Tuan was sleeping, they found a parasol on the ground. It looked dusty and bloodstained, but it didn't affect the shade from the sun at all. She couldn't help but blankly glance at Jiang Che. There was just this one umbrella on the way. Jiang Che held it to shade Tuan Tuan. She really wanted to spit out the fact that there wasn't a single drop of sweat on that donut's forehead. Did an evil spirit need an umbrella? However, she didn't say this in front of Jiang Che, and the first step Jiang Che took when he got the umbrella was to take it over to Tuan Tuan without a second thought, without even asking her if she needed it. Jiang Che then rightfully took the umbrella and held it for Tuan Tuan. It's no wonder that those copy guides didn't mention the temperature change. For the survivors inside the copy, surviving here is the main purpose. How to survive in the hands of the evil spirits. How to find the exit. How to escape is the main thing. The replica is 3 days long, and each day's temperature is more exaggerated than the day before. But the seeker's focus shouldn't be on that, and the seeker who escapes out doesn't think it's anything important. Isn't staying alive the main thing? Even if you feel the heat and feel the cold, can there be any solution? If viewers watching the live stream can't tell that the survivalists inside the video are shivering from the cold and thirsty from the heat, then there's no point in making that point. While Xiaoya was secretly slandering, she fiercely felt another gaze staring her dead in the face. She raised her head, and all of a sudden, she saw that on Jiang Che's shoulder, Tuan Tuan was hugging Jiang Che and staring at her in death. "Daddy, where are we going?" She surveyed the directions around her, and you felt icy cold all of a sudden. "Auntie Xiaoya took us to your mama. She said she's almost there." Jiang Che didn't recognize the road or know the destination either, and all the way there was wherever Xiaoya said. "Auntie Xiaoya, are we all going astray?" Tuan Tuan stared at Xiaoya. If others didn't know the way, didn't she recognize it? If it was going in the direction of the exit, they were now off course. Ha, going off course. Xiaoya was shocked. She just wanted to take a detour to stall for a while, but she didn't expect this troop to recognize her intentions as soon as she opened her eyes. Did she just pretend to be asleep or not, and now she's deliberately pointing in the wrong direction to tease herself? The group sneered sweetly. She just sensed that the direction was a bit off, but only mentioned it in passing. After all, it's not uncommon for humans to take a wrong turn when they don't understand the environment of the replica. It was just the change in Aya's mood as soon as she voiced the question that let her know that Aya was doing it on purpose. "Right. Isn't the direction you want to go heading this way?" Tuan pointed in the direction of the destination that Sayaka had set earlier. Didn't this group of humans want to get to the exit? As an evil spirit, she didn't realize that the humans hadn't found the exit to copy 9 so far. She simply knew that the humans would try to escape towards the exit. Seeing the direction Tuan Tuan was pointing, Xiaoya's face was miserable. She had just discerned the direction on the high building and deliberately walked around that location. The regiment was pointing now, and a sharp chill ran down her back. That location is really too special. Copy 9 has all kinds of eerie and terrifying environments. Only there, it's quiet and peaceful, like a paradise in a thriller. Is there really an absolutely exact position in the copy? Her answer was no. If there is, it's an illusion, and it's an extremely dangerous illusion. Do you know the direction? Jiang Che looked at his daughter with surprise. He hadn't thought that Tuan Tuan was actually able to point out directions. And looking at Xiaoya's expression, it was obvious that she was right. Yeah, maybe it's telepathy between mother and child. I feel like mom is in that direction. Tuan squinted and smiled, looking innocent and cute. She was being nice and cute, showing kindness to her mom who didn't know who she was. You laughed awkwardly twice. Yeah, it's that way. I went the wrong way. I didn't expect Tuan Tuan to be able to know the way at a young age. This is a weird copy. You're really too good. She appeared to be praising, but she was actually saying that this little girl was not normal. She sensed out that Jiang Che, this fool, really didn't know that the small child he was holding in his arms was an evil spirit. Really consider this seemingly innocent girl a daughter? Thinking that Wang Bing had just left, Tuan Tuan followed him to sleep. Sayaka couldn't help but shiver, and her footsteps snapped as she, Wang Bing, still alive? Of course, maybe this is the mother and son heart-to-heart. Jiang Che said this with a bit of a sour chirp. He envied this tacit understanding between Tuan Tuan and his mom that didn't need to be spoken. Acid, this kind of telepathy was not in himself. If he also had this kind of telepathy with his daughter, he would not be afraid of his daughter getting lost. Wherever she was, one could sense where she was. Tuan Tuan was lying on Jiang Chei's shoulder. She felt the emotions that were constantly emanating from this skinny body, and this emotion put her at ease. There was no fear. There was no anger. There wasn't a bit of hatred. There was only endless love, and guilt, and a little bit of jealousy. She cocked her head for a long time, but couldn't figure out what that jealousy was due to. If only I could be telepathic with Tuan Tuan as well, Jiang Chei muttered in a small voice. Tuan froze. That telepathy she just had was completely made up. She just knew what direction the exit was in. Listening to Jiang Chei's emotions because of her own words, the corners of her eyes curved, and she hugged her two hands even tighter. Tuan Tuan is a rare spirit, evil spirit in the replica that can coalesce entities as it sees fit, or project its consciousness onto another spirit as it sees fit. The corpses buried under the graveyard were the sustenance for her to gather countless spirits. When Wang Bing left, she arranged for her spirit body to secretly follow him until he left the sensing range. Then she projected her consciousness over. She also relied on this ability to be able to quickly weave in and out of the sides. Does Daddy want to have a heart-to-heart with Tuan? Tuan put his finger on his brow. I'd like to. I'm really afraid I'll lose Tuan again. After Jiang Chei finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly appeared in his head. Acquired skill, mind reading. You can bind an object to sense the other person's orientation, consciousness and thoughts, only one at a time. I'm begging for recommendations, monthly votes, and favorites. When this voice had just appeared in Jiang Chei's head, he wanted to ask what it was. The skill thing was outside his cognitive range. Before entering the copy, those people in the mental hospital had never given them the relevant knowledge. So when he saw this thing, he did a double take. One can only get a general idea of what it's about literally. But even though he didn't know what it was, he knew that it was given to him by Tuan, and for better or worse, he would keep it. Just like the intestinal necklace that he always wore around his neck. Tuan held out one finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. The two large, dark, round eyes fluttered twice, and Jiang Chei nodded knowingly. Tuan retracted her own fingers that were placed on Jiang Chei's forehead as she blinked her eyes and waited for Jiang Chei to make an attempt to utilize the skill. Jiang Chei frowned as his mind moved, and a guiding mechanical voice was added to his head. Please select the binding object. Jiang Chei chose Tuan without saying a word, and he never thought of binding anyone else. The thought had just risen, and the bound target was added to the back of the skill in his head. Acquired skill, mind reading. Bound object, Tuan, cannot be bound to the rest of the people before unbinding, can sense each other's location, consciousness and thoughts. His brain showed that the binding was successful, and in that instant, another perception was added to his brain. There were two figures in the space of consciousness, one large and one small, and he was able to see the world from the perspective of both. The world became dark and illusory in his consciousness. The surroundings and buildings began to appear. The environment of the distant landscape was blurred, only a simple outline. But the perspective that is dominated by the two men is a perspective that is clearly visible to both sides. He was puzzled to realize that he was clearly in the same position and the same spatial range as the Tuan now. But the Tuan's end of the perspective saw a whole lot more than he did. Is this an illusion? Jiang Chei wasn't sure, and he switched viewpoints in confusion. It's such an amazing feeling. There's always a sense that there's no dead space in the 360-degree view. Daddy! Jiang Chei looked at Tuan suspiciously, and he saw that Tuan's mouth didn't move, but his voice was transmitted into his brain. Daddy can talk to Tuan just by thinking. We can whisper to each other from now on. Jiang Chei stopped in his tracks. He kept his mouth tightly shut. Can you hear me? Can't hear you. Tuan hemmed and hawed. Jiang Chei grinned back, realizing that he really didn't need to speak to communicate with the troop. Inside this consciousness, is it true that I'll be able to find Tuan in the future? No matter where Tuan is? Jiang Chei joyfully felt the two people inside the space of consciousness. Right. Even if Daddy leaves tomorrow, he can always talk to Tuan and know where Tuan is. A hint of sadness surfaced under Tuan's eyes. It was so hard for her to find a human she liked and she had to score right away. After 3 days humans must leave or they will dissolve in the copy. However, she had already thought about it, and when the hunting grounds descended into reality, she would go out and look for Jiang Chei. Jiang Chei nodded dubiously, not really understanding the subtext of Tuan's mouth. He thought it was just a metaphor. The metaphor is that in the future, no matter how far apart they are, fathers and daughters will be able to perceive each other. Jiang Chei held Tuan towards his destination, and this time, his footsteps accelerated slightly, because at every corner, the group would tell him in his conscious mind how to go. Aya followed behind, and as she tried to interject with directions, she realized she couldn't say anything at all. It was because every time Jiang Che advanced, he was heading past his destination. Even Jiang Che didn't have to go to the high point to judge the orientation from time to time like she did. The troop didn't forbid her to continue her movements of finding directions. After all, the troop only knew which direction the exit the human was looking for was in. It didn't know what direction the mom was in, and they were still relying on Xiaoya to find the human. When once again coming down from the high point, Xiaoya's hand had just been raised before she could speak. Jiang Che was already walking in the direction she had not pointed out. At that moment, only then did Xiaoya realize that something was wrong with Jiang Che. It was as if he had become suddenly aware of the road. The strangest thing was that Jiang Che and Tuan Tuan, neither of them spoke anymore on this journey, and the two of them didn't even communicate in any way. You know that before this, Jiang Che had been hugging Tuan Tuan and muttering all the time, and that evil spirit was also coming and going from father to father. Now, in her perspective, it was just Jiang Che holding Tuan Tuan and mechanically traveling towards a certain destination. Xiaoya remembered that not long ago Tuan Tuan's finger poked Jiang Che's forehead. It couldn't be that was when Jiang Che's soul had dissolved, could it? The current Jiang Che was like a puppet on strings, like a giant doll of this evil spirit, hugging her and being manipulated by her. Sayaka's feet lurched as her mind began to get confused. Tuan Tuan was being held by Jiang Che on his shoulder. Jiang Che's perspective inside his perception at this time was 360 degrees without dead angle, and he realized in an instant that behind him, Xiaoya's face was pale, her walk was difficult, and her footsteps had stopped. What's wrong? Jiang Che asked without even turning around as he walked ahead. Aya, who was lying on his shoulder, was staring at her with narrowed eyes and a smile. Xiaoya was instantly emboldened, only to feel a chill stabbing the back of her head. Jiang Che really wasn't right. He didn't even turn around to look at himself and knew that he had stopped in his tracks. Feeling his fear, Tuan grinned ear to ear. She thought humans were just too much fun. Is Tuan Tuan happy? Jiang Che was still whispering to Tuan Tuan. Aha! Tuan replied vigorously. The trio made their way through the building without a shadow of a human or an evil spirit in sight. And in the midst of the deserted ruins in all directions, the sound of a young child's childish laughter continued to surround the abandoned building, echoes reverberating through the building and drifting back. Dense sweat surfaced on Sayaka's forehead, her eyes staring deathly at Tuan. The demon! At this time, the pop-ups also sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Che. OMG. This thing is so weird, I don't even know when Jiang Che went wrong. That said, he really hasn't spoken in a long time, and was quite talkative before. If Jiang Che didn't have live footage of him as a survivalist, I'd really think he was an evil spirit. It's so oozing. He didn't even look back. He knew something was wrong with ya. The fact that the live footage hasn't dissolved like the dead means he's not dead now. So what is his soul doing now? Trapped in a body? Or completely lost its own thinking being controlled? I told you, with the evil spirits, whether playing house or maneuvering, it's better to live with the tiger than to live with the tiger. I'm fine. Ya took a big breath and tried to stay calm. She knew she couldn't run now, and if she did, then she would immediately face death. Xiaoya's body trembled, and she continued to follow Jiang Che again. She had been used to lead the way before, but not anymore. Jiang Che walked in front, Tuan Tuan kept giving him directions, and the two of them whispered very happily in private. Neither Xiaoya nor the audience of the live broadcast could feel the small movements of the two people's eyes facing each other, nor could they hear the communication of their minds. What everyone sees live is what the screen shows and does not read the thoughts of any of the seekers. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were not as dense as before, and occasionally a bar crossed the screen, and everyone felt the situation, not knowing how to speak for a while. Everyone? Has anyone deciphered how long it took for Jiang Che to get hit? What kind of trick? I really don't know. What kind of move this is, I'm not even sure. Sure enough, humans still know too little about evil spirits. We don't have any records at all of this evil spirit's information as well as skills. I'm really impressed. Is it true that no one can break copy 9? When the audience felt weird, Ya's feelings were even more horrifying. Every now and then, she heard that little evil spirits suddenly burst out laughing, and Jiang Che, who was holding her, would laugh along with her. The two laughed as if no one else was there, and they didn't know what they were laughing for. After turning another corner, Jiang Che stopped in his tracks. Xiaoya's limbs were numb, lost in thought as she followed behind. Almost bumping into Jiang Che's back, she then reacted and hastily pulled away. Looking at the modern city's architectural style in front of her, Xiaoya couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. This was the destination of their trip, and sure enough, Jiang Che just wasn't right. She didn't even point out the way afterward, and Jiang Che was able to find this place with precision. After pondering for a long time, Xiaoya finally came up with the most descriptive term: locals. Jiang Che was like a replica local. He knew exactly where to go and what was there. Xiaoya looked at the environment, which was very different from the replica, in which it was full of bizarre, bloody and violent. It's rare to find such a peaceful environment, a place where bloodstains are everywhere, yet such a clean sanctuary can emerge. Xiaoya didn't enter it without permission. It was clean, yet dangerous. A lot of people have come in to copy 9. They weren't the first to walk here and they won't be the last. Before that, it didn't take long for the live feeds to be inexplicably cut off for anyone who entered this place. No one came out of the copy until it closed. The internet had given speculation that said exit was here. Others say that the exit of copy 9 is not here, and that the quiet and calm, paradise-like scenery here is just a trap for survivalists. It was a well-disguised extermination kill. How can there be an environment just like a modern city in a weird copy? There was no bloodshed, no killing. The peace here was more like a layer of blinders, a glance at something fake. It may be that underneath its serene and safe environment is a land capable of devouring flesh and blood, a wall capable of swallowing life. This huge modern estate is actually a monster that devours people, but no one has confirmed either outcome. No one gets out alive. That much is true. Jiang Che, your wife is in here. Xiaoya stared at Jiang Che and spoke nonchalantly. Where inside? Without waiting for Jiang Che to reply, Tuan prioritized opening his mouth at Jiang Che's shoulder and asked, the very center. Xiaoya clenched her teeth. The outside might not die. The very center would definitely die. Tuan frowned. This group of survivalists really know the location of the exit. Just here. Jiang Che sensed Tuan's doubt, and he quietly asked, what's wrong with Tuan? Why do you look worried and scared? Tuan shook his head. Daddy, will you wait for me here? I'll go inside with Auntie Xiaoya to look for Mommy. This is that person's territory. She could only guarantee that the evil spirit would not be in danger going in, and for the time being, she did not want Jiang Che to wade into danger. When she found Jiang Che's wife, she would then go and negotiate with that person, giving conditions for her to let a few people go. Jiang Che was puzzled, but Tuan just shook his head. Tuan just wanted to be the first to see Mommy and punish Daddy for losing Tuan. As Tuan said that, with a single movement of his right hand, a black and green colored spirit appeared next to Jiang Che, pulling at the corner of his coat. Daddy, just wait for me here, okay? If you meet a stranger, Tuan will come to you right away. She had given Jiang Che the skill that Jiang Che could feel her position, and she could likewise feel Jiang Che's position. In an instant, Xiaoya saw the greenish-black spirit body at Jiang Che's feet, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. Let's go in and find someone. Tuan glanced at Xiaoya, jumped out of Jiang Che's arms, and walked at the front. He's not going? Xiaoya looked at Jiang Che, who was standing obediently at the edge. He came over when we found someone. Tuan frowned. There was no way she was going to let Jiang Che go in and get into danger, and she sensed the change in Xiaoya's mood in this instant. It was complicated, and all kinds of thoughts came up in a flash. But if he doesn't go, there's no way for me to find anyone. Xiaoya gritted her teeth. Unless he gives me the token. Otherwise his wife won't believe me. He gave me the bracelet on his wrist so that his wife would believe me. Xiaoya hurriedly pointed at the bracelet on Jiang Che's wrist. At that moment, the group smiled instantly, because one of the emotions she felt the most in Sayaka's emotions was greed. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoya's hand. There is no token. I am the token. Now go in and find someone. Don't make me say it twice. Sayaka was forced to take a step into the confines of the manor as she dragged her. The moment she entered the manor, Xiaoya only felt that the sun's scorching temperature instantly disappeared, and her burning skin began to ease the pain. A fresh breeze carries the scent of unknown flowers from afar. It's a nice place to live with pleasant temperatures. Ya had just had this thought when her back gave a jolt of fear. When I smelled that flower again, my organs felt refreshed, but my subconscious was doing frequent gagging. She knew that she must have been hallucinating. It must be an illusion. Maybe the castle one sees is made of flesh and blood and smells the rotten odor of rotting corpses. The conscious mind was gagging while the body was taking deep breaths. The path into the castle has wisteria growing on shelves. Xiaoya was in a bit of a trance. Feeling the scene, she always felt that she had escaped, and that this might be the outside world. The estate was huge, and the two walked for a long time without reaching the location of the castle. As soon as she turned her head, Ya saw a few familiar faces. Some other people from the mental hospital have arrived. I finally meet you guys. Xiaoya greeted excitedly, ignoring the troop around her. Now that she was just dying, she had to find a few people to draw fire for her. Looking over at Ya to find the human, Tuan frowned. It didn't look like there was a mom in there. Hearing the sound of someone talking, the few people who were called out by Xiaoya hastily chose to avoid the object before carefully turning back. Stay back. Who are you? The visitor looked at Sayaka warily, intimidatingly holding his weapon in front of him. The people Sayaka greeted were a team of 3. several with guns in their hands. 2 men and 1 woman, all 3 armed with various weapons. Where hot weapons had no use against evil spirits, they held guns in their hands obviously in defense of humans. But it's all in plain sight, and who knows if, behind their backs, they've prepared something else to beware of evil spirits. I'm Xiaoya, a nurse from the mental hospital. Xiaoya hurriedly identified herself. Hearing her words, the woman among them nodded. I've read the information before. There is indeed this person. Xiaoya sized up a few people. These 3 didn't look like ordinary survivalists. The 3 had actually mapped out the information of everyone in the copy before entering it. Ordinary people wouldn't have done that. Just like herself, she had already boasted that she knew those people in the mental hospital the best, and had been controlling Jiang Che for a long time through Jiang Che's weaknesses, but she realized that she still didn't know everyone in the mental hospital. Like the ones in front of her, she wasn't sure who they were. Red Mountain Psychiatric Hospital has a lot of admiring rich people because of the Divine Order Circle, and most of these people don't like to be bothered by the likes of them, so a lot of them she doesn't recognize. Who is she? After they saw that Xiaoya really didn't have a weapon on her, the gun was aimed back at the regiment in the back. Feeling the blackened muzzle of the gun veer slightly away from her, Sayaka breathed a small sigh of relief. But soon the woman stared at Tuan and spoke. There were no children that age in the information prepared earlier. She spoke up in a hurry. Just like what Xiaoya perceived, they were not ordinary survivors. They had once escaped alive in another copy, and the 3 had even obtained a copy special prop each inside. After leaving from the copy, the 3 formed a team. Lone wolves were the least desirable in this world, and the 3 who had had one escape experience logically teamed up. The 3 of them came to the Red Pearl Mental Hospital and actually made 2 preparations. One was to recuperate at the Red Pearl Mental Hospital. After all, they didn't want to enter the copy frequently yet. The second was a prediction that the Red Pearl Asylum would descend on the copy. Nothing is absolute. What if a copy of the Red Pearl Asylum descends on you? Then you have to find a way to survive. They investigated the profiles of everyone in Red Pearl Psychosis ahead of time to find out if there was anyone worth working with. It was also a good idea to get to know everyone in the replica to prevent any evil spirits from pretending to be survivalists to trick them. It was not unheard of for this to happen in the past. Some evil spirits with an appearance similar to that of humans like to pretend to be survivalists to blend in with the ranks of humans, and then began to go on a killing spree. As soon as these words fell, the man with the gun fired directly at the group without saying a word. Sayaka looked back in horror. She only heard the men shoot without hesitation after someone said that there were no such children in the Red Pearl Mental Hospital. The group in the back felt the bullet penetrate through her body. She looked down at her stomach as the bullet skimmed through her body as if it had shot through the air. She grinned a sardonic grin. She knew that this little ya didn't have any good intentions. Block it off and see if we can get it dead. She should be the boss here. The man with the gun in the lead licked his lips, and 3 strange things appeared in the hands of the 3 of them at the same time. Xiaoya immediately relaxed when she took a look at these 3 things. She knew that these 3 people just didn't look ordinary. It should just have copy special props, and 3 of them at once. Her long-suppressed heart finally relaxed. Having been stared at all the way by this little evil spirit, she was now able to put her heart down and finally be safe. Just as Sayaka was excitedly trying to find a place to hide, a bullet shot straight out of her shoulder. Blood flowers exploded in bright, hot blood spilled all over the ground. As soon as Aya covered her wound, she looked lost in thought at the man who had shot her. The injury was so quick that the pain hadn't even traveled through her nerves to her brain, and she hadn't even had time to scream. Meh, human indeed. Find a place to hide. You'll be useful later. Seeing that she was injured, the 3 of them did not have any thoughts of killing her. This place was the most special location of the replica, and unsurprisingly the exit was here. It was even if no humans came this way to the end of the line, but now that they had managed to find one, they were going to leave her behind and use her as a cornerstone to explore the path. Otherwise you end up having to try the back exit yourself to see if there are any hidden dangers. They were more than pleased to see the Tuan, a tiny, evil spirit that didn't look strong. Every copy has a watchful evil spirit, but this one is not necessarily very powerful, and to keep it from being discernible, it either hides well or is very strong. Unsurprisingly, it's the evil spirit that watches the door. One licked his lips, having picked up the octave in his hand and started to spin the back of the clockwork. A shadow locked onto the troop, and at her feet, the octave box instantly grew larger, and cool music began to play. Tuan stood on top of the octave, unable to move. At this point she was like a dancing doll on an octave box, trapped on top and unable to leave. They were happy, not realizing the crookedness, capturing a living person and finding the evil spirit that was watching the door. Make it quick. The octave box can only be used twice in a short period of time. It stops when the clockwork ends. The person who used the octave box hurriedly opened his mouth and ordered his other 2 companions to act as quickly as possible. Where's mommy? Tuan tilted his head and looked at Xiaoya, a murderous look already in his eyes. She knew from the fact that the guys didn't recognize ya that there was no mom in there at all, and in her range of perception, there wasn't a single human in the neighborhood besides the three. She felt incomparably angry at the thought that Zhang Che would be disappointed if he knew about this, and as soon as she thought of this, she immediately cut off the perspective connection with Zhang Che Shan. She could now see where Zhang Che was and what she was doing, but Zhang Che couldn't see her perspective at the moment. Zhang Che could only perceive where she was and still communicate mentally, unable to see her current situation. Mom, ya hid behind the wall and stuck a head out. Her face was pale with blood loss. Neuropathy has a hairy wife. Are you Zhang Che's daughter? You're just looking for your mom? Seeing that Tuan was trapped up there, Xiaoya was not polite. She had been holding her breath for far too long, and now that she saw that Tuan was trapped, she finally dared to speak. She is not afraid of the group after the group to kill her. Each copy of the props have a limit on the number of times they can be used. These people props used not to solve this evil spirit. If they die they cannot live long. When Tuan heard her words, a trace of disappointment that it was really like that crossed the bottom of her eyes, and at this moment, she was most fortunate that she cut off Zhang Che's field of vision, not allowing him to look at her side of the picture. Otherwise Zhang Che would definitely be angry when he saw this. Right. Angry that he had been lied to by Xiaoya for so long. Tuan didn't think that Zhang Che didn't have a wife. She only thought that Xiaoya had used that excuse to lie to him. As for himself, it was only Zhang Che who misidentified himself because he was sick with longing for his wife and daughter. Thinking about it, the group lost a bit of steam. She couldn't help but have a dark thought in the bottom of her heart. If she couldn't find her mother, would she be able to become Zhang Che's daughter as a matter of course? That way no one ever comes to uncover the truth. But this thought only just rose. She pressed it down, because Zhang Che was happy and blissful when he saw her, and the thought that if she also deceived him, this human being whom she liked would know the truth in the future. The next time she saw herself she would be filled with anger or hate, and Tuan shook her head. It wasn't what she wanted to see. You, all of you, deserve to die. She looked at the four lost. She hadn't sensed any other humans here. So, did Mom stay on the way here forever? She wanted to hurry up and leave this place right now and return to Zhang Che's side. With a thought, she wanted to instantly move back to the greenish-black shadow beside Zhang Che. She didn't have an entity in the first place, and with two such spirit bodies as hers, her consciousness was even more free to transform between the three. One stayed in the graveyard area to prevent actually dying. Evil spirits can be cunning. One followed Zhang Che's side, and the other was her main body, following Xiaoya into the place. The free transformation and control between the three was considered to be the highest upgraded version of the skill she had given Zhang Che. Mind reading. She wanted to instantly move away, but just as her consciousness touched the area around the octave box, it was as if she was blocked by an invisible wall. The three men laughed as well when they saw her look like she had been knocked out of her senses. Give up. This octave box of mine. 2 chances to use it every day. Trapping you for 10 minutes. Not a problem. The voice of the man who spoke was a bit smug. Among the three, he belonged to the one who played control. 10 minutes is enough to finish you off. Side props humans can generally only hold one. Like Zhang Che's white coat, which is a passive effective prop. Such props are rare, and are usually used actively to take effect. This was why they wanted teammates. The human's physique was too weak, and if they used 2 copy props at the same time, the second one would extract the human's own essence as a condition for use. That's why most of them hold one per person and use it in conjunction with the group. It's been said that just like online games use skills, humans have a virtual blue bar. You can only use one prop at a time, and if you force a second one, it will draw human life to replenish the blue bar. It was the first time that Tuan had dealt with a human with props, and she had only wanted to leave and hurry back to Zhang Che to comfort him properly, but she didn't expect that the men wouldn't want her to go. Tuan, what's wrong with you? Zhang Che's voice came from his consciousness. He had been happily looking at Tuan's side of the screen. This feeling was very fresh, seeing the world from his daughter's tiny perspective. The scene continues until they come across a line of 3 men, one of whom fires a shot directly toward the group. The screen cut off, and Zhang Che's liver was in a state of shock. I'm fine. Dad, stay there and wait for me to come out to you. Tuan replied Zhang Che in his consciousness, wanting him not to worry. Although these few people were troublesome and had methods she had never seen before, it was simply impossible to get her killed. She still has her spirit body over at the graveyard, and as soon as she gets back to the graveyard, she'll be able to generate a new one. She's immortal unless her lair is smashed. What she was most worried about right now was still Zhang Che's safety. Although Zhang Che had props to mask his human aura, it was ultimately unsafe in the copy. Before she was able to teleport back for protection, but now not having the means to teleport was what worried her the most. Jiang Che listened to his daughter's voice telling him not to enter it, and glanced at the greenish-black spirit that was pulling at the corner of his coat, though he didn't know what it was, and with a handful of it, he held it in his arms and ran towards Tuan Tuan's and the other's location. Don't be afraid, Tuan Tuan. I'll save you. This time, I won't leave you behind, Jiang Che whispered. Tuan looked at him as he rushed right in and immediately got anxious. This was that person's domain. Tuan had wanted to discuss with that person and greet him before letting Jiang Che in. After all, that person didn't like offense. No matter how much she cried out for help in her mind, Jiang Che turned a deaf ear, ironically determining that Tuan was in danger at this time. You guys really deserve to die. Tuan looked at the few people in front of him, his anger about to set his body on fire. Humph, there's something to be said in hell. The woman among them snorted disdainfully, and she and the other man, at the same time, took out their props. The woman picked up a lighter and the man picked up a baseball bat. This is a move they used to cripple an evil spirit just yesterday, nearly killing it. At that time, the Octavo box had 2 chances to use it, and they only used it once. Coupled with the uneven distribution of skills to kill the evil spirit, the 3 of them tacitly allowed that evil spirit to escape with serious injuries. Friends, the evil spirit had to be killed this time. I don't know what the skill is this time, but I'll do it. Next time we'll take turns. The woman was the first to speak. The other 2 didn't say anything, but acquiesced to the assignment. It's a girl villain, and the skills aren't always good when you kill it, and it's not always suitable for men. We humans have a saying. This is our hot combo technique. The man using the octave looked at the clockwork spinning backward. Once the control time is over, he has to immediately renew it for a second time. The man with the baseball started frantically picking up rocks on the ground and hitting them toward the inside of the octave. The octave is not large, and the group is very obvious as a target. The woman with the lighter, on the other hand, approached the virtual octave with the lighter, and with a smile that was about to gain skill rising from the corners of her mouth, she set the virtual octave on fire. Yes. They're going to burn the core in 2 controlled periods of time. The projection of the octave is virtual, but her fire burns it. The flames, too, could do substantial damage to evil spirits. The pop-ups startled at this point, and from Ye's point of view, the pop-ups scrolled rapidly. The crap, this hot-blooded combo technique is really being played by them. These 3 are really a bit of an absolute match, and there's a first pass reward for this one. Don't dare think about it. Anyone teaming up, definitely not betraying each other and interacting with each other's backs kind of thing. Tuan saw that Jiang Che had already entered the area and sought out his sense of what he was doing to him. With a cruel heart, Tuan directly cut off Jiang Che's connection, and was now able to maintain the call. She would keep telling Jiang Che that she was fine, so that he wouldn't worry. Jiang Che binding other people would take the initiative, and other people couldn't cut off the connection, but Jiang Che was given this skill by her, and although she couldn't control Jiang Che's skills, she was able to prevent herself from being controlled. Jiang Che ran to the point in his consciousness, but just halfway there, he realized that the shadow belonging to Tuan in his consciousness had suddenly disappeared. Jiang Che's eyes suddenly reddened. He saw it, saw the 3 men shoot and saw the picture cut right off on the mission side. Must be hurt. How can she be shot when she is a child? Now, the location information belonging to Tuan had also disappeared. Jiang Che was completely anxious. How could this group of people shoot at a child? What Jiang Che was thinking in his heart, Tuan got all the information in the first place. She and Jiang Che were now able to read each other's minds, and she naturally knew exactly what Jiang Che was thinking. At this moment, Tuan stood in the flames of the octave box, the flames burning on the surface of her body, but her body was intact. The flame did have a bit of interest, and there were 2 types of evil spirits, those that were not physical like her, and those that were. The entity of the troop wasn't a body like the rest of the evil spirits. This was more like a combination of those grievances in the graveyard coalescing into shape for her. The first thing to be scorched by a normal flame is the solid. There are still items in virtual space that you want to ignite, and you need higher temperatures to distort the space. Now, this lighter is a little short on temperature. Tuan laughed as the man with the baseball bat in his hand continued to pick up rocks and hit them toward her. The bullet had hit her body earlier, penetrating through her chest. The baseball bat that the man was now holding was a special item. And even if the stones picked up were ordinary, a special layer of substance could be attached to them when they were struck over through the baseball bat. He kept making swinging motions, and the stones came striking one by one through the octave towards the troop. The stones were powerful and hit hard, but this human's power was too small. If she passed 3 copies to get the power and other attributes added after passing the level, the stones from this baseball bat could still cause a little damage to her. At this point, other than the octavo box trapping her and preventing her from going out, the other 2's attacks couldn't do any damage to her at all. Is that all? Tuan looked coldly at the trio. At this moment, the three of them also sensed a hint of bad luck, and the one controlling the octave box watched as the clockwork twisting behind the first octave box was coming to an end, and he looked at the two of them anxiously. Are you two counting on each other? If you guys are counting on each other at a time like this, I won't renew my second control. We'll die together. The one controlling the octavo box was also anxious. He had already tried very hard to hit the controls, and before this their set of combos hadn't gone wrong at all. He immediately figured out the reason for this. Although they had discussed that the woman would take the final cut to end this evil spirit's life to gain the skill, it was clear that the woman didn't believe in baseball hands. She was afraid of being robbed of her head by a baseball player after she had used all her strength. No, brother, I really can't help it. Why do you think so much of me? The baseball player was also anxious. I swung my fucking hand off and you still suspect me of faking the game? The lighter woman also felt the helplessness of this. The temperature of the lighter was not adjustable at all. This move of hers had never gone wrong against any other evil spirits before. Except here. It was like boiling a frog in warm water, and the frog was still able to swim freely in the pot. The problem is that the reality is that the warm water boils the frog and the temperature of the water is able to rise gradually. There's no way this is going to work out for her. Bro, we really can't help it. You renew the rhythm and we'll run together. Right. Go back and renegotiate how to solve it. We still have a day. The two were also anxious. They hadn't expected this evil spirit to be so strong. This move won't work on it at all. She takes skills and you take my music box? He figured out in a flash how the two would solve the problem of unequal distribution. Hey, no, why do you think that? While I do covet your music box, I really don't right now. The baseball player spoke anxiously. His baseball bat wasn't an active equipment. Just like Jiang Che's white coat, the passive of his baseball bat's attribute, striking any object, could attach an eerie aura and cause damage to evil spirits. So using a baseball bat is completely physical. So he's been eyeing that music box. The best gear setup for a survivalist right now is 1 active gear plus N passive gear. After all, passive equipment didn't need to consume blue bars to take effect, so he had always wanted that music box before. But the trio had kept a triangular balance, and if he grabbed something by force, then the fire engine woman would be wary of him as well, and the group would be disbanded as a result. Going solo wasn't desirable in a copy, and at some point, teammates were still important, especially since he also needed the flames of the fire engine woman to play alone. Tuan watched the scene, feeling the passage of time, listening to them arguing. The corner of her mouth involuntarily rose. This is the human race. It is just so easy to infight, so easy to suspect others, which was like Jiang Che, who just sensed that he was in danger and ran towards him without any regard for whether or not he would be in danger. Moreover, Jiang Che was aware that these people had guns, and he still came to himself with such righteousness. The people watching the live broadcast were also shocked. The crowd did not expect that this hot-blooded combination of skills would doubt each other at such a juncture. Actually, I don't blame this brother. He can only use it twice. After 2 times he's a blank slate, and the two want to finish him off easily. If there was another time when these two tried to victimize him, he would be able to use the music box to trap the two and vanish in a hurry. Although I can see that the skills of the two people are truly ineffective, this situation is not to blame for him suspecting that those two people are cheating him out of the number of times he can use them. So you can't even trust the people who broke into the copy together? Run away if it doesn't work. Time is running out. And without spinning the clockwork and trapping them for a while longer, they will soon be caught up. The situation was actually stalemated for a moment. The fire engine woman still maintained her flames. Her face had turned pale. Using the flames was continuously depleting her blue bar. Now that she heard them arguing, she was suddenly furious. Without any hesitation, she directly placed the lighter in her hand into the hand of the man holding the octave. Lee, return it to me later. Let's run now. This evil spirit is too strong. The skill is really ineffective. The pop-ups are amazing. Bullseye. The best combination is a team of 3. And this woman was able to dissolve the suspicion in the team with just one move. Ask for recommendations, favorites, and monthly votes. Ask for a catch-up read. Looking at the lighter in his hand, at the baseball man gasping for air and the woman's whitened face, he was then convinced that the two had really used all their strength. Without saying a word, he directly spun the clockwork of the octave, trapping the troop for one last period of time again. Before they left, the trio glanced at Sayaka, who was hiding behind the wall. Without saying a word, he directly picked up his pistol and shot Ya in one of her legs. Hurry up and run. He didn't move and glanced towards Xiaoya. Big guys, take me away with you, please. Xiaoya cried out in pain. She heard the conversation between the three and the news that the three were going to evacuate for the time being. She hadn't expected the trio to have to give her a shot before they left. The wound in her shoulder had been briefly bandaged by her, but it was still difficult to move normally. when another shot came to her thigh. You won't get far if you don't run. The man with the octave box who was called Little Lee skimmed her, then left with his two partners without saying a word. The troupe looked at Sayaka, who had fallen to the ground with a smirk, as she was trapped on top of the octave without moving. I'm going to ask you one last time, do you really know the news about Mom? She still didn't want to give up, didn't want Jiang Che to know that miserable answer. If Mom hadn't come here, she would have died on the way. It was clear that they, the evil spirits, were used to life and death, and this was the first time she had ever felt pain over the death of a human. She could see that Jiang Che was rushing this way, but because she had lost her direction, she was now a bit lost. But it's safe. Dad, Tuan Tuan is fine. Tuan Tuan is safe. She quickly explained her situation to Jiang Che. Those people also ran away, and there was nothing wrong with Jiang Che coming over. She also released her location information, but still didn't allow Jiang Che to look at the screen from her viewpoint. She had to finish off Xiaoya first, and she couldn't let Jiang Che see the scene of her killing. I don't believe you. Let me see you. Jiang Che blackened his face, since he had no direction. He was in the dark here and couldn't find his bearings after turning a few corners. You just follow the position to come over. Tuan Tuan is really fine. Something is wrong with Auntie Xiaoya. Tuan Tuan cried and mourned her voice. Auntie Xiaoya, she died in order to protect Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan looked bitterly at the Xiaoya in front of him with a smirk. I do. I have information about Jiang Che's wife. Xiaoya hurriedly opened her mouth. She hated herself for being fast-talking and starting to taunt before Tuan Tuan was even dead. Tuan Tuan felt the change in Xiaoya's emotions, and she read that Xiaoya's emotion at this moment was called deception. Tuan laughed in exasperation and, she's been telling lies all along. Only what Mok just said was true. Seeing that there was no way for Tuan to get off the top of the octave for the time being, Sayaka dragged her injured leg and stumbled towards the outside, only for her to leave blood on the ground with every step. Looking at the blood on his leg, then seeing the blood stains on the ground that he couldn't hide, the viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but sigh and, calling her fast-talking, that's what villains do, right? They die from talking too much. I finally know why those three people just gave her a shot in the leg and didn't kill her. Compared to hatred, that evil spirit must hate this Xiaoya even more, by shooting her and leaving her blood behind. After that, no matter what location she escaped to, the evil spirit will be able to find her and delay their escape. This evil spirit is still obsessed with finding his mom. Is he addicted to playing? Some evil spirits just have to find a reason for their killings, even if that reason is absurd. Jiang Che is coming this way. But how did Jiang Che know something happened to her? Jiang Che was already under control. Isn't it normal to know? Jiang Che didn't know until he left, but once he did, he realized that Tuan Tuan and Xiaoya were really far away from him, and he had just gone in the opposite direction when he was blindfolded and looking for someone. He asked for nothing now but his daughter's safety. He was gradually letting up, though, as the group had been talking to him and was in what sounded like good shape. It seems like it was really Ye who took the bullet for her, and Ye is a really good person. Is this the reward for being nice to people before? Just like what Xiaoya said, you don't want your daughter's wife to be in danger outside with no one to help her, right? So he lent Ye clothes to protect her from the cold. Now, Ye is really helping her daughter, even if it means giving her life. Let's bury Auntie Xiaoya together when Dad comes. Jiang Che sighed. People can't come back from the dead. He can't do anything but be grateful. Yeah, Tuan looked at Sayaka and grinned, speaking out of her mouth and heart at the same time. I'll bury Auntie Xiaoya with Daddy later, so she can be buried in the ground. Xiaoya heard the voice behind her, and her whole body chilled with a jolt in her back. She struggled to crawl forward, but could always hear the imp-like laughter behind her. The audience in Ye's live screen stirred along. If she survives this time, I'll die not believing it. There's about 3 minutes left for that evil spirit to get out of the trap. It's good that it's not injured. Maybe it can run. And now its legs are still injured. Do you guys think she would be alive now if she hadn't betrayed that evil spirit and taken her to kill others? There are no such things as if. And in the end, the evil spirit started to put out harsh words before he was seriously injured. This is a waste. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even taunt until the evil spirit died. I'm really afraid that the evil spirit will flip the game against the wind because of his anger. The crowd was sneering, but yet couldn't see their remarks. Jiang Che couldn't see the picture on Tuan Tuan's side either, and he thought that Tuan Tuan had turned off the picture because he didn't want to show himself Xiaoya's misery. The bad guys have all run away. Don't worry, Dad. They're probably afraid that Auntie Xiaoya's departed soul will look for them. Tuan laughed. Jiang Che nodded. He recognized Tuan Tuan's words that people who did bad things were afraid of ghosts. At this moment, behind Jiang Che, a shadow was following him step by step. The shadow held a crystal ball in his hand that played everything in the area like a movie. Includes a spiritual conversation between Jiang Che and Tuan Tuan. Humans? Evil spirits? Father and daughter? Looking for mom? What a bit of fun. The dark shadow laughed softly, then hid its form. Jiang Che rushed towards his conscious destination, realizing that Tuan Tuan was in that direction. Now he estimated the distance between him and the regiment and had 10 minutes to go. He was already a little out of breath, but he couldn't feel tired. He took small steps to rest for a while. This is how he was on the way, running for a period of time and stopping for a period of time. This time he felt a little bit of physical strength recovered and was ready to run over in one breath, when a slightly puzzled and anxious voice came from behind him. Honey, is that you up ahead? When Jiang Che heard this voice, his rushing steps instantly stopped. He jerked his head back to look behind him, only to see a young girl with one hand on the wall, a pair of gray eyes looking at him miserably. Some of her clothes were hooked and torn, like she had a hard time surviving after fleeing the country. Jiang Che's brain was chaotic, and that black shadow in his brain began to overlap with the figure in front of him. The young girl's droopy eyes peeked at Jiang Che with the rest of her eyes. She had always found the father-daughter combination of humans and evil spirits interesting. She could feel it. It was the evil spirit that had lied to this human, lied to him about being his daughter. The human was also a bit of a maniac, believing even that and trying to rescue it regardless. Fun, love to play. If someone else can play his daughter, can't she also play his wife? Putting away the crystal ball and transforming into a human-based outfit, she hid behind Jiang Che and called out to him. Hubby, Ah Wei finally found you. Jiang Che's heart felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer, and with another cry, that black shadow in his mind completely became the appearance of the young girl in front of him. Up to this point, a trace of satisfaction rose in Jiang Che's heart. In his brain, the portraits of his father and daughter and wife and daughter were all in place. Jiang Che looked at Ajin's dusty appearance. His heartache overflowed his chest. He quickly ran to Ajin's side, and carried her on his back. I'll take you to find your daughter. Our family can be reunited. Bing had never been this close to the opposite sex, especially a human. Originally, when Jiang Che ventured forward, she wanted to directly execute him as punishment for his offense. But what came through the air was a clear fragrance that didn't have any malicious intent. This area was all her territory, and since the bizarre copies came down, she had begun to come into contact with humans and their society. It took her a moment to realize that the human world was nothing like theirs. There was no blood, or ash ruins, or broken limbs all over the place, or fear in the air. The human world is fresh and clean, and the air is filled with the scent of grass and trees. The air also had a diverse flavor of emotions, and while there were many negative ones as well, there were still a lot of things she had never felt before. And while those emotional flavors didn't help the evil spirit's growth in any way, she was enjoying this. Warm. It took her a long time to come up with that word, and she herself was taken aback when it popped into her head. The term is so foreign to evil spirits. That warm smell was the first to strike, and with just a slight loss of concentration, he was carried on Jiang Che's back. The human under his hands was soft, and his fingertips felt the warm skin of the human, the soft touch of the human body. Jiang Che was already tired. He hadn't slept for a day and a night, and although he wasn't mentally sleepy, he couldn't avoid being physically fatigued. The person behind her was so light that she only felt the same as the donut, and she couldn't feel any weight on her back. His eyes were a little sour. His mouth was even more bitter to say. Remembering his wife and daughter's weak appearance, his heart was flooded with deep self-blame. It's all his fault. If he had found his wife and daughter earlier, wouldn't we all not have to live so hard? It's all my fault for making you all suffer. Jiang Che continued to rush towards his destination. His eyes were sore and a little moist. The breeze brushed across his face and blew away the splash of watery mist. Jiang Che just felt that his eyelashes were wet, and the top and bottom were sticking together, making his seeing a little blurry. Tinkerbell leaned on Jiang Che's back as she cocked her head and looked at Jiang Che suspiciously. This human, guilt-tripping? At this point, Tuan Tuan hadn't come out of the trapped formation in the octavo, and she was still staring at the blood trail left behind by Xiaoyao's crawling with a death glare. She was going to torture this little Ya until Daddy got here. That's what it takes for Ya to deceive them. But soon, she realized something was wrong. She sensed that Jiang Che's distance was getting farther and farther away from her, and it was clear that Jiang Che had been moving in her direction all along. What's going on? She switched the view on Jiang Che's side, intending to see what the problem was on his side. Just all this for a change, and the group instantly sat back. It was true that Jiang Che had been advancing in her direction all along, but the path under Jiang Che's feet was reorganizing invisibly. Jiang Che appeared to be advancing, but he had been retreating all along, and an area under his feet had been reorganizing and moving backward. Wife, I've been really happy these past 2 days, finding you and my daughter. Jiang Che pursed his lips, his eyes curving up slightly. Tuan's view had just cut over when he heard this. She suddenly froze. A touch of frustration rose in the bottom of her heart. Dad found Mom. Then Mom should know that she is not her daughter, right? For a while, she actually didn't know if she should go to Jiang Che for another meeting. She could see that Jiang Che had never seen his daughter. It should be the same as those people in Xiaoya who had been deceiving him, always using the excuse of his wife and daughter to trick him and take advantage of him. Tuan snorted coldly and skimmed her head. She wasn't coveting that warmth. She was an evil spirit. What happened to just tricking that interesting prey? Later she'll have to find a way to let this prey and his wife and family go. Tuan, just love this cat and mouse game. Tuan, shut up. Feeling the Octavo's bindings gradually weakening, she took a step out of the range of the Octavo's trap formation and headed in the direction of Xiaoya's bloodstain. Yikes. Just a few minutes. Where is everyone? Where have you been hiding? I can't find you. Is it so well hidden? Tuan followed the trail of blood towards his target, his mouth pretending not to find a single call. Sayaka looked at the pool of blood she had spilled and felt an imp's voice that burrowed into her brain in torment. Fear and despair were rising in her heart. How could that evil spirit not find her? This evil spirit just wants to torture her. Listening to the gradually approaching footsteps in her ears, which had been hovering around her the entire time, even though she knew there was no hope, Sayaka still held a glimmer of thankfulness. She hid in the corner and peeked her head out a little, trying to see just how far the feet that hovered around her had gone. Auntie, what are you looking for? Xiaoya had just poked her head out when she felt a finger behind her poke her shoulder, and an innocent and cute voice also came from behind. Chills ran down her back, but she didn't dare turn around. Startled, Sayaka propped herself up on the ground, but felt empty at her arms and her body fell straight to the ground. Looking up again in horror at the group standing beside her, she held her arm in her hand. Fingers that had lost their blood color were curled up, and it was her own arm that she had just used to poke herself in the back. Two images snapped into his mind, one of her trapped in a vision, fearfully open-mouthed as she listened to the footsteps prowling around her. It turned out that the meal just now was just her hallucination, and the group tore off her arm with one hand at this time. She wanted to punish her a little more, with all the means she could muster. When she saw looking at Xiaoya underneath her, both eyes rolled over and fainted straight away. Fear was still spreading through Sayaka, but her eyes were tightly closed in front of her. Tuan laughed mockingly. Playing dead? The people watching the live stream froze at this point. This is a shock? What about pretending to be dead? You can tell by your breathing rate. Isn't there a general strategy for copies? Don't pretend to be dead or unconscious in front of the evil spirits, because it's useless. Although I don't know how the evil spirit can tell if a human is playing dead. She really has no other way out now, right? The audience watched her heaving chest, easily recognizable to everyone despite his efforts to adjust her breathing rate. Tuan looked down at Xiaoya, who was in a coma on the ground, pretending to be dead, right? A grin followed by a finger poking at her brow. Xiaoya was indeed frightened. At this juncture, she couldn't run away, but all she could think of was to play dead. She could feel no further attacks on her limbs from the rest of the attack, and could only hope that the little ragamuffin was better at fooling around. But the next second, she felt a cold finger pointing at her brow. There's no pain and no harm. Just after she thought she had escaped the evil spirit's test of death, she realized she couldn't move at all. The inability to have her chest rise and fall as she breathed made it very difficult. Daddy will be so sad when he finds out that Auntie is dead. Tuan squatted beside her and whispered into her ear. When the time comes, Tuan will bury Auntie Xiaoya together with Daddy. Oh, at these words, Xiaoya still didn't move at all. The audience realized that after Xiaoya was poked with a finger, the eyes that were moving around under the eyelids and the chest that was heaving from breathing all stopped. But her live feed hasn't broken, which means she's not dead yet. After hearing Tuan say that he was going to bury her, everyone immediately understands that Xiaoya's feigned death has really been discovered. But this evil spirit chooses to play it off as a trick. These evil spirits are really sinister. You want to play dead then as you wish. Being buried alive and not being able to vocalize is the most painful. It must be because of that finger just now. Do you guys think it's possible that after being buried and unable to move, she lifted the confinement later? It's not that you guys watched the live broadcast or not. There's another female evil spirit on Jiang Che's side, coming to impersonate his wife. Ha! This Jiang Che is still a meat and potatoes. So many evil spirits came over to snatch him? The crowd watched as Xiaoya lay motionless on the ground, like she was truly dead. Tuan looked at Xiaoya on the ground. She sighed softly. She was talking about burying the person with her dad, but this time, she really didn't dare to show up in front of Jiang Che and do this kind of parent-child game of burying a person together with him again. Mom would be afraid of herself, right? Mom would be afraid of herself, right? She didn't want to, and didn't want to see anyone around Jiang Che showing fear towards her. She stood in place and didn't dare to switch to Jiang Che's side of the screen. Tuan, Daddy and Mommy are here to look for you. I found it. Jiang Che's voice that communicated with her mind was filled with joy that could not be concealed. Take a look at. Just one look at. After taking a look at what kind of person Jiang Che liked, she would leave with peace of mind and then go to the person in charge of this area and beg her to let Jiang Che go. She looked into Jiang Che's field of vision, and Jiang Che was still running towards her. But it was as if she had fallen into the trap of this manner and was caught in an infinite dead loop. Tuan sighed. What a stupid human. Having to save him himself. It's all about telling him not to come in without permission. At the thought that he was going to save Jiang Che from appearing in front of him, Tuan inclined his head and grunted. Fear was fine. It was just a female human anyway. She didn't care how this human woman felt about her. She saw Jiang Che carrying a somewhat skinny woman on his back. This must be Jiang Che's wife. What a skinny human. It's a bit of a journey for a dad to carry, and hit a trap to keep that dad running. A touch of anger rose in the bottom of Tuan's heart, not thinking for a second that he had also let Jiang Che hug him all the way. Even when she thought about it, she could justify it. She had no weight. Humans had weight. It was exhausting. Could she compare? That woman was quietly lying on Jiang Che's back, holding a crystal ball in her hand. Little by little, she moved her vision to the woman's face. Upon taking in the standard gray eyes, the group stared in shock. Just for a moment, she saw the woman look into the crystal ball in her hand, which mirrored her very own reflection, and the woman grinned at her. In that instant, the group felt locked in, being watched. A chill ran down her back as she felt that smile. This is, Tuan as an evil spirit couldn't help but feel fear. Where was this Jiang Che's wife? Dad, you've really got the wrong guy. Tuan glanced at Xiaoya, who was lying motionless on the ground, and directly left her here to hurry towards Jiang Che's location. She had thought that the wife in Jiang Che's mouth was a skinny human, but she hadn't thought that it was actually that person in disguise? Not. Wait for me to think. Tuan was in a mad rush to get there, but she also found the path before her beginning to reorganize. She and Jiang Che began to run to each other, but could never reach each other. Remembering the greenish-black spirit body left for Jiang Che, Tuan tried to perform a consciousness transient, and his attempts were unsuccessful. Tinkerbell was lying on Jiang Che's back, and she did control the travel route of the two, and if she didn't want to, the two would never be able to meet each other in this area. She had previously thought that it was just an evil spirit pretending to be Jiang Che's daughter to tease this human, but now that she saw the two of them anxiously running in both directions, how did she feel that the father-daughter bond between the two was real? My lord, please, let my father go. I'll do anything. Tuan immediately knew what was happening after he realized he was having trouble traveling. She fell straight to her knees without saying a word and pleaded into the void. She knew the other could hear her and knew what she was doing. You, father and daughter? A voice rang in Tuan's head, light and nice, tinged with doubt. Yes, the group dropped to their knees and recognized the relationship without any hesitation. You regained your pre-evil memories? No. Tuan shook her head. She didn't reply. After becoming an evil spirit, previous memories are largely absent and impossible to recover. And she's a combination of countless spirits, not living. Then why? Tinkerbell asked, puzzled. Why would he be special to a human if he wasn't? Isn't it a tease? Because he's good to me. He's clean. The corner of Tuan's mouth rose with a bitter smile. Jiang Che had offended that lord by barging in here because he wanted to save her. She had to send Jiang Che out. My lord, please let him go. I will hunt more humans in the future to repay your favor. At these words, the group felt the ethereal voice disappear all of a sudden. She remained on her knees, waiting for an answer. What if I want you dead? Voluntarily fuse with me and grow my body. It wasn't silent for long before the group heard the man's voice coming, and as soon as it did, it was demanding. The group froze, and their spirits turned into a trance. The growth route of evil spirits. Besides absorbing the negative emotions of humans, there is another way to become stronger. Of the negative emotions, fear is especially good. The other is to absorb other evil spirits and use them to nourish themselves. But the evil spirits will fight back and have a high failure rate, so they might experience a backlash at some point. That's why generally evil spirits don't do this kind of forced devouring. Unless this evil spirit volunteers to be devoured. But no one in the world is stupid enough to volunteer to be devoured. And that hardly ever happens. Tinkerbell was lying on Jiang Che's back gazing at the crystal ball in her hand. The crystal ball shadowed the image of Tuan with his head down without any movement. Afterward, a voice resounded in Jiang Che's as well as Tinkerbell's heads. Tinkerbell was able to oversee everything in her area. And while the audience couldn't hear Jiang Che's and Tuan's private mind chats, she could hear them clearly. Daddy, remember to find the bear and hide it in a location only you know. She glanced wistfully at the bear she held in her arms, her fingers unconsciously squeezing the teddy bear's head. The doll carries a gentle warmth even if no one is covering it with their body heat. Tinkerbell saw that Tuan squeezed the doll and gave it a reluctant hug. The dolls then began to glow and glow. and Tuan's breath became much weaker, obviously too depleted from the act just now. It was important to realize that even when faced with a human's special combos, she could handle them with ease. Now it's just one movement, straight into weakness. Tinker gets the information immediately through the crystal ball. A message also instantly appeared in Jiang Che's head. Acquired skill, rejuvenation. Returns to life at the doll after death, restoring 80% of its state. Remarks, don't be afraid, Dad. There's still a return to life. One of the Tuan's own skills. Rejuvenation, she had a total of 2 rejuvenated spirit bodies, and if she kept growing, she could gain more, and it could be said that she was truly immortal. The reason why she only appeared at night was not that she wasn't strong, but that she just wanted to simply linger until she was able to derive 100 or 80 returning spirit bodies, and she had nothing to worry about no matter where she went. But she hadn't really grown up yet, and now that she had given Jiang Che a spirit body, she was already a bit overdrawn. Tinkerbell froze. She had expected the other woman to refuse after hesitating and thinking about it, but it didn't occur to her that in the end, she had given Jiang Che a life-saving skill, and even though it could only be used once, to a human, this one-time skill was already precious. Jiang Che's running footsteps instantly stopped. He looked at the skills in his head in disbelief. His heart actually gave birth to a trace of bad premonition, feeling like he was about to lose something. Tuan? Jiang Che gave a small call. What's wrong, Dad? What? Is that skill? Jiang Che wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. He always felt that the moment he opened his mouth, it was a parting. This is Tuan's best trick. Tuan didn't tell him anything else. She rose to her feet and stood still, staring into the void. My lord, I promise you, and you promise me to release him. Tinkerbell looked at the donut inside the crystal ball. She had risen from the ground, her eyes full of candor. Go to your death with a straight face. Is it worth it? She spoke doubtfully. Evil spirits giving up their powerful and long lives for the ridiculously short lives of humans was something she had never heard of or seen before. While fear can make me stronger, I've realized since I've known him that fear really does smell pretty bad. It's the first time anyone's brought me a present yet, and I love it. She picked up the teddy bear and couldn't resist rubbing it against her face. It had only been a day together, but she really coveted the warmth. During the day, he stays underground and only comes out of the darkness to toy with the survivors when they come for their copies. Life in the shadows is so boring. Tuan closed his eyes, but waited for a long time without feeling the demise of life. She opened her eyes suspiciously, and then she saw that Jiang Che's side of the advance route began to change, and if she said that she had been constantly lengthening the distance between the two of them before, now there was actually a feeling of shrinking. In just a few breaths, she saw Jiang Che appear in front of her. Tuan. Jiang Che carried Tuan on his back and looked at the young girl who suddenly appeared in front of him, and he accelerated his steps in surprise. Tuan Ben was still wondering why when he saw Jiang Che quickly run to her side and put Tinkerbell down. I'm so happy, baby. Our family is finally reunited. Tinkerbell pretended to be weak and leaned on Jiang Che. She waved at Tuan. Baby, come over here. Mommy missed you. Tuan froze at the scene in front of him, his legs uncontrollably walking over and into Tinkerbell's arms. This lord. For the first time, Tuan felt the power of this adult to be able to control himself like this. I'm afraid that there wouldn't be many people in the replica who would be her match. Tuan flopped down in her arms and looked up at her quizzically. Tinkerbell didn't seem to see her gaze, just reached out and pinched her cheeks. All skinny. Jiang Che's heart warmed as he looked at the mother-daughter pair in front of him. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly took out a blue rose gemstone corsage from his suitcase and handed it to Tinkerbell. What's this? Tinker cocked his head. This is my gift to you, and since it was rushed, it's the nicest thing I could find. Jiang Che's eyes fluttered as he looked at Tinker. He had also been to the stabilized area before while the nurse wasn't paying attention. This ornament, which had always been put on display in the stabilized area. Those rich people like to show off their collections when they have nothing else to do. One, they want to show off, and the other is that people want to give them to seekers who have copies of special props to see if they want to trade with them. After all, most of the equipment used actively can only carry one. Getting too much active gear is better than taking it out and trading it for a bit of your favorite. Passive gear is barely traded. In these times of the creepy descent, money is out of the body is made more graphic. Those rich people put their precious items on display. It's a kind of collaboration between the rich, and instead of devaluing each other's collections, it makes the already valuable ones seem even more valuable. This has always been kept in a display case and in the highest and most prominent position, enough to show its preciousness. Tinkerbell looked at the blue rose gemstone corsage in front of her and looked into Jiang Che's bright and expectant eyes. At that moment, she just felt a light that rushed into her heart. In this dark and bloody copy full of killing, the warm and calm environment of her area was decorated by her learning from the human world, and underneath the whitewash there was still bloody wreckage everywhere. But in this whitewashed castle, there's something real today. That's his heart. Tinker took the corsage and put it in her hand to play with it carefully. The gemstone face is smooth to the touch and has a cool tactile feel. She had robbed many humans before, and some of the trinkets were as cold and unwarm as this one. But the sapphire corsage lying in her hand made her feel a blazing burn in her fingertips. The viewers watching the live stream were dumbfounded as they watched the sapphire corsage under her hand seriously pawing at it. No! The little evil spirit led Jiang Che to the big evil spirit. I thought Jiang Che was going to die? What is this now? I told you earlier that these things can buy the evil spirits. Ah! It is better to exchange these things for special props than to exchange your life with the evil spirits. I should have thought of that. In mythology, dragons love these shiny, golden jewels. And who's to say that evil spirits don't? Hasn't anyone tried this before? How could anyone try? It's not like everyone has a brain problem. Okay, learn it. I'll try it next time. Suggested caution. It is not possible to say that it is a mistake. Each evil spirit fetish is not the same at all. Maybe it is just this is a female evil spirit, only to let Jiang Che mistakenly touched. Yeah, what's the saying? A fool's errand is a fool's errand. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked enviously at Jiang Che, enviously looking at the evil spirit holding the sapphire corsage in his hand as if it were a treasure. Dad, Aunt Xiaoyashi, let me take you there. Tuan Tuan was momentarily unsure of what exactly this adult wanted to do. She just had to divert everyone's attention. She wasn't a match for this lord, probably because the lord wanted to wait until he sent Jiang Che away before taking her life. But she was ready. It was better for her to die after Jiang Che left. Humans are very fragile creatures, and this fragile human doesn't know how sad he or she would be if something happened to him or her. Xiaoyashi, Jiang Che sighed. I haven't even had a chance to say thank you to her. It's because of her that I found you guys. Jiang Che's eyes were filled with guilt towards Xiaoya. From the moment Tuan Tuan said that Xiaoya had blocked the gun for her, Jiang Che had completely treated Xiaoya as a good person. Tinker Bell was silent and didn't say anything. She saw the whole thing through the crystal ball. She turned her head to look at Tuan. The other just smiled shyly. She didn't have the heart to tell Jiang Che that Xiaoya was crippled by herself, and she wasn't good enough to explain that she survived after those 3 people shot at her. Jiang Che looked at Tuan Tuan with heartache. She must have been terrified before. Her breath was very unstable now. Let's go bury Auntie Xiaoya together. Jiang Che sighed and took one person in each of his left and right hands. Tuan Tuan led Jiang Che towards Xiaoya's position, and as she watched Jiang Che reach for that adult, she had wanted to pull Jiang Che over to keep him from taking offense. Carrying that lord on her back before had been unbelievable to her, but at the time she thought it was just a prank by that adult. But now, she watched with her own eyes as that lord was being held by Jiang Che without any resistance. Tuan Tuan sneaked a look at the hands of the 2 people who were holding each other with their fingers crossed, as if they were a loving couple. She rubbed her eyes, afraid she had misread the situation. Tinker Bell didn't care about Tuan Tuan's strange gaze. She just felt the happy and delighted emotions that constantly emanated from Jiang Che's body. It's true what the group said. Humans are really strange. Fun and warm then. Xiaoya's body wasn't far away. Just after walking for a few minutes, Jiang Che saw Xiaoya lying motionless in front of him. She had gone pale, and the severed limb was thrown at her side, enough to see how cruel the murderer had been. He unconsciously covered Tuan Tuan's and Ding Ding's eyes, not letting them see the bloody scene in front of them. You guys rest on the side. I'll bury it myself. Jiang Che sighed. This scene was just a bit chesty for him to see. He thought that Xiaoya was just shot and died, but he didn't expect to die so tragically. He also saw the 2 gunshots in Sayaka's body, the piece of clothing blooming with brilliant blood from where it had been shot. Tuan Tuan isn't afraid. Auntie Xiaoya is like this because of me. I'm not afraid. Tuan Tuan peeled away Jiang Che's hand and stared earnestly into his eyes. I'm not afraid either. This is to save Tuan Tuan from being like this. I won't just watch. Tinker Bell also pulled away Jiang Che's hand. She wasn't afraid of any of this, and didn't have much of a reaction to watching it at this point. Jiang Che took a deep breath as he looked at Tuan Tuan with relief. Our Tuan Tuan is so good. Growing up. With that he stroked Tuan's head. The audience watching the live stream at this point was a bit speechless. This time it really isn't Jiang Che who is stupid. This is being cheated too much, isn't it? The evil spirit said that Xiaoya's death is because of her. Not at all adulterated. This is not because of her, or she personally handled it. Jiang Che also doesn't know the situation at all, alright? His mental illness is just looking around for his relatives, but he's not the same as a normal survivalist. He doesn't know how many survivalists have participated in the replica at all. In other words, he doesn't even know that both of the 2 in front of him aren't human. That's why this is the worst. A psychopath who became obsessively crazy because of his family. Who thought he had found his family? And at the end of his life, These evil spirits will tell you that it's fake. That everything is fake. That you have a fucking family. Crap. This is real tragedy. This is real torture. This place has not seen an exit until now. So it's good to die. And it's also good to fulfill your wish before you die. The audience has been watching and talking. At this moment, Jiang Che realized that there happened to be a few shovels next to him. He didn't think about how shovels suddenly appeared here, and took the lead to walk over and take the shovels and start digging pits on the land next to him with a humming and hawing. The two wanted to go over to help, but they were held down by Jiang Che. I'll be fine with this. I'll put the body in later and everyone will just fill in the sand together. Jiang Che refused the help of the two. This bit of hard labor, it was better for him to do it. Being the man of the house, being the backbone of the family. It's a small thing. Obligatory. The crowd was speechless as they watched this scene. Do you realize that the three of you are the weakest amongst yourselves? Let's just say that this evil spirit is tormenting him. But Jiang Che, aside from suffering a bit, is indeed the one who lives the most freely within these survivors. Jiang Che was digging a pit over there, and Tuan Tuan and Ding Ding were sitting on the rocks next to them. Tuan crouched beside her and spoke in a small voice. My lord. She still wondered what the lord was thinking. Shoo. Tinker put her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. Don't call me adult. Call me mom. Tuan Tuan paused for a second, then glanced at Jiang Che, who was digging a hole next to him. Mom, do you like dad too? A word about the update time. Update every night around 11:30 p.m. Asking for recommendations, favorites, and monthly votes. Do you like daddy too? Hearing this question from the group, Tinker sat down on a rock and cupped her chin in her hands. She watched quietly as the teenager in front of her, who was digging a hole, first moved Sayaka's severed limbs and also her body to a secluded spot to put them away before she began to look for a dirt spot and started shoveling the dirt on the ground. He was a very conscientious officer, and every now and then he cast a glance toward the mission and the Tinker. Jiang Che dug the hole, his gaze occasionally falling on Xiaoya's corpse. Thank you. Jiang Che looked at her unbreathing body. I didn't expect you to return such kindness to me when I lent you the clothes in the first place. It's just a pity that this is some kind of copy or something, and I don't know how to get back. Or else I would have brought you back. Jiang Che dug a pit while talking to Xiaoya in a low voice. Ever since that little nurse told him that he could find his family in the duplicate, he had never heard of any information related to the hospital since he entered the duplicate. During that time he'd thought about going back, like taking his family to see where he lived, but he didn't even know how he'd gotten in. The thought was fleeting, and it was more reassuring to be with my family than anything else. Go back to. In his heart, he was actually afraid that if he went back he would be separated from his family again. And he didn't really want to go back. Xiaoya wasn't dead now. There was still a trace of breathing being maintained, and her live broadcast, which also still existed, meant that her life hadn't completely died out. Sayaka couldn't move her body. Her eyes were slightly open, unable to open them or close them completely. She then quietly watched as the two evil spirits instructed Jiang Che to dig a pit to bury her. In Jiang Che's field of vision, Xiaoya's face was pale, blood stained all over her body, and her deathly appearance made him feel a little guilty in his heart. The viewers of Ya's live stream had become few and far between. She was already doomed to die, and no one wanted to be on her side much. After all, watching a live stream is about learning techniques, learning points, and learning the tricks that people use to survive in their copies, not watching people die here. Not to mention the fact that there were many overlapping positions in the current screenshots of her and Jiang Che. It's still easier to watch Jiang Che. It feels like there's no skill to be learned here at Jiang Che, but I just can't leave. What do you mean? No skill? Go Dao isn't skillful? I really learned a lot from Jiang Che, but I just don't dare. If Jiang Che hadn't been in copy 9, with this luck, wouldn't he have gotten out alive? I still like that survival trio I just had. That's the real deal. That last move to dispel the team's conflicts was really brilliant, and that woman is a bit of a class act to be on the team. It's a feeling I've never felt before. Tink answered the group's question. She didn't know if it was a favorite or not. She just thought that this human was, well, really special. Adult. Mom, there are so many survivalists. Not bad for him. Can we let him go? Tuan Tuan squatted beside Tinker and asked in a small voice. Tinker was silent for a long time. You know, our various copies are sat by various lords, and you guys, in fact, are considered my people. Fear allows evil spirits to grow, but the essence of human flesh and blood dissolves after the copy, which is considered to be the root that builds the strength of the copy. It was true that letting one or two people go didn't have much of an effect on the copy, but they, the lords of the head, might be the difference between a few human flesh and blood nuances to see. Tuan Tuan glanced towards Jiang Che's position, and then firmly looked back towards Tinkerbell. Great, mother, when the hunt comes, I will charge for you. The Tuan placed his right hand against his brow. the highest ritual for an evil spirit to show loyalty, placing his hand on his core weakness and informing the lord of his allegiance of his weakness. There are a lot of copies of Creepy, which is sort of the land that lords large and small are responsible for. The various lords in turn have countless evil spirits of varying strengths under their command, and not all of them are willing to travel to the world of mankind each time the hunting grounds descend. For while the human world can certainly be harvested, it is vulnerable to siege. Humans enter the replica, which is a demarcated area that only humans in that area are forced to enter. Those outside will just have to watch while the copy closes. Advent hunting grounds are different in that, while they too can only be entered and not exited, humans can actively choose whether or not to enter a particular hunting ground. Some humans who had gained skills or had special copy props would work together in groups at this time. The hunting ground. Evil spirits hunt humans, and humans hunt evil spirits. The hunt descends on both sides and is quite rewarding if successful. Tinkerbell didn't say anything, she just quietly looked at Zhang Che. Zhang Che dug the pit very deep, and seemed to be thinking that the temperature of this place was a bit scorching, and he planned to bury Xiaoya a bit deeper, and then make it so that she didn't have to be so uncomfortable after her death. Look what you guys dug up. Zhang Che suddenly realized that the soles of his feet began to glow, and then a glowing ice-colored light burst out before projecting onto a door. He rose from the half-human pit and looked at the door that flowed with a cold, ice-colored light. What is this thing? Tuan, you guys stay back for now. Zhang Che looked at the thing in front of him warily. It was too strange for this thing to appear, and when that light fell on top of this ruined door in front of him, it seemed that even the surroundings became clear. Tuan was surprised to see the ice-colored cold light, and when he saw the light evolve above the abandoned gate, Tuan lowered his head and couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes. Thank you. She knew that this was the exit of the copy. At the same time, the crystal ball in Tinker's hand disappeared. The exit of copy 9 was never fixed at a certain place. It was always the crystal ball in Tinker's hand. Once you touch, you can leave. What are you talking about? Didn't he dig this up himself? Tinkerbell didn't pay any attention to Tuan's thanks. As Zhang Che dug out this light, a voice simultaneously appeared in the heads of all the surviving survivors in copy 9. The exit to copy 9 is now open. Please go to the survivors to escape. This prompt, too, appeared on the air. Everyone looked at Zhang Che in dismay, only to see that he had already reached out to tentatively touch the light door in front of him. What the hell? What a fool's errand. Copy 9. The exit was dug out just like that? Now that neither of these two evil spirits have reacted, Zhang Che will be able to leave as soon as he touches them. Those behind him may not be so sure. I'm really impressed. How come I don't have this kind of luck? On this day, luck overcame all capital. Everyone nervously watched Zhang Che's hand as his tentative right hand was on the verge of touching that ice-colored light. Come on. Xiaoya wasn't dead yet. And she stared dead at the door that had appeared so steeply in front of her. It was only a step away from her, and all she even had to do was twist and roll herself a bit to touch the exit and escape, and get the first pass reward for copy 9. But she couldn't move. She could only half open her eyes and play the role of a dead man who couldn't rest in peace, watching Zhang Che, the big fool in her heart, leave. Neither Tuan nor Ding Wei stopped Zhang Che's movements, even though trying to stop him was just a thought. The second passed extremely slowly to everyone. The hope that was within reach in the eyes of mankind was something that could be stopped with a thought in the eyes of Tinkerbell. Zhang Che's hand was getting closer and closer to the light gate, and the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed, and in an instant, it had broken 10 million. The light broke through the clouds, and all the survivors saw where the light door opened, and the survivors who were in the shadows instantly came out and ran towards the exit. It was the second day of the replica, and everyone couldn't help but rejoice. Originally all had despaired. In this copy 9 where no exit could be found, everyone began to wait for death. Without thinking that someone had opened the exit, the pop-ups were even more boisterous. Grass, shit, luck. Once he manages to get out, who dares to think he's mentally ill? Brother Zhang Che, can we team up? I'm absolutely strong. I'm just short of luck. This hand of luck is really nothing to write home about. Digging a hole to make an exit? Who would have thought that the exit is underground? No wonder no one has ever found the location of the exit even in copy 9. The copies are littered with corpses. But who, in their right mind, would want to bury corpses? The audience called out to the audience. After all, no one really buried a body in a place like the replica. 3 days would have been a tight time frame. And even if a close companion had died, perhaps it would have just been a matter of placing their body in a cool place. Once Zhang Che touched the exit, then he would become the first person to pass the first pass of copy 9. Even if he has a brain problem, people will assume he doesn't in the future. Zhang Che only felt that the world suddenly quieted down. He seemed to be able to hear the sound of traffic outside through that light door. He could see the neon of the city outside, and he could also hear the sound of people behind the door. The same message appeared in his mind. The exit to copy 9 is now open. Please go to the survivors to escape. He didn't know what an exit was, but he had a very strong feeling about it. This door of light in front of himself is the exit. Leave? And after you leave? He snapped his head back and saw Tuan and Tinker still sitting on the stone steps by the side of the road. Mother and daughter laughing and chatting. The scene was so peaceful that the two didn't even look at what he was doing. Jiang Che only felt that if he left, then he would once again be separated by millions of miles from the family he had just met. He didn't want to leave. He withdrew his hand and took the shovel in his hand. Tuan, Daddy dug it up. Let's bury Auntie Xiaoya together with Mommy. Jiang Che picked up the limbs on the ground and put Xiaoya's body in. Tuan looked at a short distance away. Jiang Che waving his hand at himself, beckoning for the two to go over. The bloodstains on the face of Xiaoya on the ground had been wiped away by Jiang Che, who also seemed to be afraid that her bloodstained face would scare his wife and daughter. Or he also wanted to make Xiaoya's walk a little more peaceful. The group laughed, unable to contain their tears. Tinkerbell was fuming. She couldn't understand why this human wasn't leaving. As she was thinking about it, a pair of small hands took hold of her. Mom, come on, together. If anything, before, the troupe was still calling her adult, and still had respect for her as a strong person. Now, then, there was only openness in her heart. She pulls Tinkerbell and heads over for a bury it together parent-child family game. The shovels on the floor had all been buried out by Tinkerbell earlier, and now there was just enough for 3 people. Until inch by inch the dirt fell on the surface of Sayaka's body, piece by piece burying it completely. Xiaoya's live broadcast, countless dirt covered the screen. Occasionally light could pass through the cracks in the dirt, but as it became thicker and thicker, the light faded away. That's when you could move. Straight away you could hear heavy breathing in the darkness. You could hear the sound of dirt rubbing against your body. But soon, the breathing began to become rapid, and little by little, the dirt debris entered the airway, and Ya's breathing gradually stopped. End of picture. She died, right in front of the exit. The glowing door was fading as the original mound was filled in. During the period of burying Xiaoya, Dingwei kept looking at Jiang Che to see if he would take advantage of the opportunity to suddenly leave. However, Jiang Che's emotions had always been stable, and the disappearance of that light didn't affect him. It continued until the light faded completely and the door disappeared. The crystal ball was back in Tinker's hand. At the same time, a prompt appeared in the survivors' heads. The doors to copy 9 are closed, so please continue to work hard. All seekers. Jiang Che's face didn't change. Tuan was connected to his heart and also heard the voice. Tuan held Jiang Che's hand, squeezing it tightly but ready to let go. Auntie Xiaoya, thank you. Tuan looked at the tree branch standing in front of him, unable to find a tombstone. They found a branch and stuck it on Xiaoya's grave as a tombstone. Conditions are limited and everything is kept simple. It wasn't until Jiang Che buried the pit, until the light gate disappeared, and until the message of the gate closing was displayed on the live broadcast screen, that the audience watching the live broadcast became anxious. Really brainy. I really believe he's mentally ill now. Turns out he really wasn't faking it all the way through. I can't. My blood pressure is up and I feel like my chest is about to explode. It was hard for me to watch a psychopath, but now it's harder than killing me if he doesn't. The most angry I'm afraid is still the copy of those survivors. Originally all the people are meticulously well. Heard the sound of the moment, directly out of the way. They're all going to blow up when they get here. After doing this, Jiang Che held the two of them on his left and right. Mom and Dad have been waiting for us for a long time. We should go back for dinner. Jiang Che walked back towards the route he remembered. Tuan heard his mouth say Mom and Dad. Before she thought the Mom and Dad in Jiang Che's mouth were humans. But now, she's not sure. After all, what about this dad of his, who looks a bit dumb and gullible? Tinkerbell heard this and also looked at Tuan in confusion. Who were Jiang Che's parents again? Tuan shook her head. She didn't know. She tries to read Jiang Che's inner thoughts, but in Jiang Che's thoughts, Mom and Dad are Mom and Dad. Just like when she read the information about Jiang Che's wife and daughter in his brain right now. She couldn't read anything out of the ordinary. At this time far away in the small solitary building, the Mr. and Mrs. Bloodstock felt the glow of that exit and it's good to have someone to open the door. So when the time comes to beg that Lord to let one of his sons go, it shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Che led the two of them back, one on each side of his left and right hands. Tuan is on the left, peeking at Tinker. She surveyed Tinker and Jiang Che with their fingers crossed and holding each other, their eyes haunted, watching Jiang Che holding Dingwei, about to leave the area under her control to find her so-called parents. Tuan's eyes stared even more dead. She watched with rapt attention as Tinker's feet walked out of her area without any hesitation. As she left she waved her hand and the evil spirits guarding the territory crawled out of the shadows. She wouldn't let humans roam this way without her. She frowned as she stepped out of the territory. Since her one exposure to the human world, she had fallen in love with that environment and dressed the area under her control in a similar fashion. Now stepping out of the castle boundaries, she realized that the environment outside was much dirtier than the area under her control, and there was a thick layer of dust floating in the air. After Jiang Che left this area, the number of people in his live broadcast room was also decreasing crazily, because the audience also couldn't imagine that Jiang Che would actually leave like this. The exit's right there. He just left? The farther Jiang Che moved away from the exit, the fewer people there were in the live broadcast room. Everyone could only watch one person at a time. And as Jiang Che moved away from the exit, they exited Jiang Che's live broadcast to focus on the others and see if the other survivor was able to escape. The exit glowed brightly, pointing the way for the survivors in the replica the entire time it was open. The survivalist at that moment is like a flatboat drifting in the endless sea in the darkness of the night, who at one moment suddenly sees a lighthouse pointing the way. In the darkness of the night, the light of return was seen, and those who had been in the shadows were mobilized, and the broken light of hope was raised again. The light from the exit quickly faded, and everyone's sense of the direction of the exit quickly disappeared. In one of the shadows, 3 men crouched in a corner, breathing heavily. The trio looked at the smear of light with some dismay, for this direction was the very location where they had just fled. Xiao Li had returned the lighter to the woman. Sister Xia, I'm sorry, it was my problem. But then again, isn't Zhao Chang at fault? If he hadn't been coveting my props before, I wouldn't have ended up getting suspicious. He panicked at the thought of his trio almost being reunited because of him. I've said it all. That's really unbeatable. Baseball man Zhao Chang was a bit speechless. That baseball bat of his was really consuming stamina to use, and he still prioritized. Even if he wanted that octave box, he wouldn't choose to strike right now. I don't blame you guys. I just didn't expect this evil spirit to be so strong. The woman called Sister Xiao waved her hand and hurriedly terminated the fight between the two. We said before we entered the copy that once we enter the copy, we can't count each other out no matter what. Xia played with the lighter in her hand, and now that the exit has opened, that direction, Xia closed her mouth, and the other two didn't say anything either. They could feel it. It would only take 20 minutes for them to make it back, but none of the three offered to go over and look at the words now. Wait a bit. Wait for tomorrow. The location is already known to us. Tomorrow our copy props count will be restored and we'll go over again. There was still the last day to go. They didn't rush. They had to take a break and recover the strength of the team, and it's a good way to watch how many people will die over there. The moment she thought of that child with an evil smile, she couldn't help but start sweating at her back. What we thought before wasn't wrong. That little evil spirit must have something to do with the exit of the duplicate, and she should be the key. Without further argument, the two men each nestled in their corners and nodded. This was copy 9. Even if we knew where the exit was, would it be so easy to get out? It can't be said that we just saw that we couldn't find us after we escaped and specifically opened the door to tempt us over. Sister Xia sneered. Otherwise how could there be an exit that just opened and then closed? Whoever goes over there now is a stupider, said Sister Xia with great certainty. When that group goes over and dies today, the last ones to survive, we can still work with the rest of them to make an impact. The three of them now had the largest audience in their live stream, but the three of them didn't know about it, because the three of them are the most promising and the closest. Everyone thought that if they went back now, they would be able to look for some traces and find out where Xiaoya's grave was located, and maybe a little attempted digging would be able to dig out the body. Aside from Jiang Che, the one who was going against the exit, almost all of the survivors were out, all running towards the location of the exit, but everyone is so far away that it would take at least an hour to get here. The three closest people here are the Kasumi trio. So cautious. Go now. Going now is the safest. And these three are the ones who know the scene best. The three of them have the best chance of finding a way out. Really pissed off at me. Don't they have any guts at all at 3? Jiang Che took away the evil spirit and created a perfect opportunity for everyone to escape. But no one knew about it. Everyone watched helplessly as the trio meticulously stayed motionless in the corner like a king, switching the camera to look at the other survivors. Most of them are badly injured. Not all of them have the same combination of skills as they do, and not all of them can find their partners when they enter the copy. The fastest one, an hour to his destination. But it was too far apart before, and now that they had come over this way, they froze and couldn't find the exact location, or even an exact range. A group of people were carefully looking around the estate in the direction of where the exit was, dodging around with misty eyes. Tinkerbell felt the sudden invasion of many humans in her territory, and she just let out a light laugh and lifted her finger in the air. No one knew what action she did. However, the troop could feel several powerful auras awakening in the manor behind them. Daddy, where are the grandparents? Tuan Tuan pulled Jiang Che's arm, childishly cute. Jiang Che felt the warmth of the bracelet on his wrist, which had actually been pointing him in the right direction. As soon as he veers off course, the temperature gets hotter. Almost there. There's still about half an hour to go. Jiang Che's footsteps were fast as he walked back. It wasn't that he was fast, it was that he always felt that the distance had gotten shorter. Tinker Bell had been using the shrinking ground technique, and every time Jiang Che adjusted his direction, she shortened Jiang Che's path ahead. Just the closer she got to her destination, the more a hint of worry rose on her brow, because up ahead, that's the direction of the blood slaughter couple. Jiang Che's mom and dad might still be alive if they hid in the area of the other evil spirits, but here, they couldn't hide at all. She was thinking that if Jiang Che's parents were really hiding in the area of the blood slaughter couple, should she adjust the distance between Jiang Che and his destination? Adjusting it so that he couldn't walk to his destination all the way, and then end the 3 days and send Jiang Che out. Tuan frowned as well. Bloodslut wasn't like her. The pair took pleasure in killing. She sighed. She should have guessed it a long time ago. The white coat on Jiang Che was able to mask human aura, and it was likely that she had found it to put on by chance from the blood slaughter couple's side. Are grandparents wearing the same as you? Tuan pulled on the clothes on Jiang Che's body and asked in an innocent and cute manner. Daddy, you're wearing a white coat. Are you a doctor? Are grandparents too? She felt Tinker's eyes as she kept sidestepping Jiang Che's words. If Jiang Che's mom and dad also had similar items to mask their breath, there was still a chance that they would be alive. I'm not a doctor. Jiang Che scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to go about explaining. But mom and dad, they do wear something similar to me. He remembered the nurse's uniform on the bloody nurse, and this one on himself, which was kind of a parent-child outfit, right? As soon as Jiang Che's words fell, he felt the two people around him both let out a sudden sigh of relief. Don't be nervous. Sooner or later the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her mother-in-law. He thought Tinker was nervous. Who's ugly? Tinker Bell froze and gave him a blank look. She was worried about his parents. Couldn't this fool see that? This fool is really defenseless against people. Doesn't he know this is a dangerous place? Tuan had been reading Jiang Che's heart all along, and she felt in Jiang Che's memory that along the way, Jiang Che was feeling emotional. Memories cutting through his brain like fragments, as well as constant flashes of the situation he had been living in all these years. Blood draws, checkups, regular physical examinations of the body's various wonders. In that place called Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital, there are many people who are the same as Jiang Che. Jiang Che's memory of those nurses' mouths would always say something inexplicable. Good health, heart, liver and kidneys. It has been successfully matched. From now on, 3 meals a day are well organized, and there is a golden master to support them. I envy them psychopaths, carefree until they die. Some psychiatric patients disappear and don't reappear, and the inward explanation is, he's well and has been discharged. There were just too many words, and they stung the group's eyes a bit. For a while she was a bit confused. Those outside the replica, were they just evil spirits too? Tuan was reading Jiang Che's memories, and she took the initiative to open that part up to Tinker Bell as well. Jiang Che could connect to one person, and as the holder of the skill, she could connect to too many people. It was just that she usually disdained connecting to humans, to read their dirty thoughts. After all, they were all prey that would die sooner or later. And was there any point in knowing what the prey was thinking at the end of their lives? With Tinker's permission, she made a psychic connection with Tinker and shared her thoughts with her. Tinker quietly followed Jiang Che and watched his scene in the mental hospital. She's seen more, and she gets it. What appears to be a mental hospital is actually an organ donor center. Don't worry. This time, no one can get out except you and your family. Tinker held his hand. The bones of the human's hand were so brittle that she felt like she could crush it with just a little bit of effort. Out where? Jiang Che looked at her suspiciously. This sentence directly baffled Ding Ding's question, because in the thoughts she read, it seemed like Jiang Che really didn't want to go out and only wanted to be with his family. Tuan looked at Tinker Bell's speechlessness and couldn't help but purse her lips and snicker out. She hadn't thought that the Lord of Copy 9 would be worried about tricking a human into leaving the copy. I see other families. You as the head of the family, you need to go out and earn money to support your family. Tinker Bell recalled what she knew about human common sense. I can't let go of my wife and daughter and family, but I still need to go. Jiang Che was stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything because he also felt that it made sense. He needs to be a responsible husband, a responsible son, a responsible father. Then he can't stay home all the time. He needs to get out and fight for his family, though he had only just been reunited and couldn't bear to part. I know. Jiang Che nodded. I won't let you follow me and suffer. He watched Tuan hug that bear tightly, and then watched Tinker Bell pin the sapphire corsage to her chest. It's the first time I've ever given a family member a gift myself, and I really don't seem to have the money for a second one. He bowed his head in remorse that he was a bit incompetent as the family breadwinner. Tinker Bell felt the emotions escaping from Jiang Che's body and glanced at Tuan. The other party just spread his hands and said helplessly, "That's just how Dad is." Tinker perceived the pure emotion, unadulterated by the slightest hint of impurity. She was no ordinary little evil spirit. No change in human emotions could escape her senses, and whenever there was a subtle emotional misstep, she would detect a flash of emotional weakness in her former opponent. This man in front of him, full of sincerity, at the moment his heart is filled with determination, is really wanting to build a world for both of them. She cried a little as she read the idea. This weak human could be poked to death with one of his own fingers. As a result, his desire to protect himself was stronger than ever. "Yeah, Daddy is Tuan Tuan's big hero." Tuan Tuan hugged Jiang Che's leg as his two eyes sparkled. What she wanted was never a strong man, but rather Jiang Che's company. Jiang Che picked her up with one hand and balled her up with one hand, while leading Tinkerbell with the other. Feeling the weight of the donut, the chagrin thought kept surfacing in his mind that the daughter is too light. She doesn't weigh a thing. You must have suffered a lot. It's all my fault. Tinkerbell held her forehead with one hand as she passed a heartfelt message towards Tuan. "Why don't you adjust your weight a little bit?" "A little bit?" Tuan blinked, then looked to Tinkerbell. "I don't. Clumsy's dad is cute too." "Daddy, why don't you hug mommy too?" Tuan Tuan Imp's voice rang out from Jiang Che's arms. "Tuan Tuan can walk by herself." Jiang Che paused in his steps as he looked over at Tinkerbell's weak and thin appearance. That would be an offense to Tuan Tuan. With that, he put Tuan down and picked up Tinkerbell in a princess hug. So light. This was the first thought that Jiang Che held onto, before rushing on the road in a hurry. He just felt light, but he didn't have the heart to feel it seriously. Now that the mood is relaxed, the perception of weight becomes clearer. Such a big man. I can't believe he's as light as Tuan Tuan. Sure enough, it's all my fault. They've suffered a lot with me. It won't happen again. Tinkerbell and Tuan Tuan listened to Jiang Che's heart at the same time. Tinker kept his head down and didn't intentionally gain any weight of his own. I'm sure the group was right. And Clumsy is adorable. And, if he adjusted his weight, he would have to crush this little body to death? It's not that I want him to feel sorry for me. I'm just afraid of tiring him out. The sun is coming back soon. Bloodslaughter felt the gradually approaching aura, and his entire body trembled with excitement. He could feel the location of the bracelet and was now making his way back to his home location. The day went by as before, as he hunted his way through the copies, catching a few humans and returning others' prey. He felt marvelous that he had let a human go without even a hint of hunting. It didn't even occur to him that the human would escape and not come back, or that after the human gave him a gift with eyes full of sincerity, he felt that it wouldn't matter if the other just left. Inside the small, solitary building, he did his best to simmer the meal. Coming back soon? Nurse Blood asked, looking up in delight as she cleaned up until then. Well, it's getting close. I guess there's still half an hour to go. Blood Slaughter pinched the speed of the bracelet. It's just a shame that the audience can't check out the Evil Dead's dynamics when there's no player present. Otherwise people wouldn't know how shocked they'd be to see the inside of a small building. At this moment, Blood Butcher was frowning at the food in his hands, and what was on the table was no longer bloody and sticky blood and meat, but instant food that he had found from nowhere. The house had also been cleaned of much of the blood and was much cleaner than it had been before, except for the age-old grime. On the tabletop, in addition to many compressed cookies, there was also an instant hot skillet type of food. He looked at the writing on the package and looked at the cooking steps on it without understanding. Just add water and that's it? Humanity is progressing too fast, isn't it? But why do some of them not even have cooking steps or a production date? No shelf life either? If he didn't know that this was what humans ate themselves and wouldn't be a problem, he really would have been skeptical by these tripe. It was normal for humans to bring food. After all, after 3 days of not eating or drinking, even if they found the exit, they probably wouldn't have the stamina to still have the energy to break through. Humans wishing to bring something such as a copy can simply touch any movable item with both hands when entering the copy and take it in with them. That's why many humans prepare a huge suitcase full of items they need. As soon as they entered the copy, they also just casually hid all of their food, not even having to do anything too covert, because we all knew that the evil spirits weren't interested in any of those things. Many people even feel like they're eating their last meal in their copy, and they try to bring a little something tasty with them, not to mention any seafood feasts or top-notch ingredients, as these foods can also easily spoil in the strange temperature environment of the replica. Most people bring along some tasty and easy-to-process instant food. Rich people will even customize some food that can be brought into the replica to be simple and easy to eat. Now on the Blood Butcher is laying countless things, which some of the instant hot pot is ordinary people's supermarket to buy, written on the top of the instant food weigh, and production date shelf life. But how to make those dirt cheap customized instant hot foods is not labeled as anything. After all, these cooking methods, to humans, are already considered common sense. There shouldn't be anything bad. but I don't know which one tastes better. Why don't you try the flavors and see which one tastes better? Blood Slaughter fiddled with the food on the table. He looked at the top with a puzzled face. This was how the evil spirit's perception of human food was skewed. They don't know what tastes good and what doesn't. And I don't know if the food that feels good to me is to human taste or not. Me? Nurse Blood laughed at his comment. I'm not even human. How would I know any of this stuff? What then? Bloodslug looked at the table with a confused look on his face. Those that weren't labeled with text. He didn't even know what to do with them. How about grabbing a human? Nurse Blood asked tentatively. Okay, there's still half an hour left. Hurry up or your son will be back. Blood Slaughter knocked his brain. Humans were really too complicated. Nurse Blood quickly went out the door. The scene where they forced the humans to question them must have been brutal, and she didn't want her son to see it yet. The moment the exit location appeared, there were humans who lurched towards the exit, and humans who returned to the location where they had stashed their food. There are several SSS-ranked replicas alongside Copy 9, and all of these replica escape ports have been exposed, with some exits on plain display, but still few survivors have been able to escape from them. The evil spirit sitting at the escape hatch would be beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to deal with. Can you survive the past? Not necessarily. Even so, still going, after all, it's the hope of escape. It's just that many humans want to eat their last meal properly before chasing hope. At this point in the crowd's live feed, viewers watched as countless people returned to their stash of food, muttering about their last meal. Human beings have a tradition of enjoying their last meal well, and even if they are executed in prison, their last meal can be relatively good, not to say a big meal, without thinking about the final round without realizing it. I used to tease people about bringing food into their copies, but I actually prepared it for myself. Question everyone, understand everyone, become everyone. If only I had the money. For my last meal, I'd like to have a good meal, but unfortunately, for my last meal I'll have to settle for the more expensive instant hot little hot pot. Rich people's food is customized, and while I eat blistered ma hot pot, the landed gentry eat instant hot seafood abalone. The audience was continually impressed with the fact that no one could have imagined before the replica came down that they would one day have the opportunity to prepare their last meal for themselves. After 2 days, over 300 survivors are now about 50 alive. These 50 people were already the last of the elite, and more or less all of them had copies of the props they had traded in earlier. No, where's my rice? A man went back to where he had put the food in the first place. He had randomly found a shady spot to put it before and he had marked the spot. Now, the markers are still there, but the food is gone. Crap, who took my meal? It's the last meal. Didn't you prepare it for yourself? Grass. Someone stole from me, and I've come to steal from you. Here and there. Shouts and curses rang out in countless live streams, as the crowd realized that the food they had prepared was gone. They wanted to go and steal someone else's, but either they didn't know where they kept their food, or it wasn't there when they got there. There was also some righteous indignation among those watching the live stream, and the generational feeling was pulled right through, that this incident was more hateful than the theft of the takeout. Not Iron Juice. Copy number 9 who's so ungrateful, stealing other people's food? I've looked through countless live broadcasts and I haven't seen a single survivalist stealing food. Ha! Evil spirits don't eat human food. Don't they beg for life and steal it, or do evil spirits cast it? I didn't feel any empathy when I saw the other survivors running away, and now I'm really angry when I see the rice being stolen. All the survivors were enraged, and they searched around, trying to find any trace of the food thief, and after searching around, they didn't see a single shadow. It made a lot of people laugh. Not to say if I'll survive this time, but if not, I'm afraid I'll be the first to starve to death. That's the real desperation, isn't it? Is someone who knows they can't get out and then steal someone else's meal? I was actually not hungry, and I had plenty of compressed cookies ready in my backpack, but this was my last meal. Countless people muttered to themselves out of thin air, as if they were speaking to the audience in the live broadcast. With the blood-clad nurse out and about, trying to find humans in the replica was a very simple task. She quickly found the target of her trip, a middle-aged man, who was wiping a fine bead of sweat from his forehead when she saw him. The temperature the next day had been so scorching that his skin was a little flabby, and it had only been a day since the copy had been put through the ringer. He didn't find his meal and rushed toward the exit in desperation, panting as he trotted. He wore a watch on his wrist, a special prop he had acquired at great expense. The pointer can be actively dialed back in time. According to the seller, there is no upper limit to the time of backtracking. If he is strong and has a long blue bar, he keeps backtracking to the day before the copy descends. Anticipate in advance where future copies will be and avoid them urgently to never enter them, or to go back in time to a time of peace and quiet at the moment of one's imminent death. The seller was asking for an extraordinarily high price, but he had the money and could afford it. It's just that he bought it and regretted it. This prop was indeed, as the seller said, capable of going back in time without a ceiling, but when he tried to use it when he got it, he found that after exhausting all his essence, the time only went back by 1 second. He knows he's being punked. He was given a prop that was invincible in the world, but there were no humans in this world who could use it perfectly. That's why it trickled down to him. The ingrate. All he could think about now was whether he could fight for a chance to live at the end of his life by exhausting all his essence and blood. It was to rewind a minute, and he might be able to escape from the evil spirits while he had the chance, but that was just his own guess, because he understood that even if he were to backtrack with his life, it wouldn't take more than 5 seconds. It would be a godsend if you could actually walk back a minute. Someone said that by going back in time 1 second immediately after taking damage, wouldn't it be possible to go back to a time when you weren't hurt? This he agreed with, but having fallen into the hands of the evil spirits, it was only the difference between one hit and another. Just a fun little thing for evil spirits to hit twice. He can't sell it and he can't afford to buy new copy props. He was still thinking about how he could muddle through the exit when he felt a chill on his back, followed by a hand with sharp nails grabbing him by the neck and picking him up. Fear instantly surged through him, his face reddening and his breathing hard to hold. It was only a matter of moments before he was carried by that hand and twisted around, his 180-pound body lifted by the neck and his feet off the ground. He looked at the evil spirit in front of him, the centipede-like scars on his body, the leather stitching spreading from his face to the inside of his neck shirt. He hit the boogeyman. There wasn't a single piece of intact skin on this evil spirit's entire body. It's all sewn up. Information was rapidly crashing outward in his head, a message quickly hitting his brain. He had memorized the information before and now recognized who this evil spirit was straight away. Nurse in blood. The thought that he was going to be gutted full of fat and his body would be sewn together with strange things gave him the urge to kill himself right away. Hey, gotcha. The blood-clad nurse grabbed him by the neck and dragged him like a dead pig toward his home location. At this point his live audience sighed and, another one dies, backed off and looked at someone else. Hey, no one can find this exit after it's closed. Retreating. The moment he was caught by the blood-clad nurse, the broadcast instantly cleared out. It was the last hour and everyone was more interested in seeing who got out and how everyone got out. Despair welled up in the fat middle-aged man as he watched her drag herself home. No sooner had he risen to suicidal thoughts than his body was imprisoned, unable to end itself. Looking at the small, solitary building with the closed door, he closed his eyes. Accepted death a long time ago, didn't you? It was a bit of a bummer in the end, I guess, not having a full meal at the end. Who the hell is so ungrateful? Stealing the food I prepared. The middle-aged fat man closed his eyes, despairing and cursing angrily in his heart. He didn't even dare to open his eyes, didn't dare to see how gruesome his death would be. He felt himself being dragged through the house and then dropped in a corner as soon as he could. Minutes passed and he didn't feel any pain in his body, nor did he feel like he was being bled or separated from his limbs. Carefully, he opened his eyes a crack and peeked around, only just opening his eyes, he froze, for in front of him lay many instant hot pots and other instant foods, and he also discerned his share of deluxe bento. The blood butcher, carrying a sawed-off meat cleaver, was crouched in front of him, his skull's cobbled-together mask looking at him coldly. You, tell me, which of these things is delicious? Seeing that his eyes were open, Bloodslaughter pushed the countless instant foods in front of him. The middle-aged fat man looked at the scene in front of him with some consternation. The environment of this room was also clean and abnormal. The desktop as well as the piles on the floor were all human food. He had long been accustomed to replicas full of blood and dust, and this scene was alien to him. Escaped on your own? Is someone cosplaying this Bloodslaughter? Am I dead? Dreaming? Speak! Bloodslaughter's gloomy voice rang out in front of him. He was instantly startled and quickly picked up the instant hot pot he had. This is delicious. He didn't know if other people's meals were good, but he could guarantee that his was absolutely delicious because it was all he loved. Bloodslaughter gently took the object in his hand and looked it up and down. The middle-aged fat man was a bit at a loss for words as he looked at the food on the floor in a confused manner. All kinds of things. There are a lot of them and they are colorful. He could see that the last meal most survivalists prepared for themselves was here. What the hell is this? The evil spirit eats human food and asks him which one tastes better? So many meals, raided all the survivalist nests, right? He looked apprehensively at the two evil spirits in the room, only to see Bloodtuft pick up his portion of the meal and place it on the table, narrowing his eyes in death again. What else? Please collect and recommend and ask for monthly votes to push a friend's book. You can read together. The first question made him sweat. The latter left him at a loss for words. What else? The middle-aged fat man of brain is empty. What is he talking about? Seeing that he didn't make a move, Bloodslaughter then grunted coldly, but was afraid that he was scaring the human in front of him. I mean, what else tastes better? Hearing him describe his problem in detail, the middle-aged fat man was dumbfounded. He looked at the wide array of food in front of him. As a rich man, what was expensive? What was cheap? What was delicious? What was average? He had a number in his heart. The first thing he ruled out was the instant hot skillet he'd bought at the supermarket. It was the food the regular carers at the hospital had prepared for themselves. Some of them wanted a good meal, but others didn't have the heart for it. They came out of it alive. There's no point in eating well if you can't escape from your copy alive. He carefully selected two, buried his head in them, and held them high above his head. His eyes were closed and he didn't dare to look at the evil spirit in front of him. His brain was chaotic and his body was numb. He couldn't even think about what to do when he connected. This scene was completely beyond his cognizance. The group outside will be shocked when they see my live feed. Evil spirits actually like human food. At this juncture, he didn't think about his life or death, because it was useless to think about it. He really didn't have the ability to escape from here. All he could think about now was how hot the booth was going to be when he was on TV. Shit, it's worth it to be famous before you die. He thought about lifting his head, trying to give his life one last glorious image. It's on TV. What's wrong with a decent death? This is the most awesome moment of my Seung-jae's life. Holding this thought, he raised his head. When he looked at the two evil spirits, he saw him standing at the table with the 3 portions of food he had selected. Buried in thought, 2 evil spirits, none of them looking at themselves. How about asking that human again? Bloodtuft turned his face sideways. He really couldn't figure it out. This human selected the food, although there was no production date, but looking inside it did look rather delicate. A small transparent box with individual small packages of everything inside. A small water bag and some other materials. The blood-clothed nurse snorted coldly and walked towards the middle-aged fat man. Seung-jae wanted to die a little more magnificent, but when he saw the blood-clothed nurse coldly walking towards him, he was again abashed and immediately lowered his head. He's still a little too high estimate of his own guts. He hid with his head down, and the next moment, he felt his entire body being lifted up. Finished. He was cold in his heart, not resisting at all letting him pick himself up, but he had heard that blood slaughter's favorite thing was torture. The more the prey resists and howls, the more it provokes the hunter to kill. You, get over here and get these done. He was thrown into a chair at the table, and he froze as he watched the 2 evil spirits seem to have no intention of harming him. You'll just have 10 minutes. The blood-clothed nurse spoke in a cold voice. Pick 10 more besides these 3 on the table and do them all together. She probably took a look at the fast food, which usually required a 10-minute wait, calculating that Seung-jae would be back in half an hour. 10 minutes to process the food, 10 minutes to wait for the food to be finished, and a few minutes to vacate. It was a way to leave some wiggle room. Act, don't waste time. Blood Slaughter's icy voice rang in his ears again. Seung-jae was startled and immediately unwrapped the package on the table. He then realized that this Blood Slaughter couple really didn't make a move on him. He even withdrew from the kitchen, as if they were afraid of causing psychological pressure on him to affect their efficiency. Seung-jae didn't dare to stop his hand movements at all. He looked at the food in his hand and just felt incredibly ridiculous. Evil spirits really like to eat human food. He thought about the audience in his live room. Now everyone must be thieves pulling shock, right? He even thought of the scene where he was surrounded by countless people. He didn't think that one day he could become a copy textbook. Seung-jae did not know that at this time, his live room was already empty, and the audience outside exited directly without the slightest hesitation after thinking that he was caught and would surely die. Things like a desperate turnaround don't usually happen to such mediocre roadies. On the other side of the road, Seung-jae's live room was also empty. From the moment he moved away from the exit, the audience passed quickly. The live studio theme, Mighty Ghosts Over the House, is no longer appealing, either. What people wanted to see was the use of overkill to survive. And after Seung-jae gave up the opportunity that was within reach, the audience realized that this psychopath was truly stupid. There is something really wrong with the brain. Ding Ding was held in Seung-jae's arms. She unconsciously pressed her face against Seung-jae's chest. The powerful heart was beating rapidly. She knew that the heart, which was a human's weakness, could cost a human their life with just one well-aimed blow. And now, this weakness was exploding with a rhythm she had never felt before, and her body temperature was hot. Seung-jae's cheeks were slightly red. The tips of his ears were a little bit hot. Since he put Tuan Tuan down, he had been princess hugging Ding Ding. At this moment, he felt an ear pressed against his chest. His palms were a little sweaty. Tired? Tinkerbell looked at him suspiciously. Just a short distance and he was tired and sweaty. Seung-jae quickly shook his head. Not. Why so sweaty? Tinker reached out to wipe the beads of sweat hanging on his face. From what she had learned about humans, most of them only sweated in 3 situations: tiredness, heat, and the cold sweat of fear. Although the temperature in the copy was abnormal, The temperature Jiang Che felt by her side was naturally pleasant. The first thing that was ruled out was heat, and she didn't feel fear in Jiang Che's emotions, so that cold sweat option was also ruled out. So that leaves only one option: tired. Her fingers that touched Jiang Che's face felt a temperature that was even hotter than her body. No, not. The coldness of Tinker's fingertips was like a current drilling into Jiang Che's body. I'm just happy, excited, and happy. There's still some. He couldn't say it outright in front of his daughter, and knowing that the group could read most of his inner thoughts, he was even more dead set on suppressing the contents of his mind. It's been guiding the mind to think about how the family is going to be there in the future, how they're going to be happy together. Tinker withdrew her own hand. She had known humans and immediately understood what Jiang Che was thinking at this moment. What are you guys talking about? Tuan poked her head around in confusion. She couldn't understand what the two were saying at once. She frowned to read Jiang Che's inner thoughts at that moment. Countless thoughts were read to her, jumbled up and, buy Tuan a bicycle. Buy your wife beautiful clothes, and jewelry should not be missing. The wife is so beautiful and the daughter is so cute. Mom's cooking was so good yesterday. The happiest and most joyful time of your life. I've only heard of the Huangpu River, haven't taken my wife and daughter to see it yet. Next time we'll go together to ride the Ferris wheel. What the hell? How come the contents of my mind are all jumbled up in a flash? Tinkerbell seemed to think of something as she reached out and pointed towards the donut. The Tuan froze. The heartfelt voices that kept popping up in Jiang Che's head came to an abrupt halt, and she cocked her head, her feet pausing in their steps. She'll know what you want to say when you initiate communication with her later, Tinker whispered. Jiang Che nodded vigorously. Good. They really were a family. He hadn't even told his wife about this little secret he had with Tuan, and she knew all about it. Tuan was a little lost in thought. Why? Although she also didn't understand what those messy and incoherent thoughts in Jiang Che's head were. Was there anything she couldn't know? Daddy, what's a Ferris wheel? She asked instantly. Jiang Che's old face flushed. He knew it. After concluding the skill of heart to heart, he could often feel what was going on in the Tuan's mind, and likewise, the Tuan definitely knew what he was thinking. For a split second just now, he thought of a million things to hide his innermost thoughts. Luckily it's covered. Ferris wheel Jiang Che heard this question a little lost in thought, just too anxious. He messed up thinking a lot of things he himself did not react. A kind of. Jiang Che did not know how to describe with the group. In the hospital these years, he was a child on the occasional nurses their mouths to listen to the discussion brought up the amusement park Ferris wheel, and then those nurses said the most in their mouths. That is, what the evil spirits, props, tips, cheats. The most common thing that the nurses talked about was the evil spirits, props, tricks, tips, and so on. Even though no one said it anymore, he kept it in the back of his mind. He had just remembered that his heart was not in the right place, and now that he was being asked, he really didn't know what a Ferris wheel was. I don't know, but I've heard you can fly high up in it, and it's beautiful, romantic, and exciting. He struggled to describe it to the group, but didn't know where to start. At this moment, both Tuan and Ding Ding were silent as they felt the confusion in Jiang Che's heart. Tinker suddenly frowned as that feeling of being spied on rose up again in a flash. She'd had the feeling of being spied on before this, but didn't know where that feeling had come from. It was like the feeling you get when you use your crystal ball to look across the field. Only this time, you're the one being observed. The prying feeling disappeared between the bursting of the escape hatch and Jiang Che walking away with the two of them. Until just now, the feeling, again, had risen violently. The viewers of Jiang Che's live broadcast did switch the camera to look at the other survivors earlier, but after looking for a long time, they realized that the others couldn't even find the exit and were wandering around that castle manor like a headless fly. No one has ever gone near the place where they buried Sayaka, let alone dug out the exit. Some were also unfortunate enough to encounter the evil spirits that patrol and roam the replicas and were hunted down. Seeing that no one had a chance to go out for the time being, the audience switched cameras over to see what Jiang Che was doing. At this look, they realized that Jiang Che was holding a slim female evil spirit in his arms as if he had entered the coiled silk cave, and that little demonic troop from before was grasping the corners of his coat and following him all the way. No, everyone is looking for an exit. This brother, these two evil spirits are addicted to playing with him, right? In fact, he is quite pitiful. I guess his self-consciousness is controlled, like a puppet, but he's the only one who knows where the exit is now. That's why these two evil spirits are controlling him to leave. These two evil spirits must be laughing. Humans are searching everywhere for the exit. The only one who knows the exact location of the exit is now taken away. Tinker frowned. That feeling of being spied on was getting worse. And the sense of voyeurism was not like the voyeurism of humans in the copy, but more like the outside world. One could only say that it was worthy of being the boss of Copy 9. And with just a little bit of perception, He was able to analyze where the prying sensation came from. Tinker frowned. The humans in the outside world were spying on them? She didn't know how the human did it, but when she thought about it, she moved her mind and the crystal ball in her hand disappeared without moving. In the next second, at the location of Xiaoya's corpse, a blinding light bloomed once again. She awakened a few of the evil spirits from her territory to go over and guard the exit, and herself felt the sense of prying eyes and the shadows vanish cleanly in an instant. The strength of those few evil spirits was only below that of Tinker. Copy 9 was known as an SSS grade copy, and even if Tinker hadn't personally guarded the exit, it would never be possible for an ordinary human to escape. The moment the light of the exit bloomed, Tinker Bell only felt the sense of prying eyes in the darkness disappear instantly. She was instantly certain that the voyeuristic feeling came from a human. No one but humans are interested in exits. The people who had just flooded in at Zhang Che's live broadcast instantly retreated again. Crap! It's on! Why is it suddenly open? Like a seal. It can't be hidden after it's been opened once, right? How can you cover it with that little dirt? The viewers retreated from Zhang Che's live broadcast like a tidal wave and went to the perspective of the group closest to the exit to check the situation. Tuan looked at Tinker Bell suspiciously. They've gone this far, and they're still locating the exit over there? The exit location of Copy 9 was never a fixed orientation, but rather a crystal ball in Tinker's hand that could be placed wherever he wanted. Then let's next time go together. Ding Ding smiled and looked at Zhang Che. She could feel Zhang Che's yearning for this attraction. It was amazing how he was as confused as he was about so much of humanity. Zhang Che nodded heavily, his heart rising with emotion and joy, before he wouldn't be absent from his family for every pleasure. Okay, we'll go play together in the future. He looked ahead to the crumbling ruins, where a small, single building was built in the very center. That's where my parents are. The small, solitary building was conspicuous by its location. One of the most intact structures in this area of ruins that had burned like the aftermath of a great fire. Tuan and Tinker looked at the area in front of them, both pairs of eyes blinking rapidly. Zhang Che's parents are really bold, but there's a human saying, it's called the darkness of the light. The closer you are to something, the less likely you are to not notice or notice it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Che's parents, relying on the fact that they had items similar to a doctor's outer robe to hide their human aura, directly hid in the location where the blood slaughter couple resided. Tinker was relieved that these two were still smart. Fortunately, it was so hiding, and if he went to ask for someone himself, he thought that the blood slaughter couple would be able to give themselves a few thin faces to release them. At this moment, she jerked her head towards Zhang Che. Did the other party recognize her? Was he being nice to himself because he wanted to use himself to save his parents? Ding Ding's heart was in turmoil for a while, and all the way she leaned against Zhang Che's chest, feeling that sincere and hot heart. This human made her feel a different kind of emotion, and she enjoyed the blazing heat. And now, reality was gradually shattering her illusions. Is he just using himself? With his mind mixed up, Tinker didn't speak for a while. Zhang Che walked to the door of the small, solitary building with her in his arms with great generosity, and knocked on the door with a thud. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Tickets, please. What the hell? Tinkerbell and Tuan froze instantly, the same thought rising in both of their minds. Is Bloodslaughter not at home today? Mr. and Mrs. Bloodbath were killed? No wonder the two of them thought that way. Zhang Che coming over to knock on the door so boldly. It was obvious that Bloodslaughter wasn't at home. In fact, when he came all the way over, Tinkerbell sensed that something was wrong over here. Generally speaking, the various areas in the replica were bloody and brutal, with severed limbs and corpses all over the place, and the fishy odor was even more pungent, so the average human couldn't stand it at all. A body left for a long time becomes a meaningless dry corpse. Exposed to sunlight and air for a long time, the flesh and blood wither, and the unpleasant odor has long since dissipated. However, the temperature difference between day and night in the replica is too big, and the daytime temperature is getting hotter and hotter. Even if it is a fresh corpse, the next day will be putrid and smelly, and the corpse shows different degrees of decomposition. Evil spirits need to harvest the fear of humans and will not bother to clean up the emotions that make humans unconsciously fearful. The journey had surprised her, for in the area where the blood slaughter was, there were no smells of those flavors, not even a body to be seen. It's horribly clean compared to the other districts. No corpses, no blood, no putrid smell. She glanced at the clothes on Zhang Che's body, and then at Zhang Che knocking on the door without any mental barriers. Mr. and Mrs. Bloodslaughter may actually be dead. Their lair is also now overrun by humans. She and Tuan exchanged a glance. Before they came they thought Zhang Che's parents were just ordinary humans, but now they didn't seem simple at all. Mr. and Mrs. Bloodslaughter are not ranked T0 in terms of the strength of the evil spirits in Copy 9, but they are T1 strength. It was actually so easily solved by the humans. The two weren't so worried about their safety, this was their home turf, and humans were at a disadvantage here. The only concern might be that the rest of the family's time together might not be as peaceful as it could be. And even though the two were now disguised as human females, the evil spirits that were able to deal with the blood slaughter couple would surely be able to easily recognize their identities. Hey! Ding Ding quickly broke away from Jiang Che's embrace and stood squarely behind Jiang Che in a full defensive stance. Seeing her discreetly terrified down from her arms, Jiang Che was also happy. Mom and Dad will understand if you're so weak. He thought that Tinker was embarrassed, but Jiang Che couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he thought of how much she had suffered when she wasn't by his side, and how weak she looked. Tinker felt Jiang Che's heartfelt emotions and sighed helplessly. She was a bit at a loss as to how to explain to Jiang Che that humans and evil spirits had never shared the same fate. Not all humans were as pure of heart as Jiang Che. Baby, no matter what happens later, nothing will change between us. Tinkerbell listened to the footsteps inside the house as she took Jiang Che's hand and spoke in a small voice. Tuan followed Tinker's lead and took a step back. The two of them could keep their hands to themselves, but they needed to defend themselves. Ding Ding was helpless. She didn't know what to tell Jiang Che. Baby, we are different. Before the words could leave his mouth, the door to the room in the small, solitary building was opened. Ka-chow. The lock on the door began to rotate, and Jiang Che then spoke excitedly. Mom and Dad, I've brought my wife and daughter back. Inside the room, Bloodslaughter and the blood-clad nurse exchanged a glance, and the two of them looked at each other. Affirmative nod. The two wore masks that covered most of their own faces, and friends who have worn masks know that there is no TV show where people and animals are not distinguished by wearing masks, and you can still see the general appearance under the masks. The two thought about disguising themselves as humans, as a wonderful family, then thought better of it. What they liked was Jiang Che's sincerity, and if they engaged in pretense, then this warmth would be a bit too false. As for that so-called daughter-in-law and granddaughter, the two of them thought very simply, no matter how much the two of them feared themselves. Anyway, when the time came, they would send them away together with Jiang Che. At least when Jiang Che was around, they didn't want to lie or cheat. So before Jiang Che came back, the two of them had discussed the idea of only making a simple cover, then slowly showing kindness to those two humans, and then slowly removing their disguises. If they were still afraid like this, there was really nothing the two of them could do at all. They had simply cleaned up all the bodies and such around the dwelling, and the house was probably cleaned of blood. There was even a lot of human food prepared. This one kindness should be obvious, right? The door lock rotated. The door of the room slowly opened a crack, and the four people inside and outside the room all tensed their bodies and stared at that crack in death. There was silence all around, as if the entire copy was holding its breath. The door to the room was slowly pushed open from the inside, and light began to penetrate the inside and outside of the house. Finally back. Come in and eat. Bloodslaughter was the first to speak without waiting to see what was going on outside. He felt that someone always needed to break the silence. The moment he opened the door, he cautiously looked at a large and two small women behind Jiang Che. The two men were sizing him up as well. Bloodslaughter looked towards the woman. Although Tinker had disguised himself as a human, but the aura of this copy 9 Lord, humans might not be able to distinguish it. It was impossible for him to not be able to distinguish it. As for the little waif behind Tinker, the sense signature was even more pronounced. Tinker Bell also looked at the blood butcher in front of him, and the blood-clad nurse standing beside him. The two men wore hats and masks to hide the elements of their own horrific features. You, Blood 2 opened his mouth, speechless and not knowing what to say. You, his raised finger dropped again, confusion in his eyes. Didn't we say we'd bring our daughter-in-law and kids home? He looked at Jiang Che suspiciously, saying that he said he would bring his daughter-in-law. What the hell are you doing bringing back the lords? He realized that he had not only been absent from Jiang Che's growth from childhood to adulthood, but now he was also absent from these 2 bizarre days of his life. He's just going crazy. What exactly is happening with this process? None of the two sides made a move, and as they stared at each other, there were 8 eyes, with confusion written all over them. Mom and Dad? Wife? Jiang Che looked at both sides suspiciously. Why did everyone suddenly stop moving? Mom and Dad, are you guys getting a cold? Why are you still wearing masks? Jiang Che looked at Mr. and Mrs. Bloodslaughter suspiciously. Bloodslaughter pulled off his mask and hat. Dad's not good looking. I'm afraid I'll scare my daughter-in-law. I'm relieved to see she's not afraid. Bloodslayer pointed to his face. A mask of broken skull stitches and a wide grinning mouth full of sharp teeth. Not a peaceful and friendly look by any stretch of the imagination. Jiang Che turned his face sideways and wiped away the tears filling his own eyes. He sensed his old father's caution and his love for his wife and daughter. Mom and Dad. First time meeting. I apologize for not bringing my children to see you all these years, and for logging in so late. Tinker was behind Zhang Che and said with a polite smile. Blood Slaughter's scarlet eyes were wide open. Ha, call me what? Ha, call him what? How can Blood Slaughter be worthy of the Lord's name? Dad? The blood-clothed nurse was dumbfounded. Her blood-colored eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. If she wasn't able to confirm the identity of the person in front of her from her scent, and was sure that she was the overlord, then she would really be skeptical of life. Nope, she was already questioning her evil spirit life. You come in. The blood-clad nurse took a humble step back, unconsciously using honorifics. Zhang Che held Ding Ding's hand, happiness unconsciously overflowing from his heart. He hadn't introduced much about his parents, but he had a feeling that Tinkerbell wasn't the type of woman to judge people by their looks. Zhang Che didn't notice the honorific in the blood-clothed nurse's words, and only felt that the family atmosphere was, well, too good. Mom, you don't have to be so polite. Tinkerbell looked to the blood-clothed nurse, and this mom directly disrupted the blood-clothed nurse's rhythm. You guys can just call me Wish. Blood Slaughter. Nurses in blood. How dare they open their mouths to call Xiao Wei. Zhang Che led Ding Wei and Tuan Tuan into the house. The smell of the meal wafted out from the kitchen. Zhang Che felt that this was the happiest time in his life. A family reunion. Ding Ding glanced at Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan's eyes were also filled with shock. She hadn't heard Zhang Che say that his parents were blood slaughterers either. However, after realizing that the parents in Zhang Che's mouth were not human, the sorrow in the hearts of the two dissipated a lot. At least you don't have to worry about that irreconcilable conflict between humans and evil spirits. The four evil spirits looked at each other, and after identifying each other, they cried a little at the thought of the mental activity before opening the door. Lord, little binding, come over to eat. The blood-clothed nurse habitually called the Lord, but just as she opened her mouth, she saw Tinker's unmoving gaze looking over. It seems as if the Lord is trying to hide his identity from his own son. She stared at Zhang Che, who stood there dumbfounded and holding Tinkerbell's hand. She now very much wanted to know, how on earth did Zhang Che abduct the Lord as his wife? At the thought that the Lords were calling them Mom and Dad, Blood Slaughter and Nurse Bloodclothes couldn't control the trembling in their bodies. You recognized a son? You didn't realize you'd follow your son to heaven? Ding Ding didn't bother about what the Blood Slaughter couple was thinking. She just looked sideways at Zhang Che with streams of light flashing in her eyes. She was becoming more and more curious about Zhang Che. Although she didn't know how the Blood Slaughter couple could recognize Zhang Che as their son, she knew very well that it must be Zhang Che's sincerity that had impressed them. Mr. and Mrs. Blood Slaughter were not like themselves if they were considered chaotic and neutral. Mr. and Mrs. Blood Slaughter were standard chaotic and evil, wanting nothing more than excitement, and the pain of their prey could be pleasurable to them. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you guys, and I didn't know if you liked the food I prepared. Blood Slaughter's hands were at a loss, facing the Lord. Even he was a bit overwhelmed. The food, he did feel a bit indifferent to, probably because he was an evil spirit. The food on the table exuded a clear fragrance that could touch the human soul, and Zhang Che's nostrils couldn't help but open and close as he entered. They smelled so good. He'd been hungry for a long time, and smelling them was something he really couldn't resist, and they were foods that he had never eaten before. He shot a look at the table. The table was full of treasures, and the colors and flavors were even more complete. Mental hospitals are timed to start meals for the sake of their patients' health, but the cafeteria's meals can only be described as nutritious and have nothing to do with being tasty. When he thought of what he had eaten at home 2 days ago and what was on the table now, Zhang Che knew deep down that his mom and dad must have put in a lot of effort for these meals. It's enough to see how seriously mom and dad take the tingles. Grandparents? Tuan Tuan stood at Blood Slaughter's feet, her big black grape-like eyes filled with doubt. Well, good boy. Blood too did not have the heart to look at the feet of this small little. This small little he knows, has been hidden in the cemetery side of the metal development. They never contact, and there is no influence. Grandparents, is there anything else in the house? Tuan Tuan felt fear permeating the house, but this fear was not emanating from Zhang Che. It was more like from the ground. Hearing her words, Blood Slaughter looked at Tinkerbell again, instantly realizing that she should not like these human foods. It just so happens that I didn't kill that fat guy, and now it comes in handy. There are still some ingredients in the basement. Why don't I go and prepare them for you? Blood Slaughter said as he raised his sword and wanted to head towards the basement. Zhang Che came back too quickly, and after that middle-aged fat man prepared all the food, the Blood Slaughter duo had no time to fix it before they threw it directly into the basement. Now that the Lord had a need, he was just in time to go to the basement to force the dead fat man's fear, and Zhang Che couldn't sense the emotions that permeated the air anyway. Can I come along for the ride? Tuan glanced at Tinkerbell, who nodded at her. What the two of them were afraid of was that the one on the ground floor was Zhang Che's friend. There are living humans here at Blood Slaughter. What kind of coincidence is that? Zhang Che is a human. He should have human friends, right? Blood slaughter led Tuan around the corner towards the stairs going down at the back. Jiang Che just glanced at it and retracted his gaze. He was glad that the family was able to get along so well. I don't know what blood slaughter went down to get, but everyone was patiently waiting for them to return before they started dinner. Hubby, if you have friends, you can bring them along for dinner. She narrowed her eyes and asked tentatively. The blood-clad nurse was bringing the kitchen meal to the table, her focus not on her friends, but on her husband. When she heard this sound of her husband in the ding, her hand shook and she almost smashed something on the floor. She thought that the Lord was just trying to have a moment of fun before following Jiang Che back to play. But she did not expect you to really call your husband ah? Ha? Jiang Che heard this question, and he suddenly fell into remembrance. Have you had friends before? He remembered as if he had friends, and once a friend had said he was about to be discharged from the hospital and would go out and help him find his family. Then the nurses all said that he was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Che has been waiting for news from him, but there is not a single echo anymore. There is, I guess, but it's not here. He's been gone for ages, but he must have his own reasons. We used to be so nice. Tinkerbell touched his hand, then looked worriedly to the ground. The one underground. It can't really be Jiang Che's friend, right? At this time, Tuan had already followed blood slaughter to the basement, and she instantly saw the fat man who was thrown inside the blood-stained corner, bound and thrown together with some groceries. Despair filled Bear Jay's heart as he looked at the two men walking into the basement. He was left in the ground, and through ground conduction was able to faintly hear talking from above. He hadn't realized that what he had prepared earlier was a reunion dinner for the evil spirit's family, and by itself, it seems to be the last big meal. Do you recognize a human named Jiang Che? Tuan squatted in front of Xiong and looked into his eyes. Don't know. Xiong didn't dare to tell a lie in order to stay alive. But I know him, a psychopath in the institution. Tomorrow began to add more thank you for your support. I did not expect everyone so much like my novel. Tears, kneeling, excited face. I will cheer. You can open a member to read the book. We have a lot of good books are great. Open a member of a very cost-effective to see a lot of. I will write more, and strive to let you see more. Mental illness? What do you mean? Tuan froze next to him, and Blood Butcher couldn't help but touch his chin down towards himself and thought. Psychosis was a word they had never heard of before. Human beings are human beings, and is there any difference between human beings and human beings other than male and female? Xiong didn't dare to speak, but just looked at the combination in front of him with some confusion. Blood slaughter was still the same as before, but this little girl he brought with him was human in appearance. A human child with a blood slaughter? How is this possible? Xiong like most of the people who entered the copy, had gotten a rough idea of the human profiles within the boundaries of the copy. Humans in each area, before entering the copy, will be uploaded to publicize their character appearance, name, occupation and other information data. After all, in a place like the replica there were dangers everywhere, and no more careful human would let a stranger near them. Xiong went through the information in his head in an instant, and in just an instant's time, he was certain that there were no such children among the humans who had entered the copy. In the face of the two evil spirits' inquiries, Xiong did not dare to delay too much, and he quickly answered. Psychosis is a kind of human emotion, thinking, and consciousness on the thinking disorder. He didn't know too much about it. After all, there was just too much information about the major copies, and no one knew which copy they would be called into until they entered it. Knowledge of information about the people around you is only spot on. Despite being in the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital, he hadn't taken a serious and detailed look at what mental illness was. This disease is both within and outside the realm of human common sense and knowledge. There is a unifying knowledge about mental illness. Mental illnesses don't have to go to jail for breaking the law. So now he is asked to say what mental illness is, and he can't put a name to it, but can only give his general understanding. Is there a difference from normal humans? Tuan couldn't help but ask. If I really want to say. Xiong a little puzzled what these two evil spirits mean. Why would they ask for news about a mental patient so much? Afraid that the mental patient that offended these evil spirits it. After all, people are generally in awe and fear, and the mentally challenged might do something. In terms of spirituality, they are the deviants amongst humans, I guess. Xiong nodded thoughtfully. He didn't know much about these people. All he had heard of was schizophrenia, delusions of grandeur of all sorts, fantasizing that he was the Jade Emperor and he was mushrooms and birds. There are many classifications of mental illness that he doesn't know much about. An anomaly among humans? The group was a little lost in thought. She had always assumed that the one who smiled innocently and brought her gifts would be welcome in the human world as well. It's only because Yet and the others were so bad that they used him. However, she hadn't thought that Jiang Che was actually recognized as an alien existence amongst humans. How could such a good human being be treated as an alien? when he thought that after knowing Jiang Che until now, all the people around Jiang Che were evil spirits. Tuan Tuan couldn't help but laugh. His small body, laughing recklessly and openly, since she was treated as an alien by the humans. She treated Jiang Che as her own kind. Bear Jay was curled up on the ground with his limbs bound, looking at the little evil spirit's oozing smile. He arched back uncontrollably. Let's go, Grandpa. We should go back too. Tuan Tuan pulled on Blood Slaughter's coat, clearly looking like a little devil just a moment ago, but now he had turned into a naive and cute child again. There were still a lot of questions she wanted to ask, and she wanted to know a little more about Jiang Che's daily life, but she had already received a message from Tinker telling her to go back. This change in her didn't make Xiong Jia feel even remotely cute, and cold sweat dampened his back. She called Grandpa Bloodslaughter. Xiong Jia's heart was sad, and he knew it. Those who can be with evil spirits are definitely not human. Bloodslaughter let out a cold smile, the sawing meat knife in his hand raised high. Finally, it's time for a refill. It's time for this fat man to manifest his last value, the last fear of life, and this meal will add color. Bloodslaughter was glad that he had captured a human. He hadn't thought that the daughter-in-law in Jiang Che's mouth was actually that lord. If he had known it was that lord who was to be his guest, how could he have prepared a feast of fear for just one person? Anyhow, Bear Jay closed his eyes, but didn't wait for the meat saw to fall on him. Don't kill him. I have questions to ask later. Tinker's voice sounded in Tuan's head. Although she was sitting up there, she was also checking the information in the basement in real time. When she saw that Bloodslaughter was about to make a move, she quickly asked Tuan to stop it. Carefully, he opened his eyes to find the little evil spirit, intercepting Bloodslaughter's weapon. Later Mom should have questions for him. No need to be food. Tuan Tuan and Tinkerbell had also made a mind contract, so she could communicate her thoughts with the other at any time. Time was running out. Jiang Che and the others were still up there waiting for their families to reunite for dinner. Also, Mom said she wanted to try what human food tasted like. Mom, what's it like for a human to be treated like an alien by a human? Tuan looked at Bear Jay on the floor, cowering in the corner in a sorry state. She didn't know much about humans, but she had been exposed to quite a few in the past few days. Now that I think about it, even though the previous Sayaka was messed up to the core, I can tell that even the strands of her hair were exquisitely cared for. I don't know. All that Tinkerbell has felt since he met Jiang Che is happiness and bliss. Unadulterated. Being ostracized by humans should be hard, right? Ding Ding turned her head to look at Jiang Che. She propped her chin on one hand and stared at him with ghostly eyes. Hubby, when next time we go back to the place where you grew up to see it, okay? I haven't even been there yet. It's better not to. That there's nothing to see. Jiang Che paused and grinned, like the clear wind and bright moon, letting people look at it with joy. I've heard that there are a lot of places that are fun. Next time I can take you there. In the past, I heard so many people say that they like to travel with a family. Jiang Che's words came to an abrupt end. He grew up trapped in that small mental hospital, looking up and seeing only that side of the sky, and heard only the nurses and doctors to control them when the casual remarks. Traveling. What does that mean? He didn't know how to introduce the place where he grew up, whether to introduce the cold instruments or the regular monthly syringes, or the regular controls and the enforced controls of the doctors and nurses. Bitter. Tinker's hand holding her chin froze, because for a moment, all that filled the air was pain and sadness. She had clearly just casually asked, but she hadn't expected Jiang Che to react so strongly. She also instantly gasped and laughed when she saw Jiang Che's appearance, clearly smiling so happily, but so bitter in her heart. Who said he was honest? Even the best humans lie. Bloodslud led Tuan up the basement steps. There was still blood and grime on the basement walls that couldn't be cleaned off, but neither he nor Tuan cared. Blood too looked at the children around him. Once upon a time how to look at this building does not feel lonely. Now the small building did not change, but there are more things that cannot be said. Approaching the stairs, he looked at the group beside him. Wait a minute, I'll get something. Coming out of the basement and passing a room, he stopped himself to open the door. Tuan cocked his head and looked at him. The room was very disorganized, as if all the clutter had been piled into it. It's more than a little bit messier than it is out there. The more she did, the more amused she felt that while the outside looked clean and tidy, the inside room looked like this. Bloodslaughter rummaged through the cabinets on one side, rummaging through them, and it didn't take long for two more things to appear in his hands. Tuan fixed his eyes on one of the necklaces, a well-polished blood-colored crescent bone necklace, and the other, a white bone blade. I don't have anything here. Bloodslaughter handed the bone blade in his hand to Tuan Tuan, who skimmed his head in embarrassment, his tone a little hard. This is a gift. Tuan looked at the bone blade in his hand, the length of a child's arm, the tip of the blade glinting with a sharp white light, the arm bone of a 7th-rank human. Tuan Tuan looked at the bone blade in his hand in surprise. The ninth copy had been opened just those few times in total. Tuan didn't actively hunt like Bloodslaughter and the others. Most of them waited for the humans to automatically barge into their domain before harvesting them. Nor had she ever gone to participate in a hunt, knowing full well that she was still weak and still needed to meticulously develop. Over the years of spooky descent, the humans have grown, breaking through copy after copy, killing evil spirit after evil spirit, acquiring many skills, and becoming stronger themselves. That trio before was just ordinary humans who had just cleared a copy once and didn't even have a level. Tuan touched the arm bone, which actually sealed 3 skills. Skills are all obtained from humans killing evil spirits, but skills also require a special refining technique to remain in the arm bone before the human is dead. The troupe could say without any hesitation that her evil spirit's body had been broken, and this arm bone would be left behind. If you like it, Bloodslaughter has done bartering with other evil spirits before. He didn't have many items of this level, and it didn't hurt him at all to give them away now. It amused him to look at the little ragamuffin who called him grandpa and to see her rejoicing with her gift. This is actually a bond formed because of a human? Walking out of the basement, Jiang Che cast a glance towards the two, and before he could open his mouth to ask what the two were doing, Tuan jumped directly into his arms. Daddy, Grandpa just gave Tuan a present, and Tuan loves it. It didn't say anything about their trip to the basement, and uncovered the time with a gift. Bloodslaughter tiptoed around and handed the blood-colored crescent necklace he held in his hand to Tinker, the best thing in his stash. When he thought of the dad that the Lord called after Jiang Che, he felt that this gift of his was still almost classy. If it was for a lord, he felt the gift was worth enough, but if he gave it to his daughter-in-law, he felt that the gift was almost meaningful. Tinker took the necklace from him openly. Thanks Dad, I love it. Bloodslaughter heard her this father, only felt that all was worth it. He did not know how Jiang Che abducted Ding Ding into his hands, but now, this daughter-in-law has mom and dad she is really called the blood-clad nurse, on the other hand, was staring at the bone blade in Tuan's hand as well as the necklace in Tinkerbell's hand with a death glare. Well, giving gifts without talking to yourself, right? Bloodslaughter felt his wife's gaze and touched his head in embarrassment. This is a gift that our old couple prepared together. Their collections are all in common, and it's a little difficult to come up with two of the same level at one time. Tinker got up to take his things, put his hands behind his back, and when he took them out again, he had 2 more gifts in his hands. Mom and Dad, this is a small token of my appreciation. Keep it. A pair of rings appeared in Tinker's hand, one black and one red, with a bloodthirsty, dark edge. As soon as they took it out, even they felt the suffocation and oppression coming from the ring. The atmosphere in the room became weird. The pair of rings looked as if they were capable of devouring life when looked at individually, and the 2 of them together appeared weird and powerful. I got this earlier, but I didn't have the right combination there, so I kept it. Once the ring is on, both of your lives will be contracted. One will be injured and the other will share the damage equally. One will die and the other will be devoured in a very short time. In addition to equalizing the damage, once worn, both parties will have their strength increased, which can be imagined as the ability to briefly borrow the other party's power to increase one's own, though the aftermath is that the recovery period will be much longer. Tinker describes the function of her pair of rings. She has many evil spirits under her command, but no suitable combination has appeared. Despite the increase, few evil spirits are willing to bind their lives to another. Bloodslaughter and Nurse Blood took the ring and put it on their fingers without any hesitation. In just an instant, they experienced the limits of this borrowed strength. Borrowed strength, briefly draw strength from another party to increase your own strength. 50% attrition. There was not much difference in the strength of the 2 of them, and nowadays it meant that the damage would be shared equally, but for a short period of time, the strength of one of them could be enhanced by half of the strength of the other. Evil spirits of their rank have trouble growing one step higher, needing more fear, or hunting stronger humans, but with this ring, Bloodslaughter was already just a little bit short of breaking through, and now being able to borrow power meant that in times of danger, he could directly break through the upper limit, increase by half, and directly overturn the situation. It was a godsend for both of them. Jiang Che's eyes were filled with confusion. What was this strength damage battle power they were chattering about? This is too expensive. Bloodslaughter put it on before he felt bad about it. Strength increased, armor doubled. All of one's collection could not be exchanged for this artifact. For a single fighting evil spirit, entering into a contract with another evil spirit is a drag. For in lending strength, the other loses an equal amount of strength, and 2 strong men, who would scarcely tolerate themselves as a foil to the other, would not tolerate themselves as a foil to the other, but for both of them, it was an absolute godsend. Suffice it to say, this is the kind of thing that would be thrown in storage in a hard crate if it didn't have the right person to use it on. Before a Che, thank you for taking care of him. She looked at Jiang Che next to her. This stupid kid was treated like an alien by humans and was able to survive until now thanks to the 2 props given by the blood slaughter couple. A few people's conversations directly made Jiang Che's head spin. The main thing was that, even more brainstorming, he still couldn't understand what strength, battle power, meant. Blood slaughter looked at the ring in his hand, and then glanced at Jiang Che, who was looking at them in confusion next to him. He didn't even think that he would be dabbling in the light of a human. There will be 2 more chapters later, so you can get up in the morning and read them. Extra for the big readers. Bow and scrape for the big people. I'm the big people's kitty cat. Meow meow meow. Please big people give votes. Ding Ding earnestly spoke words of thanks to the blood slaughter couple because she knew very well that Jiang Che was not blood slaughter's son. Maybe they were just like themselves, mistakenly liking the kind of feeling Jiang Che brought. Evil spirits are not emotionless. Evil spirits cannot perceive emotional interactions between fellow evil spirits, but it can be felt in humans. It was just that all the humans that had come into contact with the eerie descendants, just a single stare, the fear that overflowed from the human's heart couldn't even be hidden. All species, even human to human, cannot coexist if there is fear. Just as humans fear murderers, so they loathe animals that show their teeth and flash their sharp claws at them. Humans and evil spirits. There is also an irreconcilable conflict. Ordinary humans will fear evil spirits, but after knowing that after killing an evil spirit you can get its skills, in the bottom of their hearts, besides fear, there is also uncontrollable greed, and a stronger killing heart than evil spirits. After perceiving the idea at first, the evil spirits also found it unbelievable. Those mole crickets who would look at themselves in fear and dread would actually have a killing intent stronger than fear. Even if the evil spirit is willing to give the skill, the human will not be trusted, and by accepting the skill voluntarily, there is the possibility of being controlled. Then both humans and evil spirits learned that the 2 sides could never be reconciled, could never coexist. So after realizing that there were no impurities in Jiang Che's emotions towards himself, it was hard not to covet this emotion that he had never felt before. If fear is just 3 meals a day, a meal that can be eaten or not eaten, then that unfelt blissful joy is like an addiction that can't be kicked. Blood slaughter admitted that when he had asked Jiang Che to eat that meat paste soup in the beginning, he did have the intention of torturing Jiang Che, but this thought all disappeared after Jiang Che finished his meal contentedly. This human really doesn't have a bad heart at all. Thanks are not necessary. He called me father. Taking care of our son is what we should do. Blood slaughter waved his hand. He wasn't being nice to Jiang Che because Jiang Che had abducted the Lord as his wife. Several people settled at the table. Let's eat first. At the rectangular table, Jiang Che and Ding Wei sat on the same side. Tuan Tuan sat on the side by himself, and the blood slaughter couple sat across from both of Jiang Che. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I prepared a little bit of everything. He gestured to the food on the table, which was all fast food, but very hearty. Looking at the things on the table, there was some anticipation in the eyes of blood slaughter and the others. It was the first time they had eaten human food. They hadn't eaten human food before, and they used to eat blood food because it was discarded even though it didn't grow as quickly as sucking on fear. Jiang Che stared at the food in front of him, and he didn't know what he liked to eat. It could be said that the food in front of them was unfamiliar not only to the evil spirits, but even Jiang Che felt unfamiliar. Psychiatric hospitals for all these years, day in and day out eating pretty much the same food every day. Now there were all these things on the table that he had never seen before, ingredients that he couldn't even name. Feeling the doubt in Jiang Che's head, Blood Slaughter's first reaction was that the fat man had lied to himself, but knew deep down that the fat man didn't have the guts to do so. Seeing that everyone started to move their chopsticks, Jiang Che also picked up his own chopsticks and picked up a piece of food in front of him. He opened his mouth and bit down, the overwhelming flavor exploding in his mouth. The feeling of surprise, pleasure, and happiness permeated from the tip of the tongue to the brain, exploding in Jiang Che's head, the ultimate enjoyment brought about by the taste buds. It's so delicious, I've never had such a good meal. Jiang Che gave each person a chopstick of the dish. He felt that the dish closest to him was really too delicious. He couldn't afford to take a second bite, but there was no shedding of food for Tinkerbell and the others. After distributing the dishes in front of him to a few people, Jiang Che went to eat the other dishes without changing his face. With another chopstick in his mouth, Jiang Che's eyes lit up. So delicious. He froze. This is also delicious. He said that he was going to give Blood Slaughter and the others food. Then you can taste the others. Blood Slaughter spoke in amusement. Before they had never trusted the emotions shown on human faces because humans were too good at disguising them. They only believe what they feel. But in Jiang Che's case, the emotions on the surface are the same. Jiang Che looked towards those other dishes of his that he hadn't had time to move yet, and his fingers somewhat trembled as he picked up a chopstick of each. The bowl unconsciously piled up a small stack of mountains. Jiang Che ate the food in the bowl without lifting his head. He took one bite at a time. He didn't even have time to chew, and his body shook as he ate. No! Why are you crying? Bloodslaughter looked at the sadness mixed with happiness in Jiang Che's emotions and instantly became anxious. It's hard to believe that the fat bastard dared to fool himself. Wasn't it a pleasure to eat it at first? Jiang Che's mouth was encased in vegetables, and he struggled to chew, struggling to swallow all the food. It was definitely the best food he had ever eaten. And even with all the flavors mixed together, that taste was still moving. No! It's just too delicious. Jiang Che swallowed all the food inside his throat, and his fingers couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Bloodslaughter's first reaction was disbelief, because when Jiang Che just came to the house, he also said it was delicious. The emotion of eating himself making that meat paste was not as happy and excited as when he just ate the food. Now it's all sad and crying and saying it's delicious. What a human being who likes to lie. However, Tuan truly felt Jiang Che's heart. He truly thought that these things were delicious. The only reason I'm crying is because I'm so happy. Blood butcher couple do not believe in trying 2 mouthfuls before just simply eat blood food. Now a taste only think human food all similar. Tuan followed suit and ate a bit. She couldn't taste it either. Tinker briefly tasted a bit and couldn't taste the difference in flavor at all, other than the different textures of the different foods. In fact, seeing that Bloodslaughter and the others didn't react too much to the food, she was mentally prepared. Evil spirits have no feelings for human food. She felt Jiang Che's restrained approach to food and gave him dishes that he couldn't spare. But Jiang Che didn't eat too much, and after seeing how little food there was, he didn't want to move his chopsticks anymore, and kept saying that he was full. He thought simply that good food should be shared with his family. Tinkerbell looked at the food in front of her. She really wasn't feeling any of this. However, it sensed Jiang Che's emotions and was even able to read Jiang Che's inner thoughts through the troop. Never tasted anything so good. Never even seen it before. Delicious. Her heart was saddened, having just learned that Jiang Che was also treated as an alien among humans. Jiang Che surely didn't know that the delicacies he had never seen before were just the unusual delicacies of those humans who went into the replica. Quick food definitely doesn't smell as good as freshly cooked, and the quick food brought to the replica is just better food within the conditions. I'll make you more delicious food in the future. Okay. For the first time, the idea of cooking rose in Tinkerbell. Jiang Che nodded vigorously. Good. At this point they had no idea what a taste disaster a meal cooked by an evil spirit with no sense of taste would be for a human. Maybe it was because the emotions had been satisfied. Or maybe it was because I was just so tired from not sleeping for 2 days. After eating, Jiang Che's eyelids began to droop. Tinker reached out and shook his hand in front of his eyes, and he fell asleep with both eyes closed. Putting Jiang Che on the bed on the second floor, the 4 evil spirits gathered in the living room on the first floor. Actually, we were all thinking of bringing him to you after this meal today. The blood-clad nurse smiled and spoke. Even if all he brought back today was just an ordinary person, we would still bring them to you. I can see that. Tinkerbell pursed her lips and smiled. As soon as she opened the door and saw Bloodslaughter and the others covering up their evil spirit features, she knew that they had already made good on Jiang Che's plan to bring humans back. As the chaotic and evil Bloodslaughter couple, who never cared about the feelings of others, would actually care about the emotions of his companions who came back with him for the sake of a human. Just why did you? Without Jiang Che present, they unconsciously brought honorifics again. They weren't lords, and even if they were intentional, even if they didn't kill humans, it wouldn't matter much. But the lords are different, and their status represents the position. Maybe it's because Tinkerbell unconsciously looked toward the location of the second floor, and a touch of tenderness surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. Once the soul is loved, the flesh and blood grows wildly. She aspires to the goodness of humanity, so she has made her territory to look like a human environment. And now, to be loved that genuinely, she felt the beauty of human emotion for the first time. You guys can just call me Little Bindings from now on. Dingwei smiled openly when she called out that mom and dad. She just wanted to have a home and family just like Jiang Che. I want to go down to the basement and check on the human. As soon as Tinkerbell turned around, her disguised human form had begun to change, and she resumed her own appearance. Bloodslaughter and the others didn't dare to look at her original face, and Tuan didn't dare to hug up and call her mom at this time. This was the majesty that belonged to the lords, and they did not dare to offend. Tinker walked at the front of the line, and when the iron door of the basement opened, Xiong-jie, who was drifting off to sleep in the corner with his heart in his hands, woke up with a start. The kind of fear that spread from the bottom of his heart was simply uncontrollable, and he could only vaguely sense that a great terror was approaching in the direction of the basement doorway. His heart pounded harder and he was drenched in sweat. This fear was even more terrifying than the previous kidnapping by Bloodslaughter. Hearing the footsteps approaching, he couldn't help but raise his head, but he only saw a mist, and behind that mist, Bloodslaughter and the others followed in step. What's it like to be an alien in the human race? A hoarse, unpleasant voice came from the mists. Xiong only felt like his brain was being constantly punched with an electric drill when he listened to the voice. But at this time the more pain in his head, the clearer his thinking. Xiong simply fell to his knees and did not dare to look directly at the mist, being treated as a foreigner by humans. Ends in ostracism and the word death he did not say. Xiong didn't know why this group of evil spirits were prying for information about the psychotic called Jiang Che, and he was mentally debating whether or not to tell the truth about them being used as a living organ bank. Tinker and the others could feel Bear J's emotions. Feel the twilight in his emotions as he said the words. I'm afraid what he didn't say was death. That food you have, is it for everyone? Tinker asked a question that made even Bear Jet puzzled. Well, it's the most common human food. There's nothing wrong with it. Xiong was horrified in his mind and fell to his knees shaking his head vigorously. He thought she was asking if there was anything wrong with the food and if it would cause harm to the evil spirits. How dare one harm them with questionable food? And all of these things were eaten by their human selves. So if another person had poisoned the meal they prepared for themselves to commit suicide, it certainly wasn't their own pot. Then, the foreigner in your mouth has eaten similar food? Tinkerbell remembered the way Jiang Che couldn't part with it. She had no feeling for food and couldn't feel how good or bad it was. But Jiang Che looked like he had precious treasures he couldn't part with at that time. If you're asking about those mountainous delicacies, they should not have eaten them. Humans also have the difference of status, position, wealth. Like Jiang Che's kind of mental illness, it's already good enough to be able to eat. The taste of food is secondary. Xiong honestly said. In this situation he didn't even have the heart to think about what this group of evil spirits meant by asking this. Tinker got it, completely. She leaned closer to Bear J. Are you considered high among humans? In terms of status and wealth? Xiong heart was in turmoil. He felt that the evil spirit in front of him was very wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. She also asked inexplicable questions that he felt held life in them, but didn't know where. Sort of middle of the road. Xiong gave a middle of the road answer. Looking at the kneeling Bear J on the floor, she reached up and pressed her hand to his head. Xiong felt the urgency of 5 fingers clasping the top of his skull, but his head didn't explode as expected. A string of prompts appeared in his head. Acquired skill, scouting, vision, as the spirit of the Lord's vision. It surveys information for him, sharing it in real time, with life and death under the Lord's control. He hadn't felt anything when he saw the word skill, but the moment he saw the Lord, Xiong only felt the blood in his entire body rushing into his brain against the current. This TM in front of him was the Lord of Copy 9. He also gained the skills it bestowed. Lao Tzu survives against all odds. He nearly fell to the floor with his whole body losing strength, because he survived and maybe even escaped from his copy. Master, if you have anything, just order. Xiong knelt on the ground. His name was Xiong, but he was not a big shot. Nor is there any grandiose volunteerism to live as a human being and die as a ghost. He just wants to live, sell his soul and live. To ask you a few questions, and then, I need you to do something for me. Tinker's voice was soft, but it carried a forcefulness that could not be denied. What do you want to know, Master? I will definitely know everything. By the way, Master, everything about us is being monitored. Should we take precautions against this? Xiong didn't hesitate to tell the other party about the live broadcast. He did work as a second 5, but he wanted to do it secretly if he could, and didn't want to be slaughtered by humans just yet. Tinkerbell thought for a moment about the feeling of that surveillance, those pervasive eyes. So, their every move is being broadcast live? Kind of interesting. An item of this level shouldn't fall into human hands, right? Tinker was thoughtful. Humans could indeed steal small, unappreciated things, and even kill evil spirits to gain their skills. But there are many precious items that can't just be stolen. They listened to Jay Bear talk a lot about live streaming, in which it is discovered that there is more to human knowledge of evil spirits than meets the eye. Bear Jay spoke with fear and trepidation, for if the human side saw what was happening on his side, it would be death for him to go back. Don't worry, no one should be paying attention to your side. Tinkerbell felt it and didn't feel any gazes on Jiang Che and Xiong. I'm afraid that everyone's attention has been attracted by the exit. Xiong was slightly stunned, and he couldn't help but lose his smile. Thinking about how self-centered I was before. Thinking I was on TV. Thinking I was in the limelight. Indeed, despair has an outlet, and the eyes of the world will shift. However, Xiong's words reminded Ding Ding that they hadn't dealt much with Jiang Che before. Those things were okay to explain, and it was also fortunate that she intuitively opened the exit to attract everyone's attention. Otherwise, if that scene at the dinner table was seen, even if Jiang Che went back, he would only end up dead. Xiong didn't say a word, but he noticed that when Ting Wei looked down in thought, the blood slaughter couple stood quietly behind her, and the little evil spirit just peeked over his face to look at him without making any movements. When he thought that blood slaughter now had to look at someone else's face even if he wanted to kill himself, Xiongjia's mind came up with a sentence. You have to look at the master to beat the dog. If mental illnesses don't get status positions equal to normal humans, then what do they usually do? Tinker had already taken Xiong under his wing, and he wasn't afraid of him knowing about his relationship with Jiang Che. After that, she would have to ask Xiong to take care of Jiang Che in the human world, and there was no need to hide the relationship. If Xiong betrayed, she could also make him die on the spot. After Xiong had informed him of the matter of the live prop, anticipating that the evil spirit would launch a detailed interrogation of this prop, he had already calculated in his mind to tell him all he knew in full. He had more or less money and access to some private information. At this point, with no humans peering live, he felt it was a good opportunity to submit his pitch. Now if you give him a tail, he can wag it on the spot. Hearing Tinker's question, the human secrets that Bear Jia was about to utter with his mouth open were directly held back in his throat. What? What's the question? What does the psycho usually do? Is that the psycho called Jiang Che? Xiong Jia sensed these evil spirits and was unusually concerned about the psychopath. He snapped back to earlier when Bloodslaughter had found a whole bunch of human food and was confused as to what to do with it before he had captured it for himself, and he had thought at first that all of it was just evil spirits wanting to try human food. Now that I think about it, it can't be for that human, can it? Xiong Jia took a deep breath and did his best to calm himself. That's not mental illness, and Red Pearl Mental Hospital is not a place for treatment. When they say it's a mental illness, the hospitals don't treat it. The daily checkups are based on physical health, and the food they eat is nutritious meals that don't focus on taste. Whenever there is a successful match, or the host has a need, then that's when these patients are discharged. The basement was so quiet that the only thing that could be heard was Xiong Jia's muffled voice, his broken and rapid breathing emphasizing that he was terrified of saying the wrong thing. Anyone familiar with it knows that it's just a human organ center. Then do they have family members? Bloodslaughter couldn't help but ask, and Xiong Jia looked at Bloodslaughter in surprise. In human society, leaders speak but subordinates are not allowed to interrupt. But Tinker didn't reprimand him. Did these evil spirits have a hierarchy? No humility up and down? But he did not ask these doubts out. He was rich and human at the same time. Seeing that his master didn't seem to have any intention of stopping Bloodslaughter, he lowered his head and began to answer Bloodslaughter's questions. Some do, I guess. Some don't. Jay Bear spoke quietly, but after being locked up in a mental institution, even if they had family, they didn't. After being put in here, even if there's no mental illness, there is. Humans have a profession called psychotherapists, and many normal people do have mental illnesses, but most are treated at home. He spoke paradoxically, but Bloodslaughter and the others understood. Mental hospitals, more like abandoned places for human beings, where sickness can be avoided without being thrown in. But throwing in is akin to abandonment. Jiang Che had mentioned that he had lived in the institution for many years, so had he been looking for his family all these years? Along the way, Jiang Che said, I'm thankful to the little nurse at the hospital who told my family that they were in the copy, and I came and found them. I'm thankful for ya. She's always been there to point me in the right direction. When listening to these words, Tinker didn't understand and the group wondered why he just believed whatever others pointed out. Because they were evil spirits, they were able to directly perceive that these humans were not harboring good intentions. And the first time they saw Xiaoya, Ding Wei sensed that Xiaoya was even counting on Jiang Che all the way, because he's been looking for it. For years, the glow in the dark night is the most moving. If it is not Jiang Che, that piece of sincere heart, this trip copy will be the last desert of his life. There is a mirage, but never see the oasis. If Jiang Che also longed for the warmth of a family, then she was coveting Jiang Che's tenderness towards his family. She and Jiang Che, how could they not be in the same category? Beneath the mist, Tinker grinned. Humans treated Jiang Che as an alien, but she felt that she and Jiang Che were just right for each other. Since he has no family, he himself is his family. That group of humans had tried to use him to stay alive in the copy. She preferred everyone to die and wanted Jiang Che to leave alive. There, Tinker interrupted. You stay here for now. Tinker turned around. She needed to prepare something for Jiang Che's departure. Tinker left with Bloodslaughter. The basement was relocked, and Xiong Jie resumed lying on his back, his brain once again beginning to tire after the intense stimulation, and he drooped his eyelids without forcing himself back to sleep. For once, he was able to sleep through it with confidence, for he knew in his heart that no master would kill a dog if he did not bare his teeth. As soon as Tinker reached out, the room where Jiang Che was sleeping began to change. In just a moment, it turned into a cell full of torture devices, and Jiang Che was within the crib in that cell, sound asleep. The live broadcast thing. I didn't think about it before, but after that, I need everyone to act like they're vicious and teasing humans. Tinkerbell began to make plans for Jiang Che's return. Despite using the exit to attract the humans' attention, no one could escape for a long time, and she had to prevent any humans from switching cameras and coming back. Bloodslaughter and the others nodded. Gaming humans? This was something they were most skilled at. A group of 4 evil spirits sat together, and where there were no humans, there was no way for the humans to view their dynamics. As for whether Jiang Che would wake up and become alarmed because the room he was sleeping in had become a prison cell, will you get angry at your parents for having a mean look on their face? Mr. and Mrs. Bloodslaughter said, we didn't see much goodwill shown in the beginning. Well, whatever does. Jiang Che won't even misunderstand. And don't mention that friend. To him, Tinker spoke up. She had wanted to ask, to learn about Jiang Che's daily routine with his friends, to find out how he used to live. But Xiong Jie's words disabused her of that idea, and the friend Jiang Che said was discharged from the hospital went outside to help find his family. But Bear Jie said that being discharged from the hospital meant that his friend was dead. Maybe the organs have been switched to another person. Jiang Che said he hadn't heard from his friend since he went out. For the first time, Tinkerbell felt heartache. Jiang Che was still sleeping soundly on the second floor, and Tinkerbell went straight back to his position in the castle area. She already had the ability to shrink the ground. It was only because she had accompanied Jiang Che on his walk before that she was too embarrassed to use it too obviously. She looked at the site of Sayaka's burial site, where the exit was blossoming brightly over Sayaka's twig-studded grave. The evil spirit guarding the exit glanced towards Tinker's position, and then continued to hold its position, not letting a single human being leave. They also didn't understand why the boss had suddenly opened the exit up. Previously, the boss hadn't bothered to put the exit on display. As far as they knew, inside the other SSS-ranked copies, those evil spirit lords would still display the exit and watch the humans go to their deaths without any way to leave. It's a pleasure to watch human beings ask for what they can't get. Tinkerbell looked at the humans that were hidden inside the corners peeking this way, all waiting for a chance to escape. This was her domain. The panoramic view of the entire area was in her head, where she could know the exact location of even an ant. Not to mention the humans that were hiding. 100 meters away from the exit, there were a dozen corpses. There had only been 50 or 60 humans who had survived to this point, and a number of them had already lost their lives trying to rush out. With just a glance, she recognized the 3 Xia sisters, the 3 mole crickets who had clashed with Tuan Tuan at that time. Xia was hiding in the shadows, and the 3 of them didn't move a muscle. When the exit first appeared, they didn't come over first, but waited until after 0 hour had passed and the prop use had been refreshed before running in. The weather in the duplex was getting worse by the day, and on the last night the cold air became more and more freezing. Tinker looked at the whole scene. From the time she followed Jiang Che home, she lifted that pleasant temperature in her area. After all, she only made her territory look like human society because she liked the environment of human society. But if she wasn't here, it would be quiet and peaceful for no other reason. The corners of her mouth rose involuntarily as she watched the humans cowering with their arms wrapped around them. So that's how those other copies of the Lords felt watching the humans escape. This has become a reserved program for S-rank copies upwards. Tinkerbell looked at the group of humans, and just by looking at the group's clothes, she recognized that a third of those humans who had survived were doctors. Xiong Jia explained the humans who came here would more or less buy a little life preservation props. These things are expensive, but there's no telling how much this group of doctors can afford them, or how much they've done. A trace of disgust flashed under Ding Ding's eyes, as she always felt that the life-preserving props these doctors were holding were the flesh and blood of her best friend in Jiang Che's mouth. While other lords watched the humans escape to enjoy the thrill of the hunt, her opening up the exit this time was laced with a bit of personal emotion. She didn't want the group of humans to die in confusion if they couldn't find the exit. She wants them to see the exit close at hand but in deep despair. The temperature dropped more and more as we approached the middle of the night. The huddled humans all huddled together for a last glimmer of warmth. On the way back, Jiang Che said that she was most grateful to Xiaoya. It was because of a dress given to Sayaka that she lost her life trying to protect Tuan, though the group told her that wasn't the case. The corners of Tinker's mouth turned up, as if he had thought of something. Jiang Che was willing to lend clothes to other survivors to keep them warm, even if this Xiaoya was using and deceiving him. So do the survivors here, in such freezing conditions, share their clothes with others? In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted, and the survivors, who had been able to brace themselves against the cold before, shrank themselves. The temperature was still dropping, and one of the survivors looked to the sports watch he was wearing on his wrist. It has been detected that your heart rate is dropping abnormally. Please get up and move around. On the surface of the hand, a warning popped up that the heart rate was dropping. One of the survivors raised his head slightly to look at his companion beside him. A layer of white frost had risen from his hair, and each of his exhales condensed into a solid white mist under the moonlit night. I've heard of temperatures changing before, but not this cold. Cold, cold, cold. Even after having been plastered back to back with his sidekick, he still couldn't control the cold. At this time all the live broadcast, looking at the survivalist all shrinking body shivering, the audience has been dumbfounded. No, why is it so cold? There wasn't such a strong change in temperature difference in copy 9 before. Was there? Why don't you say that in the past? There wasn't even an exit from copy 9? Is this forcing the survivalist to break in? Having seen many kinds of death, this is the first time I've seen someone freeze to death. It was only a matter of moments, and before anyone could discuss too much, the wind and snow had already descended. Flakes of snow began to fall on that light door, piece by piece, and the light door began to be covered in a thin layer of frost. The evil spirits guarding the door disappeared at some point, seeming to be hiding from the cold as well. The evil spirit guarding the door is gone. The survivalists hiding in the shadows also found out about it. Looking at the gradually iced over escape port, someone finally couldn't hold back and ran out through the wind and snow towards the gate. Countless pairs of eyes were dead set on him, and his legs were ready to run. No evil spirits to intercept, no traps. 10 meters, 8 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The survivors pressed on, only to see the one at the front of the run brace his shoulders and try to crash through the ice. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ice rang out, and the first survivors to arrive looked at the frozen escape opening in front of them with despair in their eyes. He has touched it. Touching it. Behind him, the hidden survivalists all burrowed out. Xia! Lighter! Lighter! Roast the ice. The woman called Sister Xia was first confused, then immediately reacted. She took the lighter and for the first time felt hope gather in her hands. The wind and snow were getting worse, and she was swarmed to the front of the pack. The flames of the special props began to ignite the ice on the gate. Sister Xia could no longer help but cry out that this was a copy special prop. Even ice can ignite. My turn is up. This wave, the advantage is mine. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth started to go crazy, but the next second, snowflakes fell in flakes. The fire in front of my eyes went out. She slid the lighter, ready to capitalize on her prop's second chance. The first hints of the flame were extinguished just as they had risen. The full moon was faint and the coldness deepened. The pale white moonlight was like water, spreading a white veil over this copy full of blood and sin. The snowflakes were light, flake after flake. The cold wind swept through the crowd, the already stiff hair turning a little whiter. A few gnarled old trees stood by the side of the road. Gusts of wind swept through the branches and through the empty, unoccupied castle, and the wind let out a gust of beastly hissing. Countless heads poked around Kasumi, a faint reddish tinge flushing the glowing green skin the instant the second flame ignited. No one bothered to try to grab the lighter from her hand. Everyone was building up their strength, waiting to be the first to rush out when the ice and snow covering the escape port was melted. There are rewards for passing the copies, but the first one out will be rewarded a lot more than the rest. The wavering embers disappeared instantly, and the world returned to its coldness. Sister Xia? A man asked with a trembling voice, struggling to speak at such a temperature. Xia stared at the lighter in her hand, despair filling her from the bottom of her heart. I don't know. As she spoke, she gathered her neckline. The temperature was getting colder. Her eyes unconsciously glanced towards the people around her. Everyone was dressed similarly. It would be nice to have an extra jacket now. Everyone, use whatever cards you have to break through this ice. This should be our only chance. Sister Xia finished using her 2 chances. She couldn't imagine that the flames that seemed to be able to burn everything before were now extinguished just as soon as the slightest hint of them had ignited. Show your head and take seconds. Couldn't it be that you're hiding something? Someone vocalized a question. After all, how could a flame be extinguished just after it was lit? Still counting on each other at this hour? Regular lighters are still windproof. I'm so, hide your mom. Xia cursed in the cold wind. 2 chances used up. She was now a fish on a chopping block to be slaughtered. She threw her own lighter straight out without saying a word, then crouched down holding her knees against one person's leg. She was really too cold. Whoever of you can drive. I'm not fighting for first place. I just want to get out. The crowd was silent as one man picked up the lighter on the floor. They really don't have any ice-breaking props as well as skills. Fire and ice are opposites. He pressed the lighter. Ka-chow. A cold wind rose, and the rising fire disappeared in an instant. Ka-chow. After 2 times, it was as if the body had been drained. He dropped the lighter and shut up, crouching to the side after Kasumi. When Xia saw his crouch, the corner of her mouth lifted up in a sneer. Unbelieving. Someone went up and tried next, and after 2 attempts, several people crouched together with their backs to each other, trying to ease the cold wind. Kasumi noticed that someone had quietly slipped the lighter she had thrown out back into her pocket and had not returned it to her. She just glanced at it and withdrew her gaze. What's the point of collecting more if you can't even get out? What now? There was no evil spirit at this point, and there was no other solution for them to get together. All we can do now should be to wait for dawn. With such a big temperature difference in this hellhole, the frozen ice at the exit should melt soon after dawn. And that's our chance to get out. After the blizzard is gone, the evil spirits will come out too, right? So we'll just have that one moment of opportunity, the moment of dissolution, to escape. A man spoke his mind. Ha! I'm freezing to death if I don't wait for dawn. At these words, everyone in the arena fell into silence. Tinker Bell stood at the highest point of the castle, and she looked down at the scene below with an expressionless face. The snow and wind in Copy 9 caused a frenzied discussion among the live viewers. In front of the camera, under the flying snow melt, even the moonlight of the night seems to fade. Snow had begun to accumulate on the ground, and as they said themselves, dawn might be an opportunity, but before it came, they might freeze to death in the snowy night. This temperature change is horrible, isn't it? How can I protect myself against this? Do I have to wear a down jacket to go in? It's not convenient to go anywhere in that thickness, right? Looks like you could have a set of heated thermal underwear next time. How long will that last? And bringing so many rechargeable batteries is a drag. Okay, most of all, I feel that this temperature drop is not something that can be solved by heating thermal underwear. Countless people started muttering and discussing at the pop-up screen, and all of them agreed that the change in the wind and snow was caused by the exposure of the exit. It's the appearance of the escape port that's causing the temperature to change more and more throughout the replica. The situation of each copy is ever-changing, and until this point, Copy 9 has never been found an escape hatch, a situation that no one would have expected. Looking at the frozen-up escape hatch, the escapees below got closer together. They couldn't afford to leave this place to go elsewhere, fearing that if they left, they would miss their chance to escape. Brothers, the periphery has to take turns. I can't just be the one out there keeping the wind out of everyone's sails. There were only a few dozen people in total, and those on the periphery had already begun to express their displeasure. No one inside answered, just buried their heads low. Now only a fool would give up the innermost seat to someone else. Hey! One of the men on the outside got up and grabbed a hand toward the inside. Just the instant he did, a gunshot cut through the snowy night. Much of the snow in the survivalist's hair was shaken off. Sister Xia leaned her head against Xiao Li's ear. I'm sorry, Xiao Li. Sister can't hold out much longer. She and Li huddled together. And before anyone realized where the gunshots were going off in the crowd now, she was the first to reach out and take the Octavo box Li had hidden in his arms. Warm blood poured over his hands, a rare warmth in the freezing cold. Before the crowd could react in shock, she quickly plucked off Li's jacket. After it was realized that the shots were coming from her, she had already begun to take off Li's undershirt. As soon as he put the two pieces of clothing on his body, the residual heat left in Li's body instantly warmed himself, the thickness of the two pieces of clothing dispersing a little of the warmth. Xia looked at Xiao Li, who had collapsed in the snow, and reached out to touch the blood from Xiao Li's wound. She sighed regretfully. Her blood was losing temperature fast after the loss of life. She had a gun in her hand pointed at the crowd, and alertly reared herself to find a corner to crouch in. You fuck! Someone came barreling toward her. Don't come over here. A man for himself is a man for himself. With that she took out the octave in her hand. Don't get into it with me. Duplicate props can be activated twice a day, and beyond that, they consume life energy. Use your life as fuel, and you'll be able to use it twice more. She was dead set on the exit of that copy, and from the moment she threw the lighter she thought better of it, taking Li's octave. This way down. After the exit opens, use one chance to still trap the others and Jedi escape. Watching her in action, the audience exclaimed that she was ruthless. This Sister Xia is really ruthless. Before she defended this Xiao Li, now she says kill. Just now Li and her are sticking close together, keeping each other warm, and because of trust, but it's really absolute. Trapping people with an octave box, pissing them off ends up with no one running away. Honestly, if this Sister Xia can really escape, I really want to be teammates with her. Able to quickly resolve team conflicts in times of danger, and courageous and resourceful in times of crisis. Work with her as a teammate? How dare you? Aren't you afraid she'll count on you? I'd rather have someone with courage and resourcefulness as a teammate, at least before the desperate situation. She'll be thinking about the team being the most important. It'd be hypocrites to give up their own lives when they're all TM desperate. By this time, there were already many people in the outside world who were amazed at Xia's bright performance. Some of the squads were already thinking of pulling Sister Xia into their ranks when she came out. Sidekicks are tough, and having a smart teammate will be a lot less of a hassle. As for counting, who doesn't know how to count? Count on others to protect your teammates before desperation, and protect yourself in times of desperation. There's nothing wrong with that, they think. After seeing Xia wear Xiao Li's clothes, she looked much better, and her face was not as ironic as the others. In an instant, countless people fumbled for their hidden weapons and aimed them at the companions around them. Instead of taking turns being on the periphery, they should just take their clothes. Tinker watched the scene without the slightest emotion in his eyes. As expected, not all humans were like Jiang Che, willing to give others help in times of trouble. So, these humans were anathema to her as well. Gunshots rang out frequently below, undressing their companions, blood spurting out before the blood was used to warm up their hands before the frozen. Blue-black bodies were casually discarded. The remaining survivors felt their bodies warm up again, and smiles appeared on their faces once more. The replica door is closing and will open at the replica randomly in 10 minutes. The corners of the crowd's mouths that had just been raised quickly stiffened again, and they could only look at the frozen door in front of them that was slowly disappearing in the air. The gates closed and the wind and snow disappeared with them. The snow all over the ground is rapidly melting into water and burrowing into the ground. The greenish-black corpses were also rapidly returning to their normal body color, and the corpses all over the ground seemed to be pouring out the crimes they had just committed. No one said anything, just tightened the clothes on themselves again, as if they couldn't see the body on the floor. Exits. Random appearances. Where? Whispered one man. Anyway, there will be a hint when the exit appears. Split up. Honestly, I kind of don't trust you guys right now. A man sneered. Ha! What does it matter if we go together? What if the way of salvation is in someone else like it was just now? Someone has to be alive. The audience watched as the group of seekers, in the end, actually chose to travel together. As the man just said, the way of salvation is in it. The way to break the game is in the companion. After one round of ice, there were only 16 survivors alive. It was a scene that made the spectators outside the arena sigh. Even though it was the norm in SSS ranked copies, I didn't realize there were 398 people, but in the end only 16 survived. So what if there are 16 people? This is an SSS ranked copy. There's not really anyone who thinks they'll make it out alive, is there? I can only say that I've grasped a lot of experience this time. For example, the exit of copy 9 changes randomly. It's buried in the ground, and after it appears, a blizzard descends. Before said to bring charging treasure to break the game. This approach is very inferior. The next time if I enter the 9th copy, I will also choose to travel with someone. Companions to a certain extent will not be a burden on the individual action, and when needed, you can also grab the other side of the clothes. Some were silent, the words of the pop-up no longer bearable. On the official website of Copy Raiders, the information about Copy 9 has been updated once again, adds a lot of information that wasn't there before. In the column of escape probability of Copy 9, when you couldn't find the exit before, the escape probability is 0. Now that an exit has been found, the probability of escape has changed. 0%, 1%. Remarks, SSS-rated copies are never escapable. But death at the hands of an evil spirit is a consolation compared to the rest of the copies. Copy 9 before the exit was found was named Despair. After the exit was found, the name of the copy was not changed for the time being. Seeing the refreshed message, countless people looked at the text and fell into silence. Yes, death at the hands of an evil spirit, without fear of the black hand behind it, without the debt of conscience. In Copy 9, the exit is revealed and the evil spirits hold off, but the surviving humans are more than half dead or wounded. Underneath the post, humans have left comments. Next time I enter a copy, I'd better wear an extra set of clothes. I can take them off when I'm hot, but not when I'm cold. No need to bring it. There are bodies on the ground anyway. Just search them on the last day. Serious face. So what does it matter if you get frozen to death? The rest of the SSS ranked copies, haven't no humans ever managed to escape? Sooner or later, they will die. Because the exit has been found, it will always give the illusion that if you push through, you will live. SSS ranked copy? I'll kill myself next time I go in. All people have different attitudes towards SSS ranked copies. Some people feel that they have to put up a fight, while others feel that they might as well go in and kill themselves when they find out about SSS ranked copies. The survivors of Copy 9 are working in pairs to find the exit, which randomly appears after 10 minutes, and they are to make their way to their destination together. The audience is constantly switching in and out of the survivor's point of view. After a bunch of deaths, everyone realized that the people who survived were not 16, but 18. It was only the last two, who the crowd thought were long dead, that no one paid attention to. The first ones now disappeared live, before the last two appeared in the crowd's view. What? 2 more? There's only 16 of them? Brothers, let me tell you. I just went to take a look at the other broadcasts and realized that 2 people are not here, but have been captured by evil spirits. One is the boss called Xiong Jie, who was arrested before and we all thought he was dead. But now he's being held in the basement. The other one is a psychopath called Jiang Che, who is now locked up inside a cell. Jiang Che slept soundly, the best sleep he had gotten in 20 years. Bear Jay also slept deeply, because he knew he would get out alive without trying. That skill, Scout, that he had just gotten, It was no surprise that it was the evil spirit that was planning to release him to go out and see the human world. I was so repulsed by the dirty basement before, and now I just think, this place is wonderful. Sleep here and the humans won't find out about him after the escape. Watching the two sleep soundly and breathing very steadily, everyone on the air is dumbfounded. No! How do you guys sleep? How can you sleep in this place? At this hour, there are 2 more chapters before 7 a.m. I'm livering, please vote. At this point, the camera was focused on both ends, and the 2 people who were seen outside, the survivalist and the imprisoned Jiang Che, were in 2 completely different states. The survivors outside, covered in wreckage, the wind and snow disappeared, and the snow on them had melted. A dark black halo of blood spreading across their clothes as they mixed with the dirt. Body heat blazed through the dampened areas of his clothes. The wind and snow disappeared, and the cold diminished only in the slightest. Perhaps it would be better to take off those snow-soaked clothes, but no one dared to do so, and no one knew if the next time they saw the exit, they would be faced with a difficult snowstorm again. But one could count on those 10 minutes to dispel some of the dampness with body heat. The people outside were dressed in strange and odd clothes, with non-sets of clothes paired together, and some of their pants were folded in 2 layers. Unlike those people out there, Jiang Che and Xiong Jie stayed in the cell and the basement respectively. It didn't look like a good place to be, and through Bear J's lens he could see that the basement walls were covered with splattered and dried blackened blood, and the corners were littered with strange instruments of torture. It was said to be a torture device, but it was actually more like a variety of weapons stained with blood rust, with blood red rust clinging to the blades and many nicks on the edges. The weapons didn't look sharp and seemed to take a lot of force to cut through the body. But the more they did, the more people on the air couldn't stop rubbing the goosebumps rising on their arms. Injuries aren't scary. It's the torture that's the worst. Xiong Jie didn't look to be in good shape as he lay on the ground, his body rubbed with sticky blood stains, making it impossible to tell if the blood was his or someone else's. Yet it was visible to the naked eye that the fat man had lost a lot of weight recently. Xiong Jie is the type of plump, round, white and chubby. The skin is very well maintained. Obviously has been close to 40. The face but cannot see a little wrinkles. Staring at him now, the skin on his full chin was loose and his jawline was becoming visible. His hands and feet were chained, and he was casually lying on the ground at the moment. His eyes closed as he huffed and puffed. Light snoring came into the broadcast, breathing steadily, seeming to have forgotten that he was in danger. They then looked over to Jiang Che's side. The environment over there looked a bit better. It wasn't a place like the basement that was filled with bloody weapons. This side was a cell that wasn't very clean, with chains hanging on the walls and bloodstains on the floor. The grill of the room's door was locked, and Jiang Che, who was lying asleep on the plank bed, was still wearing the same clothes as before. The environment is a little better, but the situation is no different than Bear J. It doesn't matter where the humans are locked up. They're all just spare blood food. Jiang Che's sleeping posture was much more wanton than Xiong Jie's. Lying on the bed with his limbs greatly spread out, he looked even looser than Xiong Jie. The only difference was that Jiang Che didn't snore. Tinker had been feeling the gaze in the void. As Xiong Jie said, the audience of the live broadcast was uncontrollable. People could open the live broadcast room with the main viewpoint of the individual survivor on their own initiative, and everyone watched the images they liked to see. Now that the number of survivors had decreased and a large group of people had gathered together, she felt that there were eyes focused on Xiong Jie and also Jiang Che. She didn't move and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully she had planned and laid out her plans. Now while Jiang Che was sleeping, she also had to get her anti-peeping props ready. As soon as she thought of Jiang Che waking up from sleep she had to send him away. She shook her head with a bitter smile, but she clearly knew that there was no way she could keep Jiang Che in the copy forever. She thought about how she liked Jiang Che and whether she wanted to keep him here with her forever. Make a specimen of him, blockade the soul in various containers, or use other methods. She had the strength to do so, and could also guarantee Jiang Che's life and keep him in the copy. The downside was that it would require Jiang Che to give up that human body. The thought flickered and she erased it from her mind. She liked this person, and she also liked the warm body, the beating heart, and she also liked the constantly trembling fingers when she was holding hands with Jiang Che, and she liked the way he ran out of breath while holding himself. Without a human body, Jiang Che would not be Jiang Che. There was still a lot to do after dawn, and she had to get the hassle of live streaming out of the way now. There were also some other things to prepare for Jiang Che's defense. Humans were too complicated, and she wanted to make sure that Jiang Che wouldn't be harmed when she returned. Don't worry about Xiong Jie's side. This fat guy looks honest, but he's obviously a human being. After he took the initiative to speak to Tinker, who was an evil spirit, about the live broadcast, and voiced his fear of being observed, Tinker knew that the fat man wouldn't take the initiative to expose himself. While Jiang Che was already asleep, she had set up an environment for his room. one that looked frightening and horrifying. As long as Zhang Che was left inside, the humans outside would not suspect Zhang Che's situation. To human eyes, the two were in a state of being arrested and locked up by an evil spirit. Now that Zhang Che and Xiong Jie were being held captive, the group of humans didn't care what the evil spirits were doing by holding them captive. They only knew that the two humans had been captured. At this point, the human outside observes the tightly closed eyelids of the two men and sees that the eyes are rolling rapidly beneath them. For a while, the people watching the live stream were silent. Dreaming? Everyone felt unbelievable as the idea raced through their brains. Zhang Che's two sleeping are still understandable, because 3 days without sleep, the people outside are struggling to hold on. Zhang Che they can't hold on to sleep for a while is also very normal. But sleeping is one thing, sleeping peacefully is another. This nightmare, right? Honestly, it's kind of unlike that. Looking at the two of them sleeping so soundly, I'm really jealous. How can you sleep so soundly? That Zhang Che has been abnormal in the copy. Even if he can sleep, how can this Xiong Jie sleep? Maybe it's because of the fat. You'd think that before the copies opened, everyone was working out. They were losing weight. They were trying to keep themselves in the best physical shape possible. And after the bizarre descent, it's rare to see anyone with this tonnage anymore. Is it wrong to be fat? No. The reason I say that about him is because being fat means he loves himself more than we think he does. And he can sleep comfortably in this situation. And I don't have that mentality. I guess I thought I was going to die and take a nice nap before I died. What a dead pig. The live feed was filled with all kinds of trolling. How are the two in a better position than the people out there? Will you die in peace? Or will you fight for your life one more time? If they really had to choose, the viewers of the live broadcast still thought it would be better to have someone on the outside. No matter what injuries people have sustained. No matter how bad of shape everyone is in right now. But they had one more thing than Zhang Che. Freedom. There's still hope for escape. It was now a long time before dawn, and as they watched the two sleep soundly, everyone exited the broadcast. It's too anticlimactic, too hard to review. Tinkerbell had been observing Zhang Che and Xiong Jie, and after seeing the crowd's attention move away from Zhang Che and Xiong Jie, she probably knew what the group of humans wanted to see. At least, people don't like to see images like Zhang Che sleeping. She cupped her face and looked at the sleeping Zhang Che through the room's arrangement, her well-behaved face rubbing against the pillow. It's obviously cute. The survivors outside dragged their tired bodies, and instead of searching aimlessly for an exit, everyone found a place to hunker down where they felt safe. The 16 people found a comfortable spot to rest, some simply laying down, while others sat sideways on the edge of the wall looking around vigilantly for fear of being attacked by the evil spirits. No one dared to sleep. Everyone looked at the people in front of them. Most of them were old faces that they had seen several times before, if not in contact. In the mental hospital, a man covered his stomach. The cold was too draining of his body's energy and he was starving right now. Watching the live stream, it feels like the other survivors aren't this tired from going through the duplicates? Isn't it nothing to go without food for 3 days? Not to mention I stuffed some compressed cookies in the middle of it. He grumbled in a small voice, but his voice carried into the ears of the rest of the group. Say, who the hell stole my meal? I damn well like to be a full dead man before I die. The other man picked up the conversation, and was kind of pissed off and laughing at the mention of his meal disappearing. I've seen copies of weapons stolen. I've seen copies of props stolen. And this is the first time I've seen a meal stolen. Not me. I'm hungry too. Neither am I. I'm rice and didn't find it. When it came to the meal, it was as if the crowd had found the only common topic in the copy. After a round, everyone's answer was that their food had been stolen too. It's possible that the food thief is dead. I also don't think it was stolen by everyone here. Although everyone's character is not good, they are all people with status and position. Stealing a small thing like food is too much of a waste of time in a copy, and the effect is just to nauseate people for a while. Another person shook his head. He never suspected from the beginning to the end that these people around him who had survived had stolen it. After all, those who have survived until now are somewhat powerful. It seems like this person didn't want to live from the moment he entered the copy. A person sneered. Otherwise, with so many people's meals, how would the average survivalist have the heart to do all this hiding? Eating is even more impossible. So much rice. Just hold up to death cannot finish. Only those with no desire to live would do that. It can't be an evil spirit for something this boring, can it? 10 minutes wasn't a long time. Just a few casual words before the crowd felt the light of that exit flicker up in the distance. For a moment, everyone cringed, because as far as the current distance looks, it's a little too far away from its own location. In the distance, the door of light shimmered brightly, and there was no cold or ice or blazing heat to be felt. There is only light and hope. Looking at the area where the wind and snow had not descended and the gates were not frozen shut, 16 people fell silent. The previous bitter cold seemed like a random event. The clothes that everyone killed their companions to snatch to avoid the cold were now a stamp branded on their bodies that could not be dispelled. The first time the gate opened, it did seem like the cold was not felt. Someone recalled that the first time they felt the position of the escape gate, they did not feel the bone marrow eroding cold, like the exit appearing at random locations. The blizzard is a random event? So even if we don't grab the clothes and wait a few more minutes, the door will disappear and its position will change? Looking at the chagrined faces of those who spoke, Xia memorized all of those faces. These guys are too nice, and they might be able to use them in a small way afterward. She looked in the direction of the gate and sneered. There was no such thing as early knowledge in this world. Making the right choices at the right time. That's what should be done in a copy. We'll rush over there with all our might now. In about half an hour's time. One person had just finished speaking, and someone had already gotten up. Why don't we wait again? It should be closed in a while. And when the next randomized location opens, it might have to be closer, and it won't take so much effort to go over there. Listening to the words of these few people, the person who had already taken a step to start sprinting pulled the corner of his mouth indifferently. There's nothing in the copy that says what the future holds. Will the future change for the better? All they have to do now is to take advantage of all the opportunities they can see. As long as you don't die of exhaustion, then you keep sprinting. Someone took the lead, and the rest had to run after them even if they were very reluctant to move. No one wants to see someone else run out and be left here. In the copy, a group of people began to run into the unknown. Began to run into the point of light that belonged to the copy's escape port. 16 people were so fast that covering their hard-to-breathe chests didn't even bother to slow themselves down. In the footage seen by the live viewers, a group of people had been running around a building in circles with red eyes. From a building off to the side, a hideous rat-like evil spirit burrowed out. After it appeared, the building they were circling turned into a giant hamster running wheel, with humans running on it as the roller kept spinning. These people were so tired that their forehead corners were bruised, but their speed didn't diminish, and just by listening to their breathing I could feel that their cardiorespiratory fitness was close to exploding. Exit, exit, murmured voices continued to emerge from the mouths of 16 people. Even the rather calculating Sister Xia was now running continuously with her bare eyes, not stopping at all. Viewers who were familiar with the strategy immediately saw that they were caught in an illusion. The giant rat stood right next to it, a humanized teasing look in his eyes. I'm so stifled by copy number 9. I have a feeling that I can't do anything about it. It's always been humans teasing hamsters, and this is the first time I've ever seen a rat teasing a human. There are many ways to die in the copy, and this is the first time I've seen one die of exhaustion. This illusion they thought they were running towards the exit until they died, right? Do you think evil spirits are so kind, and let you die with hope? It will surely be dashed before it dies. Tinkerbell felt all those prying eyes land here. Seeing that the audience enjoyed the program they had prepared for them and didn't look at Zhang Che and Xiong Ji anymore, Ding Wei nodded with satisfaction. She took the group and traveled through the area to another area where evil spirits resided. She had just stepped into the place of the evil spirit when a speaking voice sounded in her head. My lord, the hunt is upon us, and I am willing to charge for you. Tinker paused in her steps. I'm not here about the hunting grounds coming down. I want your skills for a human. Thanks for the votes and the rewards. Wahahaha. The winds were all still in that moment, and the air became deathly silent. Tinkerbell stood in place holding Tuan Tuan as the strong wind swept up a field of rotting and dead leaves, and a moment later, a mass of silhouettes congealed from the rotting leaves stood next to her. Don't worry, Lord. I will control this human properly. Mission accomplished. He lowered his head, a hint of madness in his sharp and raspy voice. He respectfully stood at the side of Tinker. Before he had always felt that his lord's aggression was too weak, inherently a great strength, but in the strength ranking given by the humans to the copies, it was actually only in the 9th position. That's still giving such a forward ranking after the humans couldn't find an exit. He had always felt that his lordship, more than the 9th, although these copies of them were not in the same area, they could all communicate with each other, and sometimes they were able to go inside the other copies for a visit. The lords of the other copies had a strong sense of killing and aggression, so strong that they were terrifying to humans. Some low-level evil spirits did not yet know the news that humans ranked the copies, and he often communicated with evil spirits from other regions, but he got a lot of information about humans. Now that he heard that his lord was going to give humans skills and was going to insert pawns among them, he was trembling with excitement just hearing the news. This time, he would charge and do right by the lords. Evil spirits are able to bestow their skills on humans, but the process of doing so can be tampered with. For example, slavery. That's why humans generally don't actively accept the skills of evil spirits, choosing only to kill them and loot them. Humans want power and want it without being controlled by others. I mean, no tampering. Tinker stared narrowly at the muddy monster of rotting leaves coalescing in front of him. The formless thing prostrated itself respectfully, showing its highest respect to the Lord before it. This was also her plan for Jiang Che. She thought about whether or not to give Jiang Che some props to use to protect herself. But then he thought that carrying so many props on his body would only accelerate Jiang Che's death after entering human society. Instead of giving props, you can give skills and use them to strengthen yourself. She took stock of the evil spirits and the territory she belonged to, and went over in her head the abilities they held. She didn't intend to cram everything into Jiang Che in a brainwave. A life-saving skill or two would be nice. For offensive skills, 3 or so will do, and the rest can add something of a supportive nature. Because, no matter what the ability is, it requires proficiency, although the skill is not too much. But this is the premise of the need to ensure skillful use. Rather than give too much at once, it is better to master a few skillfully. Hearing her words, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the respectfully prostrate that evil spirit below. Yes, his voice was impassioned with an unspeakable exhilaration. I got it. Previously, he had always felt that the lords did not compete, but he had not expected a big hit, a pawn lurking directly amongst the humans, with control not in himself, but in the lord's direct control. He's in copy 9, not to say he's strong, but his life preservation skills are definitely one of a kind. He has some control over the earth and has 2 main skills, gravity field, earth escape. Gravity field forms a gravity field with a radius of 500 meters centered on itself, with an adjustable gravity level. Earth and evasion, at any time, you can burrow into the earth and move forward. He was wanted by humans for his own skills since he had been logged by humans once when he went to play in another copy. His skills can be said to be able to rank in the top 100 of the list of the most wanted skills of mankind. Tinker's mind was a little empty. What did this subordinate of his know about anything? She frowned for a while and gave up after realizing that she couldn't figure it out. While the skill is given, it can't be given outright. It needs to be acted out. Humans have live feeds that I want to hide, she said seriously. There were many disagreements between humans and evil spirits, and if it was known that Jiang Che's skills were given by the evil spirits of their own accord, even if she managed to escape, she would most likely be treated as a traitor and a spy. The evil spirit covered in rotting leaves was hearing these words. The sticky rotting leaves on its body were continuously falling with its trembling body. He's really too excited. Where would the former lords have bothered to inquire about humans? The whole live streaming thing was something many of their evil spirits had known about for a long time, and some of them would even go crazy torturing humans just to show those people outside the camera. It had occurred to me to inform the Lord of this before, but she didn't seem to care. Pawns inserted into the human race, which is something that must be hidden. Otherwise there's no point in raising a pawn among humans. My lord, I have plans for that. He then began to relate his plans. In fact, when he saw the sudden appearance of the duplicate opening changing at random, he guessed that the Lord had an idea of how to make the survivalist escape. A SSS level copy? Escaping isn't a fool's errand? Charge through the many obstacles, and countless powerful evil spirits fighting dueling victorious battles finally rushed into the escape port. Then this human has been powerful without the need to cultivate. Although the humans had given copy 9 a relatively low ranking, the level given was SSS ranked. To put on a show, to really pretend that you can't beat a human is too fake and ridiculous. What plan? This was something that Tinkerbell was also struggling with, as she was also trying to figure out how to better enable Jiang Che to gain skills that would allow him to settle down in human society under the lens of the live broadcast. At that time I will put something in my territory that will allow him to gain my skills without any side effects if he touches it. He lowered his head, his face filled with sincerity. Wouldn't it be a bit fake? Tinker frowned. As far as I know, humans also know a lot about evil spirits, and know that the only way to be able to gain evil spirit skills without side effects is to kill evil spirits. My lord, it will not be so. This method, as far as I know, is also used by many evil spirits. The pawns they planted in human society also use this method to gain skills. No one knows that they are pawns and they themselves won't talk nonsense. Rotting Leaf remembered the information he had gotten from his previous trip to the other copies. Tinkerbell remembers the group of humans who returned to the real world and advertised to the public about their accidentally acquired abilities. If no one had taken the initiative to jump in and tell the truth, then no one would ever know, and those who had used it were wolves. What skills do you need me to arrange, my lord? Gravity field and also earth escape. I think the first thing that Tinker had prepared for Jiang Che was the ability to save his life. Even if he was exposed to being chased by humans, as long as Jiang Che disappeared into the ground, simply all of them would be able to get out of the humans' control. My lord's wise eyes, my honor. Rotting Leaf hadn't thought about gaining control of this pawn. It's good enough for adults to have this aggression. Let me know when the events have been arranged in the shortest possible time, and that a portion of the humans in the replica are still alive, after which I will arrange for you to be hunted and transferred. Those 16 people were just trapped. not played to death. As he watched Tinker Bell lead Tuan away, Rotting Leaf smiled broadly and excitedly burrowed into the ground. In front of the mini-boss within the duplicate, a small clay figure got up from the dirt in a crooked manner and stumbled in front of them. It was a messenger from Rotting Leaf. Lords and masters, it's already being laid out, so all of you can wake up. Just after these words were handed out, these little bosses were instantly excited. For no other reason than the fact that the humans gave a copy ranking of 9. People are already upset. Maybe Lord didn't mind the ranking, but they had the feeling of being looked down upon by humans. It's obviously very strong, but it falls behind the rest of the copy rankings because the lords are not a good fight. Mother-sama, are there many humans with us evil spirits? Tuan also heard what Rotting Leaf had just said. There are a lot of humans who use the same trick to gain skills, but this approach to gaining skills is a bit ridiculous. Evil spirits can store skills in various items, which humans call skill books. The reason humans haven't been making a big deal about skill books is because it's harder to get one than it is to kill an evil spirit. Evil spirits store skills in a variety of ways, and store items of any kind. It's easier to find an evil spirit with a fixed object than it is to find a skill book with no known shape. However, evil spirits don't store skills and items for no reason, and it's tantamount to personally giving humans the means to kill themselves, but favoring evil spirits did. The group of skill book survivors explained this matter by saying, there may also be trading between evil spirits, and evil spirits may trade the skills of other evil spirits as well, thus giving birth to the idea of skill books. But evil spirits are not the same as humans. Different shapes and also different states of life. It is destined that they use the skills that self-awakening suits them. No. Tinker held Tuan, the land in front of her constantly shifting as she continued to reorganize the space to shrink the ground as she moved forward. Maybe there are, but a lot of them. The purpose is just to take advantage. Tinkerbell remembered Jiang Che's sincere smiling face. She hadn't seen many humans, but she had seen a lot. It was the first time she had seen Jiang Che like this. Perhaps other copies had appeared like Jiang Che, and none of this had anything to do with her. Let's go find a few more. In addition to saving our lives, we also need some attacking moves, together with the regeneration given by the troop. There was also a series of skills such as Earth Escape. It wasn't easy to make Jiang Che die now. People don't offend me. I don't offend people. If people offend me, you can't just not fight back, can you? When Tinkerbell reappeared, she stopped in front of a huge flower. The purple exotic fragrance coalesced and took shape and drifted in the air, and the troop looked at the flowers in front of them in confusion, perhaps sniffing the scent in the air. Upon looking at the flower again, the group took a liking to the one in front of them. The smudge of good feeling was so strong and came so suddenly that she couldn't help but want to be close. But the flower before him was not a pretty sight, with hideous mouth teeth growing from the center of the stamen that seemed to devour all creatures that approached. Hannah, I need your skills. I know. Rotting Leaf told me all about it. The huge flower's mouthparts opened and closed, gurgling saliva running down the center of the stamen. Rotting Leaf even said that you've finally gotten the hang of it and know how to conquest. She giggled, and it was obviously a very bizarre image, but the troop was so mesmerized by it that they had the urge to be devoured by it. Give up life and death for this flower in front of you. This is what the group is thinking now. Don't you tease my daughter. Don't play her up. Tinker waved her hand, directly dispelling the mesmerization underneath Tuan's eyes. The suddenly awakened Tuan instantly stood behind Dingwei, pulling Dingwei's hand and looking at the strange giant flower warily. She had just had some kind of thought. Give yourself to it to eat. Daughter? The flower called Flower leaned towards Tuan with her huge head poking out, her petals all brushing against her head. How did you come to have such a daughter with such poor talent, and how did it come to be? And I haven't heard that you conceived life? Bred with which evil spirit? She reached out her stem and leaf and poked Tuan's face. Tuan was startled, but made no move, because she could see that her own mother Sama seemed to have a good relationship with this flower. Although it was true that she wasn't very talented, the group still had a bulging face and anger at being talked about in this way. She hid behind Tinkerbell and stared at the giant flower. The bottom line of the dare to stare is to stand with the mother superior. Ha! The little thing says a few words and has a big temper. Flora took the stems and leaves and kept poking her in the head. I found a mate. Tinker's voice was smooth, and there was a smile under her eyes that she couldn't hide. Just find it. If you don't like it, just drain it and nourish yourself. She continued to poke at Tuan. Did you breed this little thing? Its strength is a bit poor. Ha! Give me a couple days to play? Poke. I'm not going to smoke him. I'm a bit of a special spouse. Tinker smiled more obviously. Oh, other copies of the Lord? That's fine. Just don't get swallowed by someone else. You're silly. And while a strong person can only deserve you, getting swallowed isn't fun. Poke. Tinkerbell watched as she poked Donut in the head with the stems and leaves of the flowers, and gasped as the little guy opened his giant mouth and bit through it. You know the props that humans use to detect duplicates? It seems to be a kind of live broadcast. I know. I got the cover up a long time ago. I thought you didn't want it. Ahem. It's good to have. Tinker turned the conversation around. I'll show you my spouse later. He's a little more special. Being the father of this little guy. That's absolutely not acceptable. Before the words could be finished, she was stopped by Ahua, who could never accept that her best friend had found one with a child. He's more special. No more special. I'm going to kill him now. Swallow this little thing for me too. Tinkerbell grabbed a handful of her massive branches. This spouse of mine is a bit special. He's the father of this little thing and a human. No more special. Hannah's voice grew shriller, her branches and leaves shaking as if she was about to go mad. Seemingly reacting. The chaotic branches and leaves stopped shaking. This mate you speak of, a human, the kind that dies with a poke? That's right. So, Tinkerbell grabbed Flower's branches and leaves. You can poke Tuan like this, but don't poke him. Really, once you poke him you'll be die. From now on, 3 chapters a day. Yards make me happy. Yards make me happy. If I'm not dead, I'll keep on yards, begging for votes. There is. The airborne waving and swaying branches jerked to a halt as she twisted the donut up and down as soon as she could. After determining that the little girl was an evil spirit, the giant cannibal flower cocked its head in a bit of confusion. A human? How can it be a human? She poked one of her vines at the donut. How do humans breed evil spirits? Tinker whispered. Not conceived by him, sort of adopted. Oh who? Hannah looked as if she had come to her senses. Saying adopted was understandable to her. No wonder. Didn't realize you were still so responsible. And raising children. Flora didn't think her best friend was really into it. It was a passing interest at best. And humans and evil spirits were naturally opposites. I didn't realize that I could even raise the other person's adopted child with a look of love. Tinkerbell was silent for a moment, then spat out his tongue. And his mom and dad are also evil spirits, seemingly afraid that Ahua would misunderstand. This time Tinker quickly told the whole story. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Raising a child was just a matter of raising a child. And now she was raising a parent? Tuan's head was poked and prodded all the time like a tumbler. And Ahua seemed to be using Tuan's head to do her thinking for her. Auntie, Daddy is a good man. Tuan shook his head and didn't care if Ahua poked himself. Just like his mother Sama said. Just poke yourself. Don't poke Daddy. What kind of evil spirits are the parents? There was already a hint of caution in Flower's tone. It was even if one evil spirit was mesmerized. But now one after another evil spirits were mesmerized by that human. She had thought that keeping a human was her own fun for this BFF. But now that I look at it, things seem a little off. The parents are bloodslaughters. I didn't even have much contact with bloodslaughters before. And now I feel like those two are pretty good. She wasn't aware of all the evil spirits in the territories, as there were too many of them, in number as well as variety, under each territory. Wouldn't it be the same as you guys, because of various coincidental chance acquaintances? Ahua's voice was getting colder and colder. This was not finding an interesting human and wanting to keep it for a while. It was clearly being compelled, or the compulsion of a human powerhouse. Tinker thought for a moment, then nodded. She knew it was a coincidence, but it was what it was. The blood slaughter couple was evil by nature, but the warmth that Jiang Che brought, even the blood slaughter couple could be attracted by it, which didn't mean that Jiang Che was good. There are many evil spirits in the copy, some willing to fight for her, and some just wanting to keep to their own acreage and live by their own preferences. After Flora heard this, the huge flowers stopped shaking. Tinker thinks this is a well-represented event for Jiang Che. In her opinion it is not. It would have been fine if Tinker had said that the humans' recognized parents were any other evil spirits, but it was the blood slaughter couple who were being talked about. These two do things according to their own preferences, and when they are with the evil spirits, when they are in a good mood, they are in order. When they are in a bad mood, they are not in order. And these two evil spirits, they like and enjoy killing. Most of the evil spirits have their own personalities, and each has its own code of conduct. She thought about all the possibilities she had of capturing humans and then letting them go, but that kind of thing was hardly likely to happen to an evil spirit that enjoyed killing. Even both sides of the blood slaughter couple were compelled by this human. Ahua looked at her best friend in front of her, looking at the other party talking about the human called Jiang Che with a look of delight. She surveyed her best friend and the child in front of her, and the little evil spirit nodded in agreement. What Ahua was best at was charm as well as illusion. She had studied this live prop of humans. Normal illusion might not be able to affect the live screen, but her illusion could. As humans have always said, the camera will reveal the prototype of all things. However, if the illusion level is stronger than the live props, the illusion can fool the camera. This doesn't take me to a meeting? Ahua's voice was cold, completely lacking the immodesty she had at the beginning when she was facing Tuan Ting. That's a must. The main thing I came to see you today is that I want you to go and meet him. He's very cute. Tinkerbell touched the petals of the flower. There were so many things she wanted to inform her best friend about Jiang Che, but now it feels like it must be a good friend to personally get to know Jiang Che and make contact. Blossom felt her best friend leaning into her, her huge blossom wrapping Tinkerbell's entire body as if she was coveting the last of her tenderness. You later must be good. Hua's voice was soft, with a hint of parting intent that she couldn't even detect with the clinking. Definitely. I was thinking of going to the hunting grounds to play with him next time. He said he'd take me to the human world to ride that Ferris wheel or whatever it is. Tinkerbell sounded excited. Hua looked at her bosom friend in her arms. In the entire copy 9, she was the evil spirit that was the best at charm as well as illusion. But she didn't see a hint of being charmed in her best friend or this little evil spirit, an illusion that even she couldn't break. The human was so strong that he could even compel a lord, and she didn't know what it would take to get her best friend to wake up. The illusion charm one is one of the least damaging skill groups, yet the most damaging, because it strikes at the spirit of the species. Low-level illusions can be broken with just a little pain, and high-level illusions can perhaps only be broken by killing the caster. Hua took a deep breath. She didn't expect this copy to descend and bring in such a strong human, and now she was ready to sacrifice. Only a master illusionist like her had a chance to fight that human powerhouse. If even she couldn't do it, then only death might be able to crack this. Looking at the chaotic and dirty space, the ground was muddy, and the dust floating in the air seemed to be all red dust from dried blood. She knew that Tinker had loved that clean place since she had seen human society. Hua stroked Tinkerbell's head. Although the environment in which the evil spirits existed was not as pretty and nice as human society looked, it was something she couldn't let go of. In the future, if you go to human society, come back and tell me what it's like there. Okay? Hannah lowered her head, sounding a little clogged in her throat. What's wrong with you? Tinkerbell suddenly felt that her best friend was a little off emotionally, and there was a sob in her voice. It's nothing, it's just that I saw that you have a favorite human, and I can't let go. Hua looked at Tinkerbell and also Tuan. A master of illusion like her, she really couldn't detect any traces of illusion on the two at all. Humans now already have such strong experts? She had no confidence at all in this encounter. In the future, I also want to set up our place, all of us, to look like a human society. It will be very pretty then. Tinkerbell became more and more excited as she spoke. Silly or not, what looks good to you may not look good to the other evil spirits. Just set up your own castle and be done with it. That's true too. But well, I have urgent business. Tinkerbell was also eager to talk more with her best friend, but time waited for no one, and she needed to go arrange a little bit of other skills for Jiang Che. By the way, why don't you prepare a skill book as well, and make a copy of this charm skill of yours for him as well, and an anti-peeping device. Get me one of those too. I want to block the view of these humans. Okay, go get busy. I'll come find you later. Flower nodded and stayed where she was, her huge flower branches waving in the wind. Tinker felt that her best friend was in a strange state, and the more she looked at her, the more she revealed sadness in her demeanor. Can't let go of yourself? She couldn't help but smile. It wasn't like she didn't want her anymore. Looking at Tinker's distant back, Hua sighed. She didn't dare to think about how invincible that human would be after charming Tinkerbell and then gaining so many skills. But she didn't stop it. If her best friend perished from this point on, that human becoming even stronger would have nothing to do with herself, or with their copy. If she ended up destroying the human, then giving more skills would be useless. Tinkerbell didn't even know that her best friend was actually thinking about so many things in an invisible way, even brainstorming that she was being controlled by Jiang Che, a human. Little did she know that her best friend was already preparing to sacrifice herself to save her. Mother-sama, all these skills are too strong, much stronger than the one I have. Tinkerbell had only brought Tuan to walk through 2 households, leaving her shocked that any of the skills currently prepared for Jiang Che were all existences that made human blood boil. It's not the same, and yours works just fine. Tinkerbell stroked Tuan's head. The ones she looked for were all life-saving skills, but they were nowhere near as good as the one given by the group. Return to life. Giving that skill a chance is already hurting the fundamentals a bit for the strength of the troop today, but at that time, the group was determined to die before making such a cut. 2 attack skills must be next for Dad. Tuan's eyes were excited as he clenched his hands into fists and swung them towards the void. No, it's still a life-saving skill. Tink couldn't help but sigh. 2 more attack skills? 1 is enough. Tinkerbell had thought about arranging a few more attack skills for Jiang Che before, but then figured it out. Jiang Che's nature wasn't to go about actively hurting others either, and it was also inevitable that he would be backstabbed by a human. And for him right now, defense was the way to go. She thought that after herself, she would have to teach Jiang Che to grow up as well. she could only guarantee his safety in copy 9. If she was in human society and happened to be chosen by another copy and called into another copy, she could only watch and do nothing. They can usually string around the major copies, but not when humans are called into them. There were some of her old enemies in those copies. She wanted to teach Jiang Che that there weren't that many good people in the human race, and that evil spirits weren't all like them. As the night passed, Tinker contacted 2 more evil spirits and had them set out skill books, all of which were life-saving skills. One of which was, Mirror Image, absorbs the damage of skills attacking one's own, stores the energy, and allows one to record the enemy's moves, and use the energy in an equivalent move. The other is, Detection, observe information about the strength of the subject and circle red those who are hostile to you, and that attack skill of Jiang Che's was prepared by her. It's called, Descent. Evil spirits can possess and descend on humans, exerting an equal proportion of power based on the human's own strength. She couldn't rest assured of any other skills. She only rested assured of herself, only rested assured that she helped Jiang Che get through this. By the time all this was ready, a fish belly white had risen in the sky. The audience in the live broadcast room froze as they watched Jiang Che and also Xiong Jie sleep through the night, and the 2 of them even rolled over a few times in the middle of the night, oblivious to his situation. You two, one in the basement and one in the cell, brothers, and the humans who were caught in the illusion being tortured on the running wheel. In their consciousness, that exit in the copy was changing over and over again in the copy. The eyes of the crowd caught in the illusion were gradually hollowing out, and they were not dead yet. It was just that his legs were so heavy that he could only drag them along, and his hands clawed helplessly forward, but he could grasp nothing. The giant rat villain stood guard and teasingly watched the human run around the giant running wheel all night. The viewers of the live broadcast saw the same scene. 16 people ran tirelessly. What do you think they actually saw that they were able to walk alive all night? In this case, only export it. Now that I think about it, Jiang Che and Xiong Jie were quite happy sleeping. At least they could die without any worries. Fools are blessed to be fools. If this falls on me next time, I'd still choose to be those 16 people. One man's words broke into the pop-up screen like a beast, and the whole screen was suddenly as if it had been cleared. Yes, if the choice was put before you, would you be one of the 16, or would you be the other 2 lying in wait to die? Over the course of the night, the location of the copies was changing randomly under the arrangement of Tinker. There are stops at each place for varying lengths of time. She was preparing for Jiang Che's departure afterward. It was an SSS-ranked copy anyways, and if the random exit didn't just happen to hit Jiang Che in the face and he happened to leave, I'm sure outsiders wouldn't believe that he relied on his own strength. After all, Jiang Che had already hit the exit once, hit it again. The corners of her mouth involuntarily quirked up, and the humans outside saw it and wondered what they would be shocked into. The sky began to redden with fish belly white, and the hot sunlight pierced the darkness. As the first beam of light pierced the eyes of those 16 seekers, they blinked in confusion. Those confused eyes blinked, then came to their senses quickly. The endless escape hatch and the consciousness disappeared. Kasumi rubbed her eyes as she remembered that she had just been close to touching the exit. All this night, she'd been running toward the escape port of her consciousness, but each time she'd come up short. Each time it almost touched the exit. The exit randomly changed places. Just now too, she rubbed her eyes and looked around, ready to see which location the exit had gone to again. It was a glance that directly made her lose her mind, for there were still naked corpses all around, and the flesh and blood had whitened over the course of the night. They were a group of 16 and were standing on a giant hamster running wheel. This night, they never left, never chased the supposed exit, just ran endlessly through the illusion, on a hamster running wheel. Despair. This was the first time Xia truly felt despair. Xia turned her face and immediately saw the exit not far away flashing with bright light. Request for survivors to go. The escape hatch will be closed in half an hour. Once again, the beeping in his head went off unexpectedly. It was only then that Xia reacted to the fact that the night had been an illusion, because the beeps about the escape port hadn't sounded once during the night, except that they were so caught up in the illusion that they hadn't noticed it once. Bang! Bang! Around Xia, 8 people fell to the ground one after the other, clearly just hanging on for dear life. After seeing themselves running towards the escape port in a fantasy world all night, a night of being within reach was just a falsehood. At the sight of the 16 of them standing on a giant hamster running wheel, this time, they literally crumpled, their breath disappearing in an instant, and they died on the spot. The live viewers watched as a few of them came to their senses, and then glanced at the escape hatch in the distance. Honestly, I can understand all of their deaths, and seeing that I was teased all night, that breath just dissipated. They don't know if there was a phantasmagoria for their present sobriety. Does anyone alive have the energy to run to the next exit right now? Now it's really desperate, isn't it? I see that leg is as good as ruined. There's an evil spirit next to me. How can I run? Without saying a word, Xia directly activated the grabbed octavo and looked at the rat evil spirit that was guarding the side. An illusory miniature stage slowly rose at the feet of the rat varmint, and Kasumi jumped straight off that running wheel towards the escape port without saying a word. She'd been trying all night. There was no way she was just going to give up. The rest of the living followed in her footsteps, 8 of them, and no one said a word, just silently running towards the exit. Seeing that the mouse evil spirit didn't catch up, the few people couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But in the viewer's perspective, that's not the case. In the viewer's perspective, the last second that the rat villain disappeared from the human's field of vision, the rat villain easily stepped out of the octavo's control. The octave that was able to trap the donut before can't trap it now. The reason why he just moved around a bit, as if he wanted to toy with the remaining humans a bit more. I've only heard of cats catching mice before. This is the first time I've seen mice catching people. Sure enough, one shouldn't get one's hopes up. An SSS ranked replica. Is it something a human can just leave? Compared to that, Jiang Che and the others are really happy. A good night's sleep and fewer worries. That side is on the run. And Jiang Che is awake. Just after waking up, Tuan Tuan noticed Jiang Che's dynamics. Daddy, good morning, where have you been? Jiang Che rubbed his eyes and communicated with the troop mentally. He glanced at the room he was in. The walls were covered with torture devices and stained with unknown stains. It seems that his parents liked this style of things and the room was decorated in this form. He surveyed his surroundings without the slightest change in mood. The closed cell door was also just a push away from opening. Perhaps to the audience he was being held captive, but in Jiang Che's eyes, it was just a door that had been casually closed. Let's prepare something for Daddy, and later on, Daddy will do something according to our arrangement, okay? Tuan Tuan coaxed Jiang Che, a little reluctant to let go in his heart. Tinkerbell patted her on the head. There's nothing to be sad about. We'll see each other again in the future. The next time the hunt came down, their family would be reunited again. Tuan Tuan nodded vigorously and looked at the confused Jiang Che, then said, Daddy, you go to the basement. There is a friend of grandparents there who is also a good uncle. Oh. Jiang Che nodded and prepared to go to the basement, looking for that so-called friend of mom and dad's. This uncle said that afterward he would take dad to work well. Tuan Tuan began to say the words of instruction. I know. Jiang Che didn't think about staying at home for the rest of his life. He touched his head a little guiltily. It was true that he didn't have a job, but he was well aware that he was shouldering the burden of taking care of his family, his wife and daughter. I'll work hard and won't fail you all. He would definitely follow this uncle and make good money. Kind of ashamed that I need mom and dad to organize all my own work. Though, hey, that's nibbling, isn't it? Jiang Che was secretly happy in his heart, although he always heard the nurses in the hospital say that it was shameful to nibble on the elderly. But this feeling of being taken care of by mom and dad is really good. He's got an old one to chew on, too. He'll do a good job and live up to everyone's expectations. Jiang Che got up and straightened the clothes he was wearing. Then he walked in the direction of the door. The people in the live broadcast room watched this scene, escaping over there, and Jiang Che waking up over here. Everyone wanted to see Jiang Che's face when he realized he was trapped and then filled with fear. This psycho, he doesn't know where he is yet. Does he? How can you measure someone with a brain problem with normal thinking? Sometimes I envy him, the one who doesn't know. The pop-ups gabbed in disgust, and after Jiang Che organized his clothes, he pushed towards the cell door. There was a small lock hanging on the door of the room, unlocked, and he casually removed it before setting the lock aside and stepping out of the room. The live broadcast room was suddenly deathly silent, and the crowd couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Jiang Che come out of it. My hair, he did something, he's out. No, it's not that he's out. It's not that he's out. It's not that he's out. It's not that, brother. This door is unlocked. What? It just came out? The evil spirits didn't think he had a problem with his brain, did they? In the past, when humans were locked up, they were all hiding in the corner and shivering. Ah, he actually opened up and went out of the door as if it were his own home. It's not a brotherhood. Your home? You open the door like this. The pop-ups had gone crazy, and the scene of Jiang Che casually opening the door directly impacted the crowd's three views. People didn't expect the evil spirit to not lock the door, nor did they expect Jiang Che to open it directly. Jiang Che descended down the stairs. The scene that the human expected to be terrified of what went out and hit a ghost did not appear. There was not a single evil spirit in the room. It was quiet, very quiet. Only Jiang Che walked down from the second floor, his feet stepping over the wooden stairs making a heavy creaking sound. The small building looked old, and every step Jiang Che took caused the wood to make unbearable sounds. Jiang Che frowned as he looked at the wooden boards under his feet. He really had to work hard to earn money. At least get the house redecorated. He knew he wasn't a kid. It was his turn to raise a family. Jiang Che walked towards the downstairs, Each step seemed to step on the audience's heart. Squeak squeak, you're gentle. So much noise. Don't startle the evil spirits. Are you frowning because you think the sound is too low? My brother, if he's not in a hurry, I'm in a hurry for him. It's hard to get out, brother. Don't be like this. Seeing you gives me a headache. Jiang Che descended down the old wooden stairs as he tried to find where the basement was, but he couldn't find it. All he knows is that no one is home. And the family that was together only yesterday has all disappeared today. The empty room, this was still after finding his family. Jiang Che was once again back to being alone. Compared to the loneliness in his heart before, Jiang Che was now incomparably at peace. He knew very well that everyone had their own thing to do, and it's not like he's going to be with his family 24/7. As it is, the family has also arranged for an uncle to introduce him to work. The small building was large, with several rooms on the first floor alone, and perhaps because of the cleaning, the audience froze and didn't recognize that this was the small building where the blood slaughter couple lived before. The previous building was littered with blood, so sticky and murky that the air seemed to be stained. But now, the floor of the house still had old dirt on it, but it wasn't as stained as it had been seen before. Replicas are supposed to be an unfamiliar environment to humans. It's like chasing a stranger. A corner, taking your jacket off and replacing it with another one, all but losing track of the person you're chasing. Now that the stains were gone from the place, the audience didn't recognize for a moment that this was the small building where blood slaughter lived. Jiang Che's movements were large, and the creaking sound of the stepping wooden boards was infinitely amplified in the silent little building. The hearts of the audience were raised in their throats, but were relieved when they saw that no one was in the building. When I think of the guys being as tired as dogs, and him sleeping his fill here and then opening the unlocked door, I think this whole thing is fantastic. Who says it isn't? Don't wait to go out and by chance the copy door opens randomly to his face again. The thought of so many people's hard work and math being inferior to the chi of a single psychopath makes me want to laugh oh so much. The exit won't really randomly hit him in the face later, will it? When these words came out, the entire audience in the live broadcast room was silent, because there was no way for everyone to deny this point, because it was really randomized, and this copy of the exit really opened up against his face. Only that time, Jiang Che turned a blind eye to it. Stop it, my friend. It's happened before. Jiang Che didn't leave. He just drove around the house. The basement was on the first floor by the sound of its name, and he opened the doors of the rooms on the first floor one by one, some of which still had the blood pounding through them, along with some torn up prey carcasses. Watching this scene, Jiang Che didn't care because he had seen bloodier things when he first came home. Seeing Jiang Che open door after door, the pop-ups already didn't know what to say. In everyone's opinion, escaping the cell and coinciding with the absence of evil spirits in the house, Jiang Che didn't take advantage of the opportunity to leave, and still searched in people's lairs. In the basement, Jay Xiong woke up as well. He slept heavily though, only because his mind was at ease, and subconsciously he still knew where the place he was in was. A voice in his consciousness had issued him an order. He knew that this order was from the master. The order was simple. Someone would take him out of the basement later, and after that it would be necessary for Xiong Jie to take Jiang Che and put on a show in front of the camera. The panic in Xiong Jie's heart had disappeared when he saw the word acting, but he still pretended to be scared and cowered in the corner. He buried his face in his knees and his body was trembling. The people on the air looked at his trembling and scared body for a moment. One goes out at will to wreak havoc in an unlocked cell. The other shivers in a dank basement. The difference between the two is nothing short of stark. It feels like this Jiang Che is a little bit of luck on his body. To be honest, after entering the copy it feels like he hasn't even suffered much. How come you didn't suffer? Can you eat the meat paste you ate at the beginning? Let's just say he acted indifferent, I guess. And when he was caught, it seemed to me that life was already gray and hopeless. Yeah, you can't think he's having an easy time just because he acts like it doesn't matter. I didn't realize that near the end of the 3 days, he would still have a chance to get out. The crowd watched as Jiang Che scurried around the house. Obviously the exit door was right next to him, but he was opening room after room, opening and then closing them. In the public's view, he seems to be looking for an exit, opens it, realizes it's not and closes it in disappointment. Xiong Jie cowering in the corner, burying his head in his knees. He heard his master say that a man called Jiang Che would come to him later. The psycho. Of course, he didn't dare to say these words in front of his master. After all, his master had inquired about a lot of news about Jiang Che. He could only nod his head in response, knowing that no matter what Jiang Che's status was, his position with his master was much higher than his own. As he pondered when Jiang Che would come, he heard the sound of the iron door at the basement exit opening. The rust-covered door was very difficult to open. The iron door was unlocked, but it was a bit of a struggle to push it. It took a lot of effort to push the iron basement door open a crack. Outside light filtered into the dank basement. and underneath the light was a red powder that was swirling around. Jiang Che pushed the door open a gap big enough for one person to pass through, and sidestepped his way in. There were several doors to the rooms on the first floor, and the basement door in front of me didn't look like an exit in any way. Xiong Jie shivered unexpectedly when he heard the door open, and he lifted his head slightly from the crook of his arm to look out through a crack. Pale white light stretched down the stairs, and the sound of footsteps came a little way down the passage. The hearts of the fans on both sides of the broadcast instantly hung in the air. It's not how this man thought this was the exit. This leads nowhere. An evil spirit is coming down to the basement. This fat guy is going to be finished. But he's so much happier than the ones that escaped out there. He had a beautiful sleep. Both shots are aimed at the same channel. Yet no one connects the two channels. People didn't think they were held in the same place. But soon, Jiang Che headed down. The character's likeness was gradually revealed in the light on Xiong Jie's side. Xiong Jie saw a young man appear in the light and struggled to keep his eyes open. He wanted to see who this person called Jiang Che was. In the live broadcast room, Jiang Che's camera showed Xiong Jie's figure. Xiong Jie's side also got a good look at Jiang Che. He hurriedly stood up and looked at Jiang Che in the doorway, and the entire Jiang Che in the light seemed to be glowing. Xiong Jie thought about the way Jiang Che would sneak into the basement to get himself out. After all, his master was asking him to perform a survival pose. I didn't expect Jiang Che to come so greatly. Even if you have a higher status than me on the master's side, you really don't act at all. In an instant, all the viewers in the live broadcast room also stood up as a whole. Crap, crashing, crap, I didn't even realize that one was locked up above and one below. I'm really impressed. These two can escape from the House of Evil? I never thought of such a coincidence, but it happened to him. Uncle! Jiang Che looked at Xiong Jie in the basement and excitedly gave him a greeting. After that he was going to go to this uncle's place to work and earn money. Uncle! I finally found you. Jiang Che meant it. He searched a few rooms and finally found the uncle his daughter had told him about. Jiang Che didn't feel that there was anything special about the environment he was currently in, as the room he lived in was also like this. Xiong Jie was silent. This was the first time he had seen Jiang Che. He surveyed Jiang Che who appeared in the light. He felt that he was lucky enough, but compared to Jiang Che, he also looked too wretched. He was covered in bloodstains, and the man had lost a circle of weight a bit off the face. He was black under the eyes, hungry for so long at this time to get up violently, his brain a bit dizzy. Where's Jiang Che? He looked at Jiang Che. Although his clothes also had a lot of blood stains on them, the whole thing was neat and tidy, and his whole person looked clean and refreshed, with a light under his eyes. And then there's the fact that he doesn't look hungry at all. Whether a person is hungry or not, and how long he has been hungry, he can tell a little bit by looking at his face. He had seen a lot of live images of survivalists in the copy. That kind of eyes after not eating for a long time, just like a jackal, full of devouring and the desire to survive. But there are benefits to not eating. Hunger can make the brain more alert, and eating a full meal can make you drowsy instead. Xiong Jie was silent. He suddenly thought of those two evil spirits who had captured him and prepared a table of food. And then he glanced at this red-faced appearance of Jiang Che. That table of your own. It's not for this kid, is it? But it was the sort of thing he only dared to think about, not ask about. Xiong Jie's head lowered even deeper. No matter what Jiang Che was like, to be able to eat at the table and have the evil spirit prepare a meal for him was not something he could offend. Quick, come and let me out. Xiong Jie's emotions changed so intensely that he felt he had satisfied the basic qualities of an actor. Like Jiang Che's nonchalant appearance, he didn't look like he was acting at all. But he didn't care what happened to Jiang Che. He had to make sure he wasn't exposed on the human side first. Inside the basement, Bear Jie was locked inside the bars, waiting for him to open them for himself. Xiong Jie looked around and didn't see any keys, and Jiang Che's hand was empty. He thought about what means Jiang Che would use to save him. Go out and find a saw? But the saws in this place were full of rust and wouldn't necessarily be able to open the iron fence, or twist the fence together after wetting your clothes to deform it. Jiang Che froze. Couldn't he come out himself? But he was a polite kid, and since this uncle had asked for it, he opened the door for him himself. He walked over to the side of Bear Jie's iron fence and pulled it away with a casual tug. Xiong Jie, who was grasping the two iron rods on the fence and was ready to hiss twice, froze in place. He opened his mouth and looked at the fence that was casually pulled open. His mind was like a thunderbolt. No lock? He even thought about Jiang Che going to steal the key, but didn't think that the door to the room was not locked at all. Uncle, let's go. I'll follow you afterward. Jiang Che unconsciously used honorifics. He knew deep down that he didn't know anything and needed to learn a lot from this uncle if he wanted to do a good job. Xiong Jie's brain froze as he took a tentative step. No evil spirits showed up, only Jiang Che looking at him with a smile on his face. Once again, the voice of the master in his head came through. Follow him out. Go out and look for the location of the escape door. Xiangjia unconsciously nodded. Jiang Che opened the door and then walked in front. He followed that stone staircase upwards. Xiangjia followed behind him somewhat helplessly. Even though he knew that he was going to go out now, there was still a fear in his heart that couldn't be dispersed. And just like that, it went out easy. Don't have to pretend to be something, disguise something? Jiang Che walked in a big way, looking at Xiangjia in fear. Is this psychopath unaware that there are countless pairs of eyes staring at them in the outside world? Being live on the air, brothers. You'll definitely be suspected if you go out like this. Jiang Che's state. Tinker also pondered whether he needed to act or not, and whether he needed to give a special tinkle. But just after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. Because Xiangjia had said before that in human cognition, a mental illness like Jiang Che's was purely an anomaly, in a category of human beings who are inherently eccentric in their behavior. It would be truly abnormal to act like a normal person. She relied on the Ye Scout skill on Xiangjia and was also able to watch Jiang Che and Xiangjia's every move as if it was a live broadcast. Looking at Bear Jay's incredulous look made her laugh. Do your own. Take him with you in everything you do. His behavior need not be heeded. A voice suddenly rang in Xiangjia's head. He had wanted to remind Jiang Che, imploring him to act a little more fearful. But after this voice, he dismissed the idea. Jiang Che walked towards the outside. The iron door connected to the basement opened with a small gap. He drilled out and then pushed before opening it to the point where Xiangjia was able to get out. There was a lot of noise when the door opened, and Xiangjia reached out to cover the hinges of the iron door, hoping to lessen the noise, but couldn't do it. He had become Tinker's lapdog. But in this copy world, there was no way to achieve the same peace of mind as Jiang Che. He's still scared. In fact, when he saw the same unlocked iron door outside, Xiangjia's eyes secretly jumped a little, and he fantasized if this was never locked, and if he had been able to boldly try to escape before while the evil spirits were away. Wouldn't he have been controlled by the evil spirits? But the thought only flickered, because he wasn't sure if these could be deliberate arrangements by the evil spirits. Jiang Che and Xiangjia's every move was watched by the audience. Jiang Che's indifference and Xiangjia's caution fell into the eyes of everyone. As soon as Xiangjia left the house, he headed in the direction of the gate, with Jiang Che slowly following behind. The mental states of the two men are at two extremes. I really didn't expect these two to be in the best shape among the survivors who are still alive now. This psycho is really too bold. My heart jumps when I watch him move. I really didn't think that this fat man would have a chance of survival. If it were me, I wouldn't run away and wait for death in peace. After all those survivalists out there, I'm already feeling desperate. So I might as well be in the basement, sleeping it off. SSS ranked copies. It's impossible for anyone to get out alive. Jiang Che looked at Xiangjia, who was about to open the door and leave. He remembered that there was food coming from the kitchen. Uncle, are you hungry? Do you want some? Jiang Che himself wasn't hungry at all. He had eaten a lot last night before he went to bed. This was the best he had eaten in his 20 years of living. But Xiangjia was a guest, so he asked politely. No, we'd better hurry up and leave. Xiangjia shook his head in a hurry. Of course he knew that there was food here. He had seen with his own eyes mountains of food piled up in front of him. The question is, do you dare to eat it yourself? Jiang Che gently a sound to follow behind him. As soon as he went out the door and looked outside, Jiang Che's eyes were confused as he surveyed the surroundings. How and when he came the environment was different. He looked back behind him again. This really was his house, wasn't it? How come everything's changed out there? When I came, the neighborhood of the home is a look of ruins after the fire. This is only a day's time. That scorched earth above the edge of the green growth. Just too much blood-colored powder in the air, covered with a layer of blood meaning. Jiang Che felt unfamiliar, and the audience saw that they couldn't even recognize that this was Blood Slaughter's home. Dad, this is how the weather is here. Tuan's voice sounded in Jiang Che's head. Jiang Che didn't doubt it. It was also his first time coming to the copy. His first time going home, and the first time he knew about this kind of thing. But after Tuan explained it once, he understood. Tuan, where are you and Mom going? I miss you guys so much. Tuan's voice put Jiang Che's heart at ease. The regimental voice also let him know that finding his family was not a so-called phantom dream. He really does have a family. Mommy went to work, and I went to school, and Daddy's shy, just like the kids. Tuan's voice was soft. It was the answer given last night based on human information. Work and school. For today everyone is not giving explanations. In fact, she couldn't let go and wanted to be with Jiang Che, but at the same time, she knew very well that the bureau had already been set up. Jiang Che was about to leave, and it was not suitable to meet for the time being. After all, in their setting, an escapee who has managed to get out of the control of an evil spirit. What hope is there of escaping now if an evil spirit is following around at all times? Dad, I heard that you're going to follow Uncle Xiong out to work? She began to guide Jiang Che away. Right. Only then can Dad buy you more little dresses and nice gifts for Mom. Jiang Che felt the burden of life for the first time, especially when he saw his wife and son's slender appearance. He felt the burden on his shoulders a little heavier. He longed for his family, but knew, too, his responsibilities at home. Those people at the mental hospital used to lock him up as a patient, insisting that he had no family, and now that he's found his family, so he can get out, right? Tuan Tuan sensed what was going on in Jiang Che's mind and only managed to make a strong Dad, when you go out to work, Tuan Tuan will come over with your mom and grandparents to see you off. Jiang Che didn't move and ummed. I'll work hard, and try to become a big boss in the future so that everyone doesn't have to work so hard. As soon as Xiong Jia went out, he felt the glow of the exit bloom. His current task was simple, to lead Jiang Che towards the location of the exit. The light wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. Xiong Jia walked in front, and Jiang Che followed him obediently. After that, the bearer paused. What kind of work do you want to do when you get out? Xiong Jia also found it absurd that such a question would be asked of him by his master. Who the hell discusses these things in a copy? Isn't the primary goal now to get out alive? I don't know. Whatever you arrange, Uncle, is what I can learn. Jiang Che said seriously. The audience took the two in their stride as they watched them run out of the doorway towards the exit. They thought about whether Xiong Jia would leave Jiang Che behind and run away by himself, but obviously not. He kept Jiang Che by his side. I still think this psycho is gross. I'd dump him if I did. Anymore, he saved Xiong Jia's life. If it wasn't for him, Xiong Jia would still be in that dark basement right now, and would be dead when the evil spirits come back. And still want to escape? One size does not fit all. And right now I think it's better to be selfish. Xiong Jia really, I'm crying my eyes out. He even asked Jiang Che what he wanted to do when he went out. Yes so throw not throw Jiang Che useful. In fact, we all know, simply cannot get out. With Jiang Che in the side can also have someone to chat. The heart is actually desperate. What do you want to do when you get out? What a wonderful wish. The audience wiped tears from their eyes and the pop-up text looked a little choked up. Thinking about the future? This fantasizing about the future only occurs in a few situations. Happiness fantasizes about a better future. In times of despair, fantasize that you will have a future again. Bear J must not have known he was chatting up a psychopath and asked what he did for a living. What if this gets out? Even if he's a psycho, he's still my good buddy. What's wrong with arranging a job? I don't want him to work. Didn't think there would be any truth in the end in this copy full of calculations? If you can really get out, I'll definitely arrange easy money jobs for you. Xiong Jia laughed. He took it as pure small talk. He'll get out this time for sure, but the task will certainly be very demanding. After all, with his own mission of going undercover among the humans, he must have a lot to do. Uncle, I can suffer. It's good to have something to learn. Jiang Che shook his head. He needed to study hard to get ahead so that he could give his family a better life. I just want to learn something well and make money to give my family a better life. When Jiang Che talked about his family, the corners of his mouth were unconsciously rising, and the two of them did not look like copies. Like an uncle and nephew chatting in a walk. Xiong Jia stared at Jiang Che. Once he thought about him being mentally ill and remembered that his master had explained that he didn't need to pay too much attention to his behavior and actions. Xiong Jia couldn't tell for a moment if he was really mentally ill, or if he was faking it. It's hard to believe that this is the real master? Jiang Che rubbed his hands together in excitement. He was a little thrilled at the thought that he would soon start working and earning money. As he was thinking about it, Tuan Tuan's voice appeared in his head again. Dad, Mom prepared something for you. Why don't you stop by and pick it up later? It's in this direction you're walking now. Jiang Che nodded. This was all trivial. At this time, Rotting Leaf had already placed the skill book in a hidden location. He had followed Tinker's orders to go after a few other survivalists. In the script he'd drawn up, the pawn that Tinker had, at the time he left the house, would sneak into his territory and steal the skill book he'd placed, because that's how the other lords set up their pieces to get their skills. Steal the evil spirits while they are away. It simply sounds too reasonable, but only the evil spirits know that it doesn't make any sense. Requesting for votes meow meow meow. Xia felt like her legs were filled with lead, and every step she took was unusually heavy, but she couldn't stop. If she did, the evil spirits behind her would take their lives. A few of them looked like they were running away from a famine, and the slowest runners would be killed. Exit? Is there really any hope for them to escape? Just what can we do now if we don't run away? The land behind them was getting muddier and muddier. The earth is corroded as it was, and would swallow up anything that fell into it. A few fallen leaves floating on the muddy ground here didn't get caught up in it, surging forward a little with the rolling muddy water. I don't want to run. You guys run. Dead is dead. Now alive 5. A voice came. and then stopped to lie down on the ground. He looked at the blood-colored sky with an unprecedented calmness in his heart. Or is that it? People have to die? As he was thinking about it, he immediately felt his backside sinking, aligning itself with the flesh and blood of the mud, and a violent pain came from his back. He couldn't describe the pain, as if his soul and flesh and blood were tearing along with it. Ah, he wailed tearfully, struggling to get back up, but sinking deeper and deeper. Help me, help me. He had just said that it was not just death, but now he was struggling forward desperately. The surviving four looked back at the mud, the ever-encroaching flesh and blood staining the brown earth blood red. Kasumi continued on without a word, convinced that the man just now really wanted to give up on life for a split second, and even prepared for the pain that death would encounter. The idea of giving up your life is real, as is the desire to live while feeling the pain of the struggle. The four remaining men lifted their legs and continued on, looking at the exit in the distance. Exhausted, Rotting Leaf looked at a few humans in front of him who died with a single poke. Hadn't the people arranged by the Lord gone to him to get the skill book? The first few were a bit too weak for him to act out. He was obviously dead at the first poke and now he had to act like he was torturing and hunting. Looking at the miserable state of Xia's several people, the people in the live broadcast room couldn't say anything. It's too torturous. Can't you just go to your death with a straight face? If I have a sword in my hand one day, I'll slaughter all the evil spirits in the world. Do you guys say that there really aren't any strong human beings? Aren't there many people who have gotten skills and gained great strength? Why don't the strong people come forward and kill all these evil spirits? What you see is that human beings are becoming more and more desperate in their quest for survival. But what I see is that everyone's eyes and also their minds are becoming more and more resolute. And as long as they are able to make it out alive, then those who survive have the mindset to become strong. It's like raising a parasite. Humans are still too weak. And only by constantly becoming stronger can we expel or even exterminate the evil spirits. Actually, I have heard one thing, gossip. It's not the weirdness that comes to human society, but the evil spirit world that human society invades on its own initiative. How can that be? No one would seek death like that. A few people's consciousness began to disorientate, and the strength in their bodies was gradually disappearing. Come on, everyone, just a little more. Kasumi cheered a few people on from the front. She was now out of the mind of sacrificing others to mutual reckoning, and all she could think of, in the end, was that she hadn't had enough to eat in the end. Come on, we need to trickle through this mud. Are you okay with that? Xiong looked at the muddy ground in front of him. One foot stepped in and it didn't go right up to his calf. Every step was especially hard to walk up. Jai Xiong became sweaty as he walked up a few steps, but he didn't give up. Unlike the survivalists, he had his master's instructions in his head. The exit is in the direction of this mud bog. I'm fine with that. I'm very tolerant. Uncle, I can endure any hardship. Zhang Che entered the mud without saying a word, his legs heavy. If a big boss like Uncle Bear can insist, what reason does he have to give up? The viewer turns the camera around and sees the same two men running towards the exit. It's the same mire. And while the mire over there devours flesh and blood, the mire over here has no effect whatsoever. It should be the domain of the same evil spirit. It's just that the evil spirit happened to go after those people. This time I really think Zhang Che got lucky. What's with the premonition that he'll live in the end? Do people like this have a strong heart even if they survive? The trash below lucky. I still think that becoming strong requires going through September 9th, 81 difficulties. Zhang Che followed the advance as he walked ahead dripping through the muddy ground. Actually, I think the two of us are quite lucky, Xiong Jia said casually as he advanced. He really felt lucky enough to have no great ambitions like him, just wanting to live, even if it was in a different form of identity. And a psychopath like Zhang Che had a higher status among the evil spirits than himself. He felt that Zhang Che was luckier than himself. In the process of not revealing his identity, he felt free to talk about anything, and sometimes a little talk about something related to evil spirits could instead solidify his identity in human society. Luck? Zhang Che looked at him suspiciously. I don't think I have any luck at all. He'd lived until now without ever feeling what luck was. Maybe it's only recently that I've started to get a little lucky to have met such a wonderful family. As he was saying that, he put his hand inside that mud bog. Wait, I stepped on something. Just now the group had been telling him to watch his feet. Something his mother Sama had put there for him. What? Before Xiong Jia could react, he saw an additional clay ball in Zhang Che's hand. This mud ball looked plain and ordinary in this swamp, but it was strange to be picked up by Zhang Che. It flowed yet coalesced and molded, forming a sphere in Zhang Che's hands without flowing away. What's this? Xiong Jia looked at the object in his hand suspiciously. Zhang Che touched the sphere in his hand. And just as he touched it, a prompt rang in his head. Acquired skill, Earth Escape. It says that I gained the skill, Earth Escape. Zhang Che spoke without changing his face. Xiong Jia's eyes immediately jumped. This psycho just laid his hands on the swamp and fished out a skill book directly? It was true that the master had arranged for them to take this path, but the skill ball thing, was it also arranged by the master? He didn't think much of it, but his legs were stepping around quickly, hoping he'd step on something strange too. In human perception, evil spirits sometimes store their skills in special items, whether it's used by evil spirits for trading between evil spirits or has some other purpose. Skill books are recognized by all as the hardest to find, hidden so deep and in so many different shapes that it's harder to find one than it is to kill an evil spirit. The audience has been dumbfounded and just said they were unlucky to find a skill book straight away? You call that bad luck? Jiang Che dropped the mud ball in his hand, which had lost its shape after he gained the skill inside, turning into flowing mud and water that slid away in his hand. Only he walked on, continued on, and then reached under his feet again. Xiong Jia was dumbfounded that he had fumbled another skill orb. This time Jiang Che didn't say what skill it was, because after the mud ball was absorbed away from his skill, it also turned into ordinary mud and water and disappeared. This time, even Xiong Jia's mind couldn't be stabilized. He didn't think it was something the master had arranged. After all, the master wanted to plant insiders among the humans, and he was all about keeping a low profile. It was already a coincidental and high-profile thing for him to get out alive. And this human touched 2 skill orbs one after another. So this couldn't be low profile even if he wanted to. Jiang Che didn't care. The 2 balls that Tuan Tuan had told him about were taken away from him. While he'd been exposed to a lot of things he hadn't before during this time, he'd seen more than his fair share of strange companions at the asylum. These things were untouched, but he was able to adapt and could learn them slowly. In Jiang Che's opinion, these things were just something that he hadn't come into contact with before. It didn't mean that these things were abnormal. And these were things that his own family had put in for him, and he didn't really think anything of it. After obtaining these 2 skill orbs, he suddenly felt that moving in the mud became easier, as if he only needed a thought of his own. He could walk like a fish in water in the swamp. With a thought in his mind, Earth Escape and Gravity Field were executed at the same time, and Xiong only felt that his legs became easier in an instant, no longer as heavy as before. He glanced at Jiang Che, and the kid wasn't surprised, nor was he surprised by getting the skill. You're so lucky. Xiong had an envy in his eyes that he couldn't hide. None of the props like skill books can be resold, because except for the touch of the evil spirit that possesses the skill, once the rest of the people touch it, it is equal to absorption. I also think I'm lucky. Jiang Che felt the gift his wife had prepared for him, although he didn't care about suffering and was willing to follow Xiong through this muddy and heavy swamp. But with 2 skills, he felt his wife's love as well as heartache. This time he went to work. He would not fail his family. Originally, there weren't many viewers on Jiang Che's side, and compared to the muddled process of survival on Jiang Huai's side, the efforts of Sister Xia and her party over there were the norm for all beings. But after Jiang Che touched 2 skills, the audience was a bit unable to sit still. 1 second, I'm unlucky. The next, pick up 2 skills straight away. This luck is really good. At a glance, they touched the lair of that evil spirit. Just that evil spirit went out to hunt Sister Xia and the others. Otherwise how can they let the 2 of them do whatever they want? Waiting for the evil spirit to return home and find that his house has been raided. This isn't a bit of luck anymore. This is totally the chosen one. Not this time. Really let him get out alive. Right, big brother? Please form a team. Team up? A counterintuitive chi needs to be sacrificed to others. Are you sure you can handle it yourselves? Rotting Leaf breathed a sigh of relief as he sensed the 2 skill orbs disappearing, finally taking them away. He had really had enough of playing with these humans. The rest of the survivors had no idea how long they had been walking, except that the exit was still far away. I really can't run at all, said one person behind Xia. Ha ha, me too. Kasumi looked at the octave box in her hand. The 2 chances had already been used, and she simply threw it on the ground like a piece of trash. Give me back my lighter, she said, looking to a person next to her. She had used up her count for the day, and now, she was going to use her soul to start the lighter and die with the evil spirit. In front of her, the person who was asked for the lighter didn't hesitate, and just pulled it out of his pocket and handed it to her. Kasumi reached for her lighter and clicked it twice. She wanted to ignite the mud on the ground and incinerate the evil spirit that was hiding inside, but the flames disappeared just as they touched the ground, leaving no temperature on them at all. Ka-chow! Kasumi started up again, and she felt her soul start to catch fire, but the muddy ground showed no signs of drying out halfway through. That strong? She dropped the lighter and felt her soul being dissolved. A backlash from the overuse of the duplicate prop. Was the chase all along really just a teasing game of cat and mouse? Xiao's consciousness began to dissipate with the wind until her live feed disappeared from the viewer's eyes. In an instant, there were only 2 left in the live broadcast room. One Jiang Che and one Xiong Jia. The 2 are paired together and the 2 live feeds are the same screen. Tinker felt Jiang Che's actions, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. She was waiting for Jiang Che in Manhwa's territory, and the exit would open here then as well. When the time comes, it will be under Flora's illusions, shielding everyone in front of the camera and allowing the audience to see a different fabricated image on display. As Hannah looked at her best friends giggling, she spoke worriedly. Do you feel like you mean it? If she could, she wanted to wake her best friend up and get herself out of that human's compulsion. After all, the forced awakening when she kills the human will damage the compelled person's spirit, and that's how powerful the illusion is. This whole time she's been asking, are you serious? The answers you get are all pretty much unique. I'm serious. I'm pretty sure I like him. Both Tinkerbell and Tuan gave the same answer. After receiving this answer, Ahua knew that this battle would be fought very hard. Flower. Later on, you'll pretend to hunt him and replace the live feed. Then we'll give him the rest of the skills. She gave Jiang Che those 2 balls to display in the human's field of vision, meaning that she was also letting the humans know that a large part of the reason he was able to make it out alive was because of the Earth Escape skill. The rest of the skills she was going to give secretly under the cover of Flora's illusion. They see each other one last time. Flora nodded. Don't worry, I'm a good actor. Don't tell him that I'm good at illusions, and if you don't let me poke at it, I'd like to tease him a bit with my illusions later. The huge flower branch shook Tinker's hand and pouted. She just didn't want the human to know that she had recognized his compulsion to prevent him from becoming wary of her. Fleur sneered. Her own acting was really good. Pretend to act and unleash the truest attack that kills with a single blow. Her best friend would surely tell the human that she was acting with him, playing with him, and that she was just going to take advantage of the human's letting his guard down to take his life. Waking up her best friend. Ha ha ha, this illusion thing, he'll definitely be fooled by you. He's really stupid. Tinkerbell couldn't help but want to laugh. Flora looked at her best friend in this trapped state and despaired. Who the hell is a good liar? The Lord of the Hall ended up being compelled by a human. He's coming over soon. Is Hannah ready? Don't worry. I'll directly devour him with a bloody mouth and scare the crap out of him. Ahua sneered. No he won't. I told him to come here. Surely he won't be afraid. Tinkerbell touched the petals. Flower looked into the distance, and there seemed to be 2 human shadows slowly approaching over there. Ha, better not be afraid. She'd put on an act and eat it in one bite. I'll take a leave of absence for today's 2 and make up for it tomorrow. 4 chapters in total tomorrow. If you use a third-party novel app or a variety of browser plugins to open this site may lead to the display of the contents of the disorder. Please try to use a mainstream browser to visit this site later. Thank you for your support. Xiong Jie led Jiang Che towards his destination, and since Jiang Che had obtained the skill of Earth Escape, it wasn't difficult for the 2 of them to hurry up. The mud that was wrapped around his legs had also lost its binding feeling, and Jiang Che didn't even make any changes to his direction, nor did he touch the muddy swamp haphazardly again. It was as if these things were really Jiang Che's way of picking them up after stepping into the swamp with 1 foot and sensing a foreign object. He never turned in his direction or felt around, picking up things and then moving on like what had just happened had never happened. Xiong Jia couldn't even tell if Jiang Che picking up these things was the owner's arrangement or not, because it was really like randomly walking down the road and finding $100 at his feet, picking it up and walking away. The average person who picks up money also behaves the same way as Jiang Che, randomly picking it up and not looking all over the place again. Xiong Jia didn't say anything. The hints given to him by his master in his head didn't change in any way. That is, don't bother about Jiang Che's behavior. He only had one mission, to bring Jiang Che and look for the exit. At this point, only Jiang Che and Xiong Jia were left in the live broadcast room, and the audience had gone crazy. Now that evil spirit will surely go crazy when he comes back and realizes that his skill book has been stolen. Jiang Che and the others will be caught up soon, right? Catch up? Your skills are my skills. Having touched 2 skills, why doesn't Xiong Jia try to find one as well? Do you think Xiong Jia doesn't know? Is it that easy? This psychotic luck is really good? When Jiang Che said that he stepped on a foreign object, Xiong Jia stepped on it twice in place. He knew better than anyone else that he hadn't even stepped on a single stone along the way, except for the pestering binding feeling of the swamp. I've never felt a pea-sized chomp, let alone this fist-sized skill book. He didn't know if they were coincidental or intentionally arranged. Intentionally arranged would be a bit too fake, but coincidentally, a bit too coincidental. He didn't say anything, though, for fear of exposing something if he said too much. Something he needed to go out and watch the replay of the live broadcast from this time period and read the pop-up messages before he could voice his opinion. Now that he was looking at Jiang Che, there was only one thing to say, and that was luck. Let's go. The exit doesn't know how much time it can stay. Xiong Jia led Jiang Che toward the front. Exit? Jiang Che froze for a moment. All survivors had hints about exits in their heads. He and Xiong Jia had been traveling all the way there thinking that it was just a coincidence that they were going over in this direction. but it hadn't occurred to them that they were actually heading out. Go out. Where is it? Jiang Che walked ahead with his head lowered and his speed slowing down. They had already traveled through the muddy swamp. The exit was not far away, and at the speed they were going it would take them less than 10 minutes to get there. The air over here carried a riot of colors. The plants around them were trembling their branches and leaves, and smoke of various colors rose from the plants, the different smells irritating the nostrils of both of them. Out, going out is going out. Xiong was a little confused as to what kind of question Jiang Che was asking, but adhering to the fact that Jiang Che's status was higher than his own, he still answered Jiang Che's question truthfully. Then after going out, is it out of here? Jiang Che's voice was muddy, and his throat also seemed to be clogged with something that prevented him from speaking. What he wanted to ask was if going out was a permanent separation from the people, the things here, but he couldn't ask, because he sensed that both his wife and the group seemed to be getting him ready to leave. What he had prepared in his mind was to go out and work to earn money to support his family, but that didn't seem to be the case. Xiong Jia heard Jiang Che's question and didn't know how to answer. He could only let out a dark sigh in his mind. Communicating with mental illness was a real struggle. He didn't think it was a question at all, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his answer. Getting out was getting out, and getting out was getting out of here. Jiang Che saw that Xiong Jia didn't reply and had to establish communication with Tuan Tuan. Since the last time Tinker had intervened in their mind communication skill, the skill had gone from automatically feeling what the other person's mind wanted to feel the other person's dynamics, to an active skill. Normally, you can only feel the positioning, but if you want to contact, you can take the initiative to establish communication. It's like making a phone call, active on and off. Tuan Tuan, is this leaving the copy? Jiang Che's voice was a bit hoarse. Will Envy and you come with me? He still remembered the day he came to the copy. The heaven and earth were gathering black vortex as if sucking people into it. That day, the nurse lady told him that it's your family that's in the copy. It's something he's never seen before in his 20 years of life. So is this departure something he needs to wait another 20 years for? It won't. Tinkerbell took Tuan's hand, and her voice rang in Jiang Che's head. You just go out to work. Go out to work. We can contact each other anytime. We won't be separated again. Following this layer of telepathy, both Tinker and Tuan could feel the sincere emotion. He didn't want to leave, even if the price of staying was death. So, do we need to wait another 20 years for us to meet? Jiang Che's voice was soft, but filled with bitterness. No, the tinkling voice seemed soothing. The short separation is to prepare for being together forever. Tinker soothed Jiang Che. You have to leave so that we can be together forever afterward. You'll be able to come back later, and I'll be able to come out to you. Don't worry, it won't be 10 or 20 years. It won't be a year or two. It'll be soon. I know. Jiang Che nodded. He believed that his wife would not lie to him, since she said that they would meet soon. Jiang Che knew that all he could do was to go out and work hard, make money, and support his family. Going out means leaving the replica. Once we go through that exit, we can leave the replica. Xiong Jia pointed to the glowing door in the distance, and he felt that he had gone into enough detail by explaining it so. So this is the exit to leave the copy. Jiang Che looked at the door, his eyes slightly mesmerized. Yeah, we can't stay in the copy for long. There's only 3 days, and once the 3 days are up, all the survivors who didn't go out will die. Xiong Jia realized that Jiang Che didn't know anything about replicas at all. As soon as he remembered Jiang Che's mentally ill status, he immediately knew that those people at the hospital hadn't even done basic science. He began to give Jiang Che a brief introduction of the relationship between the copy and the outside world. This includes copies that are filled with evil spirits that take lives, and includes humans having a tough time with the copies, including how difficult it is to survive. It is even less easy to escape from a SSS level copy. Are all the ones that don't leave from the copies evil spirits? Jiang Che asked Xiong Jia something clueless out of the blue. If you use a third-party novel app or a variety of browser plugins to open this site may lead to the display of the contents of the disorder. Please try to use a mainstream browser to visit this site later. Thank you for your support. Yeah, it's the nature of evil spirits to kill humans, and humans also need to escape from their copies, as well as kill evil spirits to grow themselves. Xiong Jia didn't speak on the side of the evil spirits, and now that he was an undercover agent, it was all the more important for him to make his position clear. Oh, Jiang Che stifled a grunt. Are all evil spirits bad? Yeah, nature kills. Xiong Jia spoke up. He was going to ask more, but once he heard that all humans needed to kill evil spirits to make themselves grow, he couldn't say anything. He already had an answer in his heart when he heard Ajin and also Tuan Tuan say that they were not going out. In his mind, he chose to protect his family no matter what they were, good or bad, because he clearly remembered the door opening in front of him. His mind recalled the way Ah Bang and Tuan had sat together on the stone steps by the side of the road, watching quietly as he touched the door. Turns out, He could have left a long time ago. Jiang Che didn't say anything. He felt that there was a deep misunderstanding between humans and evil spirits. Evil spirits were clearly not all bad. Mom, Dad, wife and Tuan, everyone is so kind. But he didn't just say it. He was afraid that everyone would be in danger. There were two key points in Xiong Jie's words. Evil spirits kill humans, and humans kill evil spirits, wanting to gain the ability to make themselves stronger. Do evil spirits also come to the human world? Jiang Che continued to ask. It will. That's why humans want to get stronger. If they don't work hard to get stronger, just when the hunting grounds descend, humans will face a lopsided slaughter. Xiong Jie looked at Jiang Che. This kid didn't understand a thing. Little by little, the two of them walked towards the front, and the light of the exit became brighter and brighter. The jungle of tree branches in front of us was very messy, and the huge trees in the sky covered the light of many exits, but there was still light revealed along the gaps. Like hope in the darkness, a purple mist lingered around them. The colorful smoke was already scarce. The area had been wrapped in purple. Xiong Jie just shrugged his nose as he stepped into the area. This was no longer the time to consider whether or not this purple miasma would be harmful. The master's request is to follow the path. Then I will endeavor to make people and evil spirits live together peacefully in the future, and create a society where people and evil spirits are in harmony. When Jiang Che said this, even Xiong Jie looked at him incredulously. Is he really stupid or not? Tinkerbell and Tuan didn't stay on the line with Jiang Che all the time. She watched Jiang Che through the viewpoint planted on Xiong Jie, listening to the words that he had just uttered. Your father, what a fool, rubbing the donut's head. Tuan grunted back softly. Daddy's such a big dummy. Where do people and evil spirits live in harmony? Jiang Che didn't know what the crowd was thinking, but he knew that he couldn't tell anyone about his wife's identity until he had the ability to protect his wife's family. The moment Jiang Che said this, everyone in the live broadcast room laughed. Psychosis deserves to be called psychosis. It just talks differently from normal people. I can't figure out how this kind of person can survive. To be honest, I'm considered a conservative, but I still think that humans have exterminated the evil spirits, and peace is simply not realistic unless we take the power into our own hands. Before mankind grasps power, it will exterminate all creatures that jeopardize its own life. And after mankind grasps power, it is the northeast tiger and the brown bear that can be locked up in a zoo and protected. Xiong Jie didn't say another word as his mind droned on and gave new orders. Seeing that huge flower in front of you, did you not? Take Jiang Che, carefully and cautiously, walk over. Xiong Jie naturally saw the huge flower. It can be said that in his whole life, he has seen many wonders, but he has not seen such a big flower. It's just that watching other survivors survive in other copies of the game, they've never seen anything so frightening. But by the way, that exit was right at the foot of that flower. The thorns were full of spikes. The petals were even covered with sharp teeth, and that purple miasma emanated from it throughout the region. This flower doesn't have much movement, and the branches move gently. Xiong Jie paused in his steps and pulled Jiang Che. Keep it down. Don't wake it up. That's him. Ha! At the very top of the giant flower, Hannah's main body was leaning against Tinkerbell. Yeah, my husband is a human. Tinkerbell looked at Jiang Che below, her eyes unconsciously curving up. Xiong Jie had been taken in as a junior by himself, and he still couldn't help but feel fear when he saw the scene. But Jiang Che was different. He knew that the light gate was related to him. He knew that this place was related to him. He walked here with inner peace. In that case, I'll start acting. Oh. There was a hint of joy in Hannah's voice. Soon she was going to get this human killed. She had sensed it from the moment this human entered her territory, and there was no hint of fear in this human's emotions. Instead, it was the fat man beside him who looked around with a violent change of mood. This gave her the heart to have to kill Jiang Che. That fatty was the most normal. This human called Jiang Che was the most abnormal. What kind of human goes to a copy and isn't afraid of it at all? The audience watching the live broadcast at this time had been shocked as they had never seen such a large cannibalistic flower before looking at the scene in front of them. Okay, the last survivor of copy 9 is going to be gone. This flower is asleep, right? Be careful. You might have a chance. This flower seems like a copy boss. I've never seen a flower this big, even if it's another SSS ranked copy. Actually, I think the purple miasma here would be unusual. As Xiong Jie carefully began to move, Tinkerbell commanded Ah Hua to begin building the illusion. It's live, and Tinkerbell doesn't want to leave any holes. Hannah, on the other hand, thought that this human was also a master of illusion, wanting to remain unrecognized. Then they can't change the existing scenario or the perception of the two men, but are only making subtle changes. Xiong Jie pulled Jiang Che and carefully walked towards the exit. Although Jiang Che didn't know why he was doing it, he still followed suit. Jiang Che couldn't help but look around, because he could sense that Tuan was in this neighborhood. just not showing up. As soon as we get close later, you charge towards the light door and don't look back. Xiong didn't dare to make a sound, and only dared to communicate with Jiang Che in spoken language. Hua's gigantic flower body had awakened, and before the two knew it, the gigantic flower had appeared above their heads, blooming in full color, the purple miasma getting thicker and thicker. Xiong was still pulling Jiang Che in a careful advance, unaware of the danger that had come. If you use a third-party novel app or a variety of browser plugins to open this site may lead to the display of the contents of the disorder. Please try to use a mainstream browser to visit this site later. Thank you for your support. Tuan had already given Jiang Che a hint when that huge flower appeared above their heads. Dad, you pretend to catch a glimpse of the flowers overhead. Then take Uncle Bear and run as fast as you can toward the exit, remembering to act as if you're trying to touch the door. Tinker and also Tuan didn't stop Xiong from informing Jiang Che about everything about the evil spirits. These things, he had to understand sooner or later. Tinker Bell and Tuan wondered if Jiang Che would still be able to treat everyone like this if he recognized them for who they were. Whatever, just let a human go. It's not like I'm missing this one prey. Tuan skimmed his head and grunted, but those little hands were constantly rubbing their hair. At this time, the blood slaughter couple had also arrived here, waiting for the final meeting, the last side that Tinker had arranged. At the moment when Hua pretended to devour Jiang Che and Xiong touched the gate. What she had planned was that at the moment Hua devoured it, she began to implement the illusionary coverage, and the audience could only see that treacherous scene, unable to distinguish whether Jiang Che had been devoured or died in the copy. In fact, after that devouring illusion, it was the last time the family was together, and then Jiang Che will go back some time later than the audience saw. There's a window in between, but no one can detect it. This was the method that Tinker had thought about for a long time. She knew that Hua's level of arranging illusions was enough to make it impossible for all humans to see through, but she still went for the safest method. With the help of the time window of the copy shuttle, he stayed with Jiang Che for a while longer, and what Hua calculated was truly devouring. She was going to use the opportunity to devour this human in one fell swoop while he let his guard down. Jiang Che pointed at the top of Xiong head. What? Bear J looked puzzled. If you don't look at it, your soul is almost scared off. There's no sound at all. He had always thought they moved carefully enough, cautiously enough. He made sure that he didn't make a sound at all the whole way. That's still being woken up. At this moment, the stamen transformed into a giant mouth that devoured people, saliva dripping down continuously. Jiang Che pointed to the mouth and said one word with his mouth open. Run! Xiong pulled his legs out without saying a word and ran away. Looking at the distant exit, he didn't turn his head back and didn't dare to look towards his back. As he fled, his mind drifted back to the way Jiang Che had just pointed at the top of his head and told him to run without panic. Brother, you know, your acting skills are really catching. Load it up. It's a good thing that Jiang Che is mentally ill. Everything can be justified. It's still up to you. Just why? The oppressive feeling of killing intent above his head was so strong. He felt the killing intent above his head turning into substance, and he wanted to ask his master if he was really letting them go. It feels like I'm going to die next. Hua sneered coldly, and just like the script he had rehearsed before, he engulfed Jiang Che and Xiong the moment they were about to touch the light door. At the same time, the connection between the copy and the human livestream was cut off using the props prepared earlier. Fuck, life and death. Did they go out or not? I think I went out. I saw my hand touch the light door. No, I don't think so. I saw it being devoured. Go and look for the red pearl psychosis. See if someone really came out. The audience was instantly anxious because in that last second, it was really hard to see if Jiang Che and Xiong had escaped. At this moment, Jiang Che only felt that he was in a very chaotic space. That purple acid was continuously corroding his skin. Xiong was already wailing in pain next to him, and holes big enough to see white bones had appeared in his crashing skin. Uncle Xiong, are we out yet? Jiang Che looked at the corroded flesh and blood after his skin was eroded by the acid. There isn't one, is there? Bear J was frantically trying to contact his master, but the connection, it was as if it had been snuffed out. It should be a mistake. This time I might really die here. Xiong realized that he was in the monster's stomach, and he spoke with a bitter smile. He knew it. How could a man trust an evil spirit? Oh, just wait then. Jiang Che pulled him up from the ground, trying to get him away from the acid on the floor. It did hurt a little, but he was sure that his wife wouldn't harm him. Wait for what? Xiong sighed. From the second the corrosion began, he knew that this was the evil spirit's trick to tease humans. Or maybe this evil spirit that exited was not in league with his master? How else would it attack? Wait a while and you can go out. Jiang Che's face didn't change. Corrosive pain coursed through his body, but he was not displeased in any way. Hua, where's Jiang Che? Quickly get it out. We still have to see each other one last time. Seeing that the picture was already completed, Tinker urged Tinker to release Jiang Che. Just now I didn't act right. He went out. Ah Hua had a guilty look on her face. I didn't time it right. He touched the exit and went out at once. The two humans were in her stomach, and whatever connection Tinker had with them, no communication could be established. Tuan Tuan also suspiciously sensed where Jiang Che was, and there was no sense of anything. Just like Ah Hua said, Jiang Che has gone out. Will we disconnect when we go out? Tinkerbell didn't really know, because she hadn't established a connection with humans before, and she didn't know if she'd be disconnected when she was separated by two dimensions, human and replica world. Let's break the connection. Next time you guys go to the human world to look for him, won't that be it? Ah Hua's eyes narrowed. You can also use this matter as a test, in case he changes his mind the next time you guys go to see him. Flower consciousness was placed in her stomach. She was slowly melting the two. She wanted these two humans to feel pain. Daring to deceive Tinker with her illusions, she would show this human what the price of evil was. Just as her consciousness pitched into her stomach, she saw Jiang Che just standing there silently, and the fat man beside him was instead wailing continuously. Do we still have to wait? We'll die if we wait any longer. Xiong Jia listened to Jiang Che's words about waiting a bit, but he really kind of couldn't wait any longer. Well, wait a little longer. Jiang Che stood beside him as the acid continued to fall on him. The corroded skin began to blacken, but Jiang Che didn't wail, and there wasn't even any pain in his emotions. That wasn't what Ah Hua wanted to see. She wanted to see Jiang Che in pain. She wanted to see him begging for mercy. Wanted to see him cry out that he wouldn't do it again. No matter what kind of illusionist Jiang Che was, when it fell into his stomach, even the best of illusions were useless. But Jiang Che didn't. Just stood there quietly. His body was covered in acid and didn't care. If the stomach was filled with the agony of Xiong Jie's pain, what was more in there? Was an emotion that Ah Hua had never felt before, called trust. If you use a third-party novel app or a variety of browser plugins to open this site may lead to the display of the contents of the disorder. Please try to use a mainstream browser to visit this site later. Thank you for your support. Trust? Where's the trust? Ah Hua was unconsciously a little annoyed when she saw Jiang Che's bright eyes. This human, it seemed, was a little different than she thought. In fact, since just now, she hadn't even felt a trace of spellcasting, and there were no traces of illusions around her. She had always assumed that Tinker and the Bloodsuckers and the others had been compelled by a high level of skill. Now it's true that you don't feel a trace of it. This human dash. Ah Hua was a bit distracted. She unconsciously down-regulated the frequency of acid appearing, listening to the blood slaughter couple around her as well as Ah Bang and that little kid who were having a joyful discussion. Ha ha, stupid dad. He must be worried sick when he disconnects. Tuan Tuan crossed his arms. Compared to me, he's the child. I'll see you next time. It's just that I'm afraid that he'll be in danger. I still have a lot of things that I haven't given him yet. There was a bit of regret in Tinkerbell's voice. Jiang Che only had a few life preservation skills on him right now, but she hadn't given out any of the descents she wanted to give. I've given all the dolls to Daddy to hide, along with the returning ones. Tuan laughed out loud. It's about time Daddy learned to grow up. That's not something a little kid like you should say. Blood Slaughter laughed out loud beside him. When the next hunting ground descends, I'm going out as well. He's so honest, he'll definitely get a beating from the humans. I'm not worried about his safety. These skills are enough to keep him alive. It's just that I'm afraid he'll be taken advantage of. The blood-clothed nurse expressed her concern from the side. Hannah crouched down next to her, listening to the crowd as she began to mess up. In her own body's stomach, Jiang Che's body already had many more holes in it, all as a result of the corrosion of stomach acid. But Jiang Che's eyes were still bright, not resentful because of the wounds on his body. That family was discussing what would happen if they met again afterward and what they would prepare for him. Hannah, I was going to introduce you to him properly. You're my best friend. Tinkerbell narrowed her eyes with a smile she couldn't hide in her eyes. Flower. I really didn't realize he would still disconnect from me back in the human world. Do you have any good contacts? What do those SSS lords who planted spies and other copies do? I'm not trying to control him. I just want to talk once in a while. The words of exhortation kept ringing in her ears. Ah Hua didn't say a word. At that moment, she really felt that Jiang Che and Ding Ding they were family. With her breaking the connection, it was only right that any illusion or compulsion spells cast by Jiang Che would also be ineffective. But looking at the state of Tinker and the others, she was a bit unsure. She was a plant by nature, and all of their weird plants would constantly analyze their prey's pheromones when they devoured them. Ah Hua was even the best of them, and while devouring, this prey's various strengths, weaknesses, and all these pheromones would be analyzed one by one. Just now, she had learned that this human was just the most ordinary of humans. It's like the words coming out of the mouths of Tinkerbell and others. The only few skills I still have are the ones I just got. This ordinary human compelled the Lord to be his wife? Hannah, it's only just been separated and I miss him so much. The tinkling voice rang in her ears, and she didn't doubt her best friend. I lied to you. I was just teasing you guys just now. Ah Hua's mind moved, and Jiang Che as well as Xiong Jia instantly appeared next to her. Jiang Che and Xiong Jia froze as their surroundings, in an instant, changed. When he reappeared, Jiang Che saw Ding Ding standing in front of him. Ah bang, I missed you so much. He snuggled and hugged over like a little kid. Bear J opened his mouth to continue wailing and looked at his body in confusion. There were no wounds on his body, and the pain had disappeared. As if the scene of being constantly corrupted just now was all an illusion. Neither he nor Jiang Che had a single wound on their entire body. So strange. Bear J surveyed his body. He raised his head to look at Jiang Che, and saw Jiang Che holding a woman. And beside him there was a little kid jumping around, muttering daddy hug daddy hug. Where is this? What a cozy family. Did you and Jiang Che really escape? Just as he was thinking, he saw the blood slaughter couple standing in front of him. When we go out, I'll be counting on you to take care of Xiao Che. A wave of fear rose from the back of Xiong Jie, and he didn't go out. Chul, take care of it yourself? What the hell are they talking about? Xiong Jie didn't even dare to ask more questions, and only dared to nod his head tremblingly. Well, right away things are given to you and you're about to leave. She cried a little knowing it was a joke Hannah had played on her. I'd like to introduce you to my good friend. Hannah, this is my husband, Jiang Che. Jiang Che watched as she pulled over a flower that was the likeness of a cannibalistic flower, the size of a man's height, completely different from the giant flower she had just seen. The one just now was Ah Hua's main body, and this one now is considered a projection. Seeming to read the doubts in Jiang Che's eyes, Ding Ding quickly explained. Ah Hua looked at Jiang Che, a bit at a loss for words, because she had realized that this really was just an ordinary human. And while she didn't know why Envy and the others liked him so much, she made sure that this human was, well, very ordinary. Hearing Ah Bang pulling them to introduce each other, Ah Hua got a little anxious, because Jiang Che and Xiong Jia, full of corroded holes, is the most real. This intact look right now is what it looks like when it's covered by the illusion. Hello, Ah Wei's good friend. Jiang Che looked at her and earnestly extended his own hand. After that, I'll go out to work, and Ah Jin will have to ask you to take care of it for me. He didn't mention in the slightest the pain he had just encountered, the torment that corroded the human body. Hello, my name is Hannah. Hannah's mind began to drift as she cautiously inquired. You just didn't freak out, did you? No, Ah Jin told me to come over. What could it be? Jiang Che waved his hand, as if the scene just now had never happened. He didn't mention the pain or the darkness he had just experienced. Does it hurt? Ah Hua was able to see through the illusion to Jiang Che and also Xiong Jia's most essential appearance. Both were corrupted, and even if the illusion masked the pain now, the suffering they had just experienced during the encounter was not so easily forgotten. Did you just accidentally bite him? Ah Hua. Tinkerbell remembered that toothy mouth of Ah Hua's. No, how could I have bitten him? Ah Hua waved his hand in a hurry, just whispering in his heart, just swallowing and digesting for a few seconds. I just didn't realize it was such an ordinary human. Flower spoke in a small voice. The difference between a strong person and an ordinary person was something she could feel just by tasting and digesting it. One is cowhide and one is jelly. What a difference. I'm a little late working overtime today. But here's the fourth shift. If you use a third-party novel app or a variety of browser plugins to open this site may lead to the display of the contents of the disorder. Please try to use a mainstream browser to visit this site later. Thank you for your support. Xiong Jia didn't dare to interrupt at all next to him, and his ears stood up high when Ting introduced Jiang Che. He wanted to know what exactly was the difference between Jiang Che and him. He didn't know what his master's status was among the evil spirits, but to have the blood slaughter couple follow him already indicated his status. Very high. He himself is an undercover agent under control. What about Jiang Che? He always felt that Jiang Che was going to be a bit more special than himself, and he didn't know where the specialness was. If he really wanted to compare, he felt like cannon fodder that could go and be sacrificed at any time, while Jiang Che was a carefully trained special forces soldier. With the words coming from the onslaught of several people, Xiong Jia's mind simply couldn't turn. Help take care of Chul. By way of introduction, this is my husband. Are you in pain? Did I just hurt you? A series of words cut through Bear J's head like thunder, especially with that husband line in Tinker. He felt like he had misheard. This is an evil spirit. She even called Jiang Che her husband with her mouth open. Xiong Jia shrank in the corner without making a sound. It was obvious that these evil spirits weren't deliberately avoiding him when they said these things, and were showing him Jiang Che's identity in plain sight. If he was his master's slave, then Jiang Che was his own male master? That's a bitch. Luckily, He had already been cleaned up and convinced. Otherwise he would definitely be laughing in anger at this moment. He's a boss at least. And mental illness can climb on top of him and be his master? What he couldn't understand even more was why the evil spirit would like someone like Jiang Che. Is it because Jiang Che is a little thinner than him? A little whiter than him? A little more handsome than him? A little taller than him? I also prepared something good for you. But there was a restriction before. So I kept it. Tinkerbell ignored him and instead pulled Jiang Che over there in a private conversation. Not too loud but not too small. Audible to everyone present. Live? What is it? Jiang Che didn't know anything about live streaming. It's that our every move is being watched by everyone. But there are some things that need to be avoided from everyone. Everyone has their own secrets. Tink explained to him patiently, talking to him about what almost all humans know. Tinker spoke patiently and Jiang Che listened attentively. Xiong stared blankly at the scene. He had never imagined that an evil spirit, one so powerful, would be so patient with humans. All of this knowledge is as simple as it gets in humans, and falls into the category of something you can look up on the internet. In human society, if someone asks someone else about these basic truisms, the person being asked will still be angry, because in everyone's mind, these things are not secret, they are public and can be checked. If you ask someone repeatedly, you will be disliked by humans with an aversion to stupidity. Even he could not do so much as inform his own children and nephews of the contents in such detail. He didn't even dare to think that this patience would be present in an evil spirit. I only saw Tinker say that while bringing 2 more skill balls from a side table. Jiang Che took it smoothly, but in Xiongjia's eyes it was different. In his thoughts, the evil spirit lords bestowed skills. Jiang Che should respectfully kneel on the ground to accept this reward. But Jiang Che didn't. He just naturally took the things in the other party's hands as if he was receiving something from his closest family member, only to see the 2 skills turn into an aura drilling into Jiang Che's body. Xiongjia's eyes reddened as he watched, and this time, even he didn't know what skill Jiang Che had gotten. Thinking about his previous speculation about Jiang Che picking up skills, was it because of the coincidence of picking up 2 skills in the swamp? At that time, even he thought that the incident was a coincidence, and even he thought that Jiang Che was lucky, not to mention the audience watching the live broadcast. Now, he was 100% sure that all these things were arranged by the evil spirits. There were no coincidences in the world. There were only the careful arrangements of the evil spirits. Xiongjia kept his head down. These evil spirits didn't care about him, and he didn't dare to move. There's another skill that I prepared especially for you. Tinker placed his hand on Jiang Che's palm. The moment Jiang Che and her palms pressed together, he only felt a warm current flow out of his palm and spread to his body. Unlike the absorption of those skills, this one made him feel warm. Descent. Evil spirits take the human body as their lodging and descend upon it. Using power beyond the strength of the body will cause varying degrees of damage to the body. It was said to be a descent, but it was more like a parasite of the powerful. Jiang Che looked at his palm, and a circle quickly faded into his flesh and disappeared. She smiled and stared at Jiang Che. If it was an ordinary human, I'm afraid that the first moment she saw the description of this skill, she would have started to fall into a panic because this skill didn't look good. At the moment of getting the skill, one's body could become a vessel for evil spirits to host at any time. In that case, can't you come to me at any time? Jiang Che's eyes were glowing when he saw Tinker descend into his body. Looking at the anticipation in his eyes, Tinker shook his head. I wouldn't have come if you weren't in danger. Jiang Che's eyes dimmed as he looked at the mark on his palm that had disappeared. No one knew what he was thinking. Tinkerbell saw this glum look on his face and thought he was missing himself, cupping his cheeks and looking earnestly into his eyes. The descent is costly. It will cause irreversible damage to your body. If Jiang Che hadn't encountered a danger that she couldn't avoid, she would never have descended. Any injuries from the outside world were easily healed, but the damage brought to the body by the descent was much more costly to repair. I won't be in danger. Jiang Che earnestly returned. If me being in danger will also put you in danger, then I won't let myself be in danger. Good. When you go out, you'll meddle well and then make money to support your family. We'll find a chance to come out to see you. Ding Ding narrowed her eyes and smiled lightly. It's not like she's asking Jiang Che to become a top hero, as long as she's well and safe by her side. It's good. Ah Hua, who was beside the 2 of them, had a lurch in her body. She had thought that Jiang Che had said that he didn't want to descend because he was afraid that his body would be damaged. She was about to scoff and say that this was also a selfish human who was thinking of himself, but the human's next words instantly left her a bit at a loss for words. Enjoined descended into Jiang Che's body to fight with his body, and the damage Jiang Che suffered would surely be damaging to himself as well. Tinker gave this skill and she just didn't approve of it, because the lords on the side are parasitic, damaging the human body to complete the descent. But Tinker here takes most of the damage of his own accord. What fell on Jiang Che was just something that couldn't be shared. He said that he would not be in danger and would not have to sting to descend upon himself. Hua read the longing and reluctance in the emotions, and also read the sincerity in Jiang Che's words, that it wasn't his own injury he was afraid of. If you use a third-party novel app or a variety of browser plugins to open this site may lead to the display of the contents of the disorder. Please try to use a mainstream browser to visit this site later. Thank you for your support. Hannah felt like she understood why people liked him so much. Hua was still in a daze when she heard Jin's voice. Hua, hurry up and bring out everything you've prepared. Tinker looked at Hua beside her. She had her prepare a shield, and a skill, not an illusion, but sort of a product of compulsion. A fruit born by Flora that could increase her charisma. Once Jiang Che ate it, then no matter if it was a human or an evil spirit, it would involuntarily develop a favorable feeling towards Jiang Che. This good feeling wasn't enough to compel people's hearts, but it could reduce Jiang Che's hostility in everyone's mind. There's no overpowering favoritism, only a soothing first look over. Tinker was well aware that in this day and age, an object that one could not help liking at a glance would instead make the heart wary. All the world's emotions had a source, and it was good feelings for no reason that were the most treacherous. What goes around comes around. So a dragonfly is excellent, and a shallow favor is the best. Without slowing down, Flora touched a fruit, and a petal. Eat the fruit, the petals will be embedded inside your body for you later. Tinkerbell handed the fruit to Jiang Che. From a distance, Xiong Jia looked at the fruit in Tinker's hand, purple and in the shape of a crescent moon. Just by raising his eyes and glancing at it, the desire to snatch it back for himself was born in his heart. He hastily bowed his head, fearful that his master might learn what he had just been thinking. Xiong Jia looked at the toe of his shoe, and all he could think about was what that fruit looked like, which was also a good thing carrot. Since he stood here with Jiang Che, he was like a stake in the ground, watching Jiang Che receive treasure after treasure and watching the evil spirits surround him with stars. Jiang Che held the fruit without making a move. He always felt that everyone was a bit too eager, and always felt that his family was frantically arranging things for him one after another. He clearly just wanted to spend one last bit of time with them. Che, there isn't much time left. Tinker looked at the fruit in his hand and took that petal while he was thinking. Without any hesitation, she reached out and traced her fingers across Jiang Che's chest. Jiang Che's chest cavity was instantly slit open, and one could see the beating heart inside, as well as the bloody chest cavity that continued to rise and fall with his breathing. Tinkerbell buried the petal into Jiang Che's chest, and with a casual closure, the chest that had just been cut open healed, and a petal had been buried in it. Jiang Che didn't even react before he saw his chest open and close like a zipper. Che, the cutoff has just been made, and in the human side of the view, you have returned, and I believe many have already begun to make their way to the location where you are. You can show up at the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital later, but you can't not show up, and you can't be late. She knew all about it. Buried in your chest is a shield. When you think you have a secret that you can't let others know, just have the thought in your head and the petals will automatically project illusions in your place, shielding you from other people's perceptions. Don't worry about using it. The shield made by Flower is unbreakable by all those live cameras. The humans moved quickly, and she didn't dare to leave Jiang Che a lot of time. With that, she turned her head to look at Xiong Jie. When you guys get out, your task will be to arrange a job for Jiang Che. Other than that, as long as you don't do anything unfavorable to Che, I won't care about you. She didn't ask much of this slave. Just one thing, to arrange a job for Jiang Che and not to do anything unfavorable to him. The rest of the time, she wouldn't care about the human. She didn't want Jiang Che to get caught up in all those human strife, and only wanted him to work part-time and earn a little money in peace and quiet. My lord, I know. Xiong Jia bowed his head and returned. This is for you. Flora looked at the exit that was displayed in front of the two men. Knowing that Tinker was going to send someone away immediately, she casually threw her hand, and purple crystals appeared in Jiang Che's as well as Xiong Jie's hands. 1 in Xiong Jie's hand and 3 in Jiang Che's. Hua, this is too valuable. This is your life essence. She looked at the items in Jiang Che and Xiong Jie's hands. She was wishing Jiang Che well, hoping that Jiang Che would be fine, but not to the detriment of her best friend. If you are injured afterward, if you don't die immediately, swallowing this crystal will temporarily save your lives. Hua snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body, the one-person tall cannibal flower projection disappeared. Xiong Jia looked at the crystals in his hand and his entire body froze. He hadn't thought that he could still have a treasure, and if it was true what the flower said, this could clearly be his second life. Jiang Che turned his head to look at the huge flower outside. Thank you, Jin's good sister. You're such a good flower. Hua sensed everything below. She didn't know how to explain to Jiang Che and the others. Right now Jiang Che and Xiong Jie's physical state was very poor, as the two were shielded from pain by her using illusion techniques. Once the two left the copy, the pain and also the wounds would show. The injuries of the two people just now were too heavy for ordinary humans to withstand, and if they didn't give this crystallization themselves, they would die immediately once they were out of the illusion to shield themselves from the pain. Daddy! Hug! Tuan Tuan reluctantly jumped onto Jiang Che. Think of me and Mom when you can't see Tuan Tuan. Remember to contact us every day. Tuan Tuan buried his head inside Jiang Che's collar. I'll miss you guys every day. Every day. Every day. Jiang Che put Tuan Tuan down and hugged Tinkerbell with a choked voice. Son, if anyone bullies you, you will write down the name and wait for the next time we come to find you. Then we will help you clear these things. Blood Slaughter looked at the bright exit. He tilted his head. An evil spirit of his own was actually feeling the parting? Dad! Don't worry. I'll metal up and won't let anyone bully me. Jiang Che turned around and spoke seriously. Whoever told you to metal up? Whoever bullied you? You bully back. We'll back you up. The blood-clothed nurse couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Che hugged them one by one, his eyes becoming red and swollen. Backing was a word he had never heard in all his years of life. Xiong just stared blankly at this scene. He felt that this scene was too dreamy. He was like an outsider who was watching a family's parting sentimentality. Warmth? The word popped up and he was startled. They seemed like a real family. A flesh and blood family. Not that evil spirit that kills. Are the emotions of evil spirits real? Was the evil spirit really treating him like a child? Or was Jiang Che actually a true evil spirit lurking in human society? Xiong Jie's brain was messy and mixed up. Just as he was thinking, he saw Blood Slaughter staring towards him, and a blood-colored bone whistle fell into his hands. Take good care of him. You won't be short of benefits in the future. I'm missing a chapter today, and I went to work overtime on Saturday, so I'm too tired. So I'll make it up to you with 5 chapters on Sunday. Staring at the blood-colored bone whistle in his hand, Xiong Jia was at a bit of a loss for words. Just after getting into the hand, the brain got the corresponding information material of this bone whistle. Bone whistle, the person using it has an extra chance to use it, and the piercing sound of the whistle can cut through the cerebral membranes of targets within range. Creatures without brains are not counted. Xiong Jia didn't even need to identify the quality of this bone whistle. He was a bit of a wimp and didn't have many props on him, but he knew something about the various types of copy props. The quality of this thing would definitely be called golden if it was evaluated by human standards. Props are also rated simply for damage, attack range, attack groups, usage limitations, and other combined stats. After seeing the string description, Xiong Jia also understood why she didn't give this to Jiang Che. That's something that will keep you alive twice, and I want you to stand in his way when it's needed. What if the moment you are about to touch hope, the exit is taken away? Xiong Jia counted and realized that he had gained too much from this trip. He was contented enough to not dare to shudder at the chance of first place now. If a survivalist really touches the escape port of a SSS level copy, the escape port will definitely close a second before they touch it. The head, for any creature, is a very important organ. Creatures without brains are not counted. Xiong Jia directly ignored this article. A familiar beep sounded in his head. Survival channel has been opened, requesting survivors to escape as soon as possible. Master, I will take good care of him. Xiong Jia knelt down and bowed his head to show his sincerity. Bear J was shaking his head violently and Tuan was glaring at him hard. You go first. I still have something to tell him. Tinkerbell finally touched Jiang Che's face, pushed his back, and sent him towards the door. I don't want you to give me any human secrets. Your job is to take good care of him. Tinker looked at Bear J, who was following him. No wonder this exit, which opens wherever you want and whenever you want, is just a prop? Xiong Jia felt that he had touched one of the deepest hidden secrets. Xiong Jia looked at the exit in front of him and reached out to touch it, as if he could feel the blaze of light. Go! Tinkerbell patted Jiang Che's head. When I think of other SSS level copies, those escape ports are brightly displayed and the escapees try to rush in that direction to frantically survive. Each death shatters a mirror to counteract the damage, and each resurrection halves the body's status. Tinker took out the crystal ball in his hand, and with a thought, the crystal ball transformed into a door of light and landed beside the two. Jiang Che didn't know what was going on here, didn't he? How can he protect Dad when he's so weak? Xiong Jie's expression didn't dare to change in any way, but inside he was turning over. You didn't mean it. Che won't blame you. Tinkerbell patted her flowery head. Go on. Tinker made a beeline to the side. The thought of it amused him. Jiang Che said and made a place towards the side, allowing Xiong Jie to go out first. Now that I think about it, copy number 9 is the most gung-ho copy ever. Watching Jiang Che go out smoothly, Xiong Jie also breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't looking for first place. As long as Jiang Che went out smoothly, he wouldn't be left behind. So that's true for copy 9. And the rest of the SSSS-rated copies? This time, the wounds on Jiang Che and Xiong Jie were about to be discovered. Without saying a word, She hugged Tinkerbell close to her. One of the most valuable features in this is an extra chance to use it. Honey, I'll try to reunite our family. Seeing the figures of the two disappearing in front of them, Tuan came over and pulled in Tinkerbell's coat. Mother-sama, are you really not going to transform this human? Humans have analyzed this, saying it's an escape, but more like getting a copy of the origin energy to make themselves stronger. He'll live this time. Get out. Get these props, and a drop of life crystals. I just hurt him by mistake. Ah Hua quickly explained her behavior, stating that she only did it because she was afraid that Tinkerbell would be compelled by a human illusionist. Jiang Che nodded as he looked at Xiong Jia by his side. Uncle, let's go. After you. Although he hadn't really utilized it yet, but as far as the information materials he had gotten so far, it was a prop of a group attack nature, and it could even specify the target of the attack, not an indiscriminate attack. Yeah, this kid. I even gave him something inexplicable at the time, and I don't know if he had diarrhea. Silly boy. Blood Slaughter came over and looked at the door of light. The blinding light turned a little bit into a crystal ball and back into Tinker's hand. Ordinary level humans have limited blue bar. Using props will consume energy. The number of active props is usually 2. More than this number is overdraft life. He hadn't thought that the escape hatch that the crowd had been chasing was just a prop that the other party was playing with in their hands. That's real desperation, isn't it? Because these props have side effects on humans. This would mean that the exit of the low intermediate copy was not in the hands of the evil spirit's control. Everyone used to say that copy 9 was the most desperate when you couldn't find a survival exit. Come here everyone. I want to show you something. Tinker waved to the crowd. Protect yourself. Tinker looked at Jiang Che who disappeared into the light door. With that, Tinkerbell handed him a mirror. Xiong Jia watched as the crystal ball in his master's hand suddenly changed and the door of light came into being. And now, this extra number of times, in addition to being a life-preserving killing move, it was also a sharp tool for him to take people by surprise, only to see the crystal ball suddenly turn into a huge light screen, which was actually a live broadcast footage dominated by Xiong Jia's point of view. He didn't even believe that a hallowed SSS level copy couldn't control the escape port in his own hands. Counting on the fact that no one has escaped from the SSS level copies for the time being, the low and intermediate level copies have already had escapees fleeing from them. I know. Tinker pulled at the branches of her flowery body. That advanced copy with those exits on display. I almost strangled my dad then too. Look at the damage again. A direct attack on the target's brain. There might be some evil spirits that didn't have a brain, but that wasn't even a problem for him. Nonetheless, he had been quite content. She sensed something was wrong when Ahua gave the life essence, and especially gave it back to the Xiong Jie kid. The moment Ahua saw the curtain of light from the side, her heart instantly stuttered. Envy. I'm sorry. That stupid kid needs to grow up too. For each copy, the first one to escape is rewarded with a huge prize, and subsequent survivors who escape again are rewarded. But rarely. Xiong Jie took the mirror. It was a hand mirror, double-sided. Ahua looked at them and graciously admitted her previous faults. She had thought that it was all because Jiang Che was able to be with these evil spirits. It was all because of all kinds of kinship compulsion. But it was found that these were crises that Jiang Che had personally experienced. Won't he hold a grudge for that? Hannah froze. He thought humans were a very complex creature, holding grudges. Others do, but not Dad. Tuan hemmed and hawed. She admitted that the humans she had come into contact with were complicated, but Jiang Che was different. Jiang Che was so much purer than them. Flower admitted to apologizing, and a few evil spirits didn't care. Moreover, Ahua also gave precious recovery materials, and in the future, they were all family, so it wasn't even a big deal to be able to admit mistakes in time. Ahua didn't dare to look at the screen, because in the picture, the illusion attached to Xiong Jie disappeared the first moment he left. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. This was what she wanted Jiang Che to learn, that what was on her body only had its value if she used it. Jiang Che looked at the state of his body, and he immediately knew that what he experienced before meeting his wife was not an illusion, but something real. The thought that his wife hadn't seen him hurt made him a little glad again. Sure enough, just after putting it in his mouth, the broken flow spread from his mouth to his whole body, and the corroded bones began to turn white and started to repair. His body was corroded so badly that his entire body even collapsed to the ground in an instant. In agony. In just an instant, Xiong Jie's miserable scream resounded throughout the Red Pearl Mental Hospital. I'm afraid it's back to the time when I was once alone. Ahua snapped his head in embarrassment. It's true that it's a bit serious, but I gave him life essence, and now he can recover instantly after eating it. But just as he got closer, he realized that the nurse lady behind him had disappeared, and the tutorial video was still playing continuously on the tablet in front of her. There are no base stations or networks in there, and cell phones are useless to bring in. From the time he swallowed the purple life essence to the time his body was repaired, it took less than 3 minutes. On one side of the counter, there were still voices of talking coming continuously. Jiang Che wanted to go over, and just when he wanted to take 2 steps, he felt the pain on the surface of his feet poking straight to his heart. Xiong Jie collapsed to the ground as he looked at Jiang Che, who was walking towards him, his body twitching. Everything looked weird and scary, but Jiang Che felt that it was very cozy. Jiang Che was a bit lost in thought because he hadn't seen a single person since he came back. As soon as he came out, he felt for his cell phone. He remembered the 3 life essences that Ahua had given him and took one without any hesitation. The moment he fell into reality, Jiang Che saw the pits on his skin, some of which had corroded to the bones, dehydrating the white bones and turning them black. Illusions such as these spells had the restriction of casting distance from the object, and the distance between the replica and the human world was enough to unlock this layer of restriction. Jiang Che just walked quickly to Xiong Jie's side. He remembered that Xiong Jie's essence was in his pocket. In a few seconds, he could tell that the injuries he was carrying would soon be life-threatening if he didn't treat them. The background is still the same as the blood slaughterhouse, with the blood stains on the floor and the weapons hanging on the walls or the blood-rusted knives on the table. Tuan Tuan was anxiously about to establish a connection with Jiang Che, but was stopped by Tinker. He looked at the empty Red Pearl Asylum. Back again. It was not as lively as it had been before. Tuan nodded, restraining himself from wanting to contact Jiang Che. The corrosive surface was still eating away at the intact skin around it, and the pain came and went straight to the heart. Aha! It's life that counts. Jiang Che felt the connection between his mind and Tuan Tuan. That connection was still there. He could initiate the connection at any time. As soon as he threw the cell phone beside him to Jiang Che, just this one action took all of his strength. It was as if he was the only one left in this world, and Xiong Jie was not with him. When he encounters danger, he has to learn how to solve it, how to deal with the current situation, and also, it's for him to learn to use the materials he has on him as well as the props. It was impossible for them to follow Jiang Che around all the time to give him tips. Jiang Che returned to reality one step ahead of Xiong Jie, and the moment he stepped into reality, the illusion on his body was lifted. At all times, items and props, no matter how precious, can only be placed in second place. Although there is electricity can also do a lot of things, but human beings have a common perception that technology is their most valuable thing. Cannot bring products such as cell phones into the copy? Cannot let the evil spirits because of these things to understand human beings. Jiang Che's thoughts began to sink. In his mind there was a family photo of his family. Before it was covered with chaotic black shadows. Now the figures on it were incredibly clear. The physical pain is also increasing. As he was fuming, he heard Bear Jay's hiss from a direction not far away. Your own home is like that. It's not time for danger yet. He excitedly headed in that direction, and just as he approached, he saw Xiong Jie collapsed on the ground in pain, wailing continuously. No, no. Xiong Jie shook his head vigorously. It's just a small injury. I'll just call an ambulance. In that moment just now, his greatest fear was that what had happened before was all a dream. He laughed miserably as he looked at Jiang Che, who clearly had the same injury as him. This isn't just any stomach acid. It won't clear up so easily. I'm glad I didn't worry my family. It just so happens that it's not a crisis of certain death right now, and it's not in danger. Casually, he touched the familiar object. Eat this. You'll be fine. Young master, call an ambulance, call an ambulance. Xiong Jie said and fumbled for his cell phone on the side. He didn't take it with him when he left. The pain from before disappeared like a dream. Hearing the sound of talking behind the counter, Jiang Che quickly walked over. He wanted to thank the nurse lady who let him enter the copy to look for his family before. If it wasn't for her, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to find his family yet. It's just a little painful because the body is corrupted, and it can kill you if you never get good treatment. The holes in the body were also growing fresh sprouts of pink flesh at a rate visible to the naked eye. The former noisy patients had disappeared, the swirls in the sky had vanished, and the noisy tycoons next door were silent. Mommy, Daddy is so smart. Tuan's eyes were glowing as he looked at him intact. Almost no one who enters a copy takes their cell phone with them. Tinker looked at Xiong Jie's perspective and saw Jiang Che walking over intact at a glance. At a glance now, the holes corroded by the stomach acid had been repaired, and the new skin took on a crystalline pink color. A new life at first glance. I can't eat that. I'm going to the hospital. A little injury doesn't matter. I'm going to save what I need to save my life. He was different from Jiang Che. He couldn't spare it. He had already come out alive. He was going to try human medical treatment. He wouldn't eat this as a last resort. Jiang Che was silent. This is different. After coming out of the copy, he felt like he had changed, and he didn't know what those changes had happened. He felt that his body had gotten a little stronger. His spirit had become tougher. His 5 senses were sharper than before, and his intuition was better than before. He knew that this had been the first pass reward that everyone was talking about. He could also feel it. This liquid that corrupted them was not ordinary. The physical quality became better, but the corrosion didn't slow down at all, and even the body had no intention of healing itself. So he knew that the liquid was not ordinary, and it was not something that could be cured by ordinary means of treatment. Before Jiang Che could reply, he heard someone's voice coming from outside the mental hospital. Just a moment into his mouth, he felt the pain fading, his skin tickling, the taste of growing flesh and blood. Jiang Che nodded as he looked at the 5 people walking at one end of the forest path. Bear Jay's every move is opaque. When they ask you anything about evil spirits later, just say you don't know. Another thought rose in Xiong Jie's mind, but he soon dismissed it, for he was already his master's slave, and was not at his own disposal in this life. Xiong Jie heard this kid's thanks around him. He is not a child anymore. Naturally, he can distinguish the real or fake in people's eyes. The swirling dark clouds representing the replica disappeared and the weather cleared up. The golden light fell on the two's faces, and Jiang Che's amber eyes glowed with a crystalline light. Jiang Che, Xiong Jie, where are you guys? He didn't care if this human was being used as a skirt by his master or as some kind of tease. The status was not comparable to his own. Why he? Hearing this voice, Tinkerbell and the others instantly laughed. After the arrival of the copies, these descendants counted even harder. Jiang Che's psychiatric status could solve a lot of unnecessary troubles. Jiang Che nodded. He now also knew that his wife's identity was rather special and could not be exposed. Jiang Che still had 2 life essences left, and he took one out of his palm and placed it in Xiong Jie's mouth. Has he always been so? Ah Hua looked at Jiang Che. This human, a little too pure. It should be. Xiong Jie pulled Jiang Che behind himself. When they ask you are talking, usually don't interrupt. And if what I say is different from what you've encountered, just say you don't know. You tell us instead. How exactly did you come out alive in the end? The brothers are really too curious. You. Bear Jay looked at the man in front of him, who had been called mentally ill. What a psychopath. Before the copies came, all those boys had in their eyes was money, and how to figure out how to get more of it, and the family fortune. The Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital was built in the mountains with so many benefits, isolated and cheap. Tinker nodded as she turned to leave. She still had her own things to do and wouldn't be circling around Jiang Che, as long as she knew that Jiang Che was safe. Xiong Jie completely speculated Jiang Che's with a normal human mind, because if it was him, he had one that he would now keep and not use, and he had 2 that he would still keep and not use. So, what is Jiang Che for? Xiong Jie's head was spinning and he forgot to say thank you for a moment. How could you deserve a thank you when it was obvious that as a traitor, you were supposed to keep secrets? Moreover, what overwhelmed him the most was that Jiang Che hadn't held a favor against him karma just because he had given him a grain of life essence earlier. This watch, you take it. Count it as Uncle's meeting gift. Without hesitation, he took out the replica props watch on his wrist that he had spent a lot of money on and placed it in Jiang Che's hand. As Tinker Bell side-watched Jiang Che and Xiong Jie's interaction, Tinker Bell spoke. That's why I don't want him to be like this. Luckily, they came out fast. And luckily, the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital was big enough that both he and Jiang Che were already out by the time they arrived. He didn't know how to say Jiang Che, and you didn't have words to spit out after half a day. The light screen was placed here by her, making it convenient for Bloodslaughter and the others to come and take a look anytime they wanted Jiang Che. He thought that the current Jiang Che should want to hear this the most. Xiong Jie's physical state was instantly restored, and Jiang Che didn't let him return a single grain of life essence. Otherwise, if they waited until they had rummaged through the entire Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital without finding Jiang Che and Xiong Jie, and then they appeared out of thin air, then it would be unreasonable to say anything. He felt the sincerity in Jiang Che's eyes and couldn't help a warm current flashing through his heart. He opened his mouth, and the only words that finally came out were, "After a while, Uncle will arrange a job for you." Is it buying people's hearts? The breeze gently brushed across their faces, and the air was laced with the scent of fresh flowers. Tinker and the others looked at the curtain, which had images from Bear Jay's point of view, as well as off-screen audio of Bear Jay's mental activities. Xiong Jie was once again certain that the evil spirit was truly thinking about Jiang Che. There was no point in Jiang Che bribing him. Xiong Jie froze. He knew that Jiang Che had a lot in his hands, plus the fact that Jiang Che was his master's husband. He even less expected, nor dared to think that Jiang Che would share the ones he had in his hands with him. I just want him to pick what he thinks is the best way to save his life when he should be saving more lives. Uncle, you're so nice, Jiang Che said seriously. There were still a lot of things that Jiang Che wanted to learn, and he couldn't do it without Xiong Jie's sincere help in the meantime. Although Jiang Che didn't have this idea, she thought it was a good tactic to buy people's hearts. He just had 10 of them, and he wasn't going to use it to save his life until the hospital said it couldn't be saved. He didn't know how to repay Jiang Che, and the only thing he had to offer was probably this watch. The suburbs are cheap, and the woods outside are towering, with tall, slightly overhanging giant trees as far as the eye can see towards the wall. The air here was completely different from the copy. The grass and trees scent was very strong, especially coming back from the copy of this place. The slightest attention was distracted by the smell in the air, but Xiong Jia didn't think that he would swallow the one that belonged to him until he had to die. Hey, Boss Bear, I didn't think that within this batch of people, it was you who was alive. The voice was the first to come before the visitor arrived. Say no even if you can't get it. Bear J whispered a command. Leave the rest of the answers to me. Over here, Bear J responded loudly. Knowing that it was some of the people from outside who had come to check on the survivors, the visitor called both of their names with precision. At his age, he didn't have a son, but he had a few descendants around Jiang Che's age, because he doesn't know that in Che's place, he's Uncle Xiong Ah, not some slave. Ding Ding didn't blame Jiang Che for giving something to Xiong Jia. We're not the only ones who are curious. The whole world is curious. Copy 9 first pass. Or you could say SSS copy first pass, and with a psychotic first pass. The visitor's gaze was lingering, and Jiang Che felt like he had a feeling that his entire body was being seen through just by glancing at the visitor. The gazes of the few people who spoke landed on Jiang Che behind him. This kid's luck is really fierce. Just like being hung up. Cough. This kid has a brain problem. If we have any questions, you guys just ask me. I'll say whatever I know. Xiong Jia took a step forward to block their eyes from staring at Jiang Che. Of course, as you know, the experiences you have spoken of have the potential to help untold numbers of humans survive in their copies. The man who spoke walked off to the side of the room carrying a black box. Right here, Mr. Bear. You know, normal procedure. With that he took a computer out of the black box along with a video camera and started setting it up in front of the table. Jiang Che noticed that the clothes of these few humans and also the boxes had a winged tiger printed on them. To a human, skill book is an expression that harbors a skill, whether the item is a sphere or paper aka an animal. But in Jiang Che's case, these things are just a gift from his family. A ball. He pointed to the man who was setting up the cameras and asked, "What's he doing?" A few of the flying tigers looked at each other, then sighed. "What skill book?" Jiang Che froze, the ignorance on his face not looking like a fake. The moment he felt the rhythm of his heartbeat all being controlled, he once again felt that even though there was a human society across the copies, his life was still controlled to death. He explained to Jiang Che in a low voice, "This is one of our survivor organizations, called Flying Tiger. Little brother, you'll answer whatever we ask later." The person who had spoken also glanced at Jiang Che and barked with a smile. "Right, what did you get with that skill book?" Those people at the mental hospital, they didn't tell these patients anything about spooky and replicas, because he never thought he would be the one to share the experience either. The predecessor was a live broadcasting platform. The latter got a live prop in the copy, and directly transformed to live broadcasting exclusively for survivors. They will cover the scope of the whole human race, and it's only a credit to their platform that we were live broadcasted before. Xiong Jia couldn't help but want to laugh. He really did know that Jiang Che didn't understand much of the human knowledge about weird copies, even though he had already said a lot about it. First case, SSS class copy escapee, but regardless of the organization, all have the same goal, which is to bring humanity to life. Feel free to answer. Without saying a word, Tinker took control of Xiong Jia's heartbeat, blood flow rate, and all other manifestations that could be detected by the lying tester. "Of course I don't mind. It's just that Mr. Xiong has picked up a treasure this time." The man who set up the camera had an envious smile on his face. "I watched the whole thing with this kid. His luck is absolutely bursting, turning away several times in the middle. I thought he was going to die, but as a result, this kid is still alive. They are all lumped together as skill books. Mr. Xiong is really flattering. If we talk about good organizations, they are everywhere, and we, Flying Tigers, are just doing our part." The first person waved his hand. Between setting up the equipment, Xiong Jia grabbed the time to introduce Jiang Che to the current situation. "I also want to show those few juniors of mine. Don't get a few skills and flaunt them in front of me. I am now, also from the SSS ranked copies, surviving, now within the various survivalist organizations. In terms of strength, the Flying Tiger is the strongest. Almost all of the survivalists want to enter the Flying Tiger. After all, the Flying Tiger is genuinely intending for humanity. It's an absolutely good organization." Xiong Jia was introducing Jiang Che to the current human social form. "Not too much. I also want to contribute to humanity." Xiong Jia hemmed and hawed, but in his mind, he was quickly contacting Tinker. In between questions, he took Jiang Che by surprise and asked about his skills. Jiang Che nodded with seeming understanding. "Master, there's going to be a lying test later. and I need you to help us. Lying tester. Although this thing could be avoided by many people, he didn't feel that he was one of the people who could avoid the lying tester. He also made it clear that as long as he could invite Jiang Che to move, then he wouldn't stop it. Since Creepy Descent, humanity has had several survivor organizations, with the lead leaders being human masters. The questioner's breath stuttered and he scratched his head. He especially wanted to say, "Brother, I've seen you touch 2 skills from the swamp, and you're still stranding me here playing dumb." Several people looked at each other and immediately knew that this kid might have been bribed by Xiong Jia. As the owner of Bear J, she easily did such small things. Xiong Jia's eyes dimmed. He also had a pass reward and his physical quality had grown. It just wasn't as terrifying as Jiang Che's. "I'm sorry, this little brother of mine. He's probably really lucky." Xiong Jia replied on Jiang Che's behalf. "I've actually asked a lot, and he really doesn't know." Bear J stretched out his fingers and pointed to his head in a spread eagle gesture. But again, Jiang Che acted like he really didn't know what he was talking about. "Bear J looked like you guys were going to live stream me. You guys can just ask me later. This is my first time on TV." Xiong Jia rubbed his hands. There was hard to hide the excitement in his eyes. It was obvious that he really wanted to go on the air to popularize his survival knowledge. "It's lucky that this stupid kid survived and doesn't know anything." Xiong Jia spread his hands. "I'm helpless too." Xiong Jia watched his movements without changing his face. A process he did know. Open a live broadcast and let the survivalist share his experience for everyone. Xiong Jia's face did not change. He had seen many live broadcasts before, but he had never felt such a great sense of oppression. "There's no such thing as a treasure. He saved me, and to be honest I won't even let him go into danger in the future." Xiong Jia waved his hand. "If you guys want to cultivate, you can invite him. Of course, I'm also considered his guardian now. As long as the conditions are decent, I'm happy for my little brother to have a better future." Xiong Jia smiled and talked back and forth with a few people. "I'll introduce my little brother. After all, he saved my life. I'm sure I'll take him with me from now on. He's got a brain problem. He didn't even know about all this before. Do you all mind? There's something really wrong with your brain. If Mr. Bear can escape alive from a SSS ranked copy, there must be something about us that's too good to share. It's not too much to ask, is it?" I wanted to ask Jiang Che a little something while he hadn't been instructed to educate himself by Xiong Jia, but who knew that this kid really didn't know a thing? For example, scale book. This term seemed unfamiliar to Jiang Che. Flying tigers. Few people suddenly felt a headache. Said Jiang Che because of luck. "You Xiong Jia slept in the basement and somehow came out alive. Don't you have a little bit of shit luck? Don't you have any idea? Ask for something? There's a shitload of experience." He just wanted to get up there and show off. 2 people alive this time. Hard to review. A few of the flying tigers were on the verge of spitting out their entire lives with just a few eye exchanges. Xiong Jia naturally saw the group's eye contact, but he didn't care. "But don't tell me, he really does have a big secret, but he can't tell it. Traveling back in time is a boon, but only for a second. Hello everyone, I'm Fan Ben, the lead one, a member of the Flying Tigers, was first on camera. I will be hosting this broadcast for you all." The scent of that life essence was too strong. Fan Ben glanced at the text of the pop-ups, most of which were thinking the same thing as them. "Luck impossible. The more I hear about it, the more I really think that's what's going on. I finally thought that the 2 of them were eaten, but I didn't think that they really survived. But just to be clear, even though we have 2 left, people don't come and fight this." He held up that watch, and a number of people's minds conjured up images of him being punked earlier. If it's not in the right place at the right time, it simply won't be able to fulfill its value. The audience was already in place, and the teaser had been released before Flying Tiger departed. And at this time, just after the broadcast, the live broadcast room had gathered countless viewers. Gifts and stuff are going crazy too. What experience can such a person share? Although we came late, we still found the survivors of this time. If possible, later on I would like to give you 2 a physical test to see how your physical fitness has been improved from the SSS ranked copy clearance. Fan Ben turned his body sideways, and the person who was controlling the camera also directed the image at Jiang Che, who was sitting on the side, as well as Xiong Jia. The world is also 2 upside down. He could sense it, and there was really one on Jiang Che and Xiong Jia. This is really the lucky one, isn't it? I thought that Psycho was lucky before, but now I see that Xiong Jia's luck is tops. Showing off was fine for this live broadcast. He had wanted to show off a wave. The thing was particularly attractive, and the breath of life was very strong. Bear J began to state his moment in the monster's mouth. Bear J made it up in a way that didn't make sense, but it all made so much sense. "Shouldn't a prop this strong stay? You guys know, this kid saved my life." Xiong Jia's face didn't change. "I'm sorry we're late because we really didn't expect anyone to make it out alive and didn't go out early. Van Ben said with tongue-in-cheek humor, prompting a burst of laughter from the pop-ups. As you know, you can take things with you when you enter a copy, and when you exit a copy, you can also take the touched. Are these two? Van Ben took a deep breath. He felt like he was about to go crazy. Very cockamamie stuff. The difference between 1 hit and 2 hits for evil spirits. Zhang Che and I have 1 in each hand, and we each gouged 2. Fan Ben listened to Xiong Jie's words, and the more he heard, the more outrageous they became. Human beings, even at this point in time, have not gotten away from money. Rather, money is something that has become more and more important. Sometimes luck is really important. You also make a stand, he said, poking Zhang Che at his side. I won't give it to anyone else even if I die. Compared to Zhang Che's secret, it couldn't even splash a little. Coming out and eating one before recovering. It also sidesteps the fact that the life energy contained in this crystal is really strong. Xiong Jie did not mince words as he pulled out the life essence from his pocket. A second is only enough time for its mouth to go from closed to slightly open. But it's enough time for the two of us to come across the exit. Even if there is something in the monster's mouth, it's not that easy to snap, is it? They all know about that Bear J prop. It's really just chicken shit. The main thing is that the polygraph next to it didn't actually call. It's hard to believe that this is a master. Of course it's not that easy. Xiong Jie took a deep breath before taking Zhang Che's hand beside him. I think everyone knows, many people know, that I was pitched a wave before. Zhang Che also pulled one out of his pocket at his gesture. You know, you won't even give it away if you spell it out. You won't even give it away if you eat it and waste it. He deadpans to the camera. Both of the flying tigers wanted to yell out a curse of grass. Yes, we didn't think anyone was alive either. A 1-second flashback allows you to go back 1 second in time. This time, everyone was silent. I'm really convinced. So many people live too absolutely impossible to survive. The live broadcast camera was quickly set up, and the 5 members of Flying Tigers group, as well as Zhang Che and Xiong Jie, appeared in the live broadcast camera. He couldn't help but laugh at the fact that the 2 dumbest people in the minds of several of the Flying Tigers were harboring the biggest secret. You know, the moment we swallowed it, we saw the creature's mouth full of crystals. Actually, in that instant, Zhang Che and I were swallowed. Xiong Jie didn't say anything about his last-second touch or anything. He knew that this answer was too unrealistic and false. His words immediately amused the audience. And, after Xiong Jie finished his giddy speech, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone thought right, it was swallowed. But it turned out that the thing, as I saw it, was very attractive. So the boy and I picked 2 each. Then I used backtracking, but on this monster. But compared to the secrets on Zhang Che's body, the little he knew was simply too small to be true. That's it. You're such a strong watch. Why did you just give it away? Fan Ben pointed to Zhang Che's wrist. No, such a strong operation with such a trashy prop? It's just touching a little bit of saliva from the monster's mouth that's corroding it. But it's not like we didn't suffer a little bit in the monster's mouth. We got hurt pretty bad and came out almost dead. Bear J said, holding out his own hand. The surface of his skin was traces of newborn flesh and blood. I'd like to ask both of you how you survived the last moment. Van Ben's question was straightforward. And he wasn't going to ask anything unnecessary like height and weight and hobbies. That wasn't what the audience wanted to see. The ability to go back in time with the watch is so powerful that I thought it would be just right to give it to him. He let out a secret sigh. Because he really couldn't use this watch. But putting it in Zhang Che's hands might be useful in the future. Who told him to have an evil spirit wife? Van Ben took a deep breath. The old fox. Trading a useless prop for Zhang Che's trust. He was now convinced that he really couldn't dig Zhang Che out. This old fox was definitely after the remaining life essence in Zhang Che's hand. Xiong Jie and Zhang Che each had another life essence in their hands, the size of a fingernail cap, which emitted a purple flash just as it was taken out. The scent of life energy was very enticing. Fan Ben saw the newborn flesh and blood on Zhang Che as well as Xiong Jie, and there were traces of pinkish-white newborn tender flesh all over his skin, large and extensive. Such new skin will gradually blend in with the surrounding skin color in a short time, when the slightest difference can no longer be seen. Is that liquid corrosive? Do you have to eat this? Fan Ben looked at Zhang Che, meaning for him to answer. Xiong Jie didn't interrupt when he saw them asking questions at Zhang Che. In fact, he'd like to keep the thing. What with the skin restoration, the looks restoration, they were all trails to Bear J. In this day and age, who cares if his appearance is corrupted? All he knows is that as long as he finds a way to leave this behind, it's a chance to save his life. He was different from Zhang Che, who had 3, and perhaps more in the future. But he's just 1. What was most unexpected was that Zhang Che had given him one of his own. He had just made up the lie that he and Zhang Che manhandled 2 and used one. Xiong Jie leisurely looked at Zhang Che, who was disliked by the microphone, and the light under his eyes became deep. This maneuver of Zhang Che's actually made this matter reasonable. At first he hadn't expected the visitor to have a sense of the life essence hidden in the two. After all, before today, he was just a regular guy there's a prop table for regular people. He had never really, so close to these survivalists who had passed many times. He knew about the Flying Tigers as an organization and had heard about their organizational structure. It takes 3 or more escapes from the duplicate to qualify for the position of squad leader. So, Van Buren, the man, passed at least 3 times, regardless of the level of the replica. It was not something that ordinary humans could clear. Being able to complete 3 copies alive was enough to show that the person was tough in every way. When he said that there was one more with Jiang Che and one more, he saw Fan Ben frown and then nod. Xiong wasn't a fledgling kid like Jiang Che. And although he didn't know much about those survivalists who had lived many times, he could guess something. Jiang Che didn't have any props to hide his energy breath on him. The aura of purple life essence was so strong that it couldn't be hidden at all. If Jiang Che had 2 more on him, he wouldn't even know how to explain it to these people in front of him, explaining that why did the psychopath have more life-preserving essences on him than he did on himself. If Jiang Che hadn't given himself that essence to use, he wouldn't be able to part with his own one right now. If he assumed that he wouldn't die without using life essence, there was no way for him to explain how he would explain to the Flying Tiger squad after they came to explain the patchy wounds on his body as well as the intactness of Jiang Che's body. But after Jiang Che had given him one, there was now one for each person. Everything makes sense. He didn't move and glanced in Jiang Che's direction, and Jiang Che, who was disliked by the microphone, was a bit overwhelmed as he turned his gaze to look at himself. Bear J nodded at him. That liquid is really powerful. I can feel that the wound has been expanding since we came out. The corrosive liquid remaining on the surface of the body has not disappeared but is spreading. If we don't treat it in time then we will die soon. Jiang Che replied seriously. He really seemed to have analyzed it all. Xiong Jie's expression didn't change when he heard his words, but his heart was shaken. He was also wondering how Jiang Che's physical qualities would change after he came out of the copy. Now it does seem to be too much more enhanced than it is. At least, he didn't have that perception. Fan Ben couldn't help but frown when he heard Jiang Che's reply. He was beginning to wonder if there was something wrong with this kid's brain. As expected, Fan Ben glanced at the pop-ups, which also began to question Jiang Che. Isn't it a good idea to have a brain problem? I see him answering the questions very clearly. I don't see any brain problem at all. Torture. Torture again. Is this man pretending? You're playing dumb when you say skill books, but you're thinking clearly when you ask about the rest, right? Xiong Jia also saw the pop-ups, but he didn't care, because this kid has a real problem with his brain, but not his intellect. It was only after he came into contact with Jiang Che that he deeply understood the idea that mental illness wasn't retardation. Only that, unfortunately, many people equated it. Van Ben was deep in thought and couldn't help but reach out and tap the polygraph next to him. Broken? Xiao Qin. I just saw a water fountain next to me. Go get me a glass of water. He was feeling a bit tired. Alright, Team Fan. Xiao Qin immediately responded. I have a question. Hearing the two speak, Jiang Che raised his hand. What? I've never understood that. Isn't that discharging water? Why isn't it called a water dispenser? Jiang Che seriously stated his question. He had asked the hospital staff this question before, but they had ignored him. Now I hear people talking about water fountains, and it jolts me back to this question that has puzzled me for so long. Van Ben's eyes glazed over as the question burned right through his CPU. People should only be called drinking fountains. The one you guys are talking about should be called water dispensers. Jiang Che said seriously. Van Ben looked at the polygraph next to him in horror as he couldn't help but speak. I like men. Hearing his words, the lie detector dripped and screamed frantically. Well, that means the polygraph isn't broken. If the polygraph isn't broken, Fan Ben looked at Jiang Che in horror. So that was really how he understood it. Xiong Jia froze and froze and froze, then saw Jiang Che and nodded vigorously. You're right. It was just one sentence. And the audience felt the helplessness in his voice. This is really hopeless. Xiong Jia, you don't believe me when I tell you he's out of his mind. Listening to his question, I wondered why. 2. Why don't you call the water dispenser? It's broken. And my brain is broken. He should really have no brain problems. Just a water cooler. I can hear him thinking about things. What if the polygraph is really broken? That fan team just really likes men. Van Ben glanced at the pop-up with annoyance. How could he possibly like men? Fan team. Water is. Here. Xiao Qin brought a cup of water and put it in front of Fan Ben. I have another question. Jiang Che raised his hand once again. Ahem. Van Born nearly choked on his throat with a mouthful of water. Then he nodded. You asked. Earlier I heard everyone at the hospital talking about sashimi and raw fish. But raw fish is actually dead fish sliced. Fish sashimi is dead fish sliced. So why isn't life a dead person sliced? This time, Xiong Jia's hands couldn't control the shaking. The polygraph still didn't call, indicating that the doubts in Jiang Che's mind were all real and not mixed with a hint of falsehood. Van Ben took a deep breath as he got up and headed towards the house. Alright brothers, call it a day. He felt it was one of the worst interviews he had ever done, and it was just as well that he couldn't interview anyone with any particular experience. He got himself sidetracked. He now felt like he was the one with the brain problem. Team Fan, there hasn't been a physical test yet, Xiao Qin reminded in a small voice. Fan Ben took a deep breath, then turned towards Jiang Che. Copy. He wasn't sure what he was going to ask, only that he turned his head to look at the audience of the live stream. Does everyone have any questions they want to ask? I can relay questions for everyone. Jiang Che's live broadcast, although he hadn't watched the whole thing, after all, it was the state of the other survivors that was the most appealing during that final period of time. The first time I saw Jiang Che face the escape port without leaving, my heart stopped in anger at him. Although he hadn't watched the whole thing, he knew that the kid had been bumping his luck along the way. A fool's errand is a fool's errand, and it's not the first time the exit has opened in his face. After the series of things that had just happened, he no longer had any desire to ask Jiang Che. Luck is something that can't really be imitated. Ask him what the 2 balls he acquired were, and if he doesn't say, then lead him to say. Hearing the words of the pop-up, Van Ben nodded. Xiong Jia poked his head over and after seeing the pop-up text, he looked disgruntled. Everyone's questions, aren't they a bit too much? Isn't this thing, skills, a life preserver? Even if Jiang Che is a psychopath, he shouldn't be talking about these things right now, right? Xiong Jia frowned. Mr. Xiong, isn't this a contribution to human survival? Fan Ben grinned as he looked at Jiang Che. Can I ask, at that time, when you got the 2 small mud balls in the quagmire, did any hints appear in your head after they arrived? He guided it so well that Jiang Che immediately remembered the 2 small balls his wife had prepared for him, and 2 hints did appear in his head after touching them. He got 2 skills. Jiang Che, no need to say. Xiong Jia snorted coldly. He was not believing that the Flying Tiger Squad's people would dare to use force on them in front of so many people in the live broadcast room. We're sharing how to get this thing. How to get this thing. Not sharing what this thing does. Bear J sneered as he brought his face in front of the camera. One man said that in the future, after all of you have begged for your lives, you won't be able to hide these secrets. The pop-ups were silenced, but Van Ben's expression didn't change in the slightest. He definitely wouldn't push a normal person. But Jiang Che's brain was obviously not normal, so there wouldn't be a problem pushing it. Wasn't Kumar always thinking about him exposing his skills? So it wouldn't be good to save your life if you tried to utilize him in the future? Fan Ben pointed the finger at Xiong Jia. You can also think like this. I'm also fighting for my rights. Now this little brother will believe me. How can I still block the gun for me after exposure? Xiong Jia didn't care. Only he knew in his own heart. Now that he said so, when he encountered danger, he still had to stand in front of Jiang Che. Little brother, you saw it. He's just using you. Fan Ben decisively provoked. Jiang Che listened to their discussion, and also heard the sharp edges that were aimed within. Seeing Van Ben look at him provocatively, he nodded. That means I'm worth something. He's out to follow Uncle Xiong to work. He's only as useful as he is, right? Isn't the purpose of following out to work is to exchange your value for money? Besides, it's Uncle Bear that Mom and Dad introduced him to. Other people would harm themselves. Surely Mom and Dad wouldn't. Uncle Bear told himself he couldn't tell them, so he wouldn't tell these people what the skill was. Xiong Jia looked at his serious expression and cried and laughed a little. He couldn't figure out Jiang Che's brain circuits either. However, he could feel Jiang Che's trust. That's utilization. Ha, Van Ben said, somewhat incredulously. It's only utilized if it has value. Ha, how do you utilize waste? Jiang Che replied rightfully. Hiss, Van Ben took a deep breath. Kid, how about you follow me? I'm sure I'll keep you safe, but you need to contribute when you need to. Following me is certainly more valuable than following him. Fan Ben felt that he had made a very good point. As Xiong Jia listened to him snub Jiang Che, he didn't know why, but he had a strong premonition in his heart. That is, he couldn't fool Jiang Che at all. Then you answer my previous question first. Jiang Che looked at Fan Ben doubtfully. Uncle Xiong was at least introduced by his parents, saying that he would bring himself to make money afterward. Parents' friends, even if they are a little less well off, are reliable. He didn't want to take any shortcuts either. He knew there was still a lot he didn't know, and the main thing now was to keep his feet on the ground. Of course, it would be fine if he was allowed to fuck someone else. First of all, this person has to show that he or she is more capable than Uncle Bear, and only then can he or she convince himself or herself. Xiong Jia slapped his thighs. He couldn't help it at all. This time he really couldn't hold back his laughter. You're not capable. Jiang Che saw him choke on his words and shook his head. It's true that it's more reliable to be introduced by your parents. This instantly gave Fan Ben angry laugh. He all the way to become the captain of the Flying Tiger squad. All the way everyone said is you are too strong. Invincible. In the future the strongest will have you in time. It was a series of words he'd heard too many times. Young, through 3 copies. All of these compliments were well deserved. And it was the first time that Van had ever been told, "You're not capable," because he didn't answer all 3 of his questions. There was another reason why he wanted Jiang Che to follow him, and that was because he also coveted Jiang Che's grain of life essence. Flying Tigers is a formal organization and is under the banner of helping mankind. If every time a seeker came out of a copy, they were the first ones to go get information and grab resources, there would be no one to share the experience after that. And the first thing a seeker would do when they came out of their copy would be to hide. This is not the platform of the organization. He's not in a position to break the rules either. Fei Hu could be messed up or wasted. But he didn't have the qualifications. Test. No more questions. Leave after testing. There's nothing to ask. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to go test the 2. He said several tests in a row, and that he would never take another assignment from the asylum again. Just as he was thinking, a loving and soft female voice came from behind him, and the young girl's footsteps were light. You're right. Raw fish is dead fish sliced. Life is dead slices. And they're the ones who are wrong. The live camera didn't turn, but several people in front of the camera could be seen looking back in the direction of the sound. Jiang Che looked at the visitor, and the first thing he saw was the beautiful black hair and a pair of ebony pupils. The breeze was warm and the young girl wore a loose shirt with a dark green pleated skirt underneath. Long black hair was scattered casually behind her, and her face was fair. When she saw Jiang Che looking over towards her, her brows smiled and she was glowing. What brings you here, miss? Fan Ben spoke respectfully, but he couldn't hide the panic in his eyes. Your name is Qin, isn't it? The young girl didn't look at Fan Ben. Xiao Qin nodded in horror. He couldn't figure out what the lady meant. Starting today, Fan Ben deprived of the position of squad leader. Subsequent promotion strict examination. This mission you take his place. After returning only need to pass the examination is 23 squad leader. Jiang Che looked earnestly at the young girl in front of him, her eyes shining like the sun when she spoke. It was in this somewhat desolate land that there was no way to hide the brilliance and aura in those eyes. Fan Ben lowered his head, the corners of his mouth bitter, but he didn't dare to look the young girl straight in the eyes, and only answered with a low yes. The live feed didn't see what the young girl looked like, but the pop-ups had gone crazy. Miss, it's the missy of the SDU, isn't it? Van Buren forced someone to condescend and was caught in the act. When he forced the conversation, as Bear J said, it did go a little too far. And this kind of secret belongs to everyone. And everyone has their own right whether to keep a secret or not. The young girl just walked quietly to the camera, and Xiongjia pulled Jiang Che back to the side, leaving the camera to the young girl alone. Hello everyone, my name is Flying Tiger. She didn't explain herself, just bowed deeply to the camera. This incident is the fault of Flying Tiger. Please rest assured that Flying Tiger will not force any survivor to share their secrets compulsorily. Our original intention is just to build a better survival platform for everyone to share their experiences, not their secrets. Of course, with things like experience, you all have the right to say no if you feel it's a matter of your privacy. Our aim is mutual benefit, not oppression of your interests. I assure you all, if this kind of thing still happens, it will be dealt with at the top. If there is no monitoring, you can also report it to the Flying Tiger. The Flying Tiger will protect the safety of all the survivors as well as the interests of the survivors. With that, he bowed deeply toward the camera. No one questioned her authority, and from the fact that Fan Ben had just lost his position as a squad leader with a single word, it was clear that she spoke with real authority. Not to mention, the name Flying Tiger alone means everything. Hadn't heard that the founder of Flying Tiger was the young girl in front of her, and from what Fan Ben had just said, it was clear that the founder was her father. Flying Tigers, an organization founded in the name of his own daughter. Of course, the test can be refused, but I don't think the test is damaging to you all, and it will also give you a better idea of your rank status, as well as give you seekers a better understanding of the benefits of passing. Xiongjia nodded, and he recognized the statement. Showing potential and strength is also part of survival in the modern world. I'll go ahead and test, he said and headed towards the instrument for the test. Jiang Che nodded as he looked at Xiongjia's body plastered with various components, and next to him was a TV-sized instrument that was displaying various data. Sure you don't want to consider coming to Flying Tiger? I can arrange a reliable squad for you. Fei who stood beside Jiang Che, his eyes bright. Xiongjia may keep you safe, but only by coming to Flying Tiger can you grow. She felt that Jiang Che was a good seedling, not that she felt that Jiang Che's force value was unbelievable. Rather, he felt that Jiang Che's luck was against the heavens. She had seen Jiang Che's live slices, and the way that survived baffled her. But it was just a matter of surviving. Just like when Jiang Che and Xiong Jie were locked in the cell, even she herself wouldn't have had the mind to try to open the door, let alone think that the evil spirits didn't lock it at all. At the realization that the evil spirit was not locked, she only thought it was absurd, but when she thought about it, it made sense. Aren't you just like him? Jiang Che pointed at her and Fan Ben suspiciously. Fei Hu wasn't offended by his question. It's different. I'm really arranging it for you. Luck is also part of strength, and I think you're better than everyone. She narrowed her eyes and sized up Jiang Che. Everything Xiong Jie said was fine, but there was one big problem. That is, the purple life essence was so precious that Xiong Jie managed to keep one on Jiang Che while they were here? Xiong Jie, this kind of person. She had been in contact with too much. This kind of person does not say that the only thing is profit, but it is definitely selfish and self-interested. The most reasonable thing to do was to pinch the life essence belonging to Jiang Che along with it in their hands before the Flying Tiger Squad's arrival. But he didn't. Not only did he not, but he also gave Jiang Che his own watch, allowing Jiang Che to hold one. The lie tester they had brought was state-of-the-art, with the detection function of the duplicate props mixed in. But of course, this was something that the general public didn't even know about. A guy like Bear J shouldn't have the ability to fool a tester. She was a bit puzzled. Did Xiong Jie have any concerns to not grab what Jiang Che was holding? I have no luck. Jiang Che shook his head. This was all arranged by his wife. Not luck. Fei Hu glanced off to the side at the lying tester in the afterglow and, well, there was no response. How dare he not think that he didn't get lucky along the way? It's a lot better than me without luck. Fei Hu shook his head. Your name is so strong. Did you found this Flying Tiger organization? Jiang Che looked at her suspiciously. It wasn't me. My father founded it. Fei Hu did not care about what he said about his name. This thing Jiang Che was not the first to express doubt. I also think my name is very strong. When I was young, my body was not good well. Bitchy name is good to feed. My dad thought to take a bullish name to save my life. Your father is so nice. Jiang Che nodded, but did not envy, because he didn't think his dad was so bad. Second order. Almost third order. Xiao Qin came over to report the situation of the test he had just given to Xiong Jie. They couldn't have imagined even in their depths that Xiong Jie could be second-ranked even after only clearing a SSS-ranked copy once? Is this the charm of the first pass of a SSS-ranked copy? It's your turn. I predict that you should almost reach the second rank as well. Fei Hu said seriously. Even though it's not the first, the benefits of an SSS-ranked copy clearance are many. Xiong Jie looked at the test report, and what was shown on it was his current body score. Flying Tiger doesn't have his previous body score. His current score is the one given in comparison to the average person. Humans undergo some physical growth after successfully surviving from each copy. Everything from senses to strength to reaction time will be tested. As you can see in the previous survivor score test, the body's value will undergo a linear increase, and then it will come to a slow growth plateau, but if it breaks out of that plateau, the value will undergo a rapid increase again. People name each platform a bit order. The highest known rank of humans today is 15th. Xiong Jie looked at the second order nearly third order results in his hand, and his entire spirit was in a bit of a trance. He had a rank report in his hand, and he was now at the plateau of the second rank. Surrounding his curve is another standard red bit curve. In contrast to the other curve, he was now at the very peak of the second order. Of the currently known copies, the most humans have cleared is the A rank copy, and the rest are weaker ones, ranging from B rank to F rank. There had been human passes at S rank, but that had been a long time ago, when Flying Tiger hadn't been collecting data on such a large scale. Humans back then didn't even have a name for classes or ranks. There are a lot of reasons not to collect those who once passed the S-ranked copies of those. For example, other people have now become a party, or when the information was so immature that they themselves didn't know what position they were in, and those who passed the S-ranked copies with almost no one behind them. Even if you ask, it's not informative to the average person. So Flying Tiger didn't bother to collect the series. Passing through different levels of replicas resulted in different levels of growth, but Xiong Jie was well aware that humans could only be counted as 0 rank at first. In order to become a first rank, you had to clear 2 F-ranked copies at least, or clear a D-ranked copy once. There were hardly any who rushed to the peak of the second rank at once like him. He looked to the side at Fan Ben, who, as the small captain of the Flying Tiger Squad's external assignment, also happened to be just a third-order junior. At the thought, he glanced down at his hands. Now that he had the power to protect himself as well? The audience in the live broadcast room looked enviously at Xiong Jie and watched his unbelievable expression. It's so real. It has the feel of a jerk controlling thunder and lightning. Mixed up a game, only to find out you're a big shot? What kind of a big shot is a peak second order? After only one trip to the copy, and with the copy occupying the largest proportion of low-level copies, the probability of surviving afterward has risen dramatically, and it is rumored that the length of success of the first pass through the copy also represents the potential of the subsequent. The higher the level after the first pass, the higher the subsequent growth. Most people fell silent at this statement, a statement that was not officially recognized, but many felt that it was. This is because any subsequent upgrades with a high initial rank will go up faster than those with a low initial rank. Some say they were strong to begin with and it's normal for them to get stronger. But that argument is obviously not convincing. Some people couldn't hide the envy in their hearts even though they were cursing on their lips. His initial rank was the peak of the second rank, and it could be said that his future was unlimited. Your turn. Fei Hu also looked at Xiong Jia with a bit of envy. Even she envied Xiong Jia for this initial rank. You can also consider coming to Fei Hu. The initial period will not give you the position of squad leader, but after you pass a few more times, after that, you will be allowed to directly command the squad. And this kid you can also take with you. Fei Hu looked at Xiong Jia and once again threw out an olive branch. I'll think about it. Bear J frowned, and for once he was really thinking about it. Seeing him bow his head in thought, Fei Hu then placed his own gaze on Zhang Che. The data won't be used as a reference for a first pass guy like Bear J, but it was Zhang Che's kind of second pass that was the main data collection. After all, there is only one first pass, and countless subsequent passes. Zhang Che watched as the squad members placed various metal patches on themselves, and a screen was placed in front of him with various animations that seemed to test one's reaction level. That familiar feeling came over him when the metal patch stuck to his body, and for a moment, he was in a slightly agitated mood. In all his time in the mental hospital, the most he'd ever done was a physical exam. The devices felt familiar and repulsive to him. Later you'll just aim at the characters on the top and imagine yourself doing the same movements. A staff member said and walked over to the device and turned on the animation on it. Now for the reactivity test. People have simulated imagery in their heads when they hypothesize the actions of a character. The body doesn't move, but all the muscles of the body respond in subtle ways. The metal patches they affixed to Zhang Che's body would receive the bioelectric current from the muscles as fast as possible. There are patches for every part of the joint, which also gives a better visualization of how responsive the person's limbs are. The naked eye captures a lot of images, but after the brain reorganizes them, it's hard to send commands to the muscle groups for every detailed part. Also, some of the details of the character's movements are overlooked by the naked eye. The main thing is that when the brain visualizes a graphic, the muscles don't respond right away, even if they don't need to make a movement, just a visual muscle response. Zhang Che nodded, watching the animation on top of the video, and a set of graphics formed in his head, following the movements of the characters on top of the screen. Zhang Che only felt that the characters above the video were moving very slowly. The characters on top of the monitor overlapped with the images in his own head, all completing their movements at a very slow pace. Although Zhang Che felt slow, he didn't say anything to complain because he assumed that this was how these were. Maybe it's because of the need to make all the movements in the picture look very standardized? Zhang Che thoughtfully perfected the detailed movements on top of the monitor. The person who was capturing the muscle currents at that moment looked at the data in front of him and his expression gradually became serious. He watched the animation playing over there, his fingers reaching over to hit the multiplier button on the keyboard. His behavior directly annoyed the person showing the video. What about doing a standards comparison, not an extreme test? He assumed that the people collecting the data had forgotten what they were doing. The standard comparison, which is normal data collection, and the limit test, which is testing in a faster speed mode, where the person's limits are. I know. The person collecting the data looked at the screen after twice the speed, and his expression grew more and more grave. He reached across his fingers once more and accelerated again. Triple it. This behavior directly made that flying tiger and the squad members turn their heads. Xiong Jia even took a step over, knowing that Zhang Che's rank was definitely higher than his own. Everyone thought that he was the one who was a first pass. Only he knew that Zhang Che was. He had just been wondering how he was going to be able to explain to everyone that Zhang Che had touched the exit before himself. Only at the end of his thought did he come up with the simplest answer. That was the answer. That it was too panicky at the time to escape. It is no longer clear who came first and who came last. Fei Hu had walked over to the tester, and she compared it to the monitor next to her, which had the exact image Zhang Che had seen. Xiong Jia took a look at the screen and froze. This is so much faster than you can see for yourself. This image that Zhang Che was looking at had even come out as a remnant in his eyes. So strong? Xiong Jia took a deep breath, inwardly grave, but his expression did not move, because he knew that he would need to explain this matter for Zhang Che later on. This is the task that the master has given himself. Fei Hu looked at the data, which showed that in all the previous tests, Zhang Che was able to perfectly replicate the movements in the video, and all the muscle groups were able to react perfectly, all the way up to triple speed. He had a little trouble keeping up. Go on, do the back test. Fei Hu's expression was grave. If Zhang Che wasn't a first pass, being able to have this reaction speed would mean that he had a very impressive talent. Yes. Several subordinates handed Zhang Che a metal stress ball to hold in his palm. They didn't do any boxing target shooting type strength tests for their test. Out on a mission. The equipment is all about simplicity. Measure the most accurate data with the simplest equipment. Later on, you just pinch as hard as you can. As hard as you can. Don't be afraid of breaking it. Fei Hu looked at Zhang Che and said seriously. Zhang Che had just looked up at Xiong Jie when he saw Xiong Jie give him a slight, unnoticeable nod. Xiong Jie didn't think about hiding the secret that Zhang Che was the first pass. Some things simply couldn't be hidden. After such as the subsequent growth curve, if he was weaker than Zhang Che, he didn't know how to explain it. In that case, might as well admit it from the start. When that monster's mouth, he and I escaped at the same time. And I couldn't tell who got out first. The moment I ascended to the peak of the second order, I also thought I was number one. Xiong Jie already had plans in his heart, and now he didn't need Zhang Che to hide it. Plus, the master hadn't said anything about what Zhang Che should do or how he should develop in human society after he returned. All the master said was that it would be good to take him without wading into danger. Zhang Che wanted to make money, and becoming strong was the first step to making money. How much can one be at the peak of the second order? Zhang Che Xiaodong? Third order or straight fourth? Xiong Jie had his own company, and Zhang Che only needed to hang his name on the company behind him. That would represent a steady stream of wealth. He actually couldn't tell if Zhang Che was really mentally ill or pretending to be mentally ill, but he couldn't take the initiative to cut off the big man's access to the powerful unless he refused himself. He, Xiong Jie, is a junior mole. What qualifications does he have? Zhang Che squeezed the metal pressure ball in his hand vigorously. The expressions of Fei Hu as well as the testers in front of him gradually stared. Zhang Che felt that the pressure ball in his hand was deforming, and concave shadows of finger pressure began to appear on the originally smooth surface. Zhang Che couldn't help but let go of his hand as he looked at the crowd in embarrassment. I'm sorry, don't be afraid. This thing just needs to be pinched to be considered a successful test. Fei Hu turned his head to look at Zhang Che, who was feeling guilty because of the metal stress ball. Zhang Che rubbed the back of his head, then recupped the metal pressure ball and began to exert pressure. He felt the blob under his hand begin to deform and his fingers begin to sink in. Zhang Che used all his strength, but his fingers only sank in a little deeper. Zhang Che tried to exert more force, and the metal pressure ball was no longer moving. Sorry, the test failed. Zhang Che put down the small ball in embarrassment. He really couldn't pinch this thing. Xiong Jie stood behind a few people, accompanying them as they looked at the test data graph above. The chart showed that whether it was strength or reaction, Zhang Che's test results were all at the 5th rank peak. He glanced enviously at that order figure and quickly withdrew his expression. Then he was only seen snapping out a strange cry. How can that be? It was clearly me who touched it first. How could it be him? How could it be? Xiong Jie's mental state suddenly became very unstable, and with red eyes, he rushed towards Zhang Che. He's clearly behind me in stature. Bear Jie began to hiss. With just a few short words, everyone already had a picture in their heads, and at the last moment, Xiong Jie was a little bit more forward than Zhang Che. The rightful thing to do. That's why he thinks he's the first. Hold him down. Fei Hu took a deep breath as she looked at the confused Zhang Che over there, her thoughts becoming complicated for a moment. She had thought that Xiong Jie was the one who made the first pass. The peak of the second rank was already amazing enough, but it didn't occur to me that Zhang Che was the one who made the first pass. The first pass of the SSS ranked copy, so amazing. Looking at Xiong Jie's reaction now, she remembered what Xiong Jie had said before, and at the last second, the two struggled to feel their way towards the light door of the escape port. Perhaps it was here that Zhang Che was a split second faster than Xiong Jie. He is taller than you, and his hands are longer than yours. If you rush towards the door at the same time, even if your body position don't lag behind a little bit, it may be this advantage. Fei Hu looked at the difference in the two men's body sizes and looked at the Zhang Che hanging at his side slender fingers. Maybe, could, should, really that's why. She was still skeptical about the story Xiong Jie had told earlier because it was all really too coincidental, and was planning to go back and investigate more carefully. She believed in coincidence, but not in such coincidence. Now that seems like quite a coincidence, because it was only normal for a normal person, especially a normal person who was as shrewd as Xiong Jie, to be ahead of Zhang Che in stature. At this time, the report sheet had already been typed out, and a paper report was handed to Zhang Che. The staff member who handed the report also had a complicated expression as he looked at the man who asked why isn't raw fish called dead fish? Mantis catching cicadas, snipes and clams. As he handed Zhang Che the report, a million things went through his mind. In the end, It comes down to the conclusion that none of it is as good as this bullshit luck. Didn't Bear J count in the end? It must have counted. He himself was afraid that he didn't even know that he would lose by a hair because of his size advantage. Peak of the Fifth Order. Flying Tiger's subordinate captains only have this rank. The upper three orders? Who is not born and grow up? One Xiong was already enough for them to envy. And now there was an even more eye-catching Jiang Che? Flying Tiger stepped in front of the live camera and the crowd looked at the young girl whose expression was all a bit unsettling. Survivors, our data came out. Excluding the first pass, the growth level of ordinary people who subsequently pass the SSS ranked copy is peak second order. Internship work is busy. Home late. There is another chapter will be late. You can read it in the morning. Do not stay up late ac. Peak of the second order. The testing apparatus had always been off camera. Plus the live broadcast was muted the moment the Flying Tiger squad saw Jiang Che's test results. Nothing else. The result was a bit too oozy and they didn't know for a moment whether to announce it or not. At this time, Fei, who sat in front of the camera, dignified and elegant, her long hair casually draped, as she informed the unusual people of the results of clearing the SSS level copy. The audience had been waiting for Jiang Che's test to end, until Fei, who gave the live streaming audience the final results. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. The peak of the second order was already heaven-defying, and now everyone was actually being told that the peak of the second order only counted as the unusual experience value of an SS level clearance. A life of bondage was not what he wanted. What does that mean? Xiong Jia is not the first pass? I can't take no benefits again and block the knife for someone else. Xiong Jia acted extremely unwillingly, but only he understood in his heart that there was no need to hide this matter at all, and that he and Jiang Che now had a very special identity. Then don't hide it. Jiang Che said to Shao Qin, hiding your strength will be good for you, and after that, it's a great killing weapon that can be used as a base card. Shao Qin continued to follow the good advice. I'm more inclined to think that someone got through earlier, after all. We have no idea what the very first escapees did before the live stream started. Shao Qin froze. No, but we're different. He and Jiang Che each had a purple life essence in their hands. He was at the peak of the second rank, yet he didn't have any real combat experience. With Jiang Che by his side, his strength at the peak of the fifth rank could deter quite a few people with ulterior motives. Shao Qin really didn't understand the brain circuits of mental illnesses. A normal person hearing Xiong Jia say that would choose to hide themselves and let Xiong Jia go to block the knife. But after Jiang Che heard it, he chose not to hide. Thinking of what Xiong Jia had said earlier, the crowd's minds had already begun to visualize that when the two touched the escape port at the same time, Jiang Che was one step ahead of the others despite being at the back. Shao Qin. That's fine. Fei, who waved his hand. Then let the cameraman will adjust the lens. Combined with Mr. Bear's previous words and the results obtained from the investigation. Mr. Bear was indeed positioned a little in front of Little Handsome when he finally escaped. The peak of the second rank is indeed an unusual experience value for a SSS ranked copy clearance. In a certain sense, he and Jiang Che were in cahoots, not even qualified to meet those geniuses. How could it be used by Fei, who was a bottom card as well as a great killer? You don't need it and I don't need it. We're all the same. There's no difference. Jiang Che's face didn't change. Regardless of whether Jiang Che was a flunky recruited by his master or not, he and Jiang Che were on the same side. Then it's only right to keep secrets for one of your own. What does the Flying Tiger organization's great killing weapon have to do with me? Jiang Che's expression didn't change when he heard these words, but revulsion grew within him. The two of them will move together afterward as well. It would be better to take the initiative now and admit how the strength was gained, and there would be a lot less trouble and a lot less enemies. If Jiang Che accidentally displayed his strength afterwards, it was fine for the people of the Flying Tiger organization to know the inside story. But in case they were discovered by other organizations and didn't know about the inside story that the Flying Tigers were hiding, they would all go to investigate what had once happened in the SSS ranked replica. As soon as Fei Hu's words fell, the pop-up screen instantly cleared the screen. He was just an ordinary, normal survivalist who had cleared a few low-level copies and could only be described as having a little bit of brains and a little bit of strength. If you guys want to hide it, the Flying Tiger organization will also hide the results of this one for you. Shao Qin said seriously. He read that look from the lady just now straight away. If hidden, after that you will become a major card and weapon for the Flying Tiger organization. Shao Qin was a bit anxious. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't wait for them for such a long time. And as he pulled Jiang Che to whisper off camera, Fei Hu's side never informed the audience of what they wanted to know. He is surrounded by psychopaths with varying mindsets and medical staff who are extremely impatient with them. Did you hide your strength? Jiang Che looked at Shao Qin suspiciously. He now realized what he was missing. Experience. What is the first pass level? A golden pop-up crossed the screen. Why hide it? Xiong Jia was the first to open his mouth. He still had a look of exasperation and unwillingness at this point. If I hide for him, then all the spearheads will be aimed at me afterward. But I clearly wasn't the first to pass the level, as everyone thought, not only me, but even Mr. Bear himself didn't expect the first pass to be anyone other than him. I didn't think Skinny and Tall would end up taking this favor, but we respect your choices. Whether it was Jiang Che or Xiong Jia, they were both people with big potential right now, and if these people were scooped up into the SDU, they would be their own people. How is this possible? Instead of being analyzed in all sorts of ways later on, watch the video disassemble each step frame by frame. What little he had was so unremarkable compared to the other seekers. Or are you saying that Jiang Che and Xiong Jia have the same experience value, and that someone had already cleared the level before we were cognizant of it? Just that people didn't know about it? In just an instant's effort, Fei Hu saw several familiar IDs enter the live broadcast room, all of which were the titled characters of various organizations. All those years in the mental hospital, he'd been trapped in the tiny four-sided enclosure. Seems to have attracted a lot of big shots at once. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. He didn't want to join some organization if he could help it. Some attributed it to the fact that there were already strong people who had cleared SSS-ranked copies before the live broadcast started. How is it possible that such an old fox let that psycho shout on? At this point in time, the camera could see Xiong Jia, who was sitting on a chair to the side with an angry face, and Jiang Che, who was sitting with Xiao Qin with a disinterested look on his face. The person who made the first pass this time is also not Mr. Xiong, but this little handsome boy, Jiang Che. Fei Hu's eyes carried a smile, as if he was talking about a banal matter. As for why it wasn't Mr. Bear first pass at the end, Fei Hu said while she couldn't help but laugh herself at the thought of the oops ending she was about to tell everyone about, because even if Little Handsome was behind Mr. Bear, his hands would have to be along a cut right. For years inside the asylum, no one had taught him about the world, or these calculations and curves. Fei Hu didn't rush to answer. Fei Hu gave Xiao Qin a wink, and Xiao Qin immediately understood, pulling Jiang Che to the side and whispering, "Such data is generally not made to be hidden." Jiang Che was silent. There was no answer in his heart on how to deal with this matter. If he could, he would just like to make a little more money and take his wife and family around the world to have fun and see the world. A few moments later, a few unique golden logo pop-ups were extremely conspicuous, and those few well-known bigwigs couldn't help but send out a quizzical line of questioning. What? Seeing this reaction from the crowd, Fei Hu just felt comfortable all over. There are some things that you can't surprise yourself with. The pop-ups on the live stream were silent for a moment, then quickly boiled over. I told you how Xiong Jia's face has been as black as shit since just now. So, you guys are saying that a psychopath, in this case, won over an old fox like Jay Xiong to get the first pass? Because he's taller and has longer hands? Shit. MD, I really envy hemp. I see that this kid's luck has always been dickish since he entered the copy. Do you remember me, Jiang Che? I didn't hug you when you were little. In the midst of these gray fishy pop-ups, a few golden ones stood out. The gold color is an authentication of identity. Since Creepy Descent, Flying Tiger has been transforming itself from a live streaming platform that scrubs recreational gaming to one that specializes in survivors. There are many types of live streaming, such as a bit-ranked survivor who can start a broadcast to talk about their experience, or live streaming their usual workout routine. They've had a successful transition, and with a strong presence themselves, they're currently alone in the market regarding survivor live streaming. In the Fei Hu side can also be identity authentication, as long as the famous characters fill out the information, even if there is no fame, only the strength. But also to the Fei Hu side of the self-certification of the strength of the 8th order and above, can be certified by the golden pop-up. These people's names will appear in the VIP seats and the font color will become special as they watch the live stream. It was only a matter of a few speaking moments before the pop-ups began to grow in gold lettering. In the past, in various live broadcasts, the live room was dominated by ordinary gray fonts, and gold only accounted for a small percentage. There have also been suggestions to the Flying Tiger platform from 2nd and 3rd order survivors, suggesting that they add some colorful pop-ups to also differentiate between the strengths of the various orders, and from the general population altogether. But the Flying Tigers didn't do so, as if there was only a difference between bigots and non-bigots in their eyes. At this time, the VIP seats in the live broadcast room, the golden names gradually became more and more, in addition to some familiar characters, but also blew up many uncommon seekers, although everyone used a screen name, but the golden certification is real. By now, the off-white font color is nowhere to be seen in the pop-ups. Surrounded by so many big men, the more timid seekers were no longer afraid to speak. Fei Hu looked at the camera. As the eldest lady of the Fei Hu platform, she knew how to guide the crowd to automatically stir up the topic. So many people in the live room. Many people are not well known, And many people are not willing to be exposed in the public's view after becoming strong. There are a lot of people entering the replica, and many of them have more or less live blocking devices after going in and out of the replica many times. So those survivalists in the live footage don't represent all of them. Many people, even if they have survived a dozen or so times, will pretend to be first-time survivors when they enter another copy, but not online, where everyone uses anonymous ID screen names. Wealthy people do not return to their homes as if they were brocade. Even the most powerful people have a desire to share with others. To survive in reality they may hide themselves, but online, it's perfectly fine to be heavy-handed. Now so many strong people came to the live broadcast, can also reflect the strength of the SDU. One is the degree of control of information, and the other is that ordinary people have no way to know. These unknown strong people, whether they are also working for the SDU. Golden pop-ups began to cross the screen. All this time, I thought that there were only so many people above the 8th rank. Now it seems that I was wrong. Taking yourself too seriously. Is the 8th order anything very strong? It's true that there are a bit too many people, but it also shows that there are quite a few strong human beings. It's just that I don't know if you're all of the 8th order or above the 8th order. Flying Tiger does not make a detailed distinction, only a general range indication. Below the 8th order is a gray font. Above the 8th order is a gold font. Fei Hu's eyes narrowed into a line as she watched the pop-ups cross quickly, then saw a text come into view. So, the experience value of the first pass of a SSS ranked copy. What is it? As soon as this text appeared, the bigwigs who were previously gossiping and bickering instantly stopped talking. Fei Hu looked at the name of the man who spoke, then said seriously to the camera, 5th order, peak. As soon as these words came out, those previously silent gray fonts began to boil again. You mean Zhang Che is now at the peak of the 5th rank? Even with him being such a godly mess in the copy, he could end up achieving the 5th rank? My TM head is about to be smashed. My hand has broken one, and I'm only at the peak of the 4th rank now, and he's 5th rank after only clearing one copy? You don't even look at what level of copy Zhang Che cleared. Can those low-level copies of yours be compared? Have a copy. I'm horribly strong now. After Fei Hu uttered this answer, those golden names in the livestream quickly decreased, but she didn't care. These people had stepped up once and that was enough. Flying Tiger should show all of them. The two gentlemen don't seem to have any solid experience to share, so today's live broadcast will end here. Fei Hu said with a smile. She didn't look like a Chen Jin of the Fei Hu organization, but more like a very professional anchor. We'll pack up and organize today's information and send it to the official website. And if you have anything you want to know, you can also leave a message on the official website. Our mission is to give humanity a better chance of survival. As Fei Hu finished speaking, the squad member controlling the camera quickly turned it off. She looked back at Zhang Che who was much over there. Zhang Che was still sitting with Xiao Qin and seemed to have said something to him. Xiao Qin's face did not look good. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Xiong, for what it's worth, Flying Tiger welcomes you. By joining Flying Tiger, you will have access to better resources for growth, as well as access to duplicate tutorial material that outsiders don't know about. These words directly made that Xiong Jie come to his senses. He looked at Fei Hu. There is still information that is not publicized? He looked at Fei Hu with scowling eyes, because Fei Hu had just said that he shared his experience with the humans so that they would have more information to survive. And now it showed that the organization had a stash. You misunderstand. Survival information. We sent out what we could. Flying Tiger is just researching deeper information, such as what is the origin of the copies, or maybe the level of the world. I think it's something that a qualified organization should research to find out. There's no benefit for people to know this content. It just adds to the brain capacity and the worry. She explained part of the reason to Kumamoto. While many things cannot be said, one thing can be said to show our sincerity. The initial experience value determines the upper limit of that seeker's subsequent growth. This rumor, according to our research and investigation, it's true. Develop. As soon as these words fell, and Zhang Che hadn't reacted in any way, Xiong Jie's heart couldn't help but aggravate. He could hear the intense pounding in his chest. Now everyone thought that he was unwilling to let a mental illness like Zhang Che take the opportunity that belonged to him. Only he knew that he didn't care at all. The initial growth of the peak of the 2nd rank was already cool to him. I wonder what power level Miss Fei Hu is currently at. Can you reveal it? Xiong Jie looked towards Fei Hu. Rank 0. I haven't been to any copies yet. Fei Hu didn't hide it. It was something that everyone inside knew, and it only took a little bit of poking around to find out. Why? Xiong Jie froze. The eldest lady of the Flying Tiger organization was still at 0 rank, an answer he didn't dare to believe at all. Like I just said, the initial experience value will determine the growth curve later on. Fei Hu looked up at the sky. The walls of the Red Pearl Asylum were high. The view had a high, earthy gray wall with thorn strips made of metal, as if they were afraid of the mental illnesses inside escaping. Outside, the trees had only a little tip-top shadow drilling in along the tops of the walls, and the sun was shining brightly and the suburban air was clear. The swirling vortex of stormy dark clouds that had been spinning overhead before had also disappeared. Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital hasn't changed at all. None of the buildings have collapsed, but one thing has changed. The number of people inside became less. 398 people. Only 2 ended up surviving, and the only 2 left were still telling her something about luck of sorts. The higher the level of the replica, the harder it would be for a rank 0 human to survive entering it. But aren't copies randomized? You can't make sure that you randomly enter a certain copy, can you? Xiong wanted to slap himself just after asking, because he felt that he had asked more questions with this statement. This copy of the Red Pearl Asylum was opened, and apart from them, who were 0-ranked humans, the most that could be found were a few first-ranked seekers, not a single one of the stronger ones further up. Is it that everyone just happened not to come? He felt that it was not, and now that he thought about it, it was precisely because many people knew that the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital was about to open a SSS-ranked copy of a certain death, so no one went to their deaths. Looks like a guess. Fei Hu did not hide it. At this point the live stream was closed. She could indeed tell the two a little bit of the well-known little secret. So, you guys know the level at which the duplicate opens? Jiang Che interjected unexpectedly. Fei Hu looked at Jiang Che thoughtfully. She had realized before that Jiang Che was not stupid, as if he had really stayed in the mental hospital for a long time, although she didn't know which direction he was mentally challenged. But there was no problem with his intelligence. Now just by the few words he said, he associated it with the fact that their Flying Tiger organization knew the level at which the copy was opened. You guessed right. Fei Hu nodded. Until the duplicate opens, a magnetic field that can't be destroyed will form within this area. Many organizations have relevant detection tools, and although they cannot accurately determine which copy is opened, they can detect the level of that copy. When Jiang Che heard this, his breathing began to become rapid. He had been wondering before how he was going to get home. How he was going to get home to see his family again. When I heard that there was a way to test it, I couldn't calm my excitement inside. Fei Hu only thought it was strange that Jiang Che's mood had changed for the better after receiving his exact reply. He seems happy? You should not think that after you pass from copy 9, you will be able to get out of it and live the same way if you enter copy 9 again. We can only guarantee to detect the energy coefficient of a copy of the same level as copy 9. So the next time that coefficient appears again, it will most likely be another SSS level copy. Fei Hu thought they wanted to repeatedly brush copy 9. The same copy escape can also be repeated to gain experience points. Xiong Jia didn't bother with Jiang Che. He only needed to know that he and Jiang Che were on the same rope. Jiang Che had some ideas, that brain circuit, and he couldn't figure it out. Meaning that you guys already knew that the SSS ranked copy opened here before the Red Pearl copy opened? Xiong Jia's face didn't look too good. He thought about how he had almost died a horrible death inside because of it. He was lucky, but it did cost him a lot to stay alive. This kind of thing is obviously open to the public. SSS level copies. Isn't this letting people send people to their deaths? Xiong Jia's voice was a little irritated. His hands clenched. You're right. SSS ranked copies. It's true that we can avoid danger, but if we keep avoiding danger, we'll never be able to understand what exactly is in SSS ranked copies. What exactly is in SSS ranked copies? Or even the terrain. Fei Hu knew that he would be scolded after he said that he could test it. It's your choice to take refuge in the Red Pearl Asylum. And there's always going to be someone lucky enough to get through. Just like you. As long as you pass, you are an incomparably valuable experience for humanity. Fei Hu's eyes were cold, and she spoke of the ordinary people who had sacrificed their lives in those countless copies as if she were talking about a harmless little thing. It's not easy for strong people to grow up, and the copy information material, it's all filled out with human lives, including the tutorials that you guys learned to watch before. The copy information. Which one of them is not the information filled out by human life? Fei Hu's voice vibrated, his eyes full of determination. When Fei Hu spoke, the few squad members around her didn't speak either. Xiao Qin just raised his head and glanced at Xiong Jia with complicated eyes. Mr. Xiong, this doesn't need energy detection at all. It's just that Fei Hu's magnetic field detection equipment has more accurate data and has graded the energy. You are now in the second rank. When the next copy opens, you can feel it. Before it opens, there will be obvious energy changes. The higher the rank, the stronger you feel it. So many seekers, none of them have said anything. Xiao Qin sighed. Xiong Jia froze. He suddenly remembered that the reason why he had come to the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital to recuperate was that a son or nephew of his family who had gone up to the second rank had said that the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital had always been very safe, and he had asked him to go over there to continue his studies. He said going to Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital would buy a lot of time. He didn't think he could come back, did he? Okay, I get it. Xiong waved his hand. Understanding is good. Talking with smart people is easy. Every strong person is hard to come. Fei Hu looked at Xiong. She also investigated Xiong identity before she came. And she also knew that after he entered the copy, the situation that happened at home. She froze, having forgotten about it herself. Meaning that I can feel the energy of the copy opening? Jiang Che poked his head over and stared at Fei Hu's pupils glistening. Well, if you go to Flying Tiger, we have precise measuring equipment that can avoid those SSS-ranked copies, and we can lewdly develop first. Again, one more for everyone in the morning. From now on, 2 fixed ones in the evening, and another chapter at a random time to pack 3 chapters for the babies. Not to mention anything else. When Fei Hu said that he could accurately measure the energy level of the copy, Jiang Che was truly moved. He didn't want to have to rely on luck or anything to get home. He'd be content if he could go home once or twice as often as he could on a consistent basis. After all, the staff at the hospitals just always say that they can't go home to see their wives and kids until their shifts are over. It seems that in the midst of a busy schedule, going home has become a great luxury. If we go to Flying Tiger, what do we need to do? Xiong stopped in front of him. I brought this kid out. Of course he has to follow me. Fei Hu looked at Xiong with amusement, but it was understandable. After all, a cognitively challenged expert around, anyone would want to bring around, and with just a little bit of coaching, they would be able to become one of the best fighters in their hands. This is one of the reasons why Flying Tiger's heart is in the right place. Today's Jiang Che, like white paper, is good for tuning. Don't even have to think about his bottom line. Clean as a whistle. She'd never met anyone with such a clean bottom. A SSS-ranked passer out of a mental institution. This master is as good as picked up. She smiled and looked at Jiang Che, her eyes flashing with a strange aura. After the answer had just been announced, she believed that many organizations would come to enlist Jiang Che, and all she had to do was to take Jiang Che under the banner of the Flying Tiger organization before everyone else. Earlier she felt compelled to pull J-Bear towards her organization. Since the weird descent, people of almost all ages have been pulled into the weird copies, and at first they looked into it to see if it would be the same as in the metaphysical novels, where the potential of the younger ones would be better than the older ones, but then it turned out that it didn't. Growth potential is only related to the initial experience value. It was equivalent to giving these seekers who had gained huge amounts of experience value a bigger container at the beginning, and even if it was expanded later, it would be able to be expanded to a larger capacity. The initial experience value of the peak of the second rank was already considered to be an astonishing natural talent. Age is not a problem, as long as it is properly cultivated. There is no saying that it will become a great general in the future, but there are so many flaws in the person of Jie Xiong. Of course, Fei Hu is not talking about character flaws, but psychological. Xiong Jia in the previous is the company boss. Mind and normal people do not know how many times. High rank, mixed mind. This category is so hard to control, but the initial experience at the peak of the second order made it hard to give up. Jiang Che was different, with a high initial level, a simple mind, no background, easy to control, and most of all, he's young, just mentally challenged, but not stupid. Do I look good? She turned around and propped her hands on the desktop to look at Jiang Che. Her eyes weren't as sharp as they were in the previous meeting, and the body that was slightly crouched forward could see a slight career line. What for what for what? Xiong Jia bellowed. Not doing anything, just making friends. Fei Hu spread her hands. She wasn't in a hurry. What she saw was that Jiang Che was alone and powerful, and as for the mental cognitive impairment, there was no problem as long as it didn't affect her life. The big deal is that it's a cure. She knows the inside story of Red Pearl mental illness, and it's not a treatment facility. It's just an organ farming center. And with no family or friends in this huge SDU organization, she was an only child. Not to mention letting Jiang Che come over as a flunky. At least the family fortune won't fall by the wayside like the others. I'm sure Dad saw this guy and liked it, right? I read your profile. You're a year younger than me. In the future when you come to Fei Hu, sister will definitely take care of you. Fei Hu smiled lightly, looking at Jiang Che's expressionless face. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Even if you say this is strong, people have high potential. Even if the potential is high, the person is tall and handsome. The luck of getting into a copy is even more anticlimactic. Fei Hu laughed while thinking about it. Wasn't being liked by himself part of the luck of the draw? Jiang Che looked at the woman in front of him and nodded earnestly. I do need Fei Hu's kind of precise measuring equipment. Xiong Jia knew that Jiang Che didn't have this in mind, but he was afraid that he would be compelled by this demoness over time. How could he explain to his master if he was cheated out of his raw rice? That kind of measuring equipment. If I'm not mistaken, Many organizations have it, right? Xiong Jia couldn't help but interject. If Jiang Che was truly compelled by this demoness, he felt that his master would strangle him, as evidenced by the fact that so many second-order or higher survivalists were able to avoid the Red Pearl Asylum with precision. People are able to perceive how much energy there is. It's like when I make a pot of water and I just don't know how many milliliters the pot is until I have a measuring cup to give me. Xiong Jia thought too much more than Jiang Che, and he guessed that there should be a standard form, a table of perceptions of magnetic energy, with different levels representing different copy coefficients. As you said before, the higher the rank, the clearer the perception. Jiang Che is now at the peak of the 5th rank. Even if he doesn't use your equipment, he can still perceive pretty much the same. Fei Hu gave him a cold look. The old fox, even though he hadn't yet been exposed to the upper rank of the seeker, he also analyzed the general content roughly in a split second. He was right. Even a second-order survivalist would be able to feel the size of that magnetic storm. Some magnetic fields gather into an energy that is the size of a basin. After waiting to be informed that this basin-sized energy was F-rated, everyone's perceptions became precise. Don't worry, we will vigorously cultivate you even if you come to Fei Hu. Fei Hu turned his head and continued to enlist Xiong Jia. Jiang Che and the others wanted it, and Xiong Jia wanted it as well. This old fox with multiple changes of mind is both good and bad, but combined with Jiang Che, it was a good combination. It could make up for a lot of things that Jiang Che was missing in his thinking. Xiong Jia secretly clenched his fists. It would not be a question of whether he goes to Flying Tiger or not. He now has a camp. Whether he goes to Flying Tiger or not will be cultivated. Just go to Flying Tiger to be able to make the identity a little more legitimate. He stopped Fei Hu from hooking up with Jiang Che in such a big way. It wasn't because he felt that Fei Hu was stealing someone from himself at all. Shit, the master is watching. How dare you hook up with Jiang Che? How dare you? Xiong Jia was going crazy and was on the verge of cursing out the word demoness. If this demon girl continues to hook up like this, and after that the weirdness descends into reality, he is afraid that the first one to be destroyed will be the SDU. Jiang Che. Xiong Jia looked over towards Jiang Che, who had a serious expression and wanted to speak. Jiang Che doesn't look like he's reading Fei Hu's latent mind. In human society, he couldn't follow Jiang Che around all the time, for fear that this woman would take advantage of him in his absence. This woman's purpose is not pure. Boys need to learn to protect themselves. Don't be taken advantage of by inexplicable women. Jiang Che nodded seriously when he heard his words. Looking at Xiong Jia's serious look, his heart surged with emotion. He had already felt that his life after that was bound to be stormy and full of crises, and now faced with the invitation of an unfamiliar organization. If it is as Uncle Bear says, this measurement is perceived by all, then he was really almost fooled. I'll protect myself, Jiang Che replied. Just why was Uncle Xiong talking about boys protecting themselves? Fei Hu took a deep breath, the smile plastered on his face stiffening. Mr. Bear, that's not the way to put it. Isn't it normal for a man to remain unmarried? Jiang Che was shocked when he heard her words. Even if his brain was slow, he reacted that this woman, surprisingly, was interested in herself. I'm sorry, I don't know what I did to make you misunderstand. I'm a man with a wife, Jiang Che said and took a step back, pulling away from Fei Hu. The corners of Xiong Jia's mouth stiffened, and the latent smile could barely be held back. He realized that Jiang Che, this lad, was true to his character. Your wife? Fei Hu froze. A man who had been locked up in a mental institution since he was a child had a hairy wife? It could be a wife found in a mental hospital. Who knows? Xiong Jia played a sloppy game. He knew that during the previous live broadcast, Jiang Che was looking for relatives everywhere as if he was sick, so he could get by with saying this. He also believed that Jiang Che would not explain and refute his words because he did find his wife at the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital. Moreover, Jiang Che was no fool. A wife found in a mental hospital? The corners of Fei Hu's forehead were rising as she thought for a moment of a couple of psychos playing house together. Whether it is or not, you two are the only ones who made it out alive now. Fei Hu took a deep breath. It was all a minor issue. Isn't it good to be with me? In the future, this huge foundation will all be yours. Fei Hu walked towards Jiang Che. No, I have a wife, Jiang Che said seriously once again. Xiong Jia spread his hands at the news and nuzzled his chin in an obvious attitude. Then you can slowly reverse his mind. From what I know, it's hard to change the perception of mental illness. The few people from the Flying Tiger squad didn't dare to say a word. This was the first time they had seen Missy freak out. Several people were silent, knowing full well that this son-in-law qualification would not fall to them. Jiang Che's family is too clean, and the SDU doesn't need any strong combination. There is no such thing as a strong union in this world. The consequence of a union is that one party is annexed. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Che's wife, who accompanied him through the house and the mental hospital, doesn't know if she's a psychopath or a nurse. it doesn't matter who it is. It's all left in the copy forever. They just thought it was a little funny that this psycho was defending his wife? Flying tigers pulling the strings with his body. Put it in any man's place and it can't be resisted. A woman in her prime and beautiful as a flower. There was no one in his own family. And now he was able to struggle for decades without having to be a flunky. And afterward the family fortune was equivalent to his own. But it was a trick that didn't work with Jiang Che. Just because he's mentally ill. Then how about you take another wife? Fei Hu continued to coax nicely. No, I only have one wife. It's all about monogamy nowadays. This young lady, please respect yourself. Jiang Che took a step back. The members of the Flying Tiger Squad had already inclined their heads and walked out of the small room pretending that something was wrong, if they could. They wished they hadn't just seen that scene. Is it really possible to be promoted at Flying Tiger in the future? Fei Hu looked at Jiang Che's look of being wary of himself and immediately realized that he was a bit too eager. Perhaps one should go back and read books on psychology? Learn how to live with mental illness? At that moment on the big screen of the 9th copy, Tuan stared at the scene with unblinking eyes. Everyone had gone to do their own things. She was the only one who remained here to watch. Now that the humans are entering the spooky replicas more frequently, they are also going to get to know the humans and learn something about human society. Following Xiong Jie's viewpoint, she saw the whole process of this woman seducing her father not at all. She didn't tell Tinker about it, although Jiang Che refused. However, due to her innate fear of the lords, she was still afraid that Tinkerbell would develop a dislike for Jiang Che as a result. When I come out, I'm going to teach you a hard lesson. Tuan gritted his teeth as he hugged the teddy bear Jiang Che had given him. Tuan, you also need to go and learn about human-related knowledge. Don't keep there every day. Tinker, who was far away from his territory, felt the fluctuation of Tuan's mind's emotions. She also had a mind contract with Tuan, but she didn't actively probe Tuan's thoughts. She could just feel a little mood swing. Mom, what if someone likes Dad? Next time I descend into reality, I'll go kill her. Tuan thought that Fei Hu's hooking up with Jiang Che was known. Isn't it normal for someone to like your father? Tinkerbell's voice was soft, but she didn't take it to heart. Che is a very good human. But, the group wanted to say, the words that had just reached their mouths stuck in their throats again. I wouldn't believe it if it was any other human. But this person is Jiang Che. Tinkerbell said seriously. It's because I felt the sincerity in his heart that I chose to believe. I just learned something when I went to learn about human life. Since coming into contact with humans, I've realized that there are a lot of things about them that are really tempting. They say that the most crucial thing between husband and wife is trust. Tinker looked at the book in her hand. A romance novel that she didn't know which copy she had plucked from. I believe him. That woman, there's no need to kill her either. Ordinary humans, sooner or later, will die in an unknown copy. Tinker didn't care. She thought that they could kill humans, but tried not to touch the humans that appeared around Jiang Che. It doesn't matter where these people die. There's always a disconnect when you die at the hands of one of your own. I know, Tuan whispered, but she looked at the person in the video footage who was still pulling Jiang Che's strings and vowed to teach her a hard lesson the next time she saw her in human society. Xiong Jie couldn't hold back when he watched her tell Jiang Che to marry another one. You say you're an ordinary person, and you're still at rank 0. Do you think you have anything to show for it besides your background and looks? Xiong Jie sized up Fei Hu. Now that shenanigans have descended, even the prettiest women, without strength, are vases, and vases, to put it mildly, are as much as you want for the powerful. Me, Fei Hu raised an eyebrow. I'm just waiting for the S-rank copy to open. I'm prepared. Hearing her words, Bear J snorted disdainfully. Only after experiencing a copy, you realize that all the theories, all the tutorials are just tall tales. No amount of mental strength can help but shiver in the face of evil spirits. That evil spirit came with a pressure that would inspire the most fundamental fear in one's heart. Having met the Lord, though Bear J hadn't even gotten a good look at what his master actually looked like, the figure always present in the mist. But it was because he had seen it that Xiong Jie knew that the fear in his heart did not rise because of the appearance of the evil spirit. It was the uncontrollable fear of facing a high-ranking evil spirit. Let's reconsider about entering Flying Tiger. Xiong Jie wasn't going to refuse. And before entering Flying Tiger, he would bring Jiang Che to take another look at the welfare benefits of other organizations. What about you? Fei Hu looked at Jiang Che. I'll follow Uncle Xiong. Jiang Che said seriously. He followed Uncle Xiong out to work. It was impossible for him to think that he had hardened his wings without learning anything. You don't believe me, you believe him? You think he won't harm you? Fei Hu was a bit angry and laughed. His single-minded consideration for him was no match for a sophisticated Xiong Jie. You're a good man, and so is Uncle Bear. Fei Hu was about to laugh. She felt that this good guy card she had been issued didn't even have the same meaning as Xiong Jie's good guy card. Xiong Jie also smiled. No matter what Jiang Che thought of himself, he was able to get Miss Fei Hu and himself the same good guy card. He would have been cool. Before we go, let's do something first. Xiong Jia pulled Jiang Che and walked familiarly towards the house next to him. You guys go back first. We'll contact you afterward when we've determined our wishes. I have your contact information. Xiong Jia saw that Fei Hu and the others were going to follow him, so he hastened to stop them. Watching the two figures turn into the small building next to him, Fan Ben came over to Fei Hu. Missy, he doesn't have any real combat experience. Do you want us to help you turn home? This kind of psycho, you treat him a little better back there and he'll feel your goodness. Miss, Van Ben still wanted his position as squad leader back. Tai, you tie or I tie? Fei Hu glanced at him. I'm a rank 0 ordinary person. You go and tie it? The peak of the 5th rank is a brute force that you guys can't control. Not to mention he has 2 skills. Without real combat experience, they don't know what to do with their hands, so it's normal for them to accidentally kill us. Fei Hu looked at the fan. She waved her hand in annoyance. From the time when this person designed to dish out Jiang Che and the others, perhaps Fei Hu had left a bad impression on Jiang Che and the others. Go ahead and tie it up. Tie it up to Fei Hu, and I'll give you the position of first captain. Fei Hu said with full disinterest. As soon as she had finished speaking, the proposed Fan Ben was silenced and did not speak. If he really had to take on the peak of the 5th rank, he really couldn't beat it. Looking at the two figures disappearing, Fei Hu sighed. Didn't the information before we came show that the reason why Xiong Jie came here was a reckoning of the family's sons and nephews? Go find the information and show a little bit of our sincerity. Humans don't have another currency specifically for escapees yet. Plus the general environment is still dominated by living goods. And many survivalists prefer money and hedonism when they have the strength to do so. Money does buy off some of the lower-ranked escapees to keep them safe as well. Escapees below the 2nd order are unaware of the magnetic energy that will be present before the copy opens. And Xiong Jia is placed in the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital by his own 2nd order son and nephew in the name of backstabbing for Xiong Jia's own good. Now that Xiong Jia had come out alive and his rank had reached the peak of the 2nd rank, he thought that the one who was most anxious at this time was the one who had counted on him at his home. Find out the information, and if you can, then tie up the person and send them to him. Fei Hu couldn't help but sigh. People like Xiong Jia had weaknesses that could be taken. It's not a bad thing to have desires and ideas. Only by knowing his desires and ambitions can you make a good game to get people in personally. But with Jiang Che's kind, she really didn't know what to do. This psychopath, it seems, has no idea what to do, doesn't have much desire for money, and doesn't care about power. Even delivering himself to the door, he was quick to wave his hand and say he had a wife, and this wife in his mouth. Herself was actually trying to compete with a dead man for a man? First Xiong Jia's side of the arrangement. Jiang Che's side. She paused for a second. I cannot even pull over. Other organizations' probability is also not work. Surveillance to see if the other organizations will pull the plug on not being able to solve Jiang Che an annoyance. When appropriate, we step in and rescue a little bit. Since the beauty plan didn't work, she had no choice but to hold her favor. Jiang Che didn't know what they were thinking. He just followed Xiong Jia's side to the stabilized area. This side was a magnificently decorated hall. The last time he came in a hurry. This was the first time he had ever taken a moment to survey this side of the environment. Compared to the peeling, grayish siding of the sickbay, not a speck of dust could be seen on this side of the room, not even on the poorly cleaned chandelier overhead. This side holds everyone's exhibits, and after staying in the asylum for so long, everyone has nothing to do. He pointed to the display case that held the jewelry, the gold and silver jewels refracted by the light and looking very bright. Xiong Jia had just casually searched for a bag, and then looked suspiciously at several broken glass display cases, and the things that had been placed inside had disappeared. He remembered something from this location, a sapphire necklace. Not exactly expensive, but he didn't care. There were too many things over here. One less thing was just one thing. He didn't care. You came with me not to make money, and now this is the first step to making money. Load these up. With that, Bear J raised his fist and slammed it into the glass case. He just wanted to try how strong the power of the peak of the 2nd rank really was. Ka-chow. The sound of breaking glass rang in his ears and he glanced at the skin on the back of his hand. Not even flushed. He felt the sharp glass cut through his skin and now only saw a white mark on the back of his hand. Is this how we all make money in the future? Jiang Che looked at Xiong Jia excitedly. So Uncle Xiong also made money this way? It's amazing how easy it is to make money. I should have known to drop a little more before entering the copy. Xiong Jia's expression didn't change at all. Of course it's not this way to make money. We're serious businessmen. We have a serious way to make money. He looked at Jiang Che with excitement. This kid seemed like he was really ready to come out and make money to support his family? Because what's here now is unclaimed. Outside words. Those outside are mastered. When they become masterless, they can take the same as now. Xiongjia's face didn't change. Under the weirdness, a lot of order had gone out the window. Can't you take it when there's an owner? He remembered that he'd taken it from here before he'd gotten into his copy, and no one had even bothered him, and that smashed cabinet was the one he'd smashed earlier. When there is a master, Xiongjia's face became odd. Can also fight if those are no master. I said I had one more chapter last night, but I fell asleep writing it and woke up with a jolt in the morning to go back to work. I'll make it up. Arigato me Goat-san. It was only a matter of moments before they had pretty much packed up the inside of this side of the glass display case. Usually underneath the display case, there is a corresponding box. In just a few minutes, the bag in Zhang Chei's hands was filled with large and small jewelry boxes. Inside the large showroom, there were only bright lights and broken glass cabinets. The glass shards all over the floor refracted the light onto the walls, actually adding a layer of broken beauty. Uncle Xiong, this way of earning money, it doesn't last long, right? Zhang Chei looked at the things in his pocket and said after some silence, I'd still like a long, steady job if I could. It's better if the salary can be higher. After listening to Zhang Chei's words, Xiongjia realized that he lacked a certain amount of knowledge about the value of various types of items in reality. But today he was in a good mood. Plus Zhang Chei also counted as half of his master. Those jewels in your hand, many of them are limited and very precious. Reselling them would already be enough for many people to eat and drink without worrying. The Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital had gathered many rich people, and before the duplicates descended upon it, apart from their daily exercise, what they liked to do most was to show off and compare their wealth. Once he remembered when he first came to the Red Pearl Mental Hospital, he saw so many rich people were here, and in his heart, he still felt that son and nephew of his had thought of himself, and knew to arrange himself into the fateful circle of the Red Pearl Mental Hospital. If he hadn't gotten out alive, he would have thought to his dying day that he was unlucky to have encountered a SSS-ranked copy, but now that he came out alive, he realized that he had already known that a large replica had opened up here before he allowed himself to come here. Even the many rich people here may have been tricked into coming here. He wondered at first why the charges here were so cheap. Staying for 50 WA a day may seem expensive, but it's a small amount for them people. He even signed an agreement before he came to Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital that if he died, then all of his inheritance would be given unconditionally to this nephew who arranged for him to come to Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital. Now come out alive on your own. Ha! Are these hard to buy? Zhang Chei looked at the things in his hands. Sort of, especially after the spooky descent. A lot of the wealth keepers, until they died, no one knew which villa estate they had put their wealth inside a safe, or where they had hidden it. Making money is a small thing. Buying things will become a big thing, and in the age of superpowers, these beautiful wastes will become a dispensable orphan item. Xiongjia didn't deny the value of these things. From ancient times to the present, these things have their own market. When an era is coming to an end, the value of things from the previous era goes up with it, especially since a lot of people died. Maybe one dies, or maybe the whole family is wiped out, and the end is that the collection in the hands of the living group will be lost to the public forever. Also gone will be the artisans who made these beautiful works of art, whether paintings or craftsmen. A lot of them disappeared into this weird crisis. If it's not good to buy afterward, I won't sell it. Zhang Chei gathered the bags in his own hands. He and Xiongjia each had a handful of bags. He didn't bother mentioning the one in Xiongjia's hands, but instead carried the things in his hands. The whole point of him making money was to buy these things, and now he won't sell them even if he's short of money. These I'm going to bring to Ajin, Zhang Chei said seriously. Xiongjia's heart froze when he heard the Ajax in his mouth. He didn't know what his master's name was, but he had an intuition that the Ajin in Zhang Chei's mouth was his master. He looked at Zhang Chei's eyes, not knowing if it was his own illusion. He felt that Zhang Chei was really thinking about his master, not the kind of person who only felt that keeping these things for could bring him more benefits after careful calculations. Like, from the heart, the idea that good things should be kept. He looked at the bag of stuff in his hand. Just now he was thinking that the evil spirits wouldn't have any use for taking human money. He was also thinking that he had disappeared for the past 3 days. His family's property had been transferred to who knows what, and now he was taking the money just so he could have a little more leverage on himself. But as soon as he took a look at Zhang Chei's appearance, he immediately sent the bag in his hand towards Zhang Chei's front. These are for you too, Uncle Xiong. I can't take it. It's your stuff. Zhang Chei hurriedly waved his hand. Just now when the two searched for things, it was almost a 50-50th split. It's useless for me to take these things. I don't have a wife, and it'll be hard to get these things back after they're exchanged for money. Xiongjia found himself enlightened. It used to be others who gave him gifts. This was the first time he had ever given someone a gift. This shift in identity was a bit disconcerting, even for him. Money is a thing that's everywhere, but a good-looking art collection is hard to get back. If you don't take it, Are you not treating me like an uncle? Your parents have instructed me to take care of you. Xiong Jie took a deep breath, and the more he spoke, the more he felt enlightened. Jiang Che wanted to make money, but he didn't want to make money himself. His main purpose for wanting to go home wasn't to make money either, but to get revenge, and in the meantime, use his family's resources to gather more life-preserving props for himself. It's all about exchanging resources for props anyway, and it's easy to get screwed if you do it out there. If you give it to Jiang Che, you can get a lot of high-quality props for yourself. Xiong Jie does not think he is betraying the Lord's move, when subordinates should also be a qualified subordinate for their own interests, patting the ass at the same time they get some benefits. By the way, then I'll make myself at home. Jiang Che took the bag in Xiong Jie's hand. I'll make money to pay you back in the future. Xiong Jie didn't say much, just smiled and nodded. Why don't you take these things? Find a place you're familiar with, and bury them and hide them. Xiong Jie looked at the large mental hospital, empty without a bit of human habitation. This place was very familiar to Jiang Che, and it was best to keep things here, as it was usually impossible to carry 2 bags at all times, and it still wasn't very convenient for them to carry them. It used to be possible to store things inside a safe, but now in this world, a safe is just a punch in the face to someone with power. Instead of hiding it in a safe deposit box, it's better to find a tree and bury it in the ground. It's too inconvenient to carry around all the time. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully. He looked at the empty earth outside the small building. All types of weeds grew on the lawn. Since everyone in the hospital had gone to the copies, the hospital didn't have any specialized people to take care of it. He carried the 2 bags towards the outside, and just as the thought of digging a pit arose in his mind, the ground in front of him automatically sunk to create a large pit. Xiong Jie grabbed a giant safe and arrived late, looking at Jiang Che digging a big hole without moving, with nothing but envy in his eyes. Is this the use of skill? There's no rush. Let's put the stuff in here before we bury it. Xiong Jie grabbed the safe and came over. A 1-man-high safe was held aloft by him like a phone box. All along the way he couldn't stop waving his hand high in the air. How could he have ever dared to think he could lift these things up and wobble them around like cardboard boxes before? Or even a cardboard box this big he struggled to lift. The cardboard box is still quite heavy. Such treasures, say long-lasting and delicate, and these boxes are fragile, and if you bury them directly in a bag, the back should degrade over time. It's not necessarily damaged, but it does have a bit of an impact, I guess. Adding a layer of safe will also prevent corrosion. Xiong Jie grabbed that safe and placed it right in front of Jiang Che's people. Jiang Che didn't know what he meant by degradation in his mouth, but seeing the box he grabbed, he knew it was a layer of protection. The pit in front of us is a bit small, just enough to fit 2 bags together. Now looking at that safe, the mound in front of Jiang Che instantly grew larger, just enough for the safe to fall into. The pit was deep, maybe 5 meters. Look at the depth of this. Xiong Jie sucked in a breath again. Normal people digging a pit is simply impossible to dig 5 meters of position. The more down the soil quality is more hard. It's still uncle that you're considerate. Jiang Che loaded the things into the safe, the cold texture of the metal instantly giving him a layer of security the moment it touched his fingers. All of it went into the safe, which was stacked to 2/3 capacity. The dirt pit had been filled in, and looking at the hill of dirt piled up around it, the underground piece had the safe. And now this pile of dirt was extra. What about all this extra dirt? Xiong Jie's question had just been asked when he saw the pile of dirt blend into the land a little bit. Compacting is fine. Jiang Che controlled the skill. Before he also thought that Earth Escape was about hiding himself into the land. He just realized that it wasn't. Tudo is more like a form of control over the land. Make the soil softer and more obedient as a way to do derived manipulation. Xiong Jie just marveled at the power of the skill. And in just a few minutes of work, a large pit appeared in front of him, after which the pit closed up again. Even the excess soil, Jiang Che also disposed of it, and the weeds that were on the surface of the land before, which were only moved to the side along with a piece of turf before, were now perfectly moved over. If he hadn't witnessed something buried here, Bear J wouldn't have realized that the earth had been moved. If Rotting Leaf were to see this scene, they would definitely marvel at Jiang Che's skillful use of skills. Because of the Earth Escape, it is indeed possible to control the land to a certain extent. After all, the Earth Escape is itself submerged in the earth. But for a deeper level of control, a deeper level of recognition is required. The user must first be recognized psychologically. For example, a person mastered the water recluse, then not only diving recluse, although cannot use water to make any powerful attack skills, but the water will be condensed into the shape you want to be able to do. Jiang Che's side had just buried the things into the earth and restored the surrounding area to its original state when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps entering the mental hospital. Luckily we were quick. It must have been Flying Tiger's people who reacted. Xiong Jie pulled Jiang Che to stand on the land where the treasures were hidden without changing his face. Playing with the lights. Didn't I say it? Now everything here has no owner. Whoever gets it is who's chanting. Xiong smiled and looked toward the door. Jiang Che looked over in the direction where the footsteps came from. Now all these things were his and were already owned. Just now Uncle Bear told him something. A hit over is a no-hitter. The meaning is that if he can't beat the others, then the others can rob him. Uncle Bear, is this how you all make money? There was only the sound of footsteps in the direction of the doorway. People hadn't come in yet. Jiang Che calculated the information he had heard at that time. Fei Hu and the others had clearly said that they couldn't beat it. Then you can kind of save your own stuff, right? That's not how you make money. Bear J was instantly sweating at the thought that his every move might be being watched by his master. He felt that Jiang Che was a bit off in his studies, and it wasn't his responsibility, was it? The initial funds came like this when I was young, and the back is a serious businessman, Xiong Jie said without changing his face. And the owner of these things we took today would have been gone. I really don't blame him this time. As they spoke, the two men saw the doorway coming. Looking at the colorful mishmash of clothing, Xiong Jie let out a sudden sigh of relief as he turned his face sideways to Jiang Che. It's not flying tigers, people. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully. The visitors saw Jiang Che and Xiong Jie standing in the courtyard at a glance, but they didn't care. Their eyes traveled over the two men scornfully before rushing into the house. They had long heard Jiang Che and Xiong Jie's current rank on the live broadcast and wouldn't rashly come to mess with them. But they weren't here for Jiang Che and Xiong Jie right now. They were aware that over there was the storage of treasures. It was only an instant before angry curses could be heard coming from the house. Grass, where's the stuff? No, this locker is all smashed up. And someone's a step ahead? The two men outside took it? No, a psychopath knows the value of all this? He doesn't know what J-Bear knows. There was a noise inside the house, and Jiang Che then saw the people inside gather together and walk towards them. However, their gazes weren't on Jiang Che, but instead looked at Xiong Jie. Mr. Xiong, there are some relationships that I don't want to make too much of. And what about the stuff? I just want to take back my family's share. Yeah, none of us are here for more. Just want to get our loved one's share back. Xiong Jie immediately smiled as he scanned the crowd, and within the 10 or so people, there was no nephew of his. When you all sent your loved ones to the Red Pearl Mental Hospital in the first place, you asked them to bring these things with them because you wanted to be able to take them back now, right? Many of the wealthy businessmen here had been sent here for the same reason as Xiong Jie, and the reason given was that it was safe here. The reason for giving so many collections for people to bring is that apart from reassuring these rich businessmen, there is also the fact that when they die, they can all get them back. At first he couldn't figure out why the asylum had such a large collection, but now he understood. Mr. Xiong is also a peak second-order person now, so he should know a lot of secrets as well, no matter what it was because of in the first place. Mr. Xiong always knows the value. I will only take back the one that belongs to our family, and I can provide evidence. The leader of the group waved his hand. I've just been at the second rank. I hope to make friends with Mr. Xiong. With that, he displayed the energy fluctuations belonging to a second-order human. Fei Hu also came here. Why would he think that we took it? Jiang Che looked at the crowd suspiciously, his expression filled with disbelief, as if he was at a loss to understand why these people would question them. The line of people standing across from the two froze. Yes, the two were here looking at the scenery empty-handed, and around them they looked, and there was nothing anywhere. Why would you suspect them and not the members of the SDU? Who knows what they did after they turned off the live feed? Did they really take it? And did Xiong Jie and the others have the strength and guts to stop it? Xiong Jie was shocked in his heart. Good boy. It's all going to be a diversion of fire. Master, I really didn't teach you this. Jiang Che's voice was not loud, but the question pierced sharply into everyone's ears. Compared to a big power like Flying Tiger, Jiang Che and the others were just ordinary people with a bit of strength and a big bit of potential. You guys know that when I was just asked, I was dumbfounded that I was somehow wrongly accused. Xiong Jie spread his hands helplessly. Do you guys think we're qualified to grab something with Fei Hu? What, is it bullying softness? The thing is, we're not soft now, are we? Just not that hard. Jiang Che looked at Xiong Jie with a sideways glance. He just followed the logic and asked why they didn't go and suspect the Flying Tiger squad. He didn't say that he didn't take it himself. He and Uncle Xiong weren't the only ones in the Red Pearl Asylum at the time. Jiang Che didn't deny that he didn't take it himself. He just wondered why they didn't go and suspect someone else. But Uncle Bear was straightforward in his denial that he had done it. Sure enough, as soon as the two men's words came out, the 10 or so people on the opposite side of the table immediately blushed, connecting together like a pot of boiled prawns. Why don't we go after Flying Tiger's people? They shouldn't be far away yet. If it's not possible, I have their contact information to help you guys call them over, Xiong Jie said and took out his cell phone. Excuse me, The leader of the group glanced a little wistfully at the smashed glass cabinets in the back showroom. No one on the outside knew that the modest mental hospital housed the pavilion that housed these precious collections. This amount of money or a higher level of powerhouse could not see it. And some powerhouses did not need these artifacts to adorn themselves, or had already enjoyed the glory and riches, and now could no longer see these things. But it's not the same for them people. These artifacts, maybe they can really be exchanged for some useful props, just like Jae Seong. Even changing a watch that only goes back a second might come in handy at the last minute. The thing about duplicate props is that they are expensive, and it would be better if they could be refined. The group of people quickly moved away, and seeing that they didn't even wonder if something was buried in the earth, Zhang Che couldn't help but stomp a few feet in place. They didn't suspect you of lying? Zhang Che watched the group of people quickly walk away. Little Chul, you remember, a double negative is an affirmation. Xiong Jia carefully taught some of his own understanding of this world. This was also what the master had asked for, within the limits of his power, for Zhang Che to protect himself and not to be easily fooled. At that time, he wanted to spit out that the biggest scam Zhang Che had ever suffered in his life was probably from the family he trusted the most. But on second thought, perhaps Zhang Che himself and those evil spirits in the copy didn't think it was a trick. None of this mattered. He just needed to carry out his master's orders. You deny it once, I'll deny it again, and they'll believe it was really Fei who took those things. Wouldn't everything be clear if they went and asked the members of the Flying Tiger Squad? That's why I said bullying things, they don't dare to ask. Xiong Jie sneered. Thinking of this, he sighed again. Nowadays in this era, the order seems to be in chaos, and then again, it seems to be not in chaos, especially after knowing that humans surprisingly have devices to detect the level of the copy, and are able to reasonably avoid high-level copies and challenge them again when they reach the right level. He couldn't help but wonder if it was really a sad day for mankind when the weirdness descended. The further back he got, the more he felt that the humans were the ones in control of the pace. Entering a copy is like an active human behavior. It is the descent of the hunting ground that is the evil spirit's plan to fight back. Uncle Xiong, it was said earlier that the hunting grounds descended. When will the next hunting grounds descend? Zhang Che reluctantly glanced at the mental hospital behind him, and as if he had thought of something, he fiercely walked towards the data room. He remembered his best friend, who had said earlier that he had been discharged from the hospital after successful treatment, so it should have shown up inside the data room, right? Where are you going? Xiong Jia asked suspiciously. He was preparing to take Zhang Che home, and on the way, he was looking for that nephew of his to settle the score. As for Zhang Che wanting to make money, Xiong Jia didn't put it in his mind at all. Nowadays in this world, as long as one has strength, the easiest thing to do is to make money. Looking for my friend, who was discharged from the hospital earlier. I'll go see where the information he went. Zhang Che was more than familiar with the layout of the mental hospital. He had traveled these paths hundreds of times before when doing various body checks. Bear Jay snapped to his heels, knowing where the patients here were supposedly discharged to. The first time he had already calculated whether to let the Zhang Che know the truth of the matter, or to take him away and keep him hidden. Turned a few corners before, only to see the old small building. Green-gray walls covered with traces of wind and rain. The shade of the walls covered with a layer of green moss. Half a person high weeds are also fast to cover the people. Zhang Che followed a small path and dug in. This small building, those people from their rich neighborhood had come to visit before, and those people from the mental hospital hadn't kept it a secret from them. After all, they were the clientele and Zhang Che and the others were the source of goods. The exterior looks abandoned, and from the outside, the windows are old hinged styles with hard-to-wash dirt and large and small cracks. Following a step into it, Xiong finally chose not to hide the fact that Zhang Che had told him that his best friend was dead. He knew he was on the same side as the evil spirits and on the same side as the humans. However, he was now in the most similar camp to Zhang Che. He could see that Zhang Che wasn't stupid, he just seemed a bit naive at times. All Bear Jay had to do was break this layer of his naivety. In this way, when he acted together with Zhang Che in the future, he hoped that Zhang Che would be a powerful teammate. Enter the small door only to realize that everything outside is deliberately decorated. Inside was a clean and tidy institute, with many small rooms along the way, different rooms containing different examination instruments. Zhang Che walked familiarly to the innermost part, and Xiong Jia followed him, looking up at the electroplated metal doorplate. Resource room. With a gentle push, the door to the data room was locked, and just as Xiong Jia was thinking that there should be a key around, he saw Zhang Che give a strong push. Ka-chow. The sound of this opening door was violent, like something being violently ripped apart. He turned his head to look, only to see that the lock attached to the door was badly broken, not something that could be simply fixed by replacing the door. He looked at Zhang Che incredulously, then thought for a moment that it seemed like he had really taught himself. but he was only thinking of looting a little art collection. After all, money talks. But for non-wealthy kinds of things, Xiongjia's brain turned to a more civilized solution. It seems that one's thinking, or too normal. What's your friend's name? He looked at the dense file of information on the wall and opened the computer next to him. There's so much archival material. It's all paper. The name of the appropriate person is written on the side leather of each folder book. Zhang Che looked at everyone's thick stack of folders. Some even had several folders next to each other in a row. Their profile, is it that much? Zhang Che casually drew down a folder from the top file. This patient, he was familiar with, before because of the body weakness of the disease died, and his own age, but a good long time ago left. Call Ren Fengxiang. Zhang Che saw Xiong sitting in front of the computer and opening it to operate it. He knew about this device. It was the same thing that many paramedics had used before. It was just a shame that he didn't know how to use it. Afterwards, we must learn about this. Zhang Che thought about how much he really had to learn while flipping through the file in his hand. It was a very thick folder with a white plastic wrapper containing a lot of information printed on A4 paper, some of which was stapled together with the appropriate reports. The book test has a note typed in bold letters stuck to the side of the plastic binder. High and deep. March 29, 2017. Bone marrow matching successful. Nutritional exercise management for donor begins based on guest treatment needs. April 1, 2017. Physical exam healthy. Slightly low leukocyte index. Low blood sugar. May 2, 2017. Bone marrow transplant successful. February 18, 2018. Kidney source matching successful. Nutritional exercise management for donor begins based on guest treatment needs. 2018-07. Behind each successful mating data, there are various examination reports interspersed with data of various mated people, in addition to the price tag of each organ according to its high quality. On top of that, there are daily physical examination data that are always recorded. In addition to the report, there are many photographs of the donor, graphs of the transplantee's body data, and the success rate of the transplant match. Zhang Che wasn't stupid. He had heard of organ transplants. Even the mental hospitals were giving them scientific knowledge all the time, saying that it was all good to do organ transplants, and that many people would sign the terms of voluntary transplants after their deaths, and all sorts of brainwashing information. They even signed, upon death, a voluntary transplant clause. At that time, Zhang Che also felt that it didn't matter. He was dead. Everyone at the hospital felt the same way, and before that he was glad he could make a contribution to the community. He took the information, his fingers a little stiff, had a kidney transplant a few years ago. Zhang Che memory began to go back. He recalled that there was indeed a while. He was still small, enviously looking at the nutritional meal of Gao Shun. At that time, he went to watch, hoping that the nurse lady would give him some. The nurse just said that it was not yet his turn, and when it was his turn, he would be able to eat. After that, Gao Shun disappeared for a while and came back later. He was in a bad state of mind during that time and always said he didn't feel well. Zhang Che only thought at the time that he was not well enough to eat nutritious meals, and that he was well enough so that he did not need to eat. The original. Zhang Che's throat tightened, and his fingers became so hard that the plastic bookclip made a shattering clicking sound, giving birth to several cracks. He looked up at the densely packed file room, the incandescent light in his eyes making his head spin a little. So all this information, all the years they'd been examining, it's all about organ transplants? He'd never been to the records office before, and those people at the hospital wouldn't allow him to come over. What about Feng Xiang? Since that time when he heard that Ren Fengxiang had been discharged from the hospital, he had been silent, and Zhang Che was still blaming him all the time for not contacting him. So, an idea surfaced in Zhang Che's mind, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. He searched wide-eyed for his best friend's name, but was afraid to continue. Xiongjian also checked through the index to find out about the friend that Zhang Che was talking about. The computerized information showed that 2 years before, his friend had a kidney transplant, and the day he finally left, it was with a heart match. Zhang Che's breathing became heavy as he raised his head to look at the archive materials, his eyes looking past row after row of cold iron cabinets. The names on them included those he was familiar with as well as those he was unfamiliar with, but he knew that these were the patients who came and went and stayed inside the mental hospital, then dropped his eyes to his name. His information file was placed at the top. Zhang Che reached for it, and the moment his fingers touched it, he paused, but still removed it. Zhang Che, did you find it? Xiongjian saw that Zhang Che's state was a bit off and opened his mouth to ask. No, I just saw myself, Zhang Che said and opened the first page. Xiongjian froze and quickly searched for Zhang Che's name. He then saw the corresponding information as well. There's no thought of treating people here at all, so there's no treatment program. All that's written down is tested control methods. How to make mentally ill people more obedient and cooperative in doing certain things. Jiang Che, suffering from mental hypochondria, always fantasizing that he has a family control program. Just tell him how to find his family. It is simple to control. The patient's mental state is solid, not crazy, not guilty. April 18, 2018. Kidney source matching successful. Nutritional exercise management for donor begins based on guest treatment needs. Xiong Jia froze and jerked his head back. After a string of matching information in the back, he saw 4 solid words. Successful transplant. Xiong Jia snapped his head up. He then saw Jiang Che standing in the middle of the filing cabinet. He looked a little stunned, pointing to the text on the top of the information. It was a CT drawing of his body. It was taken after the successful transplantation of Jiang Che's body was better, and it clearly showed that on the left side of Jiang Che's backside, there was a kidney missing. Uncle Bear, I'm, missing a kidney. He reached out to the asphalt-colored slice and compared positions to feel for his left waist. On his waist, there was indeed a wound. He remembered that he did eat well during that time. Xiong Jia got up and went over, pulling up Jiang Che's clothes, and he saw the cut on his waist at a glance. It was just a glance, and he covered his shirt down. At the same time, Xiong Jia's brain suddenly rang a cold voice. His kind of human essence instantly heard that this voice is not as light as before. If the previous master's voice sounds more easygoing, then the current voice sounds to give a feeling of uncertainty. Xiong Jia's heart thumped, not realizing that he could still feel that sense of urgency after a dimension. He also didn't expect his master to react so strongly to this matter. Uncle Xiong, so we're all donors? Jiang Che's eyes were a bit confused. Me, he pointed to his nose. Sick, he pointed to the words hypochondriac. Mental illness. A lot of people, and some of them are not sick, such as being set up in a category, being locked up, not sick, being said to be sick, and all of them have been sick for a long time. Where else would we find so many donors? You're not sick, Xiong Jia screamed. He knew what Jiang Che's so-called family was. Now that the Lord was watching himself and Jiang Che was asking questions, he was afraid that he would say 1 or 2 wrong things to cause Jiang Che to go crazy on the spot. He had to resort to the phrase the world often uses to cajole the mentally ill. Fine. You're not sick, you're not sick. Jiang Che suddenly realized that the routine body checkups over the years had not been some kind of psychiatric hospital treatment at all. Or even that they think of their search for family as hypochondriacal? There's no such thing as conjecture. One has clearly found family. One is not sick at all. Uncle Xiong, I'm missing a kidney. Jiang Che put down that folder and took the asphalt-colored body fluoroscopy film, pointing to the location of the kidney and pointing to his wound. What will be the consequences of missing a kidney? Brain also followed a cold voice. He could already hear the anger in the voice. Xiong Jia knew that if he didn't make it clear at this time, he was afraid that he would be followed by a disaster. Xiong Jia knew that his master's side could keep an eye on him all the time. He thought it was just an occasional glance, but he didn't realize that it was all the time. Previously, the master hadn't opened his mouth to stop it, so he must have done it on his own. And whether it was teaching Jiang Che to purchase $0 or teaching him to lie, the master didn't care. But now, Bear J realized, the master cared more about Jiang Che's condition than he thought. If there are no physical problems now, it won't be a problem. I looked at your body data behind you. It's very healthy. After that, we'll spend money to find another match, or take props for it. We should be able to find another suitable one and match it back. Xiong Jia was talking to Jiang Che, and also to his master. Before he read Jiang Che's information, he didn't even think that Jiang Che would be missing a kidney. Can't we get the previous one back? Tinkerbell looked at the screen in front of her. She had just received a call from Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan was very happy to let her look at Jiang Che's past, thinking that she could see information about Jiang Che growing up from the profile. Instead, he saw the scene in front of him. On the huge light screen, every piece of information, every word that passed through Xiong Jia's eyes was seen by them. The one you had before, there should be no way to get it back. Xiong Jia was speaking to both Jiang Che and his master. Because of the organs of the human body, although you were able to match each other, his body was already weak and couldn't withstand so much back and forth, and pairing over and back again won't always work. Fragile things are not meant to be tossed around multiple times. The best thing we can do now is to find you another one. Xiong Jia sighed. How difficult it was to match the type. Coupled with the bizarre descent, too many people had died. Although matching the type was supposed to be a needle in a haystack in a sea of people. But after the bizarre descent, these needles would be fewer and fewer. But even if you can't find one, you don't have to be too concerned now. Usually speaking, you can live a normal life with one less kidney. Only the physical quality will be a little bit worse. But now that we already have a bit of rank, the physical quality problem is not a problem. Xiong Jia also had no way to 100% guarantee that he could help Jiang Che find a match. Jiang Che flipped through his data in silence. watching his data being uploaded since he entered the mental hospital. And the prompt of Tuan Tuan requesting a call rang in his head. He hesitated for just a moment before choosing to call. Daddy, Tuan Tuan will help you get it back. Tuan Tuan's voice was young and firm. The voice call turned into a video call just for a moment, and he could see Tuan's side, and Tuan could see his side. He saw Tuan and Tinker standing together, big hands holding little hands, one big and one little leaning against the other. How do you guys know? Zhang Che was a little overwhelmed. His eyes were unconsciously becoming moist. He had wanted to carry it all on his own, had wanted to hide it secretly, and follow it up by finding a new one if he could. And if he couldn't, he didn't think there was much wrong with his body. Uncle Bear was concerned about you, so he told us about your situation. Zhang Che tilted his head. He didn't bother to blame Xiong Jie for telling Tinker and the others about these situations. He was just a little uncomfortable with this kind of concern. Suddenly someone started to share his sadness and pain, and suddenly someone started to care if he was doing well outside and whether he was healthy or not. He didn't want his family to feel bad with him, but unexpectedly, it felt unexpectedly good to have someone who cared. It's okay, Uncle Xiong did not say well. One can also live normally. I am now alright. Zhang Che said, reverting to the ground crumbled twice. Tinkerbell snorted out a laugh. Zhang Che's body was indeed fine now, but it didn't stop her from helping him get back what belonged to him. It was only a pity that those people from the hospital all died inside the copy, or she would never have let them die so easily. Xiong Jia watched Zhang Che's movements over there. He didn't know that Zhang Che was on the phone with Tuan Tuan. He only saw him bouncing in place twice for no reason. It seems to be to prove that you are indeed physically okay? Oddly interesting. Xiong Jia scanned through the psychiatric hospital's profile information again, and there wasn't much useful information other than the corresponding information on the hospital's patients. The computers here were connected to the internet, and he uploaded the information to his cloud drive in a smooth manner. Take a hard look at it when you get back. It might be useful. He did not delete the information or make any changes. This information also represents that Zhang Che's past all stands up to scrutiny. And it's not like Zhang Che had brain problems overnight. Zhang Che put down his own information and then quickly looked up his friend's information on the file. It didn't take long afterward for him to see Ren Fengxiang's name on another cabinet. This file is so far forward that dust has fallen on the binder casing as well, and where the files of their own information were located. The shells were all clean and dry, as if someone had been reaching for them regularly. Zhang Che reached out and drew out the file. Having seen what had happened to the people in the back, he was ready for it. Turning over the first page of the information, it was the familiar 1-inch photo of his best friend, with a small shaved-inch head, wearing the same blue and white striped patient uniform as Zhang Che. The person in the photo was smiling very brightly. Zhang Che looked through it, and the information in front of him was all from when he was young. He flipped straight to the last page. He just wanted to see where his best friend had gone. Xiong Jia didn't say anything. He just lowered his head to copy the information and upload it to the cloud disk. He saw Zhang Che take out another file and knew that he must have found his best friend's information. The last page has only a scribbled and brief closing statement. February 14, 2028, successful heart match. Final physical tests before leaving the hospital, followed by a trip to City 1 Hospital. Psychiatric hospitals are not equipped for surgery, so they are discharged from the hospital. Zhang Che's fingers rubbed the smooth A4 paper, and the fine, smooth lines made the string of words seem cold as well. Uncle Xiong, where is City 1 Hospital? Zhang Che's eyes were a bit hollow. Even if he had guessed the bad answer, he still had a heart attack when he saw it with his own eyes. There are 2 kidneys and only 1 heart. Xiong Jie whispered. He hoped that Zhang Che could recognize this matter after knowing the common sense of the human body. I still want to go check it out. Killing intent rose in Zhang Che's heart, and he realized that he hadn't even felt this bad when he lost his kidneys. Alright, I'll take you there. But let me tell you first, the City 1 Hospital also had a copy descent a long time ago, and after that time the hospital was refounded by borrowing the ruins. But a lot of the information is still missing. The information on Zhang Che's friends should have been purged after that as well. It said that the information disappeared after the copy, but Xiong Jia knew that the copy descended, which was supposed to be an opportunity to clean up the bad accounts. It's been 5 years since the spooky copy descended in 2025. In these 5 years, humans have struggled to survive. But after the initial chaos, they have also begun to have experience in coping with the situation. And there are tutorials and even live streams on the internet, all of which are providing opportunities for humans to survive in the duplicates. Searching for Red Pearl City First Hospital. Xiong Jia froze as the information on it cleared up. February 14, 2028. A weird copy of the first hospital in Red Pearl City opens. Copy level, A. Don't rush. Don't rush. I'll check the information. Xiong Jia was shocked. Although the survival rate of A-ranked copies wasn't high either, but at least it was a chance. It's all in the duplicate. Can this surgery go on? All he needs to know now is whether the copy opens during or before surgery. Go, 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 let's go to City 1 Hospital and check the information. Random copies were being opened all over the world, and the information on the internet was not detailed. In that case, isn't there a chance for him to live? Jiang Che's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. This I have to say goodbye to you. It's really not certain. Xiong shook his head. Not all copies are the same as the one we're in, not excluding the fact that we don't know his state before he entered the copy. Let's just say that the level of danger of an A-ranked copy is not something that an average person can deal with. He and you, not the same. I'm mentally prepared, Uncle Xiong. No matter what the outcome is, I want to check it out. Jiang Che put the file bag back into the cabinet. A little embarrassed, he walked over to Xiong Jie. Uncle, can I learn how to use these from you afterward? Is this internet access? Jiang Che had only heard of it. Before, those medical staff didn't care if they could access the internet. There was a TV in the hall instead, playing cartoons at all times. Many people gathered there to watch it. He used to like watching it. Since he had memorized the plot backwards, he hadn't watched it, because those people won't put new stuff in for them either. I'll get you ready if you don't tell me. And the first thing I want is to get you a cell phone, so we can call and communicate with each other then, no matter how far apart we are. Jiang Che nodded. He knew about this feature. Tuan had just called him, and there's internet access, so you can see most of the stuff you want to look up and learn about. Going online is the fastest way for you to learn about the world. Bear J doesn't know where to start teaching what the world is like, and he doesn't have the experience to teach this because he feels it's something everyone grows up understanding. Getting along with people, as well as knowledge of various things, is something that is learned over the course of life. It was the first time that someone like Jiang Che, who never touched the outside world, had come into close contact with him. Just as well, you can see what the other copies are like. We, in general, have to guard against copies, but also against the weirdness descending into reality, when a hunting ground will be formed, and the evil spirits will actively enter the world of mankind, to hunt. But the hunting grounds are not as scary as the copies, because you can see many human experts, grouping together to hunt evil spirits. For the average person, either a copy or a bizarre descent into reality is a disaster. Xiong Jie froze, and he suddenly remembered that Fei Hu and the others hadn't informed the information about the bizarre descent into reality. He glanced at his cell phone, which had a countdown of 3 days to the eerie descent into reality. The weirdness descends upon reality once every 10 days. In 3 days, it's time for the next spooky descent into reality. I also wonder if there's any hint of an energy magnetic field for the weird descent into reality. Jay Xiong muttered in a small voice. Flying Tiger and the others know, don't they? Can we ask? Jiang Che furrowed his brows furiously as soon as he heard that evil spirits could come to reality. And it wasn't a family reunion he was thinking about. He could take to heart what Xiong Jie had just said. If the evil spirits came to the human world, the humans would form a group to hunt the evil spirits. If the energy could be detected, in case Tuan and the others came, Jiang Che wanted to go and protect them. Best of all, they don't come. More than a family reunion, he wants his family to be safe. Ask for sure, but not now. Xiong Jie looked at the Flying Tiger Squad's communication number on his cell phone. Remember, little Che, the more we want a thing, the less we can show that we're in a hurry. If this is a profitable matter for both sides, then it's all about who can't help it the most. Ding 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 ding. As soon as Xiao Qin pulled out his cell phone, the phone finally rang, and he knew that Xiong Jie would not be able to resist after knowing that shenanigans were still 3 days away from descending. They just purposely didn't say anything about it before. Just a little bit of information about the copy, but nothing about the bizarre descent into reality. They were doing this on purpose, wanting the two Jiang Che to take the initiative and beg up. I told you that they can't hold it in at all. That kid is even worse. Hairy and unafraid. Xiong Jie, the old boy who was afraid of death, definitely can't hold it in. Xiao Qin said and shook his cell phone, his eyebrows flying up. The incoming call was a string of unfamiliar numbers. No need to think it must be Xiong Jie's. He slid his cell phone screen beautifully to answer the call. Flying Tiger Squad, right? Some things are better not to be taken all by yourself. You're good. I'm good. We're not vegetarians. Who the fuck are you? As soon as Xiao Qin heard that the voice was not Xiong Jie's, he immediately became angry. Fei Hu skimmed over. Xiao Qin only had to cover the microphone and whispered, not Xiong Jie. He was waiting for Bear J to call over and beg for himself. And here's a phone call from who knows who. And the first thing he calls is to tell them not to take it all for themselves. Don't you know you're waiting for a call in an emergency, and you're calling on a busy line? A sentence that instantly gave Xiao Qin an exasperated laugh. If not unexpected, the person calling this person was also here for Jiang Che. Such a person with a blank slate background and a demonic initial rank. He understood very well that Jiang Che was the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the crowd. But, Flying Tiger invites people over. Relying on the sincerity. Relying on the rich heritage. If you have the ability to also take out fuck off. If you have the strength, you guys come and fight. Don't engage in all this vain ow. Xiao Qin saw Missy staring at herself suspiciously. His blood rushed up in anger. But he had just been honored by Missy to become a small team leader. Don't compare without strength. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Fei Hu froze. Came for Jiang Che. Told us not to monopolize Jiang Che. We didn't come on hard. Where Jiang Che wants to go isn't his autonomous will. Xiao Qin was indignant. Oh, in that case, it should be the other organization's people who found Jiang Che and the others. Fei Hu didn't feel guilty at all for attracting Jiang Che with news that was known to all. There was some information that was wealth when told one step in advance. That's not a buyout. It's just a gesture of goodwill. And they have more than that in the SDU. Recently, if someone is looking for them, directly give them a little lesson. Fei Hu's eyes were cold. Talent was something that was meant to be fought over. She also wanted Jiang Che to see that their Flying Tiger organization, indeed, had strength. Splat. Hearing the sound of hanging up the phone, the people who had just claimed the collection from Xiong without any success had a bitter look on their faces. They just wanted the Flying Tiger squad to hand over a little something. They really aren't vegetarians with so many clans. What did they say about the Flying Tiger squad? Willing to give a little something back? They said let's do it if we have the strength. Don't compare here if we don't. Deception. Deception. A man stood by the tree and hammered his fist on the trunk. The rough, old bark dented into a fist-deep groove, and the tender yellow branches could be vaguely seen through the cracks there. How? The Flying Tigers have bullied us so much? Are you just going to let people bully you? Paraphrasing, the man's face shifted gloomily. These rich merchants of theirs, they really didn't have a high rank. Many of them had gone through thousands of pains to rise to the first level. They hadn't been invited by any organization. Of course, they wouldn't have gone if they had been invited. They just wanted to live their lives. They didn't want to go and work as a cow or a horse for someone. I think we should unite. Even though we're low-ranked, we're not the ones to be taken down. Everyone, the time has come to prove ourselves. This time may just be a test for those organized forces, testing whether we will resist or not. One of them took a step and jumped onto a large rock, standing on it and raising his arms. The blast of wind whistled, bringing down the yellowed leaves. 10 or so people stood together, their expressions angry, their clenched fists squeezed and released, resigned and bitter. Either that or forget it. We're no match for them either. Those standing on top of the boulder were raising their arms, while those below were beating a retreat. Pussy, no matter what, we're still going to try. Another person stood out from the crowd. If we fight for it, an organization as big as Flying Tiger won't do anything to us. But if we don't fight for it, then in the future they won't be able to mentally swallow things up again. Yeah, everyone still tries. I just don't believe that they, the SDU, when they talk about putting people first, are just going to steal other people's property. He, SDU, has given himself such a big hat for putting people first, and now he is doing all this private possession stuff? Alright, let's do it then. In 3 or 2 words, those who were apprehensive and hesitant agreed to give it a try. Fei Hu's whereabouts were easy to find. There was just one main road to and from the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital, and people generally didn't choose to go around it. They saw them when they arrived, and now they can still catch up even if they drive faster. Xiongjia's car had been parked in the garage outside the mental hospital. He looked at the low-key luxury cars around him and shook his head. The vehicles depreciated too quickly and had no collector's value. He was unable to look at these things. These things those few rich businessmen will get someone to take the car away afterward. Out second-hand can also return some blood. Jiang Che followed behind Xiong, and when they were in the underground parking lot, the two of them even bumped heads with the small group of rich businessmen. Jiang Che noticed that this line of people even looked the two of them up and down before they left, and even the small bag Jiang Che was carrying was looked at a few more times. All he was carrying was a backpack he found somewhere, and he didn't put anything in it, just 2 folders. One of them was his own and the other was his best friend's. Hello again. Xiong picked up his own car keys and opened the car door, signaling Jiang Che to sit beside him. Does Mr. Xiong want to join me and go to the Flying Tiger organization to ask for something? A man walked towards his car, not asking about the things in Jiang Che's backpack. That backpack just looked so dried out that it couldn't hide much. Even if it had taken something, they have more than that to recover. Me, you all know. I haven't even cleaned up my own bit of family business. Xiong shook his head. Instead of going to ask for those things of my own, I'd better hurry back and clean up those traitors at home. Also, Mr. Xiong has something to greet. We will definitely help if we can. Watching the group whiz into the car, Xiong drove up to follow. Jiang Che looked out of the window curiously. This was the first time he walked out from the door of the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital. Beyond the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital is a very long main road. Both sides of the concrete road are planted with maple trees with longitudinal branches, and for a while it looks a little bit interesting. Go out this way and follow the main trunk and you'll be downtown in about an hour and a half. Xiong Jie saw him looking out the window curiously, his eyes never leaving for a moment. Downtown? What's it like? Jiang Che was like a curious baby as he watched the line of rich businessmen's car speed up so quickly that it disappeared into the curve ahead in an instant. Downtown? Ah. Xiong Jie was baffled for a second. It's in a bit of a decline now than it was before, but there's still a lot of interesting places to visit. Jiang Che took a deep breath. Although he was breathing the same air, he felt the difference in the air's odor for the first time. He looked at the birds of prey in the sky, and then at the mental hospital that was fading away behind him. As the car sped along, the gray wall covered with wire thorns on its tall top disappeared into a 7-turn curve. Tall trees also hid the Devil's Yard deep in that suburb. Jiang Che turned his head to look ahead. He seemed to have really left there. There was nothing on the main road, except for a few short, self-built houses that could occasionally be seen on the side of the road. But they didn't look like they were inhabited. Since the weirdness descended, these retailers have pretty much moved into town and stayed with everyone else, too. Although there are dangers where there are people after the bizarre descent, everyone's sense of security still comes from their own kind, right? Xiong Jie's car wasn't going fast, and he didn't really want to go after the Flying Tiger Squad. When you walk out of the area where the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital is located, as far as the eye can see, there are patches of farmland and tea hills in the shape of steps. There is also a wide, curving river in the distance. It would be nice if they were here. Jiang Che opened the window and looked outside. His first reaction was that Jin and the others were also good. It would be nice for everyone to see this landscape together. Bang must like it very much. He wasn't sure if Mom, Dad and Tuan liked the view. After all, the home was decorated in that spooky style. But Tinker Bell should like this environment. And the castles where Tinker Bell is located are built in imitation of human architecture. Xiong Jie didn't drive fast and tried to let Jiang Che see as much as possible. He looked out over the green fields, somewhat reminiscent of the past. This scenery was also something he missed, and after the bizarre descents, such scenery had become uncommon. And there were many areas in the human world that had become a puddle of deadland after the frequent bizarre descents. Evil spirits descended on the human world, and after descending once in some areas, they died and were thought that they would not choose this place for their second descent, but they began to develop again with the help of the previous built environment. But who knew it would open here again for the second time? The Red Pearl Asylum is the circle of divine destiny, and naturally, there is also the circle of thunder, which is being invaded by shenanigans one at a time. Saw the Flying Tiger Squad. Xiong Jie looked at the convoy in the distance, the pedestrians trapping the Flying Tiger's car around the roadside. Jiang Che poked his head out, and he saw Fei Hu in the crowd from afar. Jiang Che's eyes were calm, but Fei Hu looked a little annoyed to see him. Is this questioning the strength of the SDU? It's been said that those who have the ability to do so will be the ones to do so. What's exclusive or not? You all had better recognize the facts before you speak. Jie Xiong whizzed past in his car. He didn't make much of a stop. They should have been stopped to figure out what happened to that collection. This kind of hilarity is better for the two of us not to stay and watch. In case they clarify, won't we be exposed? Jiang Che asked doubtfully. It won't be clarified. Even if they guess that the stuff is here with you, they will still sell you a favor because they want to please you. On top of that, this group of people are too offended. This squad is not an ordinary squad. There is Fei Hu's big miss in here. What's it like to let them be so offended? Xiong Jie grunted twice. Uncle Xiong is worthy of being a man of the people. No wonder my parents have told me to study well with you. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully. He's only been with Xiong Jie for a while today, and he's learned a lot from him. At that time, both Mom and Dad, as well as Bang, said that Xiong Jie was a man of the people, so that Jiang Che followed and learned well. The word manchild is supposed to be a good word, isn't it? His own family are evil spirits and Uncle Bear is a human being. It seems that only human spirits are better with evil spirits. What was his own ability to save his destiny anymore? He could only put his treasure on Jiang Che. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and Uncle Bear didn't say there was anything wrong with it. When we are human beings, we don't distinguish between good and evil. Xiong Jie raised his eyebrows as he looked at Jiang Che. He suddenly realized that in Jiang Che's future growth, if there was really someone who could sway his perception, it would only be himself. Become a certified manchild yourself. In the future, if you compliment someone, you shouldn't do it so directly. Xiong Jie sighed. Right now, he's really like a simple white rabbit. Human spirit. Only when Jiang Che became a top-notch powerhouse would he have a place to stay under Jiang Che's shelter. When Xiong Jie saw Jiang Che's look of recognition, The corner of his mouth twitched. It was clearly a compliment and Jiang Che didn't have anything else in mind. But how did it sound so awkward? Jiang Che secretly clenched his fists. He had already openly accepted that his family members were evil spirits, and Jiang Che was someone he knew, like himself, who walked in both camps in synchronization. We are both good and evil. That sounds a little weird. Jiang Che listened carefully and attentively from the side. This point of view would be exposed to Jiang Che for a long time to come, and what he wanted to tell him now was that the two of us, we don't distinguish between good and evil. The cartoons they are shown in the mental hospital are most often about goblins, the spirit of evil, the essence of man. Evil spirits are evil and humans are good. In this case, this is what we call tension, wisdom, and knowing people well. Xiong raised his eyebrows as he spoke. He was now certain that Jiang Che had no common sense in life at all. He didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to live. But all we do is not to do harm, but only to protect ourselves. Above the bottom line talk and laugh and be courteous. Below the bottom line kill and show no mercy. Bear J had no problem filling him in on his ideas. Jiang Che also listened attentively, thinking while listening. Speaking on the spur of the moment, Xiong Jia couldn't help but laugh. If this world, can really people and evil spirits get along naturally? It would be good, and the two of us don't have to suffer so hard. He and Jiang Che belonged to one side, and there were some things in his heart that he could only say to Jiang Che. Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely build a world like this. Really, kid talk. Bear J shook his head. It's simply not possible. In this world, both sides are destined to kill each other. Jiang Che and Xiong Jia drove past the main road and whistled. Fei Hu took a deep breath. They didn't wait for Xiong Jia and Jiang Che to call over to inquire about the bizarre descent into reality, but instead they provoked this line of people to pester them. Originally, she had just tried to catch up with Jiang Che's car and was stopped by this group of people again. Is this what the SDU is like? Bullying people. The boisterous words came again from around them, and Fei Hu had long since heard what they had come for. It seems to be because the collections that were kept in the mental hospital disappeared, and I don't know who took them. Since they hadn't searched for Jiang Che and the others, perhaps they had searched and not found them. And you guys didn't suspect there were others? Fei Hu was about to explode with anger over the group. Who else but you guys? No wonder. On the phone called so powerful, said the capable person lifted. Now by us to find the door instead dare not admit it? It's because you think we're afraid to look for it, isn't it? Hearing the words in his ears, Fei Hu simply exploded. Before they came to the asylum, it was a no man's land, and it was no surprise that anyone came. It wasn't surprising that someone had secretly emptied their stuff while they were interviewing Jiang Che, but the line was like that, grabbing them for something. Phew, Fei Hu let out a long breath. They did talk about putting people first. Take the seeker of life. But that's no reason for them to be unreasonable and not come over here and make trouble just because the SDU is based on the tenets of survivalists. Teach them a lesson. Break an arm. Be polite. With those words Fei Hu turned towards the car behind him. Yes, miss. Fan Ben took a deep breath. He was the strongest here. He's been putting up with these idiots for a long time. No wonder they can't find anything. No wonder they have to be raped by life. Is it because stupid pussies are pussies too? All he hoped for now was to perform well and be reinstated as a squad leader when he returned. The squad leaders of the SDU still smelled pretty good, getting more resources and all that. Guys, cut off your own arm. It will hurt more if I do it. Choose a softer break for yourself. Fan Ben stood in front of the men, the rest of the Flying Tiger squad already on board. You Flying Tiger bully too much. The leader had already panicked. They just came over to ask for an explanation. They didn't think there would be this result. Stupid. Van Ben wasn't polite at all. How dare you come to the door and make trouble when you know that you can be bullied by your strength? He sneered. If it was himself, being bullied by a strong man, he would already be satisfied to live to eat his dumb loss. How would he dare to go to the door to ask for a statement? Do not say that things are not we take, even if it is. Fei Hu paused for a second. Not to give you guys and what? You don't get a stronger representative when you go to the door to get a statement? Those things, when people die, they are ownerless. If you say it's your families, it's your families? I'll damn well take 2 pictures and hold them up and fake a couple more certificates and I'll still say they're my own. Fan Ben looked at the pedestrians with cold eyes, and when he saw that they didn't say anything, he rushed to them with a flash. Only a crunching sound was heard, and the arm of the first person was broken off at the root. I told you, do it yourself. It hurts when I do it. In just a few breaths of effort, a group of people left behind an arm to leave in a hurry. Fan Ben did this and curtly walked towards where Flying Tiger was. Boss, it's all taken care of. He rubbed his hands together. This group of people are really out of their depth. Do you think those things were taken by Jiang Che and the others? Fan Ben asked cautiously. He was a bit annoyed with this kind of letting his squad take the blame. The stash. He'd known about it since before he'd gone to the asylum, but they hadn't taken it. Of course there was also the reason that Jiang Che and the others were too embarrassed to make a move. More reasons still. These things, only a little attraction to those rich business owners. After all, these people always look at the world with the eyes of businessmen. They feel that no matter how much the world has changed, the value of art collection have their own significance of existence, especially after the chaos. These collections became fewer and fewer. The craftsmen were fewer and fewer, and there will always be a similar spiritual need for human beings, even if these things don't make people stronger. Are they still waiting for a call from Gangshu? Fan Ben started the engine and drove toward the main road. You're strong and you work hard, but to be a captain and to grow, you can't just look at strength. Fei Hu's voice was not loud as she sat in the passenger seat looking sideways out the window. Xiong lightly took out his cell phone and swiped twice in a row at the code above. All the way towards the city's first hospital. There were more people on this side, and there were just too many missing arms and legs on this side. Charges are successful and the number of persons identified, too. Okay, Missy, I get it. Van Ben took a deep breath. Missy, eyes lifted toward the driver's seat, and Fanny got into the driver's seat knowingly. But this is only for a few people. For them, the bottom of the survivalists, these things cost a lot, can't read and can't be eaten, and there is no trading channel to sell them at home. The downtown area was far more prosperous than he could have imagined. Next time you make a copy, you bring a few newcomers, guarantee a 40% survival rate, and you will be reinstated to your position as a squad leader. There was no one outside the archive room and only a QR code on the door. There's still a lot of people who are being kept at home. Xiong Jie said and led Jiang Che towards the location of the archive room. No wait, we'll take the initiative to make a call later. The corner of Fei Hu's mouth rose. Since the other party is pressing on, then we will take the initiative. It's not good to leave this opportunity to others. The mechanical voice of the announcing woman came from the electronic screen. Thank you, Missy. He wanted to ask about his position. Gradually driving towards the city, Jiang Che saw for the first time what it meant to be lively. He realized that what he had heard from those medical staff at the mental hospital was still too one-sided. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Fei Hu was unconcerned, not minding if he was being used as a gun. Think of it as a little gesture of goodwill. Compared to some unnecessary fame, both Xiong Jie and Jiang Che are much more important than this. Jiang Che was slightly stunned. There was also a charge for looking at the information. In the past, all this information was not allowed to be shown to outsiders, saying that it was patient privacy. Xiong Jie nonchalantly stepped into it, but then ordinary people also wanted to see what the injuries on people who came back from bizarre copies actually look like. The so-called privacy of injuries and illnesses has become irrelevant. But what's more humane is that the system is better in here. Whoever's information you take from the cabinet, or look up on the internet, will recognize this chip's information when you come out of the cabinet, and then your share of the money for looking up the information will be divided amongst that person. He was still happy with this feature. The patient needed the money and they paid to look at the information. A win-win situation. Don't say anything about unspeakable diseases that can't be spoken. This is the end of the world. Who cares about these things? Maybe they will die in the next second. Leaving innocence on Earth? Xiong Jie smiled and opened his mouth. Then he walked over to the computer and started to input Jiang Che's friend's information. Jiang Che obediently stood beside him and watched as he quickly typed in his friend's name on the search. There are too many cabinets and too much information here, so I don't know how long it will take to find each one. The archive room is very quiet and no one usually comes here. The unique wooden scent of the materials mixed with the hospital's pervasive smell of disinfectant, and the entire archive room smell always swirled with a uniquely unpleasant odor. The aging computer spun around for a long time before popping up information on several characters also named Rinfeng Xiang. Sifting through the time, Xiong Jie quickly found the person Jiang Che was looking for. Jiang Che also stared earnestly at the screen. It didn't say whether the transplant had succeeded or failed. It only said that the two were being pushed into the operating room. The dossier then comes to a screeching halt without the words being typed. It should be someone doing the information while waiting. That's how the software performs these days. Autosave every few minutes. And behind that it should be everyone from the hospital being summoned inside the copy. Shul, there's something I need to tell you first. Whatever his state was like when he entered the copy, with or without his heart removed, must have been anesthetized already. The survival rate of hospital replicas is the lowest it's ever been, because it's all old and sick and basically no combat. The easiest area for humans to fall into in the bizarre descent into reality is also the hospital. Jiang Che nodded in silence, and Xiong Jie didn't say much. Life and death is the most important lesson in life. 3 more days until the weirdness descends into reality, and before that, take you to another lesson in life. What? Settle the traitor. Xiong sneered as he thought of the nephew who had tricked himself into recuperating at the Red Pearl Mental Hospital. Xiong led Jiang Che out of the hospital, away from the hospital's oppressive smell of disinfectant, and the whole person's essence was uplifted. Ding dong. Xiong heard a mailbox beep. He took out his cell phone and saw the latest email at a glance. A little meet and greet SDU. He clicked on it, and it turned out to contain information about his nephew, who, knowing that he'd made it out alive, had gone into hiding and spent an expensive asset to hire a sixth-order survivalist to keep him safe. When Xiong saw his nephew hiring a sixth-order seeker, he instantly laughed in anger. The price of a sixth-order seeker, that is, his body of assets. It is difficult to afford to hire for a long period of time. This nephew of his must have known that Jiang Che was at the peak of the 5th rank before hiring a 6th rank. Though angry, he didn't look for it right away. Instead, he first found a cell phone store to prepare a cell phone for Jiang Che. He wanted to go home and take revenge, but he was able to prioritize, and any action that came out was with Jiang Che as the main focus. Watching Xiong bring Jiang Che into the cell phone store to buy a cell phone, the SDU people who quickly followed couldn't help but tease. I didn't think that this Xiong was quite nice to this mental illness. Such a good fighter. Surely he must be well fed. What's a cell phone? I think this Fei who is just playing the emotional card, knowing that Jiang Che wants his family, and now he's purely raising him as his own son. A person teased. If I could, I would also like to rush over and say, Jiang Che, I'm your long-lost wife, but it's no use. It's not like I have a common experience of being born and dying with him. This is purely Xiong picking up the pieces. Fei Hu froze slightly. She hadn't really thought of that. The time for copies of the mental hospital had passed. Everyone was free to come and go, and they had naturally gotten Jiang Che's information. In that case, it's a real line that Xiong raised him as his own son, a hitter who will never betray. Just treat him right and do what he says. What about yourself? Fei Hu lowered his head and thought, what kind of identity should he approach Jiang Che with? From the time I entered the cell phone store to the time I came out, it only took 10 minutes. 1 minute to choose a cell phone to pay for it, and another 10 minutes to help him download a few commonly used software, the main one being the Flying Tiger app. This is also called Flying Tiger? Jiang Che pointed at that app software on his phone. Is there a better place than the conditions I gave? Fei Hu looked at Jiang Che who was sitting on the sofa fiddling with his cell phone, and asked with his hands propped up on his chin in a pitiful opening. Is there somewhere else you want to go? Fei Hu narrowed his eyes and laughed, not caring what Jiang Che said. That's a pretty abstract name for a woman to call herself. Did you give any conditions? This time, even Xiong was dumbfounded. From the time he came out until now, he had been thinking about other things, and hadn't even thought about whether or not he wanted to join the SDU yet. The fight is a poorly informed one. Some of the other points of information given by Flying Tiger were indeed new to them as newcomers, but he could tell that they were very popular even if they were new. Uncle Bear said that if Flying Tiger doesn't come up with something unique and exclusive out of the box, then it's the same for whichever organization you join, depending on which one gives better treatment. I don't know what they're doing at the hospital, but it should be something. He was there. I didn't hear about any conditions. Xiong also couldn't help but be silent. He hadn't known before that the Flying Tiger platform's eldest lady, her name was also Flying Tiger. I do have an estate called Flying Tiger. How about it? How is the matter of joining the Flying Tiger organization being considered? Fei Hu smiled and opened his mouth to ask. Her family's terrace well. Maybe she has a villa called Flying Tiger Manor. Jiang Che was stunned. I didn't consider it. The entire Fei Hu organization, all as a dowry. This is still not a condition? Fei Hu didn't even look at Xiong She just looked at Jiang Che's cell phone screen. She pointed to that Fei Hu app icon. See? This app. If you marry me, it will be yours in the future. Xiong's words had just finished, when a long, cool female voice came from behind him. You're right about that. The first thing she thought when she heard Jiang Che's words was that Jiang Che hadn't considered entering the SDU, but she quickly reacted that when he said he hadn't considered it, he just meant that he hadn't bothered to think about it yet. I don't want it. Jiang Che refused without any consideration at all. He really didn't want to join the Flying Tiger now. This woman, like a wolf or a tiger, seemed like she wanted to swallow herself. Xiong even rolled his eyes. All the conditions counted but this one didn't. Fei Hu also didn't expect Jiang Che to refuse so dryly, and then he could only sigh helplessly. She sat upright, straightened her clothes, and said in a serious voice, well, let's get down to business. What I want to talk to you about this time is the bizarre descent into reality in 3 days. This information is really not guided by several small organizations. Evil spirits descend into reality without any energetic premonition, and after descending they form an overwhelmingly strong magnetic field, and there is no way for humans to leave the area once they enter it. but there are strong people out there who can detect the energy of this area and enter it. It's not that we don't publicize this information, but there are still too few strong human beings compared to ordinary people. Although a strong person can travel to a certain area for protection, as long as they enter a certain area, they cannot travel to another area. No wonder you survived without a rank. Xiong Jie spoke without any politeness at all. This is natural. The Flying Tiger organization has developed so far. The basic underpinnings are still there. Fei Hu did not change his face, not caring about the flirtation in Xiong Jie's words. If you join the Fei Hu organization, at least we can guarantee that you will survive every time when the hunt comes down. Fei Hu said seriously. But I still don't like you. Jiang Che opened his mouth with a slate. Just because I admire your strength and potential doesn't mean I like you too. And the union is just a hope that we can stand on a better rope. I hope you'll give it some thought. And of course, even if you don't get married, Fei Hu won't treat any potential and talented person poorly. I will be here all this time. 3 days after the hunting ground descends. Fei Hu paused for a second. I hope it will not open in our place. But if it does, I hope you can meet us as soon as possible. Fei Hu has experts who will protect your safety. You two are too inexperienced in real combat and will hang. With that, she handed out a business card of her own and then led the way. Xiong Jie glanced at Fei Hu's background. If Jiang Che wasn't with his master, then with Fei Hu, it was definitely a strong combination. Marriage was unreliable, but it was the most reliable combination for Jiang Che and Fei Hu. The hunting ground descends. Bear Jie couldn't help but sigh. It was also unknown if the master would send someone to descend into reality. And if not, he and Jiang Che would really need to seek shelter. But if the master were to send someone to descend, with Fei Hu's tawdry maneuver of seducing Jiang Che, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for her to keep her little life. I'm not going to join her. Tuan Tuan said he'd come looking for me. Jiang Che muttered in a small voice. All the more reason we have to be with her. Then, Xiong Jie sweated. He knew that imp Tuan Tuan, if the master had to think about what he was doing, the imp didn't have to. Fei Hu is alive with a meaning to be alive, and also has the utilization value of her existence. And it is most convenient to get information and resources from Fei Hu. What's with her? Sort of protection. It's too much to say in a few words. Xiong Jie shook his head. People don't mean us any harm either. We still need to borrow the organization to grow. There's no mistaking one thing. The SDU does suit us both. Jiang Che didn't understand why Fei Hu was talking about protecting them and Uncle Xiong was talking about protecting others by himself. Originally, Jiang Che was still thinking of going with Xiong Jie to his house to take care of the so-called household matters for him. The information about that nephew of his had already been transmitted to his mailbox by Flying Tiger's people. Taking a cab on the way, the two of them sat in the back seat, and all the way there he was learning from Xiong Jie how to use his cell phone. The first time he learned to use his cell phone, Jiang Che began to look at the past copies of the tutorials, the past replays. He wanted to find out what the copy was like. It was an hour's drive and he watched it for an hour. Only the more he looked, the deeper his frown deepened. Because the copy, it seems, is not what one thinks it is. Xiong Jie didn't stop it. This hurdle was long overdue. Me, Xiong Jie pointed to his nose. I'm just an ordinary second rank, and I can't even protect myself. Returning to the car, he saw that Jiang Che, who was sitting in the back seat, had already put down his cell phone and looked out the window, and did not bother to look at those so-called copies of knowledge in his cell phone. Xiong Jie opened the amplified sound. Originally wanted to be with Jiang Che to hear what he had to say. Jiang Che has not yet responded. But the driver was scared as sharp brake. He quietly looked at Jiang Che for a few moments, not knowing what Jiang Che had thought about in this half hour. The bottom of his eyes, more than before, had an extra layer of determination. Is there something going on? Xiong Jie slowed down for 2 seconds. He had just finished dealing with things on his side, and then that side called him. Wasn't this obviously monitoring their whereabouts? Let's hurry up and rendezvous. This one is a bit special. Fei Hu sounded a little flustered. Creepy descending into reality. It seems like the time has shortened. Arriving at the place that Fei Hu had arranged, it was a villa off the center of the city. The driver also froze after hearing his words, because in his opinion, Jiang Che was indeed lucky and couldn't protect anyone else, since everyone around him was dead. Boss, I know you guys are big shots. You must save me. The driver did not move and looked at Xiong Jie prayerfully. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Jiang Che again. Little boss, I watched your live broadcast. Your fortune is simply heaven-defying. You're not an ordinary person at all. Can you save me? Where are you? Fei Hu's voice was a little urgent. Okay, I'll do anything. Jiang Che was in the car when he went to take care of things, and didn't ask Jiang Che to come down to take care of his chores together. Just after arriving here, Jiang Che saw so many unfamiliar faces. Uncle Xiong, let's join Flying Tiger. Jiang Che smiled at him. Half an hour later, Xiong Jia came out of the house, with undried water stains on his hands and a flash of blood under his eyes. He took out his cell phone and prepared to contact the people from the Flying Tiger Squad. And just as he pulled out his cell phone, he saw that the Flying Tiger's phone call came directly to him. They're all famous and strong. Xiong Jia whispered to Jiang Che. How can I be saved? Jiang Che asked seriously. Go back and prepare yourself. It's not just that it's changed from 10 days to 9 days. How did it come before? How can it pass this time as well? Xiong Jia did not care. Even he himself, after hearing that 10 days descended once into 9 days, just a little surprised, then quickly accepted this reality. Since humans in the bizarre world have been interacting constantly, it's become less strange to be in the middle of what's going on. Okay, then name a place and we'll see you later. Xiong Jia hung up the phone after saying that. The two headed towards the interior, with green lights all the way. When they entered the villa, a butler came forward and politely invited the two of them to the parlor, serving them tea. Miss is in the middle of a meeting. This time the situation is very serious. All the major organizations are thinking of solutions. You two can wait patiently in the meeting room for a while. Feel free to inform us what you want to eat. If you have any questions you want to ask, you can ask me too, and I'll be sure to know everything. Is it that serious? Xiong Jia said without a care in the world. Now in this world, isn't it normal for anything to happen? The butler just patiently explained. The lady said that perhaps the change would seem to all as just an ordinary mutation. 10 days to 9. But what if the follow-up keeps changing like this? 9 days, 8 days, then 3 days, 2 days, 1 day, until the end, when Creepy is able to descend on this world perfectly. Is there any hope for humanity to survive? The butler's expression was serious, but he had heard Miss say that Jiang Che didn't understand a lot of things, and he needed to explain in more detail. Xiong Jia frowned as he didn't dare to look at Jiang Che, because his first reaction was that the bizarre shortening of his descent time couldn't be because of Jiang Che, could it? If it were before, he would have absolutely panicked. But after knowing about Jiang Che's relationship with Creepy, he felt that this matter must have another source. Seeing that the two had no other needs, the butler quickly retreated, leaving the place to Xiong Jia and also Jiang Che. A nice smoky incense was burning in the parlor, and Jiang Che was not stupid. He had just learned about the situation of humans and evil spirits. He could make sure the evil spirits didn't kill him. But what about the others? He knew that the evil spirits descended upon the world, and what the humans faced must be a bloodbath. At the same time, he learned what an unrealistic fantasy his wish for humans and evil spirits to live in harmony had been. It wasn't a long wait before Fei Hu walked out of the conference room with a grim face. She didn't have the heart to flirt even when she saw Jiang Che. She just explained a few words to the two of them to move around the villa recently and not to leave without authorization. The weirdness that was supposed to descend in 3 days suddenly became 2 days later. And today is almost over. So one more day of rest and the weirdness will descend. Will this matter be announced to the public? Jiang Che looked at Fei Hu's back and opened his mouth to ask. Those secrets before. Flying Tiger and the others said that those things wouldn't matter even if they weren't told to the public. Would they be told now? It's been published, and you can go online and see what's involved. Jiang Che sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone to tap on the Fei Hu app, and sure enough, just after opening it, he saw the pop-up windows that covered the entire screen. The red warning font irritates the eye. Emergency information. Upon the latest data, the next eerie descent into reality will become 2 days later, and every 10 days thereafter the descent into reality will become 9 days. He clicked on the warning message, and the following was full of netizens' discussions. 9 heavens, will it become 8 days later? 7 days? We can't rule it out. The evil spirits are encroaching on the human world little by little. This is just a small step in their success. That's why it hasn't been said for a long time that I hope humans can actively participate in the copies and find ways to survive and then grow. Or else when the evil spirit descends into reality, all of them will be lambs to the slaughter. Can't I even just want to live quietly? This is the end times, isn't it? Humans, jeopardize. One of the comments was more conspicuous. Everyone says that there is a tall man to hold the sky when it falls. But mankind now, it seems, has no tall man who can hold the sky. This is the trend of the times. Xiong Jia glanced at Jiang Che. Xiong Jia thought that perhaps Jiang Che was just one of the minor reasons. After all, Copy 9 was only one of the SSS-ranked copies. Even without Jiang Che, the strife between humans and evil spirits would have intensified. The day wasn't hard to get through, and even just a nap saw the sun hanging in the sky again. The villa was busy, and every now and then there were experts traveling to the villa, which were the very experts that Fei Hu's father had arranged to protect his daughter. So if you can't wait for an A-ranked copy, you'll never go to participate? While eating, Jiang Che looked at Fei Hu suspiciously. Fei Hu had said that she had the ability to pass an A-ranked copy, She just hadn't been able to find the opportunity. That was my intention before, but after this incident, B-ranked copies are on my mind as well. Fei Hu did not hide his intentions. Humans aren't as fragile as you think. It's been so many years since the creepy came down that humans have adapted. Jiang Che didn't say anything, but Xiong Jia knew that Jiang Che couldn't stay with Fei Hu all the time. Both himself and Jiang Che had their own tasks and missions. The sudden change no longer allowed her to wait for her chance, and growth became more important than initial potential. Is there an experience growth bonus for killing evil spirits? Xiong Jia suddenly spoke. How are we going to get stronger? Jiang Che asked doubtfully. It wasn't all because of Jiang Che's potential that she wanted to be with him, but more than that, she liked the clean softness of that mind. Missy, you're spoiling the genius into a wreck. When the time comes, Jiang Che and I will be moving around the neighborhood. When we encounter danger, we'll run towards your side. Even though you can't get stronger by killing monsters, but basic real-world combat experience. It's important to have, right? Xiong Jia began to find an excuse for himself and Jiang Che to leave. Jay Bear didn't just seek refuge. When you come out of the copy alive, you can draw on the origin of the copy and strengthen yourself. That's why I envy you and want you to be able to join the flying tigers. The chopsticks in her hands poked at the bowl of rice. Sometimes I really envy you. You are not deeply involved in the world, and you are more innocent than even today's children. Fei Hu propped up his chin and looked at Jiang Che. Today's Jiang Che really looked like a piece of pure earth that had never been stained with dust. Jiang Che looked at the content on his cell phone. He originally thought that 10 days had turned into 9 days, and everyone would be in chaos. But in just 1 day's time, he saw that those who should be teamed up online were teamed up, and all the things were taken care of. I'd love to have one, but this isn't a game of killing monsters and upgrading, and fighting evil spirits doesn't do anything to help with leveling up other than improving your combat skills. Also, then you guys can just stay within the neighborhood and come back if there's a danger you can't solve. She looked at Jiang Che seriously. Just like this kind of bizarre descent. In fact, every time is a life and death test for me. She spread her hands. Entering the copy as an ordinary person was originally a life and death gamble. After eating, Jiang Che and Xiong Jia went out. He and Xiong Jia pitched a tent randomly on the outskirts of the countryside. Once the early hours of the morning arrived, the weirdness would come down. This place wasn't far away from Fei Hu and the others, and they would be able to rush back as soon as possible if they really encountered something that couldn't be solved. Another reason why she liked to stay with Jiang Che was that it was really comfortable to stay with him, even if he didn't understand anything. When the time comes, you'll just follow me around. You don't even have much real-world experience. One copy experience. When it's nothing. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that even if humans don't kill evil spirits, they can grow stronger just by passing through the copies? So why do they still need to fight with evil spirits against each other? The reason the news briefing was messed up a little bit was because it was necessary to write an updated suicide note a day in advance. In the past, he was incapable of doing so, but now that he had the strength, he wanted to improve himself even more. As envied by all, with an initial experience at the peak of the second rank, he was already a genius in the eyes of many. Have you asked the master if they will come this time? As night fell, Xiong Jia and Jiang Che sat in front of the tent, a wooden stick in his hand, poking at the campfire built in front of him. Didn't say. Jiang Che shook his head. He had asked Tuan Tuan if he wanted to come to him, but Tuan Tuan only said it was a secret. It didn't matter to Bear J. He would not take the initiative to mess with other evil spirits now as long as no evil spirits took the initiative to mess with him. He believed that with his status as a second 5, he wouldn't die in any way, and neither would Jiang Che. The reason for leaving the area where the flying tiger was also because it was a pain in the ass to explain without being attacked by an evil spirit. Time ticked by, and the two idly began to surf the internet, where an anchor had already begun to broadcast live how he would battle the evil spirits later. Not all areas will be circled into the hunting grounds, and there will always be masters who will actively hunt evil spirits. Ordinary people just need to be meticulous. As soon as the morning arrived, the moon overhead became fuller and larger, until the moon, which was several times larger than an ordinary moon, took up most of the sky, and everyone could look up and see the great white moon. Then you know that the weirdness has come. Jiang Che and Xiong Jia stayed in the wilderness. There wasn't a hint of danger around the two, nor could they feel any evil spirits. No evil spirits approached the two. Uncle Xiong, has it descended? Jiang Che didn't feel any difference from before. It's descending. All those who can see this moon are within the descending area. Xiong Jia looked at the sky, fear flickering in his eyes. The huge moon oppressed every heart, and seemed ready to fall overhead at any moment. Tuan Tuan? Jiang Che tried to contact Tuan Tuan, but there was no response. Coming? Bear J asked suspiciously. I don't think so. Didn't even return my calls. Jiang Che shook his head. Xiong Jia didn't say a word. His heart was in awe. He knew that Jiang Che also had a way of contacting the evil spirits, just like he was also able to unilaterally contact his master in an emergency. Hang around, if it's really okay, we'll head back. Xiong wanted to make sure that his master didn't have a mission to account for, or had finished accounting for, before returning to the human side of the camp. Jiang Che called Tuan several times again, but received no response. That's strange. Usually, the troop doesn't stop answering the phone. Tuan felt the communication in her head. At the moment she was lurking beside Fei Hu, and saw her staring in horror at the moon overhead. Surrounding security is all online and there are no incident alarms. She breathed a sigh of relief and sought out a stool to try and sit down and rest. Bang! Fei Hu sat on his butt and fell to the ground in a solid heap. Where's the stool? Tuan hid in the subspace. And it wasn't as if she just stayed in front of the screen and watched videos for the past 2 days. She'd grown up a lot with the help of her mother Sama. Subspace was her newly evolved ability. Mother Sama said that life-preserving ability she had before was too weak, and that if she died and split up to be reborn, her own state would be weakened, so she might as well hide herself well from the start. This ability, too, was fostered by the Mother Superior. Mother Superior said it's the only way I can let you out in peace. It's too dangerous out there. The group was a bit confused, because in her opinion, humans were really weak, or maybe it was because she hadn't seen a strong human. So little is known about humans. She just remembers a flash of worry in her mother Sama's eyes after she realized that eerie advent reality had gone from 10 days to 9. On her desk was a very large map with different labels in different locations using large pins, in which Jiang Che and her avatar were pasted together. She pondered which copy she was attending. Opening time, 3 days later. Below her name, there were even 2 A-ranked copies, with the detected opening time of the copies written below the label, as well as the energy level size. If anything, it might have been because the security staff hadn't noticed the movement on his side before because it hadn't been noticed. Around her, something really happened. There are evil spirits here. Why is there no word or sound from your own security team? Sister, will you play with Tuan? Tuan's voice, which had burrowed out of the dimension, stimulated Fei Hu's eardrums in all directions. Fei Hu looked at the seat a little behind him. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Hadn't the chair just been right behind him? How could it still be a little behind him? She patted herself on the head after a few moments of being lost in thought. I must have overstressed myself. Flying Tiger kept backing away. There was a panic button on her desk for emergency calls. Instantly, the alarm sounded throughout the villa. She thought sitting down again naturally. This time the weirdness descended on her and she was able to get through it without any surprises. One of them is an A and one is an A+. She pulled her chair back to her desk and contemplated what she should do afterward. She had set herself up with an emergency rescue setting even after she had deployed her security system. Incapacity was such that even though she had been protected by countless people, she was still insecure at heart. A sharp pain came from her ass and she dropped to the floor once more. But a second or two passed and there was no sign of rescue. A cold stabbing pain kept coming from the location of her tailbone, and panic flashed in her eyes as she looked at the chair just a short distance behind her. Energy level, Class A. Yes, this is it. Calling up Jiang Che? Fei Hu's finger had touched the alarm device and she gave it a quick press, but the men hadn't moved after she'd hit the alarm system. There were only 2 reasons for this. One was that this evil spirit had shielded the space around itself. The second is that all those people around himself, all dead, not a single one left. It's the only way that when you hear the sirens, there's no movement around you at all. At this moment, Fei Hu's heart was completely cold. What a powerful evil spirit it was to kill the whole place in seconds when people didn't even notice it at all. When she thought of Jiang Che and Xiong Jie saying that they were going out for training, and thought that the 2 of them had escaped this extermination tragedy because of it, a trace of confusion rose in the bottom of her heart. Jiang Che and Xiong Jie's luck. It was really good. If she had known that she would follow the 2 of them to go out for training as well. She looked in the direction of the doorway and ran that way in desperation. Jiang Che and Xiong Jie should not be far outside. If she went out now and found them, she might still be able to survive this disaster. Tuan kept his head down as he watched Fei Hu run around the house in panic. She didn't kill those people outside. She was holding a leaf that best friend of her mom's had given her. It says you can create a small-scale illusion. Humans really are fragile. Tuan looked at Fei Hu. Everything the other was doing was an illusion. She thought she pressed the alarm button but in actuality she didn't. But Mother Superior doesn't want her out there killing indiscriminately or running around. She was just told to return as soon as possible after checking on Jiang Che. She just wanted to teach Fei Hu a lesson. She didn't want to kill her, and as you can see from the live feeds, Dad has access to a lot of information as well as resources here at Fei Hu. She was not a confused child. After the illusion trapped Fei Hu, she ran towards the wilderness following Jiang Che's senses. Jiang Che and Xiong Jie had been wandering outside for a long time. and if it wasn't for the huge moon overhead, they were truly skeptical that the weirdness hadn't actually descended. Dad! From afar, Tuan Tuan saw Jiang Che and disappeared through the mist to fly directly over. Jiang Che turned around violently, and saw Tuan Tuan appear violently in his arms. Daddy! Tuan Tuan really misses you. Her cute little face rubbed against Jiang Che's face continuously. Xiong Jia looked at the young girl in Jiang Che's arms and instantly realized why they hadn't seen any evil spirit killing incidents for so long out here. Where's mommy? Jiang Che hugged Tuan Tuan and looked behind her, realizing that Tinkerbell really hadn't come. Mom said that there's been quite a big change recently, and she's a bit busy. Tuan Tuan hugged Jiang Che for a long time before letting go of Jiang Che's hand and politely greeting Xiong Jia, who was on the side. Good day, Uncle Xiong. Hearing that Tinker was a bit busy and didn't come, Jiang Che just lost his head and nodded. Xiong Jia saw her standing politely beside Jiang Che and calling herself uncle in a well-behaved manner, and an unreal sense of disillusionment surged through his heart. He felt as if they were a real family, and that was too sci-fi. Let's go. Daddy will take you to the city to eat. When I was with your Uncle Bear yesterday, I saw so many interesting things that I thought of bringing you guys along. Jiang Che held Tuan Tuan's hand, excitedly talking about the many things he saw yesterday. Yes, Tuan didn't say anything at all about the fact that he couldn't taste it. I was actually glad to hear yesterday that advent time would be dwindling. Xiong Jia was acting as the driver, and Jiang Che and Tuan Tuan sat in the back. I heard Fei Hu say that if it continues like this, the descent time will gradually shorten, and the two worlds will merge together in the future. Jiang Che spoke with gusto. You don't know how happy I was at that time. Xiong Jia didn't care, because in his opinion, humans were too weak, and it was only a matter of time before the world was invaded. But Dad, I heard Mom say that it's not good for us to keep fusing like this. Mom, she just went and stopped the two worlds from fusing with each other. Tuan sat in the car, feeling fresh at everything around him. Is this the human world? The world Dad grew up in. The body all momentarily paused for a second at these words. Jiang Che was also puzzled and asked, why? He had only been out for a few days, but all the news he had gotten in those days was that all the bad things were so-called by the evil spirits, and all the deeds were done by the evil spirits. I don't know. Originally Mom wanted to come as well, but yesterday the various copy lords temporarily summoned all the lords just to discuss this matter. Tuan Tuan also didn't treat Jiang Che as an outsider and said whatever he knew. Xiong Jia braked sharply and pulled right up to the curb. Do you mean that the descent time change was not done by you guys? A bold idea surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to think about it. Yeah, why would we do something like that? Tuan spoke with a sincere face. The human world isn't a good place for us to live, and killing humans doesn't make us grow. It's just those emotions of fear that help a little, but it's not the main route to growth. We need to grow just as much as we did when there were no humans in the replica. Ha! Tuan spread his hands. Then why are you descending on the replicas and pulling humans into them to kill them? Xiong Jia gripped the steering wheel tightly and asked the one question he wanted to know the most. He was indeed greedy and afraid of death. That's why he stayed alive. Humans invade viciously if they find they have the means to defeat the evil spirits, and fleeing from a copy allows them to upgrade, after which they can be decimated, and decimation allows them to gain skills. If the level of human life is to be a little lower, what Tuan Tuan said is quite normal. Who would like an ant hole to appear in their house? Isn't it normal for a bunch of ants to appear and be trampled to death? Xiong Jia paused for a second, and Jiang Che's words seemed like a bolt from the blue ringing in his head. No, absolutely not. But now, an evil spirit was telling him that they never did? What's wrong? Jiang Che was a bit puzzled. He was just like an ordinary person. He was very indifferent to all of this, and the happiest thing was that he was finally reunited with his family after the replica opened. He realized that a point of view previously instilled for the world by the live broadcast and also the major platforms was directly overturned in this moment. We didn't do it. Tuan grumbled angrily and waved his small fists. The level of human life is too low to do these things. There's no point in doing them. And would the other party actively allow the ants to ply their home, steal from them, and eventually turn on them and kill them? From the beginning of the bizarre descent, all the information he had gotten was that evil spirits had invaded the human world, dragging humans into the copies to kill them indiscriminately, and that they enjoyed the sadism while the humans only had a hard time surviving. If he wasn't afraid of death, he wouldn't have recognized the evil spirit as his master. These evil spirits like to kill humans as if they were ants, and now they're saying they don't want to be so? No, none of this is right. Xiong Jia only felt that his brain was starting to malfunction. All the information was crossing paths at the moment. Invasion. But what would one do if one had the means to counteract the other side? Xiong Jia already had an answer in mind. He felt that human existence had always conformed to the laws of the dark forest, and that all one had to do was to hide oneself from discovery when discovering the life of another higher civilization. Xiong Jia took a deep breath. If he could, he wouldn't want to use his life to fight for some peak second-rank initial experience. He was now uncertain as to who would be the final victor. On both sides, the humans and the evil spirits. Even more, he felt he couldn't listen to the group's side of the story. What if this is the evil spirits' plan to invade and annihilate humanity? Xiao Che. Xiong Jia didn't start the engine. He just looked at Zhang Che and then at Tuan Tuan beside him. What if the evil spirits are the ones at a disadvantage in this fight? He voiced the conjecture in his mind. How can that be? I'll beat the hell out of that group straight away. Tuan waved his small fists to show his threat. Xiong Jia had thought that he was on the side of the evil spirits and would survive to be the final victor. But now, he realized that it wasn't. And he realized that he might have been in a losing camp. It wasn't that he looked down on the evil spirit's strength. It was that he knew full well that humans were resilient in this kind of oppression. The harder you press, the higher you bounce, especially since everyone recognizes that it is the evil spirits who destroyed their homes, who brutalized their loved ones, and who destroyed it all. The moment the power is mastered is also the moment the evil spirits become extinct. What if humans have the ability to purge all the evil spirits one day? Xiong Jia was a bit confused, having thought that he could survive until the end by relying on the strong. Then I'll create a society where both humans and evil spirits can live in harmony. Zhang Che clenched his fists and swore, if I can, I want everyone to be good together. Zhang Che held Tuan Tuan's hand. Xiong Jia restarted the engine, and the headlights drove toward the city with light and shadow. With the full moon in the sky, a security in the villa looked at the huge moon overhead. It's so quiet, this time it looks like no evil spirits will dare to take offense. I don't know if those two are doing anything out there, but I didn't feel any energy fluctuations outside. It was definitely the most peaceful spooky descent I've ever had. And to be honest, it's still nice to have a couple of evil spirits to practice on. The group of people in the villa were talking and laughing, but only Fei, who stayed in his room, plunged into boundless fear. Compared to the wilderness, the downtown area is much more hustle and bustle. There was constant shouting and hissing of rage from everywhere. The roads connecting car crash after car crash. The windows of the cars covered in blood. Zhang Che was slightly stunned. He was originally thinking of taking Tuan Tuan to the city to have some snacks, but he ended up seeing such a scene. Xiong Jia paused. Why don't I take you to the amusement park? There shouldn't be anyone there. Everyone is hiding. With advance warning, everyone chooses a safe place to defend. And the rides are virtually empty. Xiong Jia glanced at Tuan Tuan by Zhang Che's side, and he only felt that Tuan Tuan's face was much softer than before. And compared to when he first looked at her, she was now more like a simple and clean human child. You three, what are you doing in the street? Hurry up and hide. The strong ones will be here soon. A shout came from the upper floor next to them, sounding as if it was talking about Zhang Che's three people. Zhang Che looked up and saw that it was a middle-aged woman, who was anxiously lying on the window and shouting, and looking around vigilantly from time to time. We'll leave right away. Right away. Xiong Jia pulled Zhang Che into the car. However, Zhang Che saw a black shadow that violently pierced towards the big sister who was talking to them. Earth escape. Zhang Che shouted in shock, and the building that big sister was in began to sink crazily. This was the first time Xiong Jia had seen Zhang Che use his ability, and the building in front of him disappeared into the ground in an instant. Zhang Che pulled Tuan Tuan as well as Xiong Jia, and his figure lurched as he entered the underground at the same time. In just an instant, the crowd arrived at a gloomy underground world. The ground was out of reach, and her ears were filled with the screams of the ant who had just been there, and who obviously hadn't recovered from the shock. With a snap of the group's fingers, a ghostly blue flame appeared around them, gathering above the heads of the group. Zhang Che coughed lightly twice, and under the ghostly blue firelight, his face was a little pale. This was a use of his skill that he had just improvised. Making this entire building vanish into the ground together was also very taxing on him. The firelight wasn't obvious and only illuminated the small space. Xiong Jia only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and when the light brightened up, he had already followed Zhang Che to the interior of that building. Zhang Che's brain was a bit dizzy, and he realized that there was a cap on the use of skills. Much of the time their family is trying to find ways to avoid the arrival of the copies and the creepy invasion of reality. The eldest sister who had just called out to them to run away cowered in a corner, her body trembling uncontrollably as the sudden darkness alarmed her. You are not the just downstairs. Thank you, you're a great man, strong and kind, she said and snapped her thanks towards Xiong Jia's position. They had tried their best to avoid it, and the crisis in the world still couldn't be completely dodged. Good girl, are you alright? Auntie saw a little girl come over to hold herself, and hastily surveyed the state of the girl in front of her, only to see that Auntie glance at Zhang Che and then at her son. Auntie, it's okay. Oh. Tuan ran over and held her hand. I'm fine, everyone's safe. Oh. Tuan heatedly smiled and hurriedly ran to Zhang Che's side. Daddy saved you guys. Oh. Tuan Tuan looked at the people in the room. Besides that ant, there was also a youth the size of Jiang Che. She fell into a trance, then remembered that the teenager holding the girl had held out a hand to the building she was in moments before the danger came. That's my dad. Tuan Tuan pulled Jiang Che's hand and opened his mouth in an almost showy manner. It was then that Auntie saw that the line of people whom she had just called for them to take shelter were now with her, in this darkened room. No, 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 you're mistaken. Xiong quickly waved his hand. It didn't matter if the man thanked the wrong person for saving her, but if he recognized that little devil's father wrongly, that's what was called for. Big sister. Xiong opened his mouth to greet. Seems to also feel that he is very wrong to call her this way. He looks about the same size as her, and really to say, hastily changed his name again. Miss, don't be afraid. It's already safe. The ghostly blue flames overhead looked a bit sinister, but luckily they weren't the slightest bit dangerous, except for the illumination. Your father? Auntie came to a realization. She knew that there were a lot of humans in this world who had entered the ranks who had the ability to fight, but it was too far away for ordinary people like them. Thank you. You are really young and talented. The child is so big. She looked at Jiang Che as well as Tuan Tuan. Unlike this child of mine, he's no good. He's so grown up. He doesn't have a girlfriend. This is my son, Choong. Mom, introductions are introductions. Don't talk about me not having a girlfriend. Joanne sighed helplessly. Jiang Che looked to be the same age as himself, and now his child was so big. If Jiang Che just had a girlfriend, that would be it. But now he had a child and was so strong that in his case, it was simply a jinx. But thank you. Thank you for saving my mom and me. Joong bowed and thanked him. Let's just stay here. We'll go out when Creepy is gone. Choong's mom looked around. She didn't know exactly where she was now, but it was very quiet. There was no sound of anyone crying and hissing, or of Creepy destroying anything. If she could, she would like to stay here until the end of time. She hadn't doubted that she could get out. The group could then bring them here and take them away. Are we in the ground now? Choong touched the window, and what had been air had turned into hardened dirt. The other window looked out and it was all hard earth and stone as well. He stole a glance at Jiang Che beside him. He didn't dare to think about how strong this person was that he was able to sink the entire building into the ground, reaching out to scratch the dirt and stone wall outside the window. The snapping of his fingernails only added a thin layer of dirt to the crevices of his fingernails. The touch of his fingertips told him that this outer wall was very hard, and that this was a dozen meters below the ground. Can you guys teach me? Joan looked towards Jiang Che. He could tell that Jiang Che and that middle-aged man were standing together, and Jiang Che was the dominant one. Teach what? Jiang Che was a bit confused, not knowing what he was talking about. Teach me how to use these abilities. Teach me how to pass from the copy. Teach me how to survive from the copy. A trace of determination flashed in Joanne's eyes. In the past, his mom always taught him to hide, that life is most important. But as that black shadow rushed at him just now, he was hating that he couldn't even move. The first reaction to the fear that descended upon him, he had the presence of mind to rush to his mother's side, pull her down, and then stand in front of her. But under the fear, his arms and legs were bound in general, and he could only watch the scene with his eyes open, unable to move a muscle. Brother, you should know that this cannot be taught. Xiong Jia immediately refused. This skill thing can only be obtained from a copy. As for the matter of entering the rank, you need to pass from the copy first. Humans who want to grow themselves must enter the copy. Then you guys teach me how to survive the copy. Joanne's eyes grew determined. We don't have much experience in this matter either. Xiong Jia waved his hand. We've only been through the gate for a short while as well, and we don't know as much information as we do online. Joan became lost after hearing his words. Joan, didn't I say, don't go to the copy? What will I do if you go to the copy? Joang's mom instantly refused. It's too dangerous there. If you die, Mom really doesn't know what to do. Mom, I'm just trying to protect you. You see now that creepy descent has become 9 days. What happens after that? 3 days? 2 days? A complete fusion with reality? What do we do after that? Jiang Che was also slightly stunned when he heard his words. You also think that time will get shorter and shorter? It's already gotten shorter. It's not going to get any longer. Everyone knows that it's an irreversible process. The human race is not long away from extinction. Now it's just a matter of seeing who can survive for a little while longer. You guys take me. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can get power. Joanne stared at Jiang Che dead in the face. He had seen many humans who had entered the ranks, but he had never seen one as powerful as Jiang Che. It was able to drag the entire building into the ground together, and it even took only an instant's effort. Daddy, he means it. Tuan Tuan could feel human emotions and could judge truth from those emotions. Jiang Che was also a bit moved. He just found his own shadow in Joang's body. because Joanne's heart that wanted to protect his family was the same as his own. I don't know how to pass the other copies either. Jiang Che shook his head. But if I go to a copy next time, I can bring you along. I'll do what I can to keep you safe. Xiong Jie stood beside Jiang Che with a movement. Everyone didn't notice the two words other copies that Jiang Che said under his breath, but he was the only one who did. It meant that Jiang Che didn't have a way to survive in the other copies, either. She had said that she was fine, but Joang's mom still didn't believe her, fearing that the little girl's body might have some kind of secret injury. The building that had disappeared earlier rose again flat on its face. Aha! He waved his hand airily, not wanting to talk. Jiang Che looked up and instantly saw a woman in a tight black uniform standing in front of him. Mom was busy and didn't come. Tuan absent-mindedly looked down. She could sense that Joanne mom didn't have any malicious intent. That's why she let her manipulate her body. The underground room was not very spacious, and the air was getting a little thinner, but luckily there were not many people in the room, and the amount of oxygen consumed in this little amount of time was perfectly adequate. Where's your mom? Seeing that Tuan kept staring down, Choan's mom followed her perspective. After using the skill twice in a row, Jiang Che felt himself being a bit overdrawn as he casually sat on the flower bed by the side of the road, panting heavily. I want to invite you to become a member of my squad. I wonder if you are willing. The visitor wasn't polite and directly stated his thoughts. Tuan stared at Xiong Jie, only feeling that Uncle Xiong's emotional behavior at this moment was strange. He seemed to be thinking all the time, and the thinking was mixed with a hint of fear. After regaining her sight, Joanne's mom collapsed on the floor and wept bitterly. Tuan was upstairs at the moment looking at the scene below, where Chung's mom was checking her out. That building just now. Was it you who controlled the disappearance into thin air? A voice rang out from above Jiang Che's head. After seeing that it was safe on the surface, he went back down to the ground. It's too much work for this thing. Xiong Jie sneaked a glance at Joanne, but did not take the initiative to step forward to make contact. Joanne saw the building rise from the ground with his own eyes, and once again, his determination to follow Jiang Che was strengthened. Thank you. You only need to let me follow you. If you encounter a danger that you can't resist, you can just leave me behind. I won't blame you. Joanne gratefully glanced at Jiang Che. Jiang Che disappeared for a while in the middle and went to the ground to check on the situation. They'd done a lot of preparation for this outing, and at least she was as normal as a normal human child, whether it was body temperature or weight or appearance. Upon seeing Jiang Che being accosted by a beautiful woman, Joanne's mom hurriedly laughed. Your dad is awesome. It's only natural that someone would like it. She pulled Tuan down, not letting her go down. Be good. Auntie will check your body. It was dangerous just now. In case you have any injuries on your body. Your father's place don't worry about it. Joanne's mom looked like she didn't care. You're supposed to be here to help your mom keep an eye on her, right? But if you see anything, it's better to pretend you didn't see it and don't ruin your mom and dad's relationship. Joanne's mom sighed. Living in this world, she knew better than anyone that capable men wouldn't have only one woman around them. If you don't know, it's okay. If the woman knows, this shall not be a mess. In this day and age, it's a blessing to have a strong person to cling to. I'm not. My dad isn't like that. Tuan resisted the urge to go down himself. You're right. There's no way to prevent this kind of thing. It just depends on the person's self-awareness. She didn't mean any harm by telling Tuan about these things. If you see anything, don't tell your mom. Jiang Che is a very powerful person. It's better for Tuan's mom to stay quietly by his side. Safety, more than anything. My dad wouldn't. Tuan said this with his mouth, but his eyes were looking down. At this moment, Jiang Che looked at the black-clothed woman in front of him. Sorry, I already have a team. He waved his hand. Since coming out of the copy, he had always heard people say that he was a person with great abilities and his own strength. Even Fei Hu said that he, the initial registration, had been the only one since the bizarre descent. Now he was considered to have cooperation with Fei Hu, and Uncle Xiong followed him. After that, if he entered the copy, Fei Hu's side might have the ability to defend himself, and his side needed to be responsible for Uncle Xiong's safety. You have a team? Hearing Jiang Che's words, the woman in black couldn't help but frown. In that case, I can introduce you to my squad, and you can see if our squad is more suitable for you. She looked at Jiang Che reluctantly. She had just seen Jiang Che's ability clearly, and with Jiang Che in the squad, they might actually have a chance to go and break into the A-ranked copies. When you can't fight, you can still run. Where is the exit of the duplicate? Just sneak out of the ground and sneak out as well. Then say something. Jiang Che saw him blocking his way and asked helplessly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaoho Paper. I'm the captain of the squad. 4th rank beginner. Currently mastering 2 skills. Sorry, can't say exactly what they are. If you come, I can offer you the position of co-captain. and all of our members' information can be shared with you. Vice Captain? Zhang Che looked at him suspiciously. He wasn't stupid. He was going to be higher in rank than the other party. What was the point of going over there to be a vice captain? Yes, it's just a name, and I'll do what you want, as long as your offer is reasonable. Our squad is still very democratic and will choose to listen to everyone's advice on the most favorable one in the copy. Of course, if there is a difference of opinion, one would choose to follow the orders of the captain or vice captain. Xiahou Paper thought that the other party did not want to follow his orders before refusing. It's not that. Zhang Che hastily waved his hands. I already have a team. Fei Hu approached him before and had other plans, and now that there were other women approaching him, he was going to put an end to that as well. Uncle Bear is right. No matter what the other guy thinks, boys need to learn to protect themselves out there. It's in the right place. Just as Zhang Che spoke, Xiong Jia came to Zhang Che's side. As soon as he came over, he saw the young girl by Zhang Che's side. Xiong Jia raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't seen Zhang Che for just a few minutes, and Zhang Che had gathered such beautiful women around him. He moved closer over and heard them talking about teams, forming teams, and a whole bunch of things. Among them, Zhang Che told the other party categorically that he had a team. Think about it, our team is really good for you, with all kinds of skill matches. You also want the team to get better and better. Right, choose the team that suits you, not for you to be responsible, but also for your teammates. Xiahou Paper said seriously. From the time she'd been introduced to Creepy until now, the teams she'd learned the most about were the ones that were teammates around the masters, friends from her own old days. After all, everyone's growth ceiling is not the same. In the beginning, they can still support each other. To the back, the realm pulled apart more and more. The gap between the two sides is also more and more obvious. In later years, it's only a matter of time before you choose new teammates, but there are many drawbacks to refinding teammates, such as trust, such as cooperation. Peak of the Fifth Order. That's right, and this also proves the experience of our team, because all the way up until now, our team has been at full strength with no attrition. Xiahou Paper spoke proudly, and this was the most worthwhile thing for her to take out and say. All the other squads were constantly replenishing their team members, and their teammates were also losing their teammates like crazy in the duplicates. Only their squad, which had entered more than a dozen duplicates, had so far existed with a full complement of members. So guess how many times we got into the copy? Your son is also his teammate? Xiahou Paper was a bit surprised to see an older man interject. Guess, how many levels is he now? Xiong Jia pointed at Zhang Che beside him. You should reconsider joining us. The least of our team members are at the peak of the third rank. She turned her head towards Zhang Che, completely ignoring Xiong Jia's presence. Hey miss, you haven't even met his teammates. How do you know it's inappropriate? Xiong Jia appeared beside Zhang Che with his stomach. He was nearly middle-aged and his figure was indeed a bit out of shape. But now, he was indeed Zhang Che's teammate. Zhang Che, let's go. That auntie just now has something for you. But she was really optimistic about Zhang Che, and she was just straight up excited to walk. No, Bear J angled his head. Because his teammate, it's me. In her opinion, instead of changing it later, it would be better to get the right teammate from the beginning that could grow to the end. Only then would their team be at least third order. But it was true. She hadn't even seen Zhang Che's teammates, so it was a bit uncalled for to make such a presumptuous statement. He looked mysteriously at the Xiahou Paper in front of him. No surprise, you guys have already entered the copy no less than 10 times, right? Peak 4th rank. No, 5th rank, right? She hesitated for a few seconds before estimating. It was fine if Xiong Jia didn't strike up a conversation, but when she did she doubled her confidence straight away. Xiong Jia was not annoyed. For the first time he felt the benefits of having strength. Felt the benefits of having a high initial experience value. It's not a good idea to enter a copy with a group of middle-aged or older people. Xiong Jia could already think of the girl's surprised face when she heard that she was the one who was Zhang Che's teammate. That's right, the peak of the 2nd rank. That's my strength. Zhang Che looked at Xiong Jia, and seeing that he had a giddy look on his face, he didn't interrupt, because he also wanted to see how Xiong Jia was better at rejecting people. These are all things he has to learn when he first enters the world. Peak 5th order. Xiahou Paper's heart was instantly in turmoil. She finally realized why the other party was unwilling to join her team and become the vice captain. The strength of the peak of the 5th rank, the blood bathed in this was known only to the other party. Then do you know, how many times have I entered a copy with him? Xiong Jia only felt that his entire body was refreshed. In the past, as an ordinary person, he was always looked down upon by these humans of the entry ranks. And now it was finally his turn to fox around. Bear J held out a finger. Once, we got in once. After one time, I'm at the peak of the 2nd order and he's at the peak of the 5th order. Once these words came out, Xiaoho Paper then looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with a proper eye, and she also profoundly realized that this peak of the second rank was indeed superior to the rest of them. She had always felt that she was a genius and had become so strong at such a young age, but now at a glance, she was even inferior to a middle-aged man. Seeing her disoriented, Xiong Jia hurriedly pulled Jiang Che away. She stopped talking here? Jiang Che was a bit puzzled. She looked like she wouldn't die after saying so much before. It's called pretending. Xiong Jia walked with his head held high. When you are out in the world, your identity is all given to you, and you can reject a lot of things by pretending appropriately. Xiong Jia was in a good mood. He also didn't think that he could taste the flavor of genius even when he was nearly 40 years old. And I'm not telling lies. He waved his hand. The rank and also the number of copies. He didn't fake it. They've been down a few copies, and they've only gotten to the peak of the second rank, where I am now. Jiang Che stared at him, only to feel that in his eyes, there was more disdain. At least Jiang Che felt that Xiaoho Paper and the others were really strong. Jiang Che had, in the past few days, crammed a lot of knowledge and watched a lot of videos. It is very difficult to try to survive and to preserve one's companions. He even went and watched the live replay of his own copy of the scene. He listened to them in Yuz and their perspectives, and that's when he realized that they had been using him all along. That's why he thought Xiaoho Paper and the others were pretty good at protecting all their teammates now. If he had met them before he met Tinker, he would have gotten into their squad and become one of them. Then how long will it take to ascend from the peak of the second rank to the peak of the fifth rank? Jiang Che looked at Xiong Jia. I don't know. Depends on the copy level. Ordinary higher level a little bit of copy, may also need to be 10 or so times. Xiong Jia seriously calculated. This matter he had counted before. As informed by Fei Hu's side, those with high initial experience will upgrade faster and have more bonuses for each copy settlement. That's why he estimated that he would also reach Jiang Che's level where he was after performing a dozen or so copies. The matter of clearing the copy was not something he was worried about at all. A copy that was below SSS level, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. You have to look at your master to beat a dog. Are you not giving face to my master by killing me? What's more, he felt that his master had a great use for keeping himself alive and wouldn't let him die so easily. That's so. Jiang Che was puzzled. Then if you carry on another 10 or so times, you'll be able to get to where I am now as well. And I'll definitely be even higher by then. Xiong Jia looked at Jiang Che in horror. He had just taught him to pretend. Did he learn so fast? Dragon King Qin Beixian possessed? Jiang Che ignored Xiong Jia. He just felt that Uncle Xiong's state was very wrong. To others, including Flying Tiger, he could always sense Uncle Bear's contempt. The Xiaoho Paper in the back didn't follow him. He had already returned to Tuan Tuan, who was currently talking and laughing with Zhou and Mom. And when she saw him coming back, Zhou and Mom was the first to greet him. Benefactor, you're back. Tuan Tuan also jumped down from her arms and burrowed into Jiang Che's arms. Daddy, Tuan Tuan misses you. She rubbed hard against Jiang Che's shoulder, but her eyes crossed over Jiang Che to look at the lost and departing Xiaoho Paper at the back. Benefactor, I have an unfavorable request. While the two were talking, Zhouan's mom walked up with Zhouan. Before Jiang Che had the chance to open his mouth to inquire, he saw Zhouan plop down and fall to his knees. Please, take me. I also want to become stronger. I also want to have the strength to protect my mom. Just now when that black shadow invaded over, he was truly afraid. Although that evil spirit didn't have the means to pose a life threat to Jiang Che, people didn't know and made an effort to remind them. Dad, what's wrong with you? Tuan Tuan was the first to sense the unhappiness in Jiang Che's mood. The strong shouldn't be in the company of the weak and will only be held back afterwards. I'm sorry. Zhouang's mom pulled over her son as soon as she heard Xiong Jia's words. She also felt that they were being a bit presumptuous. I won't be a drag for you guys. Just directly abandon me if there's danger. Zhouan lowered his head, while his mom was beside him, smiling bitterly with her head down. He also felt like he had a change of heart, but he thought it was normal. He was able to accept Fei Hu and enter their organization also because Fei Hu was really strong. Even though he was just an ordinary person, people had the confidence and ability to clear at least one A-rank copy. That captain was born and died more than 10 times in copies, and has the strength of the 4th rank, which doesn't even dare to say that if you let Jiang Che join. How do you think you can enter our team? Xiong Jia's eyes were raised high. Jiang Che looked at Xiong Jia. Was this what Uncle Xiong wanted to teach him about being a man of the world? He kind of didn't like that approach. Seeing him frown, Tuan's eyes instantly curved. Just now she also read another emotion called arrogance in Xiong Jia's body. Do you know what the concept of an S-class copy is? Xiong Jia pointed outside. Just now there was a squad that wanted to pull Jiang Che into their squad. But once the captain heard that Jiang Che's initial level was the peak of the 5th rank, and heard that my initial level was the peak of the 2nd rank, he was directly scared off. She'd always wanted her children not to get involved in danger. But what had just happened had taught her that there were some things that were simply unavoidable. Just think, Uncle Bear has some methods that I don't like very much, and these are the ones I'm going to have to learn, he muttered in a whisper. But when he turned his head to look at himself, he was respectful. She was simply thinking that she wanted her son to follow them to learn the ropes, not realizing that her son was a drag in their eyes, and at the time when they were in danger, Auntie was upstairs risking her life to warn them all. You are an ordinary person. You should at least clear an S-rank copy or more to keep up with us. Xiong Jia frowned and took the lead. She looked at the two faces and was just a little annoyed, but it didn't matter. Now seeing that Jiang Che didn't like it, he suddenly laughed happily. Dad doesn't need to learn from him. Uncle Xiong is following Dad, just bringing Dad to learn some only common sense things. But if Dad has his own ideas, just follow his own ideas. I like Daddy to be himself. I don't want Daddy to be someone else. She was picked up by Jiang Che with one arm, and Tuan Tuan wrapped her hands around Jiang Che's neck. What she liked was originally that truest Jiang Che. Then from now on, Zhou Ange will follow me. Jiang Che nodded. If we enter a copy, I will do my best to protect his safety. Are you crazy? You don't know your own situation? Xiong Jia was instantly dumbfounded when he heard him agree. You don't know your own situation? The evil spirits will be around him at all times, to show others that he and the evil spirits are living in harmony. Zhou An lowered his head as he looked at Jiang Che in front of him, a warm current rising in his heart. I don't know what the future holds for my strength, but no matter what happens in the future, I will stand firmly on your side. Zhou An knew that humans would have many camps and factions. All he could guarantee was that if another faction pulled itself together in the future, he wouldn't join anyone else. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. In the past, when he read novels and watched TV, he always saw what the favor of knowing and what the favor of lifting up, and he always felt that these favors were a bit worthless in the present society. Television wrote about henchmen laying down their lives for their subordinates, and he had always felt that this would never happen to a modern man, namely himself. However, after seeing that Jiang Che didn't listen to Xiong Jia and decided to bring him on, he felt a sense of allegiance for the first time. He pinched the thought away. Talking about allegiance and righteousness was a bit too false. Dad, he really wants to follow you. Tuan Tuan looked at this Zhou, a little puzzled, because she actually felt that Zhou's heart was more sincere than Xiong Jia's. She frowned at the thought that maybe having another person around her dad wasn't such a bad thing. This Uncle Bear did seem to her to have too much on his mind, and as Papa sometimes disapproved of his behavior and dealings, perhaps having another person around was the best way to go. At that thought, she hurriedly contacted her mother's superior. Anyone around Dad, they need to keep a serious handle on. Not so much control, dating and all that they never stop. Let him bring it. It doesn't need to be controlled. Tinker was in the middle of a meeting, and when he heard Tuan's words, he agreed after only deep thought. Bear J is controlled by her because her mind is too complex, but as Jiang Che grows up, she believes that it is a necessary part of life for Jiang Che to go through. Whether he is making normal friends or being separated from his best friend. She didn't want Jiang Che to become a canary she kept in a cage. She preferred Jiang Che to make friends of his own. Take this Choang, for example. And, the future line is bleak. Our Lord, I wonder what you were thinking. Are you the first SSS ranked copy to let a human go? A voice interrupted Tinker's thoughts. She looked up at the man speaking over the round table. This meeting was full of major lords. So, isn't a momentary lapse normal? Mistake? Setting humans free. SSS ranked copies, you call that a blunder? Tinker was also unfazed. So, you want to hold me accountable? Request for tickets. It's double monthly vote time. 1 vote equals 2 monthly votes. Can I have the monthly votes in my hands? Dada. Meow meow meow.